Yuan, I am speaking to you. Why are you in a daze? I've said it multiple times. Hurry up and give me the blood-chi pill distributed by the school this month. The waning rays of the setting sun filtered softly through the classroom window, casting a gentle glow upon Yuan's face. At this moment, he appeared somewhat dazed, his eyes gradually focusing until he finally discerned the girl before him. Her beautiful eyes filled with a hint of reproach. Have I crossed over? Is this person my girlfriend? No, wait. I seem to be her devoted admirer. A torrent of vivid memories surged forth, immediately filling Yuan's mind. The girl before him was named Yuan, his childhood sweetheart with whom he had grown up. Since middle school, Yuan had pursued her, yet the outcomes had been far from satisfactory. He was not one to cling desperately if rebuffed decisively. He would have let go. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Yuan was a master of maintaining the relationship on a fine line between intimacy and indifference. She would occasionally offer him a taste of sweetness, leading him to believe that his wishes were on the verge of fulfillment. Yuan, you are not allowed to chat with other girls. You can only talk to me. Yuan, do you think this dress is pretty? I bought it with your money. You know, Yuan, this is my new boyfriend, Han Yang. Don't you think he's handsome? I believe you two will become great friends this day. Yuan vividly recalled the disdainful look Han Yang had cast upon him, as if he were a pitifully insignificant clown. Yuan, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusingly at Yuan, huffed angrily. Stop dawdling. Han Yang is waiting to use it. Yuan's lips twitched as he stared at her. Why should I give my things to him? Yuan momentarily froze, then, with a serious demeanor, fabricated a response. You're merely a first-level, second-stage individual. The blood-chi pill is of no use to you. Han Yang needs it to break through to the first-level, fifth stage. Resources must be allocated reasonably, favoring those of value. I am doing this for your own good. She sensed that Yuan was acting unusually today. In the past, he would have immediately handed her the pills upon their distribution without her needing to ask. Why was he questioning her today? Upon hearing her explanation, Yuan could not help but laugh in anger. After a moment, he slowly replied, You want the blood-chi pill? Fine, I will give it to you. Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced Yuan's face. That's more like it. If you behave, we can still be good friends. However, Yuan began rummaging through his pocket, then clenched his fist and thrust it in her direction, abruptly raising his middle finger and coldly uttering 4 words. Foolish thing. What did the original owner's cowardice and timidity have to do with him now? Yuan stood up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked out of the classroom without a word, leaving Yuan frozen in place, her smile abruptly vanishing, stunned, like a deer caught in headlights. Only when Yuan's footsteps faded did she regain her senses, her face awash with astonishment. That guy insulted me? How dare he insult me? He's insulting you. You idiot. A voice echoed from the corridor. Fuming with rage, she stomped her foot, her face burning with humiliation as she turned to the hallway, shouting, Bastard. No matter how you beg me in the future, I will ignore you. Watching Yuan's retreating figure, showing no sign of turning back, Yuan's face flushed even redder, her cheeks resembling ripe red dates. Yuan, you wait. Just see how I make Han Yang deal with you. With that, she pulled out her phone, rapidly typing a flurry of messages. Soon, Han Yang replied, No problem, darling. I've always found that Yuan to be unpleasant. Yuan set her phone down, her expression darkening, a cold snort escaping her lips. Tomorrow is the practical test. I want to see if you can still act so tough then. Her eyes narrowed slightly, as though she could already envision Yuan in a wretched state, limbs broken and barely clinging to life, murmuring, I will make you understand the consequences of provoking me. As dusk descended, on the other side, Yuan walked home, his mind tirelessly sorting and digesting fragments of the original owner's memories. A car, a house, and my parents still alive, though they've gone to work in another city. I seem to have an older sister. Oh, she rarely comes home. Yuan acquired a general understanding of his circumstances. The original owner's character was excessively weak, and his martial arts talent was abysmal. With the college entrance exams approaching, he had only reached the first level, second stage. Such power would make even a larger dog on the street a significant threat, let alone those star-rated beasts. In a world of high martial arts, where spiritual energy had revived, in this era plagued by monstrous beasts, firearms had utterly lost their combat value and society's fervor. For martial artists reached its zenith. Gaining admission to a martial arts university and becoming a transcendent martial artist was the dream of every individual. The status of a martial artist conferred immense privileges in society, even if they were compelled to kill a few ordinary people. It was not deemed illegal. Moreover, the wealth they could amass was beyond the reach of ordinary folk. However, becoming a martial artist was not a trivial matter, even for a first-level martial artist. One had to reach the second stage, a feat that seemed insurmountable for Su Yuan. At present, lost in thought, Su Yuan found himself entering a desolate, silent street. Suddenly, he halted abruptly. He keenly sensed a wave of dangerous energy surging toward him and instinctively glanced up, his pupils constricting sharply. Not far ahead, a gigantic, two-headed wolf was voraciously tearing into the corpse of a middle-aged man. Beside the body, a little girl trembled violently, her voice trembling as she murmured, "Dad, Daddy." Her eyes were brimming with tears, hazily fixating on a lifeless form on the ground, her face etched with terror and despair. Why would a beast appear here? He was astonished such occurrences were rare, since most beasts congregated outside the city. Seeing the middle-aged man's corpse nearly devoured, Su Yuan had no time to ponder further. He swiftly dashed forward, scooping the little girl into his arms and turning to flee. The two-headed wolf swallowed the last of its meal, and upon realizing its provision had been snatched away, it erupted in rage, howling angrily as it pursued them relentlessly. Ding! Danger detected for the host, activating the life-draining martial arts system. Name: Su Yuan level. First level, second stage lifespan, 53. Years martial arts technique. Diamond Fist beginner can inject lifespan into martial arts for infinite extrapolation. Cannot continue extrapolation when lifespan is under 1 year. Killing beasts grants lifespan. Lifespan obtained from beasts can only be used for martial arts extrapolation. Life-draining martial arts. My golden finger has arrived. Before Su Yuan could revel in his newfound fortune, he heard the sound of the two-headed wolf closing in behind him. In the next moment, a searing pain shot through his calf. Glancing back, he saw the wolf's gaping maw clamped tightly around his leg, tearing away 2 chunks of flesh. Hiss! Su Yuan staggered, losing his balance and crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound, the excruciating pain contorting his expression, teeth clenched, cold sweat pouring down him. Run! They'll buy you some time. Su Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain, shouting at the little girl. However, the little girl was already so terrified that her spirit seemed to have fled. Her legs felt as though they were laden with lead, rendering her utterly incapable of moving even an inch. Upon witnessing this, Su Yuan swiftly turned over, summoning every ounce of strength within him to deliver a powerful kick. Forcefully pushing the two-headed wolf away that moment, his legs were severely injured, making it impossible for him to continue fleeing. Nevertheless, Su Yuan harbored no intentions of retreating. Damn it! You wretched creatures think I'm easy prey, don't you? Do you perceive me as timid? Do you consider me weak? My life was snatched from the jaws of death. If it comes to a fight, none of you stand a chance against me. System: 50 years of lifespan. All in. Chapter 2. Practical test. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the numbers representing Su Yuan's lifespan began to fluctuate wildly. 41, 27, 12. In an instant, 50 years of life had been utterly consumed. Concurrently, waves of memories surged into his consciousness. You dedicated yourself to practicing the Diamond Fist technique day and night, successfully breaking through to mastery in the 10th year. You persevered, studying relentlessly. And in the 23rd year, you achieved the small success stage. Still unsatisfied, you continued your arduous training, reaching the grand success stage in the 32nd year. By the 45th year, your Diamond Fist technique had reached its pinnacle, achieving a state of perfection. In the 50th year, even after attaining perfection, you remained engrossed in your studies of this martial art, seemingly grasping new insights, but it was merely a fleeting moment of inspiration, and ultimately, you failed to seize the opportunity. The simulation concluded. Diamond Fist, perfection. A torrent of immense power surged through Su Yuan's body, and he felt his vital energy pulsating with the ferocity of a raging river. His bones resonated with a crisp sound, and in an instant, his physique transformed, becoming robust and powerful. The wounds on his legs healed instantaneously, the pain dissipating, allowing him to rise once more. The two-headed wolf had not yet realized the change in circumstances. It roared fiercely and lunged at him again, its speed akin to lightning, leaving a blurred afterimage in the air. However, when it bit down on Su Yuan's arm, its formidable fangs nearly shattered against his indomitable flesh. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened. His muscles tensed instantaneously, and the pent-up roar within him erupted like thunder. He swung his fist with tremendous force, striking one of the wolf's heads squarely. It is said that wolves possess iron skulls and soft waists, but even the hardest of skulls crumbled like paper before the perfected diamond fist. The two-headed wolf was sent flying by the punch, its body tracing an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling several times and emitting a mournful whine from its throat. This punch, a culmination of 50 years of effort. A murderous intent surged within Su Yuan as he dashed forward, raising both fists high above his head, then bringing them down with the weight of a mountain. Whoosh! His fists sliced through the air with a sharp sound. Bang! A dull thud followed, and the bones of the two-headed wolf shattered instantly, its body sinking deep into the ground, creating a massive crater from the impact. In the tear-streaked gaze of the little girl, Su Yuan appeared as a wrathful deity, radiating an intimidating aura. His iron fists rained down like a tempest, rendering the two-headed wolf a bloody mess, a scene too gruesome to behold. The fetid wolf's blood splattered across Su Yuan's face, adding a savage and fierce countenance to his originally handsome features. Two-headed wolf slain. Original lifespan, 44 years. Remaining 22 years, absorption complete. Current lifespan, 3 years. Beast lifespan, 25 years. Truly a beast, capable of such longevity. Su Yuan cast a glance at the lifeless body of the two-headed wolf, exhaling a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, distant sirens began to wail outside. Under the watchful eyes of the little girl, Su Yuan decisively stood up and swiftly departed the scene, his figure soon vanishing into the darkness. By the time the police arrived, he had long since disappeared without a trace. The officers stared at the mangled corpse on the ground, recognizing it as a two-headed wolf, their faces turning to expressions of astonishment. Did a martial artist intervene? Quick, contact the investigation bureau. As night enveloped the world, Su Yuan returned home. Dragging his weary body, the dim light inside cast a warm glow as he expertly boiled water, preparing himself a steaming bowl of shrimp and fish noodles. The rising steam enveloped his fatigued visage. While waiting for the noodles to cook, he eagerly delved into the newly acquired system. After a thorough examination, he was thrilled to discover that this system could not only simulate martial arts, but also elevate realms through the infusion of lifespan. Each major realm was divided into 9 stages. Su Yuan's current stage was the second level of the first realm, or the early stage of the first realm. Should he break through to the 4th level of the first realm, he would enter the mid-stage. Since that is the case, why not test the waters with 7 years of the beast's lifespan? At that moment, the system's announcement echoed in his mind. 5 years of beast's lifespan consumed. Training commencing. Your talent is abysmally poor, and your learning speed resembles that of a tortoise. However, you steadfastly believe that diligence can compensate for mediocrity. Thus you take flight like a clumsy bird. 7 years swiftly pass, and you finally catch up to a year's worth of training results. Training concluded. Current realm, first realm, 5th stage. Su Yuan paused mid-sip, leaping up in excitement. Although he had consumed 7 years, the breakthrough was tangible. He could distinctly feel his body undergoing a transformation, his vital energy significantly stronger than before. After the initial thrill, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to dash into his bedroom like a gust of wind. He skillfully opened the drawer and retrieved an ancient wooden box. Upon opening it, a refreshing herbal aroma wafted into the air, enveloping his senses. Inside the box lay a qi and blood pill, a fundamental yet highly adaptive supplement for martial artists. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuan placed the pill in his mouth and washed it down with water. Instantly, a wave of warmth spread from his stomach throughout his entire being, igniting a fervent heat within him, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Consumption of qi and blood pill, lifespan 3. Acquired enhancement, accelerated training speed. Indeed, Su Yuan felt invigorated. The introduction of supplementary items significantly augmented his training gains. Now was the opportune moment to go all in. Without delay, Su Yuan promptly infused all his remaining lifespan. 18 years of beast lifespan consumed. Training commencing. Your talent remains atrociously poor, a fact you are acutely aware of. Thus, you chose to take the shortcut of medicinal assistance, a path that may not gain the approval of others, yet its effectiveness is undeniable. Time flies like a fleeting shadow, and during this period, you trained tirelessly and diligently, ultimately transforming from an ugly duckling into an even uglier swan. You successfully broke through to the 9th stage of the first realm. Training concluded. Current realm, first realm, 9th stage. Yuan was nearly ecstatic, ready to burst through the ceiling. Perhaps in the eyes of the system, his talent was abysmally limited, but from the perspective of others, he had ascended from the 2nd stage of the first realm to the 9th stage in mere minutes, a feat of extraordinary talent. Those so-called prodigies would pale in comparison before him. Once he broke through to the 2nd realm, he could apply for the status of a first-level martial artist at the Martial Arts Center. Yuan envisioned his future, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. However, just as he basked in his delightful reverie, a sudden, intense cramp gripped his abdomen, akin to the sharpness of a knife. His brow furrowed instantly, his expression twisting in agony. Could it be that I pushed myself too hard in my training and inadvertently suffered backlash? A flicker of anxiety crossed his mind. Gurgle, gurgle. Then, a loud rumbling from his stomach shattered the silence. Yuan paused for a moment, then realized with a start that he was simply hungry. The higher his realm, the stronger his body, and naturally, the more he needed to eat. Yuan hurried downstairs to the local restaurant, ordering 5 servings of chicken leg rice, specifically requesting an extra piece of tofu for each serving. Indulging for once, as he carried the plastic bags and was about to return home to feast, his gaze suddenly fell upon a short-haired girl chewing gum and wearing white headphones by the roadside. Yuan sensed an unusual aura emanating from her. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Yet, he did not delve deeper into his thoughts. A fleeting sense of curiosity flickered in his mind before he turned and ascended the stairs. A short-haired girl blew a large bubble, watching with keen interest the retreating figure of Yuan. With a pop, the bubble burst, and she delicately licked the remnants of bubblegum from the corner of her mouth with her pink, agile tongue. A subtle smile, enigmatic in nature, graced her lips as she murmured, "Only 30 days left." The following day, within the confines of the school, a spacious training ground buzzed with activity as a class of students engaged in their customary warm-up, preparing for the impending practical test. The training field was alive with movement and excitement. Yuan, we followed your orders and secured the martial arts teacher with a generous red envelope and 2 packs of black cigarettes. A sycophantic underling approached Han Yang, his face alight with flattery. For this practical test, he will arrange for Yuan to be your opponent. Han Yang nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of pride evident in his eyes. He then turned to Zhang Wanshi, who appeared sullen, and offered gentle consolation. "Darling, do not be upset. Soon, you shall see how I deal with Yuan and avenge you." Zhang Wanshi nodded slightly, her face still marked by indignation as she gritted her teeth and declared, "That scoundrel kept me awake all night with his antics. He must pay for this today." All right. Do not let yourself be vexed by a mere first-level waste. His martial prowess is lacking. He merely seeks to appear aloof in your presence. Attempting to salvage some dignity, Han Yang stated dismissively, pulling Zhang Wanshi into his embrace. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, shattering the clamor of the training ground. The robust martial arts teacher approached with a serious demeanor, announcing loudly, "Now, I shall reveal the groupings for the test. The first match, Yuan versus Han Yang." This outcome was anticipated by Yuan. However, the crowd erupted in disbelief. What on earth? Yuan against Han Yang? What difference is there between a paramecium and a tiger? I wager he can last no more than 30 seconds. It's hard to say, if he concedes right away. It might be over in merely 3 seconds. Unfazed by the students' murmurs, the martial arts teacher urged, "All right, you two, step onto the platform." As Yuan was about to take a step forward, a slender yet strong arm suddenly obstructed his path. Chapter 3. The contest. He turned his gaze and saw the class monitor, Feng Yuexia, shielding herself behind him. Her eyes were resolute as she confronted the martial arts instructor, saying, "Teacher, this grouping seems rather unfair, doesn't it? The disparity in their strengths is immense, and with this arrangement, Yuan is likely to sustain serious injuries. In this martial arts high school, practical combat tests have always been exceedingly brutal. As long as one party does not voluntarily concede, the teacher will not halt the match, regardless of how severely the opponent may be injured, and the victor bears no responsibility." Yuan raised his eyebrows in surprise, glancing at Feng Yuexia, taken aback that she would speak up for him. Fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. Throughout his 3 years in high school, due to his timid nature, he often became a target of bullying. Despite his sister frequently coming to the school to report these incidents, it had little effect and only emboldened his tormentors. Eventually, Feng Yuexia could no longer stand by and intervened on his behalf. With her support, those bullies indeed ceased to bother him. Su Yuan felt immense gratitude towards her. Yet his insecurities and timidity prevented him from expressing it. The only way he could repay her was by steadfastly casting his vote for her in every class monitor election. What does a student like you understand? If he does not accept the challenge, how can he grow? The martial arts instructor felt his authority being undermined. His thick brows knitting into a frown, his tone laced with evident displeasure. Yet challenges must have their limits. It would be entirely reasonable to assign Su Yuan an opponent of equal standing rather than forcing him to face someone 2 realms above him. Enough. I am the teacher. You are the student. Mind your tone. The instructor's voice grew increasingly harsh, as if intent on quelling Feng Yuexia's defiance entirely. Feng Yuexia's delicate brows furrowed, still wishing to argue her case. At that moment, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. Turning to see Su Yuan with a confident smile, he softly reassured her. Do not worry, I will be fine. With that, he gently pushed aside her arm and steadily ascended the stage. Su Yuan, don't. Feng Yuexia's words trailed off as he stood upon the platform. Her heart raced, a tempest of anxiety swirling within her. Su Yuan was 2 realms beneath Han Yang. How could he possibly prevail? She envisioned him being ruthlessly crushed, even suffering grievous harm, her heart lodged in her throat. Below, Zhang Wancher crossed her arms and coldly glared at Su Yuan, a smirk playing on her lips as if to say, Su Yuan, this is all your own doing. Blame your own weakness. On the stage, Han Yang wore a relaxed expression, his eyes filled with disdain. To him, Su Yuan was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. He glanced down at Feng Yuexia, his eyes narrowing slightly, fingers rubbing together as he thought, let us see how I can dismantle your precious little white face. His gaze shifted back to Su Yuan, malice flickering in his eyes. First, I will break one of his arms, then ruthlessly attack his dantian. Once his qi is destroyed, he will be rendered completely useless, unable to cultivate for the rest of his life. Su Yuan sensed Han Yang's unwavering gaze fixed on his abdomen and could easily deduce his sinister intentions. Han Yang contemptuously called out, hey, just so you know, since you had the guts to step onto the stage, don't concede too quickly. I dislike sandbags that run away. Feng Yuexia hurried to the front of the stage, lowering her voice as she implored Su Yuan, don't listen to him, just concede once the whistle blows. Your life is more important. The martial arts instructor barked, return to your place. Do not interfere with the test. Feng Yuexia gritted her teeth, casting a resentful glance at the instructor before reluctantly stepping aside, standing silently. Objectively speaking, her suggestion was sound. The moment the practical test commenced, she could simply concede, thereby avoiding injury and concealing the fact of her own strength's enhancement. But if she were to tread so cautiously, what was the purpose of her reincarnation? If she did not teach this pair of scoundrels a lesson, her thoughts would remain unfulfilled. Su Yuan's gaze hardened, transforming into a pair of glinting blades. As he fixated on Han Yang and coldly declared, rest assured, I have no intention of relinquishing this opportunity. Han Yang's lips curled into a cruel smile as he nodded slightly at the martial arts instructor. Beep. The sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the official start of the practical test. As the whistle blew, Han Yang propelled himself backward, launching towards Su Yuan like an arrow released from a bow. Yet, Su Yuan remained motionless, standing serenely in place. Confusion rippled through the students below. Why wasn't Su Yuan moving? Was he too frightened to respond? Feng Yuexia's brow furrowed. Her lips pressed tightly together as she hesitated, contemplating whether to rush in and forcibly interrupt this test. After all, she was merely a student and lacked the authority to do so. If she intervened, the martial arts instructor would surely penalize her for disrupting the class, and it could even be recorded in her file, affecting her future academic evaluations. She was torn. She glanced sideways and saw the martial arts instructor lounging casually in a chair, arms crossed, legs crossed in a relaxed manner, appearing entirely disengaged, as though preparing to watch an entertaining spectacle, showing no intention of intervening. You scoundrel. Feng Yuexia bit her lip, her clenched fist turning pale from the pressure. Whoosh. Han Yang's leg muscles tensed, coiling like iron as he executed a powerful side kick. The kick sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh, swift as a meteor and razor-sharp. Zhang Wancher watched intently, a smirk curling her lips, her eyes flashing with malice. Enough. Feng Yuexia steeled herself, propelling forward. But just a few meters into her sprint, she halted abruptly, as if her feet were nailed to the ground. The scene before her rendered her completely frozen. Su Yuan, seemingly unperturbed, raised his hand and effortlessly intercepted Han Yang's rapid kick with precision. He then gently pushed, a seemingly soft gesture that unleashed an invisible force, instantly disrupting Han Yang's balance. Han Yang stumbled and fell to the ground in a most undignified manner. A flicker of shock crossed Han Yang's eyes. Clearly unprepared for Su Yuan to so easily absorb his full-force attack, he quickly regained his footing, striding towards Su Yuan with vigor. Simultaneously, he summoned his inner strength, his aura sharpening as he raised his right fist high, striking down towards Su Yuan's abdomen, the wind from his punch howling as if intending to rip through the air. Bang! Han Yang's pupils dilated in disbelief. His punch felt as though it had collided with an unyielding steel plate. Not only did it fail to inflict any harm on Su Yuan, but the recoil jolted through his fist, leaving his hands numb and his knuckles throbbing painfully. He looked up in disbelief, meeting Su Yuan's gaze from above, which bore a hint of mockery. Could it be that this fellow had come prepared? Was he wearing body armor beneath his clothes? Han Yang mused, gritting his teeth and resolving, fine, I'll just change the venue. He tightened his waist, channeling all his strength into a fierce low sweep aimed directly at Su Yuan's calf. Bang! Han Yang let out a grunt, feeling as if he had kicked a snowman on a winter's day, only to discover it was packed with a fire hydrant. What on earth is happening? Feng Yuexia was utterly bewildered. Standing at a distance, she could not fathom the extent of Su Yuan's physical resilience. Not only she, but the expressions of confusion on the faces of the classmates in the audience grew increasingly pronounced as they exchanged glances, each reflecting the same bewilderment. What is Han Yang doing? Is he putting on a show? I cannot comprehend it either. Could this be some novel form of humiliation? Zhang Wanshi furrowed her brows tightly, her delicate features contorted in perplexity, utterly unable to grasp the bizarre situation before her. In the midst of it all, only the martial arts instructor sensed something amiss. His previously slightly hunched posture gradually straightened, as if supported by an unseen force. His eyes widened, fixating on Su Yuan with laser-like precision, filled with shock and confusion. After reaching a minor level of mastery in the diamond fist technique, one's body becomes as unyielding as iron, impervious to damage. The instructor pondered inwardly. But I recall he has only just begun. Has he truly advanced to such a level? On stage, Han Yang appeared to have lost his mind, relentlessly launching attacks at Su Yuan. One punch after another, one kick following the last. Yet Su Yuan stood firm as an indomitable wooden dummy, unwavering in the face of Han Yang's onslaught. Han Yang shook his already reddening and swollen fists, nearly numb from the exertion, and involuntarily gasped in pain. The intensity of the agony contorted his facial expression, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Su Yuan felt as though he were caught in a paradox. If this continued, before he even had the chance to counter, Han Yang would exhaust himself to the point of losing his combat ability. It seems this is all you are capable of, Su Yuan thought, shaking his head, his gaze icy and filled with disdain. After a brief pause, he declared, "You have struck me countless times. Is it unreasonable for me to return the favor with just a couple of punches?" Han Yang's eyes sharpened, a wave of intense unease swelling within him as he sensed the imminent danger. However, it was already too late. Su Yuan's expression darkened. Seizing the moment of Han Yang's attack, he lowered his body slightly, retracting his right shoulder to gather strength. His entire right arm coiling like a bowstring pulled to its limit, poised to unleash its force. In an instant, he unleashed a punch, his arm pivoting at the elbow, akin to a javelin released from its restraint, hurtling towards Han Yang with remarkable velocity. The force of the punch whistled through the air, the atmosphere torn asunder by its overwhelming power, producing a sharp and piercing sound. Chapter 4. The Dual Realm. Han Yang's pupils constricted sharply, a sense of foreboding washing over him as he realized it was too late to evade. In a state of panic, he swiftly raised his arm in an attempt to block the ferocious strike. However, the moment Su Yuan's fist made contact with Han Yang's forearm, a sharp, resounding crack echoed in the stillness, piercing through the air. Han Yang's bone shattered with a sickening finality. "Ah!" Han Yang's scream pierced the atmosphere like a slaughtered pig's wail, reverberating throughout the venue, sending shivers down the spines of the onlooking students, who were engulfed by an icy dread. Su Yuan did not relent in his assault. As Han Yang remained ensnared in the agony of his fractured arm, Su Yuan unleashed a powerful hook with his left hand, targeting Han Yang's lower dantian. The force behind that punch was immense, leaving Han Yang no time to react before he was struck with overwhelming impact. In an instant, Han Yang's body curled into an arc, a muffled groan escaping his lips. He then soared backward, unrestrained like a kite severed from its string, tracing a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Everyone stood frozen in place as if under a spell, unable to move. The myriad expressions on their faces were a vivid tapestry of shock, confusion, and fear, each unique in its intensity. Feng Yuexia's eyes widened, brimming with disbelief. She instinctively covered her mouth, as if to stifle the astonishment threatening to escape her lips, utterly unable to fathom the events unfolding before her. The martial arts instructor's eyes bulged, nearly popping from their sockets, his mouth agape in a perfect O, his scalp prickling with shock. He could hardly comprehend the sheer power of that punch. It was clear that Su Yuan had ascended to the first layer, 6th stage. Yet, he could not have anticipated that Su Yuan's true prowess surpassed even his estimations. Zhang Wansher's eyes flickered with astonishment as she rubbed her eyes vigorously, ensuring she was not mistaken. After confirming the reality before her, she swallowed hard, her complexion paling, lips turning a shade of ashen blue, clearly rattled by the sudden turn of events. In the next moment, the atmosphere exploded like a powder keg, a cacophony of gasps and discussions erupting, each wave louder than the last, the decibels rising to alarming heights. Su Yuan had defeated Han Yang? Was this truly real? Someone pinch me. I must be dreaming. Damn, not so hard. She gazed at Su Yuan's silhouette on stage, gradually succumbing to a haze, as if the recent events were merely a surreal dream. It wasn't until the ambulance rushed in to carry the barely conscious Han Yang away that she snapped back to reality. By now, class had ended, and the surrounding students had long dispersed, leaving her standing there in a daze. No, to be precise, 2 individuals remained. Su Yuan stood behind her, patting her shoulder. Zhang Wansher turned abruptly, her eyes meeting his stern countenance, instinctively taking 2 steps back, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features. Hand it over, Su Yuan stated bluntly. What? Zhang Wansher stammered. The blood essence pills you took from me earlier. Return them all. Su Yuan clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking ominously. Zhang Wansher couldn't help but gasp. Her body trembling slightly, fear etched across her face. She had intended to say that Han Yang had consumed them all, but after a moment's hesitation, she refrained from uttering those words. She could no longer rely on her previous tricks to intimidate Su Yuan. An instinct told her that no matter what she said, if she did not yield the pills today, he would truly unleash his wrath upon her. Why? Why was this happening? She could not comprehend how someone who once catered to her every whim had transformed into such a formidable force. I only have 2, she stuttered, lowering her gaze, unable to meet the intensity of Su Yuan's sharp eyes. Slap. Su Yuan seized Zhang Wansher's hand. She jerked her head up, opening her mouth to speak. But a sudden, sharp pain coursed through her wrist. Su Yuan tightened his grip, his voice low and menacing. I will be here waiting for you. In 10 minutes. I expect to see those 5 blood essence pills. He leaned closer to her ear, whispering a chilling warning. Otherwise, your fate will be far worse than his. Zhang Wansher's pupils dilated, her body shaking uncontrollably, her legs turning to jelly as she nearly collapsed. Once Su Yuan released her, she hastily turned and stumbled into the school building. Watching her retreat in disarray, Su Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, nodding in satisfaction. The message had been received. 10 minutes later, he strode out of the campus with 5 small wooden boxes in hand, disregarding the gatekeeper's attempts to stop him. Zhang Wansher had not deceived herself. She indeed possessed only 2 blood essence pills, the remaining 3 having been acquired from Han Yang. No matter, after his dantian suffered severe damage, Han Yang would be unable to cultivate further, rendering the pills useless to him. Allowing Han Yang a sliver of life was already an act of mercy on his part. Su Yuan entered a modest inn, paying a mere few coins for a room by the hour. As he was about to ascend the stairs, he spotted a middle-aged woman struggling with a suitcase, a young boy trailing behind her. Without hesitation, he approached and took the suitcase, effortlessly carrying it to the 5th floor. Thank you, young man, the woman said, wiping the sweat from her brow, a broad smile gracing her face as she urged her son, quickly, thank your brother. Thank you, brother. You're welcome. Su Yuan offered a slight smile before turning to descend the stairs. As she watched his receding figure, the middle-aged woman quietly mused. What a kind young man. One can tell he has a gentle disposition, devoid of any violent tendencies. Inside the room, Su Yuan consumed 5 blood essence pills in quick succession. Given his current realm and physical resilience, this dosage posed no challenge for him. A wave of heat surged within him. Even stripped of clothing, he felt engulfed by an internal furnace. With the aid of the potent medicine, he sacrificed nearly 5 years of his life force to breach the barrier. At that moment, Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, perspiring profusely as his pores expanded, expelling dark impurities from his body. Upon sensing his breakthrough, he suddenly opened his eyes, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, causing the surrounding air to tremble. His gaze shimmered with an intense brilliance, as a torrent of power surged through his meridians, akin to a raging river. He inhaled deeply, the fresh air flooding his lungs, instantly dispelling the fatigue and gloom of the past, filling him with a refreshing vitality, reminiscent of being reborn. Current realm, second layer. First stage, Chapter 5. Warrior certification. Filled with elation, Su Yuan rose, took a refreshing shower, and eagerly donned his attire before stepping out. In merely 2 days, he had transcended to the second realm, successfully crossing the threshold into the world of warriors. Not to mention high school students. Even many university students might not match his current prowess. If esteemed universities were to learn of his achievements, they would undoubtedly scramble to recruit him. Lost in thought, Su Yuan couldn't help but emit a sinister chuckle. He exited the inn and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Warrior Center. At noon, the sky was a brilliant blue, the sun blazing with intensity. Su Yuan disembarked from the taxi and traversed through bustling streets until he arrived at a towering edifice. After a moment of gazing upwards, he stepped inside. The expansive lobby, adorned with opulence, compelled him to marvel at the lucrative nature of the warrior industry. In this society, anything associated with warriors exuded extravagance. "Excuse me, where can I obtain my warrior certification?" Su Yuan inquired at the front desk, addressing a staff member who was discreetly engrossed in her phone. "You can do it right here." The attractive woman in uniform looked up, her brow furrowing upon seeing Su Yuan's youthful visage. "Warrior certification requires personal attendance. It cannot be processed by proxy." "You misunderstand. I am here to handle my own certification," Su Yuan clarified. The staff member's furrowed brow deepened as she scrutinized his handsome face, a wave of skepticism washing over her. "Is he serious? He looks just like a high school student." With hesitation, she accepted the identification card he offered. After inputting the ID number, the computer promptly displayed Su Yuan's detailed information. Wudao High School, Class 1 student, Su Yuan. Realm, first level, second stage. What? The staff member was even more perplexed. Turning to Su Yuan, "Are you here to film a prank video? Where's the camera hidden?" Seeing Su Yuan's earnest expression, she smirked slightly, tapping the keyboard a few times before stating, "The realm detection room is on the second floor. Both the detection and certification fees must be paid online. If you reach the second realm, return with the detection report, and I shall issue your warrior certificate." Su Yuan nodded slightly, and then turned to ascend the stairs. The staff member watched his retreating figure with a strange expression. As an experienced receptionist, she had encountered all kinds of individuals. Yet this was her first time meeting someone so young seeking certification. Just as she lowered her head, intending to resume her idle activities, she heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Slap. Su Yuan returned, placing the detection report before her. The staff member was taken aback for a moment before hastily grabbing the report, studying it intently, her eyes widening in astonishment. "Is it truly the second realm?" she exclaimed. "Written in black and white, can it be false?" Su Yuan retorted. The staff member swallowed hard, her fingers flying across the keyboard. And then she handed back his ID along with a finely crafted ring. "This ring symbolizes your identity as a warrior. Please keep it safe." With an official tone, she continued, "Congratulations on officially becoming a warrior. As a level 1 warrior, you will receive a monthly stipend of 10,000. I have just transferred the funds to your account. Additionally, as a newly minted warrior, you may select one entry-level martial art from the martial arts library, and you will receive a free 1-month VIP membership in the warrior community." Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He accepted the ring and was about to head to the martial arts library when he was suddenly interrupted by the staff member. Here is my phone number." The staff member straightened her posture, her hair elegantly styled, her gaze glimmering with interest. Becoming a warrior at such a young age, his future was boundless. How could she resist such an opportunity? Moreover, he was quite handsome. She could not let this chance slip by. Confident in her appeal, She believed her looks and figure, combined with her youthful age of 26, would surely win over a pure high school student. However, Su Yuan appraised her briefly and remarked as he turned to leave, "Sorry, I prefer someone more mature." In the martial arts library, Su Yuan gazed at the dazzling array of martial arts techniques, momentarily struck by indecision. Noticing his hesitation, a staff member approached enthusiastically, offering assistance. "Sir, you can choose a technique based on the weapon you excel at." "Weapons, you say?" Su Yuan pondered, as he intended to venture out to battle exotic beasts, requiring a good weapon. Yet, his entire savings amounted to less than 20,000, hardly enough to afford even a scabbard. "Perhaps I could ask my parents or sister for a bit of cash." "Better not. They don't have any money either." After contemplating for a moment, an excellent idea struck him. He promptly took out his phone and downloaded several lending applications. Indeed, faced with financial constraints, he opted for a small loan to unleash his potential as a warrior. After all, warriors earn money swiftly. Slaying a few exotic beasts could yield tens of thousands. "I can repay the loan later," Su Yuan mused, tucking his phone away with a smirk, inquiring, "What weapons do you have available?" "Please follow me." Guided by the staff member, Su Yuan arrived at the weapons store. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, an abundance of choices awaited him. However, his gaze was fixated on the array of sleek, black firearms, unable to suppress a gulp. As a citizen of his former life, he felt an inexplicable desire and fascination for these weapons. Yet, for a warrior, such items were merely auxiliary tools, incapable of harnessing the true power of martial arts. Ultimately, Su Yuan decided to purchase a firearm, specifically a long spear, the king of weapons. "I'll take this. How much is it?" "Your taste is impeccable." "This spear is a hot commodity here," the staff member grinned, gesturing and slowly uttering, 80,000. Su Yuan inhaled sharply, feeling the impact of those seemingly light words. This spear was a custom model, adept not just at thrusting but also at slashing, boasting high quality, making it more than sufficient to contend with beasts of the third tier. One must not venture out without a worthy weapon, wouldn't you agree? After glancing at his 100,000 in savings, he gritted his teeth and proceeded with the payment. "Since you've chosen a spear as your weapon, I recommend this technique." The staff member presented a volume, the cover inscribed with 4 bold characters, "Drifting Dragon Spear Technique." "That's the one." Su Yuan decisively chose it, the name alone evoking a desire to proclaim, "I am the Drifting Dragon." Name: Su Yuan. Realm: second level, first stage. Martial arts: Diamond Fist, perfected. Drifting Dragon Spear Technique, beginner. Current lifespan: 13 years. Chapter 6. The short-haired girl. Upon leaving the warrior's tower, he immediately devised his next plan. He intended to venture outside the city to hunt exotic beasts in order to acquire their lifespans. However, at that moment, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to find it was a call from his homeroom teacher. With a resigned shake of his head, he answered the call, only to be greeted by a harsh, piercing voice of a middle-aged woman. "Su Yuan, have you grown so bold as to brazenly skip school?" Furrowing his brow, Su Yuan held the phone away from his ear, rubbing it as he opened his mouth to ease the discomfort in his eardrum. "You now have 2 choices. First, return and accept punishment, reflecting for 3 days and making a public apology to the entire school. Second, never let me see you again." In the classroom, the teacher stood with her hands on her hips, her face flushed with rage, while the students exchanged glances, none daring to speak. They were well aware of their teacher's temperament and her score-oriented approach. A student like Su Yuan, known for his unparalleled poor performance, was already disdained. And now he had committed an even graver offense. They understood that Su Yuan was likely in serious trouble. Having a blemish on his record was minor compared to the fear that the teacher might escalate the issue to the academic office and have him expelled. Feng Yuexia felt restless. Had Su Yuan been present, she could have urged him to apologize to the teacher, but now, with the two engaged in a phone call, she was unable to intervene in the unfolding situation. Moments later, Su Yuan let out a disdainful laugh and, lowering his voice into the microphone, muttered, "Chomp, chomp." The teacher frowned in confusion. What was this guy saying? She couldn't hear clearly. Switching to speakerphone and cranking up the volume, she held it to her ear. Anticipating her move, Su Yuan suddenly raised his voice, pressing his mouth close to the microphone, and shouted, "Get lost." His roar erupted through the phone, reverberating in the classroom, causing the students in the front rows to wince, and the teacher was so startled that she instinctively dropped the phone, shattering the screen upon impact. Su Yuan hung up, indifferent to the incident, and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the city gates. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, "Mr. Ma, Please calm down, the principal urged. Principal, I cannot remain calm. The homeroom teacher clutched her broken phone, torn between anguish and fury. Skipping class was one thing, but to audaciously insult a teacher? Was he treating school regulations like mere toilet paper? The principal clasped his hands atop his desk, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he thought to himself, your words are quite harsh as well. Moreover, during today's practical test, he seriously injured a fellow student, which is an unforgivable offense. Mr. Ma, it's quite normal for students to sustain injuries during practical tests. You are aware of the rules. The victor bears no responsibility. I am fully aware, but the homeroom teacher pushed Su Yuan's file towards the principal. Look at this. A first-level, second-stage student nearly killed a first-level, fourth-stage classmate. Do you think this is normal? The principal adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Su Yuan's file, his brow furrowing gradually. Are you implying? Indeed. He must have used illegal substances. Nothing else could explain such a rapid enhancement of his abilities. As Mr. Ma grew increasingly agitated, his words spluttered forth, his face reddening like a ripe tomato. Moreover, I just inquired, and Su Yuan has a personal grudge against the injured classmate. This was clearly intentional. Such behavior towards a fellow student is utterly reprehensible. If he isn't expelled, it would be a grave injustice. The principal's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing into slits, revealing his displeasure. Such actions were indeed excessive, bordering on criminal. While Mr. Ma was undeniably emotional, it was indisputable that a student with such malice could not remain in the school. Otherwise, he would be a monumental threat. Furthermore, with the college entrance examination approaching, Su Yuan had only achieved a first-level, second-stage rank, placing him among the worst of students. At this level, it was clear he had never exerted any effort into his training. It was improbable that he lacked talent. One could hardly possess such abysmal aptitude. Thus, expulsion seemed inevitable. Contact Su Yuan tomorrow and summon him here for a discussion. Back at the city gates. What? I can't leave the city. Su Yuan stood frozen upon hearing the guard's words. Recently, exotic beasts outside the city had been agitated, indicating an unusual occurrence, prompting the government to dispatch special personnel to address the situation. Until it was resolved, no one was permitted to exit the city, save for them. And how long might this take? That's hard to say. It could be weeks or even months. No one can provide a definitive answer. Stunned by this revelation, Su Yuan trembled as he picked up his phone, staring at the substantial debt he owed, swallowing hard. This was a disaster. Su Yuan chose not to take a taxi, instead wandering back to his apartment in a daze, where he hastily packed 2 servings of chicken leg rice and trudged upstairs. Upon opening the door and flicking on the lights in the living room, a striking figure suddenly caught his eye. With her neatly cropped hair and headphones, chewing bubble gum, it was the short-haired girl he had encountered 2 days prior. Startled, he instinctively stepped back, gripping his long spear, warily eyeing her, and sternly demanded, "Who are you?" The short-haired girl removed her headphones. Huh. Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he reiterated his earlier question. Hey, don't be in such a rush, she said, pulling out 2 chairs and casually sitting down, patting the empty chair beside her. Let's talk slowly. Oh, thank you. Wait. This is my home. Su Yuan tightened his grip on the spear, poised for action. Don't try to intimidate me with that big, long thing. We live in a society governed by law. Can you really stab me with it? Breaking and entering is still a crime, he retorted. The short-haired girl paused, her mouth twitching slightly, before quickly rising to offer, Brother? Here, have some water. Thank you. But this is my house. Come on, we're all friends here. What's the difference between your home and mine? She plopped back down with a casual wave, exuding a sense of familiarity. Su Yuan was utterly perplexed, for some reason. He felt that this girl was not the same person he had met the previous night. There was an absence of that peculiar aura about her. Who exactly are you? Why did you sneak into my home? Answer me. The short-haired girl flinched at his outburst, shrinking back in her chair. No need to yell so loudly. It's quite frightening. Her voice softened, and her brow furrowed. Right, why did I come to your house? Oh, I remember now. Looking at Su Yuan with seriousness, she declared, I'm here on behalf of an organization to recruit you. Organization? Recruit? Su Yuan was utterly baffled. The short-haired girl unzipped her jacket and pulled out a photograph from an inner pocket. This person is you, right? Taking the photo. Su Yuan was taken aback to see himself battling a 2-headed wolf. How do you have this photo? Come on, what era is it? We still playing secret agents? There are cameras everywhere on the streets. The short-haired girl shrugged and explained, We have conducted our investigations. The courage you displayed as a novice of the first level, stepping forward to slay a formidable one-star beast in a fit of rage, reveals not only your immense potential but also your noble heart. Thus, our organization has decided to send me to recruit you. Su Yuan blinked, temporarily convinced by her words. How much can you offer me? He asked bluntly. The girl awkwardly scratched her face. Our organization has a rich history, nurturing countless benevolent individuals. How much can you offer me? He pressed. Our organization possesses a powerful background, with capabilities beyond measure. How much can you offer me? He reiterated. What the heck? Is money all you think about? The short-haired girl straightened her back, her delicate brows furrowing. Su Yuan glanced at her. Your ambitions do not seem vast. If you cannot even offer me money, what benefits can you provide? There are countless benefits. If you join us, we are confident we can cultivate you into a warrior within 3 years. Su Yuan remained silent, prompting the girl to smile smugly. I knew this would be an irresistible proposition. She elegantly settled herself, adopting a paternal demeanor, deliberately lowering her voice. Child, become one of us. Your flair is ample, but your attire leaves much to be desired. Here, I have a ring for you to wear. All right. Thank you. Wait, what is this? Chapter 7. The Investigation Bureau. The short-haired girl gaped in astonishment, making Su Yuan feel an overwhelming urge to stuff something into her mouth. Of course, he meant an egg. Why you? Aye. The girl stammered, glancing nervously between Su Yuan and the ring, unable to decide whether to take it or leave it. What a lovely girl, reduced to a stutterer over a mere ring. Ignoring her, Su Yuan busied himself with unwrapping a plastic bag, retrieving a chicken leg rice dish, discarding the excessively soft black liquid spoon, and breaking apart a pair of disposable chopsticks. Damn, is that a splinter? He fished out another pair of disposable chopsticks from the plastic bag, broke them, and took a bite of the rice soaked in meat broth, casually remarking, I have no interest in joining an organization that doesn't pay. You should leave me to my meal. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a gurgling sound echoed near his ear. He glanced at his stomach, confirming it wasn't the source, then turned to the blushing short-haired girl. Hey. She awkwardly scratched her head, confessing, to be honest, I haven't eaten all day. Oh, then strive to have a meal tomorrow. The girl's expression froze. And after a moment of resolve, she lunged forward, snatching the other chicken leg rice box. Hey, Su Yuan attempted to stop her, but was taken aback as she extended her agile tongue, licking the rice and chicken leg from top to bottom. Do you still want some? The girl flashed a mischievous smile. You. Su Yuan clenched his teeth, then sighed in exasperation, waving his hand dismissively. Fine, just eat. Thank you. The girl replied playfully. But then she noticed a problem. Do you have chopsticks at home? Su Yuan shot her a silent glare, stood up, and went to the kitchen to fetch a pair of chopsticks. No way. Do you really use disposable chopsticks at home? Don't you have stainless steel ones? Wooden ones would suffice as well. I can't afford them. These chopsticks were all taken from the Shaw County downstairs. Just make do with it. The corners of the short-haired girl's mouth twitched slightly as she took a bite of the chicken leg. I'm starting to understand you. It seems you really need money. As long as you know, Su Yuan recalled his looming loan repayment, feeling a pang of heartache, and blurted out, what terrible luck. Just when I need to leave the city, they won't let me. It's as if they want me to be a deadbeat. To his surprise, the girl paused her eating, looked up at Su Yuan, rice grains still clinging to her lips. You want to leave the city? Of course. How else am I supposed to hunt exotic beasts? If I can't hunt them, how will I earn a living? Su Yuan's frustration mounted as he snapped off the crispy bone of his chicken leg. Those damn special personnel should hurry up and resolve this. We are those special personnel. The room fell into a profound silence. Su Yuan slowly turned his head. Their eyes met. Are you serious? Su Yuan's eyelids twitched. Without hesitation, the short-haired girl produced her identification, unfolding it and presenting it to Su Yuan. Level 8 Agent, Wu Shuang. Exotic Beast Investigation Bureau, Exploration Department. Su Yuan gazed at the red seal beneath the identification, raising an eyebrow in surprise. So, you want to recruit me into your investigation bureau? Exactly. Our Exotic Beast Investigation Bureau is divided into the Exploration, Armed, and Research departments. As you can see, I am a member of the Exploration Department. Wu Shuang observed Su Yuan fiddling with his phone, pouting in displeasure. Hey, are you even listening to me? After a moment of perusing the information, Su Yuan finally spoke. I never expected this investigation bureau to be an official government organization. Of course. Wu Shuang stood tall, her face beaming with pride. We are officially employed. Not everyone can enjoy public service. You can't even afford chicken leg rice, yet you're talking about public service? At that remark, Wu Shuangshuang's previously upright posture slumped, resembling a deflated balloon. I've been having some financial difficulties lately, but primarily, our superiors haven't been paying us. Is that true? Su Yuan questioned, puzzled. Aren't you supposed to have job security? No, you don't understand our bureau well enough. Wu Shuangshuang waved her hand dismissively. We are nothing but beasts of burden. If we don't perform well, we just lose our salaries. But our year-end bonuses will also be cut. However, as soon as these words left her mouth, she regretted them, suddenly realizing she was still recruiting Su Yuan. Actually, the investigation bureau isn't so bad. Wu Shuangshuang quickly attempted to cover her tracks. Su Yuan gazed at her in silence, his expression unreadable. Wu Shuangshuang's demeanor twisted in frustration, wishing she could slap herself twice. Moments later, she sprang to her feet. Hey, what are you doing? Determined to persuade Su Yuan to join the investigation bureau, Wu Shuangshuang decided to unleash her ultimate tactic. She bit her lower lip, her delicate, fair face flushing with color, and softly addressed Su Yuan. As long as you agree, you can do anything you want with me. Su Yuan glanced at her, maintaining a neutral expression. Anything? Wu Shuangshuang gently affirmed. Just now, I saw a flyer for organ sales at the entrance. I could call them right now. Wait. Wu Shuangshuang's complexion drained of color as she hurriedly interrupted. Su Yuan scoffed dismissively, his gaze implying, you really think you can challenge me? Have you ever heard of a Sigma male? In that moment, Wu Shuangshuang realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed she had no choice but to resort to her most powerful move. Noticing her fluctuating emotions, Su Yuan, sensing the tension, firmly gripped his firearm and warned, Hey, what are you planning? Don't do anything reckless. It's too late. Wu Shuangshuang's expression darkened as she charged towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan's pupils dilated. Just as he prepared to counter, she lowered her center of gravity, leaning forward, and smoothly knelt before him. Clutching his thigh tightly, she wept and pleaded, Brother. No, father. I beg you. Just agree to my request. If this mission fails, I'll be fired. Can you bear to see such a beautiful girl end up on the streets? Starving to death? Su Yuan's mouth twitched as he shook his leg, only to find her clinging to him like a sticky candy, refusing to let go. What a misfortune. How did I end up with such a rogue? He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. All right, get up first. And tell me what's been happening outside the city lately. Su Yuan had a clear objective. He intended to rise above his current circumstances, liberate his family from hardship, and ensure they led a prosperous life. Becoming a warrior was merely the beginning. He aimed to ascend further, accumulating wealth and power, none of which could be overlooked. To realize these ambitions, he needed to grow stronger. His strength fundamentally depended on the lifespan of exotic beasts, necessitating direct engagement with them. Thus, becoming an agent was undoubtedly a fitting choice. Once he joined the investigation bureau, he would gain the qualification to leave the city, allowing him to hunt exotic beasts and enhance his abilities. As for any special circumstances or assigned missions, in his previous life, he may not have mastered much, but he certainly excelled at slacking off. Seeing Su Yuan relent, Wu Shuangshuang revealed a triumphant smile, standing up and brushing off the dust from her knees. She explained, Not long ago, the powerful exotic beasts in the outer shallow area suddenly vanished. After our investigation, we discovered they seemed to have conspired and gathered on a particular mountain peak. You are well aware of the adage that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. However, these intellectually challenged beasts seem to have come to a tacit agreement, coexisting without interference, collectively dominating that mountain peak. It is merely a mountain peak. What is there to fear in claiming it? Wu Shuangshuang abruptly raised her hand, her slender finger resembling a green onion, pointing at Su Yuan while revealing a cunning smile. You must be thinking exactly that, aren't you? Su Yuan, with arms crossed, remained silent, quietly observing the theatrical performance of this loquacious individual. Yet, Su Yuan intensified his tone, as if narrating a tale, and with a shift in focus declared that Mountain Peak not only harbors an abundance of medicinal resources but also serves as the essential thoroughfare connecting our city of Mo to the neighboring Qibao city. Chapter 8. Stealthily leaving the city. Thus, in order to clear the path, we must ascertain the reasons behind the unusual congregation of the aberrant beasts and expel them promptly. Otherwise, not only will it disrupt the normal exchanges between the two cities, but it will also incur significant economic losses. Su Yuan reclined with one leg crossed over the other, arms folded across his chest, What are we investigating for? Why not just eliminate them all? That's easier said than done. Wu Shuangshuang mimicked his posture, crossing her legs. That mountain is home to at least 100 aberrant beasts, and their levels are generally above 3 stars, with some even reaching 5. If a battle ensues, the armed forces will surely suffer tremendous losses. We already have a limited number of warriors. If they all fall in this endeavor, not only the Investigation Bureau, but even the mayor of Mabe City would be executed. Wu Shuangshuang made a gesture mimicking a gun, playfully attempting to intimidate Su Yuan, yet he remained entirely unfazed. So, are you planning to outsmart them? Indeed, Wu Shuangshuang nodded. But I'm uncertain when we can make progress. Such a troublesome situation. Su Yuan silently lamented, then declared, let us depart. Depart? Where to? Wu Shuangshuang momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. What do you mean where to? Is there no registration required for employment? Su Yuan replied, somewhat exasperated. They often say that a large chest comes with a small brain, yet he had not anticipated such a lack of intellect. Wu Shuangshuang was taken aback for a moment. Then a look of delight spread across her face. Without another word, she seized Su Yuan's arm and headed for the exit. Wait, I need to grab my gun. Oh, it's fine. We want to encounter any aberrant beast on our way out. Su Yuan, rest assured, that incident was an accident. As night descended, the duo arrived at the so-called Aberrant Beast Investigation Bureau. This health club is your office? Oh, don't be so hasty. Just take a look upstairs. The sound of footsteps echoed around the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, Su Yuan was greeted by a long corridor adorned with a red carpet, spacious enough, lined with offices on either side, where the faint murmurs of disgruntled employees could be heard. Come, let me introduce you to my team leader. Wu Shuangshuang tugged Su Yuan towards an office at the end of the corridor, lightly knocking 3 times on the door. Come in, a deep, magnetic voice responded from within. Upon entering, a wave of citrus fragrance enveloped them. Su Yuan raised his gaze to see an exceptionally handsome man seated at a computer desk. His meticulously groomed black hair lay perfectly in place, and his impeccably tailored suit accentuated his sharp demeanor. At that moment, his fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard, the rhythm tight and urgent. The light illuminated his face, revealing an unmistakable weariness. On the desk, a glass of whiskey stood quietly, the amber liquid catching the light, while the ashtray beside it overflowed with cigarette butts. He glanced up and noticed Su Yuan at the door, rubbing his temples. Oh, you must be Su Yuan. Come, sit down. The team leader retrieved a box of cigarettes from his pocket. Care for a smoke? Thank you, but I don't smoke. The team leader nodded. Xiao Shuang. Brew some tea. But team leader, we have no tea left. We traded it all for money. The team leader coughed awkwardly. No matter. I can't sleep at night anyway. A glass of water will suffice, Su Yuan interjected, attempting to ease the tension. A cup of hot water was placed on the table, and the team leader spoke. I believe Xiao Shuang has briefed you on the general situation. Our deputy director has seen your accomplishments and holds you in high regard, thus deciding to invite you to join our investigation bureau. Deputy director? Su Yuan turned to Wu Shuangshuang, only to find her whistling at the ceiling with her hands behind her back. Due to your demonstrated potential, the organization has decided to cultivate you into a qualified warrior. However, I must lay down the ground rules. The team leader's expression turned serious, his tone earnest. The Investigation Bureau has regulations. If you fail to achieve this goal within 3 years, you will be required to pay a hefty penalty. Are you able to accept this? Team leader. Wu Shuangshuang attempted to interject. The team leader frowned slightly. Xiao Shuang, do not interrupt my conversation with Su Yuan. Wu Shuangshuang extended her hand. But, the team leader's tone grew stern. No buts, you may step outside. Wu Shuangshuang's hand froze in midair before she withdrew it, appearing resigned as she turned to leave the office. I can accept, Su Yuan replied without hesitation. Excellent. Here's the contract. Please review it. 5 vitality pills per month, professional warrior instruction, a monthly stipend of 10,000. Su Yuan scrutinized the document, his gaze suddenly fixating on one line. You may select any one foundational mid-grade martial art? Indeed. I currently have several on hand. The team leader stood and opened a safe within the room, retrieving a few martial arts manuals to lay on the table. One of the manuals was slightly askew, and he compulsively adjusted it until it was aligned with the others, his eyes finally narrowing in satisfaction. Su Yuan focused on the titles: Iron Mountain Support, Formless Boxing, 8 trigrams Dragon Step, Painful Eagle Zen. He narrowed his eyes, considering the martial arts he currently required. I have already mastered external techniques and firearms. Now I need a breathing method for internal cultivation, as well as a technique to enhance my lower body and facilitate swift movements. With that in mind, his gaze settled on 8 trigrams Dragon Step. Dragon Step? Could it be paired with my Dragon Gun technique? With a tentative hope, Su Yuan picked up the manual. And suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Detected corresponding martial art. Would you like to expend 100 years of lifespan to establish a connection? Su Yuan was taken aback. He glanced at the system panel, where a dragon emblem was engraved on the right side, beneath which was inscribed, Dragon Walkers, 2469, can lifespan be utilized in this manner? He exclaimed inwardly, noticing Su Yuan lost in thought. The team leader waved a hand in front of his eyes. Su Yuan, are you all right? Oh, yes, I'm fine. I'll take this manual. The team leader nodded. Very well. Sign the contract, and this martial art will be yours. But I must advise you, the higher the grade of the martial art, the more challenging it is to practice. Even for warriors, achieving minor success with this manual will require at least 2 to 3 years. I hope you recognize your capabilities and refrain from undertaking overly ambitious endeavors, as this may hinder your cultivation. Su Yuan, suppressing a smirk, assured him, you need not worry. I believe I will manage. The team leader scrutinized Su Yuan as if unconvinced, but refrained from further comment. Let us hope so. Su Yuan took the pen and inscribed his name on the contract. With the contract finalized, Su Yuan officially became a member of the Aberrant Beast Investigation Bureau. Welcome aboard. The team leader stood, extending his right hand. My surname is Luo. Team leader Luo. Su Yuan smiled as he shook his hand. I look forward to your guidance. Upon exiting the office, he found Wu Shuangshuang leaning against the wall, idly scrolling through her phone. When she saw Su Yuan emerge, her eyebrows arched. That was quick. Aren't you going to put on a show? What is there to perform? I am confident I can become a warrior within 3 years. Wu Shuangshuang. By the way, when can we leave the city for the investigation? Tomorrow. Can't we go tonight? The outskirts are perilous at night. Su Yuan nodded slightly. Acknowledging the information, Wu Shuangshuang stated, tomorrow at 10 in the morning, we shall assemble here once more. Su Yuan responded with an okay gesture, indicating his agreement. At the city gate, as the guards prepared to change shifts, a taxi unexpectedly halted nearby. A young man, armed with a long rifle, emerged from the vehicle and approached the guard directly. The guard recognized Su Yuan and furrowed his brow. Didn't I tell you it's forbidden to leave the city? Why are you here again? Another guard, drawn by the commotion, approached with a visibly irritable demeanor. His expression darkened as he barked, Stay right there. Do not advance any further. Su Yuan halted in his tracks. He then deftly pinched his credentials between his index and middle fingers, flicking them toward the ill-tempered guard. The guard opened the document with a scowl, but as he glanced at the cover emblazoned with the words Beast Investigation Bureau, his eyes widened in surprise. He quickly examined the credentials, scrutinizing the photograph before exclaiming, You are with the Investigation Bureau? Is there a problem? No. I was merely surprised by your youth. It seems I lack experience. The guard's demeanor softened considerably. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of the 2 guards, Su Yuan confidently strode out of the city gates. Outside, the world had not succumbed entirely to darkness. In the shallow zones still under human control, streetlights illuminated the surroundings. Many deeper regions, however, remained untouched and unexplored by humanity. This excursion beyond the city was not without its preparations. Su Yuan had procured several useful items and had spent a year of his life mastering the basics of the dragon dance spear technique. At this moment, as he gripped the spear, it felt akin to reuniting with an old friend, the initial unfamiliarity now replaced by a sense of comfort. Suddenly, his ears perked up, and he shifted his gaze toward a nearby thicket, where rustling sounds reached his ears. Croak! A frog's call echoed, followed by a purple tongue shooting out from the underbrush. Su Yuan, anticipating the movement, swiftly sidestepped the attack. With a surge of strength, he brandished the spear and advanced towards the source of the noise. With a decisive thrust, he dispatched a basketball-sized purple frog, its body adorned with numerous blue spots that were unsettling to behold. Poisonous frog eliminated. Total lifespan, 5 years. Remaining, 3 years. Absorption complete. Current lifespan, 12 years. Beast lifespan, 3 years. Chapter 9, Slaying the Giant Frog Croak. Su Yuan's gaze flickered as he deftly evaded yet another attack. Darting towards another thicket, another venomous frog met its demise, albeit this one bore a slightly different appearance, its spots a vivid red. Su Yuan produced a large sack he had prepared in advance, deftly skewering the 2 dead frogs, and placing them within. For reasons unknown, ever since he exited the city, a peculiar sense of exhilaration and joy had enveloped him. It felt akin to a diligent farmer welcoming the autumn harvest, or a hunter who had endured a long winter, now rejoicing in the rebirth of spring. Was this the essence of reaping rewards? A subtle smile crept upon Su Yuan's lips. "Croak, take this." After more than an hour, Su Yuan set the heavy sack aside and took a moment to rest on the ground. Current lifespan, 12 years. Current lifespan of the exotic beast, 38 years. Delving deeper, he discovered a nearby swamp and systematically eradicated the venomous frogs within, encountering a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet, each with its unique patterns. It felt as though he was collecting achievements. Su Yuan grinned, the sense of accomplishment lifting his spirits. He retrieved a piece of compressed biscuit, ready to replenish his energy before resuming the hunt. However, at that moment, a resounding croak akin to thunder echoed from afar. Lonely. Even the onomatopoeia that sprang to Su Yuan's mind felt different from before. Instantly alert, he sprang to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes, grasping his rifle, and switching on a powerful flashlight, squinting towards the distant water's edge. His eyes widened, as if an invisible force had expanded them. There, perched, was a colossal frog. Towering over 3 meters, its form dark and formidable like a small mountain, covered in rough, brownish-black skin, its hue reminiscent of ancient rock. Most terrifying of all, its broad back sprouted vivid red mushrooms, glistening as though dripping with blood. One glance revealed their deadly nature, enough to ensure immediate demise upon consumption. Su Yuan's breath quickened, a spark igniting in his eyes. By the heavens, I've stumbled upon an elite creature. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the system. 20 years of lifespan. Infuse it into the dragon's dance spear technique. In that instant, his lifespan parameters shifted. You diligently practiced the dragon's dance spear technique, achieving mastery in the 8th year. You continuously refined your skills, achieving minor success in the 17th year. For the next 3 years, despite your efforts, progress was exceedingly slow, and you could not break through to the next realm. As the announcement concluded, an extraordinary power surged within Su Yuan. He trembled slightly, astonished by the sensation that the spear had become an extension of his very being. Every thrust, flick, sweep, and jab felt instinctual, his proficiency reaching an unprecedented peak. A smile danced on his lips as he dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly closing the distance between himself and the giant frog. He shouted loudly, attempting to draw the creature's attention. Just as he hoped, the giant frog's lantern-like eyes slowly turned towards him. Initially, it merely cast a cursory glance, dismissing the insignificant human. However, Su Yuan, almost provocatively, stood nearby, his spear swirling with fervor, the red tassel at its tip swaying like flames, inciting irritation. Lonely. The giant frog's fury ignited. Its powerful legs coiled, muscles taut like drums, unleashing an astonishing burst of strength that belied its massive size. In an instant, it leapt high, tracing an arc in the air, descending upon Su Yuan with the force of a mountain. Feeling the impending threat, Su Yuan's heart raced. He adjusted his footing, swiftly dodging. Boom. A thunderous crash resonated, echoing like thunderclaps, as the ground trembled violently, mud flying in all directions, creating a deep crater where the giant frog landed. Without a second thought, Su Yuan turned and fled, his legs moving rapidly, stirring clouds of dust. The giant frog pursued, each leap sending tremors through the earth. A chase ensued between man and beast, the surroundings blurring like a flickering slideshow. The mist of the swamp gradually fell behind, while trees and underbrush swayed gracefully in the gusts of wind. Eventually, Su Yuan emerged from the treacherous swamp into a vast clearing. The cool moonlight cascaded down like silken threads, casting a subtle silver sheen upon the ground. In this serene expanse, only Su Yuan's hurried breaths and the giant frog's heavy leaps disturbed the tranquility. Suddenly, Su Yuan halted, ceasing his flight. His upper body twisted like a coiled spring, rapidly spinning backward, pivoting his right arm as he thrust the spear forward in a stunning counterattack. The spear sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle, the red tassel snapping straight in the wind, resembling a flickering flame. Thwack! The strike was swift and powerful, the gleaming spearhead piercing through the giant frog's coarse skin and embedding itself deep within. Lonely, the massive creature writhed, clearly struggling. Seizing the moment, Su Yuan tightened his grip on the spear, his arm muscles tensing, veins bulging as he forcefully withdrew the weapon, crimson blood trailing behind in the moonlight. Then, with rapid wrist movements, the spear tip danced like a nimble dragon, vibrating with incredible frequency. Swish, swish, thwack, thwack. The spear darted toward the giant frog's flank, then arced toward its legs, each strike carving a new wound with pinpoint precision. The giant frog opened its mouth, its venomous tongue shooting forth, but Su Yuan was prepared. He bent low, evading the attack, then rose to slice the tongue cleanly in two. Adjusting his stance, he leaped fiercely, hurling the spear like a javelin straight into the center of the giant frog's head. Thud! The giant frog quivered a few times before collapsing heavily to the ground. Beautiful. Su Yuan felt a surge of joy, ready to inspect his conquest, when suddenly an unsettling thought struck him, causing him to pause. Why was there no system announcement? In that instant, the vibrant mushrooms on the giant frog's back trembled violently before erupting in a cloud of visible spores, dispersing around the fallen beast. Su Yuan's pupils dilated, and he retreated with utmost urgency, distancing himself from the giant frog's corpse. The spores settled upon the body, swiftly enveloping it in a toxic mist. The giant frog's remains corroded as if submerged in acid, emitting a chilling hissing sound. In mere moments, the creature's body was entirely consumed, leaving no trace behind, its mushrooms tumbling to the ground. Only then did the system announcement finally arrive. Chapter 10. Selling Materials, 2-star Beast Slain. Giant Mushroom Swamp Frog. Total lifespan, 78 years. Remaining, 48 years. Absorption complete. Current lifespan, 12 years. Current beast lifespan, 66 years. Su Yuan's breathing was labored, his heart pounding furiously. A sense of dread creeping into his mind. Had he not been sufficiently cautious, he might have already met his demise. He skillfully utilized the advantage of his spear, standing at a distance, gripping the base of the shaft, and prodding the blood-red mushrooms with its tip. After a couple of shakes, he confirmed the absence of any spores before he could finally breathe easy, retracing his steps to the resting spot. Su Yuan hefted a burlap sack with one hand while the other clutched his spear, the tip still adorned with a few mushrooms. What a bountiful harvest! He cheerfully made his way back, humming a tune along the way. With naked passion, leaving no room for doubt, romantic blood flows through my veins in the shadows where the dim glow of the streetlights could not reach. A figure silently observed Su Yuan. Splash. Only 29 days remaining. Meanwhile, at the city gate. Hey, what do you think that guy is doing out at night? Grumbled the irritable guard. Who knows? It's already time for the shift change, and he still hasn't returned. Do you think it's possible he met his end outside the city? The grumpy guard lowered his voice, though he carries that long spear. It's likely just for show. He probably lacks real strength. I think so too. After all, he looks so young, certainly not a martial artist. Just as the two were conversing, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind. Hey, open the gate. The guards turned sharply, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld Su Yuan, unscathed, with the bulging sack in tow. The irritable guard instinctively glanced at Su Yuan's left hand. Upon seeing the ring, he was momentarily dumbfounded, his mind blank, as if his worldview had been shattered by the sight before him. The gate swung open, and as Su Yuan departed under their astonished gaze, he hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Martial Arts Center. At the Martial Arts Center, a middle-aged man with graying temples emerged from the spirit herb warehouse, followed closely by a few attentive staff members. Principal Fong, please take a look at this list. All right. No problem. We will purchase this month's spirit herbs from your establishment. Certainly. We will ensure that you receive the highest quality batch. As they conversed, Principal Fong was just stepping out when Su Yuan happened to walk in. All footsteps faltered, drawn by the sight of the burlap sack and the spear-tipped mushrooms. Principal Fong regarded Su Yuan's handsome visage, then glanced at the ring on his left hand, internally astonished. A martial artist at such a young age? Disregarding their presence, Su Yuan made his way to the front desk. After inquiring where to sell his materials, he took the elevator directly to the 17th floor. Once Su Yuan's figure vanished, Principal Fong regained his composure and turned to the nearby staff. Who is that young man? Do you know him? It seems he is a newly registered martial artist. Still a high school student. What? Principal Fong's expression turned to one of shock, his voice rising considerably. As the principal of Martial Arts School Number 3, he was well aware of the significance of a high school student becoming a martial artist. He quickly asked, which school does he attend? What is his name? The staff appeared hesitant. Principal Fong, you know we cannot disclose too much information about the martial artists. Principal Fong decisively stated. I will purchase next month's spirit herbs here as well. Just tell me which school he belongs to. The staff quickly acquiesced, leading Principal Fong to a monitoring blind spot, discreetly raising a finger. Principal Fong's eyes widened in surprise, a slight nod indicating his understanding, thinking to himself, well, you old coot, quietly cultivating a martial artist, huh? I must inquire further. With that, he headed towards a parked Maybach and drove away from the martial artist center. On the 17th floor, within the material recycling shop, Yuan opened the burlap sack, revealing a trove of highly toxic frog corpses. A beautiful staff member in a uniform could not help but gasp, quickly gesturing for Yuan to keep the sack at a distance. How much can these fetch? The staff donned a protective suit and began counting silently, eventually concluding, approximately 18,000. Not even 20,000. Yuan frowned. The price was far lower than he had anticipated, indicating that the toxic frogs were not particularly valuable. The recycling price for toxic frogs is inherently low. Their only usable part is the venom, which is primarily suitable for weapon poisoning, the staff explained. Intrigued, Yuan inquired, if that is the case, can this venom be used to poison my spear? Well, I actually wouldn't recommend that, the staff replied. Poisoning your weapon will significantly lower the recycling price of the beast materials you kill afterward. I suggest you purchase a vial of venom instead. Just a drop on the spearhead will maintain its potency for about half an hour. After pondering for a moment, Yuan nodded slightly. That works. If you provide the materials yourself, we only charge a minimal handling fee. So, how much will I ultimately receive? The staff picked up a calculator and quickly computed. 15,000. That's acceptable. Yuan nodded, then presented his spear, pointing at the mushrooms. By the way, how much are these worth? Before he could finish, the staff's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed the scientific name of the mushrooms. Frog blood mushroom. Where did you find these? Did you kill a giant mushroom swamp frog? Yes. Realizing she had overreacted, she covered her mouth with the back of her hand and whispered, I apologize. I got a bit too excited. I haven't seen these in ages. No worries. Yuan waved his hand and promptly asked the burning question, are these valuable? The staff nodded vigorously. These few mushrooms combined can fetch you 80,000. Really? Yuan's heart soared. Indeed, frog blood mushrooms are rare and in high demand in the market. Yuan swallowed hard, a sense of anticipation bubbling within him. Do these have any powerful effects? Or are they essential for some kind of spirit herb? To his surprise, the staff shook her head, solemnly explaining, neither. These mushrooms are simply delicious. Delicious? Yes. Many high-end restaurants seek these mushrooms. They are a favorite among gourmets. The staff gulped, recalling, I had the fortune of tasting them once. The flavor, oh, it was exquisite, simply melt in your mouth. Yuan restrained his impulse to keep a mushroom for himself and handed everything over to the staff. Upon seeing 95,000 credited to his account, he exhaled deeply, feeling considerably lighter. Approximately half an hour later, the staff returned with a small vial of venom. Here you go, and welcome back next time. I wish you success in reaching the third realm and becoming a level 2 martial artist. May fortune favor you. Yuan clasped his fists in return. May fortune favor you as well. Chapter 11. Expulsion upon returning home. Yuan had just changed his clothes when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to find that it was his sister calling. He immediately answered. A voice, as melodious as silver bells, came through. Hello, little brother? Yuan responded casually. What's up, sis? Is there something you need? Do you really think I can only call when there's something to discuss? She chided lightly, before inquiring, how have you been at school lately? Are you keeping up with your studies? He could sense the worry and concern in her tone. After a brief silence, Yuan assured her, it's fine, don't worry, sis. Cut that out. I know exactly what kind of student you are, a perennial underachiever at the back of the class. Yuan forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I bought you a vitality pill. It should arrive at home tomorrow. Remember to sign for it. Upon hearing this, Yuan frowned. Sis, those vitality pills aren't cheap. Where did you get the money? You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on your studies and strive to become the first college student in our family. Yuan sighed helplessly. But sis, the current social climate is quite favorable. One can do well without a college degree. Nonsense. How can you become a martial artist without a degree? Is there anyone who fares better than a martial artist? All right, I'm not going to argue with you. I have to get back to work. Goodbye. After the call ended, silence enveloped the room once more. Yuan exhaled deeply, glancing at his phone balance. He silently vowed to earn a substantial amount of money in the future, ensuring that his parents and sister could enjoy a better life. Free from the burdens of early mornings and late nights, he opened the system and, after some contemplation, decided to use the lifespan he had just acquired for his cultivation. The Dragon Dance Spear technique was merely an intra-level skill. Even mastering it would not be as beneficial as elevating his realm. He took out 5 vitality pills obtained from the Investigation Bureau, weighed them in his hand, and swallowed them one by one. A familiar wave of warmth surged through him. Taking a deep breath, his gaze hardened as he silently recited, System, 66 years of lifespan. All in, his lifespan quickly diminished. Commencing cultivation, you are aware that the path of martial arts is fraught with challenges, yet you have not given up. Your perseverance over the past 23 years has allowed you to break through to the second stage, 5th level. However, the thorns ahead are becoming more numerous, and the bottlenecks follow one after another. You understand that as you progress, it becomes increasingly difficult to elevate your realm. Nevertheless, you refuse to give up. 30 years quickly pass, and you successfully break through to the second stage, 8th level. You attempt to break through to the second stage, 9th level. But with your lifespan nearing its end, you clench your fists and grit your teeth, shouting to the heavens, "Why must you be so cruel to me?" Cultivation ends, current realm, second stage, 8th level. In the room, Yuan exhaled a long breath of stale air. The speed of his realm elevation was almost unimaginable. However, the changes in his body were equally intense. If one were to describe it, it felt akin to a slender individual weighing 100 pounds being force-fed protein supplements by a group of fitness trainers, inflating his weight to 250 pounds, preparing for a bodybuilding competition. The discomfort and fatigue overwhelmed Yuan like a tsunami. He lacked the strength to even crawl to his bed and simply lay on the floor, drifting into a deep slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, the shrill ring of a phone jolted Yuan awake. He slowly opened his eyes, shaking off the remnants of drowsiness as much of his discomfort dissipated. Upon checking his phone, he saw that the caller was his homeroom teacher. "Ugh, this is relentless," he muttered as he hung up, only for the phone to ring again. Annoyed, he answered, but it was not his teacher's voice on the other end. "Yuan, this is the principal. Come to school before 8. I need to discuss something with you." Yuan paused, remaining silent for a moment before replying, "All right." After a quick shower, he gathered his weapon and ring, donned a fresh set of clothes, and headed downstairs to hail a cab, making his way to Martial Arts High School. Inside the principal's office, nearly all the department heads were present, including the distraught family of Han Yang and the witness, Zhang Wanshi, along with the martial arts instructor. The door creaked open as Yuan stepped in. He scanned the room and instantly understood the situation. His expression grew increasingly cold. "You scoundrel! You injured my Yang." A group of relatives surged forward, ready to assault Yuan. The teachers nearby quickly intervened, saving them from themselves. "Yuan, we have clarified the entire sequence of events," the principal said, hands crossed sternly on the desk. "You have committed a grave error by using banned substances and maliciously injuring a fellow student. Do you realize the severity of your actions?" Yuan cast a nonchalant glance at Zhang Wanshi, who seemed to sense his murderous intent and promptly lowered her head, adopting an innocent demeanor. He then turned to the martial arts instructor, whose hand displayed a conspicuous golden watch. The instructor awkwardly scratched his face, diverting his gaze. "You have seriously violated school regulations. After discussions among the faculty, we have reached a decision. You are expelled." At this proclamation, the homeroom teacher struggled to suppress her urge to applaud, though a smirk betrayed her composure. The principal produced a pre-prepared document and tossed it before Yuan, his eyes filled with disdain. "As of now, you are no longer a student of Martial Arts High School. Pack your belongings and leave the premises. Poor grades are one thing, but your character is even worse." "Do we really need to keep trash like you around?" The principal assessed Yuan, confident that his years of experience allowed him to judge that this kind of individual would only flounder in society, never amounting to anything significant. Even if he joined a gang, he would never reach the status of a notable figure. He expected Yuan to react with sorrow, to plead, or even to break down in tears. However, he was taken aback when Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. "Expel me? You truly have a keen eye. This is just what I wanted. I don't see the need to continue my studies." "You insolent brat. How dare you insult the principal? You've gone too far." The homeroom teacher slammed her hand on the table, ready to explode, but her gaze met Yuan's piercing eyes. The words caught in her throat, and she swallowed hard. Her body paralyzed as if under anesthesia. The principal's face darkened with anger. Warning, leave now of your own accord. Otherwise, do not blame me for calling security to escort you out. Security? You pay them 3,000 to 4,000 a month and expect them to take on a martial artist who is a half step into the second level? Su Yuan found it laughable. Having become a martial artist, his temperament had matured significantly. Glancing at his phone, he estimated it was nearly time for his gathering. Deciding not to waste any more words with them, he turned to leave. Take the document with you, the principal commanded. I have already accepted my expulsion, Su Yuan replied. The principal slammed his hand down on the table, shouting, I said take the document. Su Yuan turned back, his previously controlled emotion slipping through the cracks. His fists clenched with a cracking sound, his eyes revealing a glimmer of menace as he coldly regarded the principal. Keep your foul mouth shut if you wish to live. Chapter 12. The gathering. The principal shuddered, inexplicably overwhelmed by a formidable sense of pressure emanating from Su Yuan. As if he were a lamb ensnared in the gaze of a ferocious tiger, every misstep could lead to his demise. Murder? Do you fancy yourself a warrior? I believe you are merely courting imprisonment. The family of Han Yang shifted from sorrow to fury. A portly middle-aged man stepped forward, jabbing his finger at Su Yuan, and shouted, You little brat. Let me be frank. Our Han family wields considerable influence in Mo City. You'd best tread carefully in the coming days. Please. Calm down, a teacher interjected. After all, Su Yuan is just a student. Youthful arrogance is quite normal. Yet, Su Yuan found their concern pitiful and laughable. If they had not provoked him, they could have gone their separate ways. But should they insist on troubling him, he would not hesitate to use his spear to pierce through a few more individuals. I'm waiting for you, Su Yuan declared before turning on his heel and leaving the office. As he descended the stairs, just as he was about to exit the teaching building, a familiar figure abruptly blocked his path. It was the class monitor, Feng Yuexia. After a brief hesitation, she softly inquired, Su Yuan, have they expelled you? Indeed. Su Yuan replied candidly, without a hint of concealment. Feng Yuexia sighed deeply, biting her lower lip tightly, her face a mixture of regret and sorrow, as though she had lost a friend. After a moment's contemplation, she extended a card to him, saying quietly, This is my family's factory. If you encounter any employment issues in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. In her eyes, expulsion from school signified an inability to attend university and, consequently, a failure to become a warrior. Feng Yuexia earnestly tried to console Su Yuan. The dream of becoming a warrior revered by many has crumbled, reducing you to an ordinary person. This is undoubtedly a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. I understand how you feel. However, one must always look forward. Ordinary individuals can still lead fulfilling lives. Wouldn't you agree? Yet gradually, she noticed that there was no trace of sorrow on Su Yuan's face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled slightly upwards. Oh no, could he be losing his mind? Feng Yuexia pondered anxiously. But just as she was frantically considering how to further comfort him, a warm and powerful hand unexpectedly rested atop her head. Startled like a frightened kitten, she instinctively recoiled. Thank you. You are the only good person I have encountered in this wretched school. Su Yuan unabashedly expressed his gratitude. Should you face any troublesome issues in the future, remember to contact me. I will do my best to help within my means. Feeling the warmth radiating from above, Feng Yuexia's face flushed a deep crimson. After he finished speaking, Su Yuan casually took the card from her hand and decisively turned to leave, shedding any lingering attachment to the school. Feng Yuexia stood there, gazing at Su Yuan's retreating figure, her mind echoing with his earlier words. She bit her lip, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Why was everyone against him? Despite being somewhat lost in her fantasies, he was undeniably a good person. At 10 o'clock, the Department of Exploration at the Beast Investigation Bureau. Su Yuan alighted from a taxi and spotted Wu Shuangshuang at the entrance, licking an ice cream. Upon noticing Su Yuan, she waved enthusiastically. As he approached, she pulled out a 3.5 yuan ice cream from her pocket. Here, this is for you. Surprised, Su Yuan remarked, How generous. Just yesterday, you were shamelessly hogging my chicken leg rice. What brings about this change? Hey, don't bring that up. As the saying goes, a soldier should be viewed anew after 3 days. Despite only being a night apart, I have undergone a transformation. Are you perhaps offering me an introduction to the organization? Do you get a commission? Su Yuan teased, seeing through her facade. Wu Shuangshuang chuckled, a bit bashfully, then said, Well, I am inviting you for ice cream. Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough of that. Let us get moving. Wu Shuangshuang finished her ice cream and declared, All right, you hail a cab. Su Yuan responded with an exasperated sigh. Wu Shuang scratched her face and tentatively suggested, what about splitting the bill? Su Yuan slapped his forehead in resignation. A taxi arrived at the city gate, and after scanning the code, the two got out. Hold on a moment. 3 more people are yet to arrive. Approximately 5 minutes later, a Magotan 380 pulled up, and a man and a woman emerged from the vehicle. The woman had a pear-shaped figure, was slightly plump, and wore thick round glasses, her countenance radiating kindness. The man appeared gaunt, with a dejected expression. Dark circles under his eyes, and held a cup of black coffee that seemed to sustain him. Where are the others? Where's Brother Chen? Wu Shuang inquired. Brother Chen's daughter seems to be in a bit of trouble, so he couldn't make it. The disheartened man sipped his coffee and sighed, alas. Life is as bitter as my coffee. The plump woman noticed Su Yuan standing nearby, and said, you must be the new recruit, right? Welcome. I'm Le Baifu, and this is Dai Li beside me. Su Yuan, he replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. If there are no further issues, shall we set off? Ah, indeed. A newcomer, clearly lacking in outdoor experience, Dai Li remarked, hands in his pockets, explaining, to venture outside, the bureau requires a warrior's accompaniment. With Brother Chen indisposed, we must request someone from headquarters. It's likely we won't be able to go out today. Su Yuan exchanged glances with Wu Shuang. Is that so? Yes, he affirmed. Su Yuan then turned to Dai Li. Did you not notice the long spear I have slung over my back? Dai Li seemed unimpressed. Just a long spear. It's normal for anyone to carry some self-defense weapon. Su Yuan persisted. Did you not see this ring upon my hand? Dai Li scoffed. Just a ring. Who doesn't he take? Wait, a ring. Suddenly, he snapped back to attention, looking at the warrior ring on Su Yuan's hand. His expression shifting to one of shock, his bloodshot eyes widening in disbelief, and his hand trembled around the coffee cup. Lu Baifu gasped, covering her mouth. Her gaze darting between Su Yuan and the ring before turning to Wu Shuang. Shuang, what is going on? Wu Shuang beamed widely, patting Su Yuan on the shoulder. Standing tall with an air of pride, as if his prowess were her own. Allow me to formally introduce Su Yuan, the warrior I recruited, who has just entered the second realm, a genuine expert. Chapter 13. The telephone. Su Yuan found himself amused. If she were aware that his realm was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level, she would likely be startled enough to leap up and bite him. Wouldn't she? As for the speed of his advancement, Su Yuan had previously explained, or rather, deceived, her about it. To summarize, he portrayed himself as a talented individual stifled by the mundane world, who unexpectedly opened his meridians while battling a 2-headed wolf, thereby ascending to greatness in one fell swoop. At that moment, Wu Shuang was utterly captivated, her mouth agape, her eyes gleaming with belief in Su Yuan's words. He discerned a glimmer of naive clarity in her gaze. Since there are no issues now, let us set forth while the daylight lasts, to investigate as much as we can, he suggested. Alas, within mere minutes. Dai Li sighed for the 3rd time. The enthusiasm of newcomers is truly remarkable. I feel as though I am witnessing my younger self. How wonderful it was back then when I was not yet a mere corpse. Su Yuan's lips twitched. Having lived 2 lives, he understood Dai Li rather well. Nevertheless, he was genuinely eager to explore the mountain ahead. Not only would completing the task yield rewards, but the mere presence of hundreds of exotic beasts there was enough to excite him. Just thinking of those thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of lifespans made him salivate. Just the right opportunity to test my current capabilities, he mused as the 4 of them approached the city gates. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Wudao No. 1 high school, dingling, the crisp sound of the telephone rang out. The principal picked up the phone and was taken aback to see that the caller was none other than Principal Fong from Wudao No. 3 high school. Due to their professional dealings, they had interacted numerous times. Though their relationship was not particularly close, it was amicable enough on the surface. Hello, old Fong. What can I do for you? He answered. Principal Fong's voice was tinged with envy and jealousy. Old Yuan, congratulations. It seems I will only be able to see you at the Education Bureau from now on. Principal Yuan, puzzled, replied, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Oh, I've heard all about it. There's no need for you to hide it. This is a glorious accomplishment. It will surely be a significant entry in the annals of education in Maibai City. Your position is bound to be elevated, and soon. You might have to be addressed as minister, huh? His laughter was a perfect example of a professional's feigned cordiality. Principal Yuan, even more confused, detected a hint of subtle anticipation in his tone. Old Fong, have you received some news from above? Is my position really going to change? On the other end, Principal Fong frowned slightly, thinking, How did this old fellow become so adept at theatrics all of a sudden? It seems I must probe a bit more. Clearing his throat, he inquired, Old Yuan, what do you think is the probability of a high school student becoming a martial artist? Principal Yuan furrowed his brow. Slightly impatient. Why are you asking about such nonsense? Do you have anything else to say? Principal Fong couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He marveled inwardly at how this old fox had evolved in mere days. Was he actually able to remain calm? This performance was on a completely different level. Initially skeptical, he contemplated continuing his probing, but feared that the other party might hang up. Reluctantly, he sighed, acknowledging that the other S-realm had indeed advanced significantly, almost surpassing his own. Taking a deep breath, he decided to lay his cards on the table. To be frank, I am already aware of your school nurturing a martial artist. This call serves no other purpose than to extend my congratulations and perhaps seek some educational insights from you. Principal Yuan's expression darkened, his lips twitching, and the flesh on his face quivered slightly, as if to say, Are you mocking me? Old Fong, when you drink, please refrain from making calls. Let your mind clear first, he said, preparing to hang up. Wait, Old Yuan, I'm not joking with you, Principal Fong insisted earnestly. Just yesterday, I witnessed a high school student at the Martial Arts Center, and the staff informed me he is from your school. Ah, what? Principal Yuan was momentarily stunned. Then, as if struck by lightning, he stood frozen in shock. After a prolonged pause, he slowly regained his composure. His throat felt parched, trembling. He reached for his teacup and took a sip to soothe his dry throat, his voice quavering as he stammered, Old Fong, are you serious? Absolutely. You know my character. I would never joke about such matters. All right. Well, we can talk again later, Principal Yuan said dismissively before abruptly hanging up, collapsing weakly into his chair as waves of shock surged through him. After a long moment, his lips could no longer suppress a wild smile. His eyes fixated on the ceiling as if he could already envision his meteoric rise to greatness. In the next instant, he erupted into an ecstatic laugh within his office. Simultaneously, the school's loudspeakers blared, announcing, All homeroom teachers, gather at the principal's office. He was determined to personally uncover the martial artist hidden within his school. However, he could never have imagined that the very martial artist he sought was currently outside the city, reveling in the slaughter of exotic beasts. Spike, rat slain. Ice-patterned snake slain. Corruption lizard slain. The system's notifications rang out repeatedly as Yuan, like a deity of destruction, obliterated every exotic beast in his path, leaving his companions in awe and fear. Foul creature, prepare to meet your end, Yuan shouted, thrusting his spear. Yuan, that beast isn't obstructing our path. Ha! Taste my three-pronged spear. Yuan, don't run so far. We're not heading that way. Ah, anger me, and you shall pay with blood. Yuan, sigh, never mind. The three watched as Yuan systematically eradicated every exotic beast along the road, filling their accompanying sacks to the brim. Goodness, is he here for a shopping spree? They noted that whenever Yuan encountered a beast, his usual calm demeanor was cast aside, replaced by an exuberant ferocity, as though he transformed entirely. From the beast's perspective, Yuan was more terrifying than any notorious killer. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yuan gazed at the bountiful haul in his sack, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Don't get too carried away yet, Wu Shuang tugged at Yuan's sleeve, pointing ahead at a notably high hill. We've arrived, that mountain ahead is it. Upon hearing this, Yuan lifted his gaze and surveyed the lush, verdant peak. Though not particularly high in elevation, its steepness suggested that climbing it would require considerable effort. Are you sure this is the only route between the two cities? Yuan questioned Wu Shuang skeptically. Without a tunnel, how can any vehicle pass through? At this, Wu Shuang chuckled lightly. Shaking her head, it seems you are quite uninformed about the outside world. She patiently explained, first of all, modern transportation is ineffective beyond the city limits. Whether driving a car or flying a plane, drivers easily become disoriented. To travel, one must resort to horseback riding, specifically using half-beasts whose blood flows with that of exotic creatures. Only they can guide you along the right path, preventing you from plunging into the depths. Secondly, if we circumvent this mountain, we would inevitably traverse the deep zone, where dangers abound, and no one dares to take such risks. Ah, I see, Yuan nodded, then inquired. Are you certain that the hundreds of formidable exotic beasts are all concealed within this mountain? Wu Shuang nodded emphatically, her face radiating certainty. Indeed, there will be no mistakes. Signed, Dai Li exclaimed. I'm utterly exhausted. Let's take a break. He dropped himself onto the ground, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Today, Let's just meander around the foot of the mountain, snap a couple of photos, and clock out on time. Su Yuan remained silent, having silently accepted Dai Li's persona. Lu Baifu offered an awkward smile and hurriedly clarified, "Our team is not the primary investigator of this anomalous event, so we merely need to provide assistance." Su Yuan nodded. But then his brows furrowed, and his expression suddenly twisted. Wu Shuangshuang noticed his distress. "What's wrong?" Su Yuan replied, "I'm hungry." Chapter 14. Can eating meat lead to breakthroughs? While Wu Shuangshuang and her companions merely needed to proceed on their journey, Su Yuan had a multitude of considerations weighing on his mind. The relentless slaughter of ferocious beasts had taken a considerable toll on his stamina. The meager breakfast of flatbread and fried dough sticks he had consumed that morning had long been digested. Moreover, with his recent elevation and cultivation, his body demanded an even greater supply of energy and nourishment, rendering ordinary meals insufficient to satiate his needs. As Su Yuan rummaged through his burlap sack, he found it devoid of anything edible. Lu Baifu, not anticipating Su Yuan's rapid onset of hunger, offered, "I have some beef jerky. Would you like to have some?" Just as Su Yuan was about to accept, an instinctive alertness coursed through him. His ears perked up, and with a sudden jolt, he seized his spear. His right arm taut with muscle, and thrust it forward with immense force. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a fierce whistle, narrowly missing Lu Baifu's ear. Thud! In a small grove to the front right, a once vibrant rockhorned sheep collapsed, the spear having found its mark in its neck, blood gushing forth. It perished without uttering a sound. Rockhorned sheep slain. Total lifespan, 11 years, remaining 8 years. Absorption complete. Current lifespan, 27 years. Current beast lifespan, 33 years. A surge of joy welled within Su Yuan as he hurried to retrieve his quarry. Wu Shuangshuang observed Lu Baifu, who stood frozen in shock, and with a hint of concern, she gently shook his shoulder. "Hey, are you all right?" Lu Baifu snapped out of his stupor, shivering as cold sweat beaded on his forehead, repeatedly patting his chest as if he had just emerged from a nightmare. "Martial artists are terrifying," she lamented. "Apologies, these beasts are quite cunning. They vanish in the blink of an eye." Su Yuan remarked as he deftly sliced off an entire sheep's leg with the razor-sharp tip of his spear. He then gathered some pine branches. While preoccupied, he inadvertently lifted his gaze to spot a beehive. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan borrowed a lighter from Dai Li. He swiftly ignited a fire, and thick smoke billowed forth, disorienting the bees within the hive, causing them to collide chaotically and plummet to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yuan thrust his spear upward, and the hive plummeted. Frantic bees surged towards him, bearing their stingers in a bid to attack. With agile movements, he dodged to the sides. Wielding his spear with grace and precision, the bees could not approach. Any attempt to strike him was met with the sharp end of his weapon. Once the chaos subsided, Su Yuan retrieved the hive and strode back to the resting area. He took the hive, evenly spreading the fresh wild honey over the sheep's leg, and swiftly constructed a makeshift grill from wood. As the flames licked at the meat, the fat sizzled and dripped, creating an enticing symphony of sounds that filled the air. The sweet aroma of honey intertwined with the rich scent of roasting meat, captivating everyone present. Wu Shuangshuang's eyes widened in awe, fixated on the leg of lamb. Lu Baifu could not suppress a gulp. Even the usually indifferent Dai Li set down his coffee, rising to inhale the fragrant air. Su Yuan inquired, "Does anyone have a small knife?" I do. Wu Shuangshuang eagerly produced a multifunctional knife and handed it to him. Taking the knife, Su Yuan rubbed his hands together, sliced off a steaming piece of lamb, blew on it gently, and eagerly placed it in his mouth. A burst of sweetness, tenderness, and aroma exploded on his palate, each layer reminiscent of a grand dance upon his tongue, delivering profound satisfaction. In a state of bliss, Su Yuan savored the honey-glazed lamb, enhanced by the flames of pine branches, exuding an unparalleled fragrance. More importantly, the meat from the beast was rich in unique nutrients, addressing his body's urgent need for sustenance. He had long sensed that his body craved replenishment. Noticing his indulgence, the three companions felt their appetites surge, realizing they were under his watchful gaze. Su Yuan turned to them. Su Yuan, may we have a taste?" Wu Shuangshuang cautiously probed, swallowing hard. "Of course. Just wait," Su Yuan replied, slicing off 3 generous pieces of steaming lamb and handing them to his eagerly awaiting companions. "Hooray!" Wu Shuangshuang exclaimed, taking a hearty bite, her face instantly lighting up with delight. "Lu Baifu, do indulge. I truly feel remorseful for startling you earlier," Su Yuan offered. Lu Baifu quickly waved her hands, a smile gracing her features. "No worries. I'm simply fortunate to share in your bounty," The wild rockhorn sheep is quite expensive. I rarely treat myself. Wu Shuangshuang chimed in. Indeed, just this one leg would fetch at least 5,000 at a restaurant, nearly equivalent to half a month's salary. I wonder when I'll receive my paycheck. Dai Li remained silent, engrossed in devouring the lamb. Su Yuan sliced off another leg, prepared it with honey, and continued roasting it over the fire. Yet, it still felt insufficient. The appetites of the four were insatiable, consuming voraciously. Liver, heart, kidneys. Su Yuan grilled every edible part. The four feasted like a whirlwind, relishing every bite. After a hearty meal, they sighed in contentment. Su Yuan licked his fingers, and at that moment, the system notification chimed in. Cultivation level increased. Current level, 2nd tier, 9th stage. Su Yuan initially froze, glancing down at his body before realizing the significance of the event. The nutrients from the beast's meat had nourished his body like a gentle rain upon parched land, filling every void and shattering his limitations, propelling his cultivation to a new tier. Truly a remarkable supplement. Su Yuan clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through him. His flesh and blood seemingly rejoicing and flourishing like bamboo shoots after rain, bursting with vitality. Exhaling a breath of stale air, he felt invigorated, his senses sharpened. With a slight twist of his body, his joints emitted a crisp sound, strong yet flexible. The lamb meat, inherently warming, combined with the transformation occurring within Su Yuan's body, raised his temperature. Sweat soaked his clothes, and wisps of steam enveloped him, as if he had just emerged from a sauna. Wu Shuangshuang, startled, stammered, "Wow. Is your vitality so robust?" Su Yuan offered no reply, focusing instead on deepening his breaths to ensure the smooth flow of energy within, revitalizing every corner of his being. After a while, he sensed the internal tumult had settled, and he grasped his spear, resolutely stating, "I feel excellent. Let us ascend the mountain and confront those beasts." The four set forth, oblivious to the group silently observing them from a distance. Chapter 15. The face of the ghost bear. Time rewinds as a group emerges from the depths of the forest. Each member bears a disheveled appearance. Their once pristine gear now mostly lost, their expressions weary, and they limp as they walk. "Captain, I can hardly go on," lamented a burly, bald man with a coarse voice. "I swear, I will never venture into the depths again. We gained nothing and nearly lost our lives." The captain, a lean man in his early 30s, with stubble and sunken eyes, bore a scar that crawled from his collar up his neck and across his cheek. Enough with the nonsense. When it comes to earning a living, who doesn't risk their life? Wait, what's that smell? It's delightful. The bald man sighed. "Captain, are you starving to the point of hallucination?" A woman with a ponytail, clutching her crimson wound, sniffed the air and exclaimed, "I smell it too. It's not a mirage. It seems to be the aroma of grilled meat. Indeed, it truly is over there." Following the scent, they spotted four individuals joyously feasting at a makeshift barbecue. One member of the team, a man with a cherubic face, inquired, "Hey, Captain, who are they?" "They appear to be from the Investigation Bureau. Apart from our hunting teams with connections, they are the only ones allowed outside the city." "Captain, why not negotiate with them?" "I'm starving," the bald man grumbled. "Do you think I'm not hungry? Look at how ravenously they devour their food. It's unlikely they will share." "Then why not buy some from them?" "Oh right, you lost your wallet. How about you leverage your reputation? You're somewhat of a figure in our circle." The captain smirked, shooting him a glare. "Is my reputation so worthless?" The ponytailed woman pointed ahead. "Look, they've finished eating." The group turned to see Su Yuan and his companions wipe their mouths, rise, and pat themselves off as they headed towards the mountain peaks. The bald man raised a finger, seemingly struck by an idea. "Captain, I noticed they left some bones uneaten. What if get lost?" "Oh, wait, look ahead," the ponytailed woman exclaimed, her voice tinged with astonishment and fear. The captain glanced up, his pupils dilating in horror. The bald man, too, abandoned the thought of scavenging for bones. Before Su Yuan and his companions could take more than a few steps, a sudden crack of snapping branches echoed from the depths of the forest. Then, a colossal black bear emerged from the trees, its heavy steps reverberating through the ground. Towering over two men when standing upright, its fur was a deep, glistening black, and its chest bore a peculiar pattern of white fur that formed a striking ghostly face. The contours of the face, with sunken eye sockets and a gaping mouth, seemed to emanate an eerie smile that chilled the spine. Its limbs were as sturdy as tree trunks, and with each step, the earth trembled slightly. Its claws, like gleaming daggers, extended from thick pads, while its ears, the size of fans, twitched, capturing every sound around it. Two sharp fangs protruded from its mouth, and its eyes glowed with an ominous green light. fixated on Su Yuan and his group, radiating ferocity and savagery. Good heavens! The ghost bear! Wu Xuanchuang gasped, her eyes filled with terror as she hurried behind Su Yuan. Isn't this the key aberrant creature mentioned by the first team? Why has it appeared so suddenly? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Key aberrant creature? Wu Xuanchuang explained. The first team has encountered this ghost bear before. It roams the mountaintop, exhibiting strange behaviors. The research department suspects it is closely linked to the recent anomalies, hence its designation as a creature of key observation. Su Yuan asked, so, can it be killed? Wu Xuanchuang's eyes widened in disbelief. This is a 3-star aberrant creature. It may be difficult to even escape, let alone kill it. You've just reached the first level. Su Yuan maintained a calm demeanor. Just tell me if it can be killed. Yes, yes. The research department is eager to dissect it. Wu Xuanchuang nodded vigorously, her face betraying her fear. But this bear is incredibly ferocious. The first team's warriors wouldn't dare confront it head-on. We should find a chance to escape, Sai. How unlucky can we be? Dai Li sighed as he too hid behind Su Yuan, pessimistically adding, we certainly can't outrun it. How many ordinary people can outrun a bear? I fear we might meet our end today. Dai Li added, of course, if he abandons us, with his speed, he might be able to escape. Upon hearing this, Wu Xuanchuang clutched Su Yuan's shoulder tightly, trembling with fear, her voice quivering. Su Yuan, I'm still young and don't wish to die. Please, don't abandon me. I just treated you to ice cream. Su Yuan remained silent, standing resolute, his long gun raised, facing the formidable ghost bear. Sensing the martial aura emanating from Su Yuan, the ghost bear hesitated, regarding him with its luminous green eyes. Su Yuan cautiously inquired, can any of you contact for support? Le Baifu swallowed hard, shaking his head in despair. Standard communication methods are ineffective outside the city. Then it appears we have no choice but to fight, Su Yuan declared. Listen closely. I will confront it. You 3 take this opportunity to retreat quietly. Avoid making noise and swiftly distance yourselves. Do not come any closer. The 3 nodded vigorously. Su Yuan's expression hardened as he gripped his long gun tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, the members of the team watched the ghost bear intently. The captain concluded, this bear was likely drawn here by the scent of honey and grilled meat. These individuals are indeed inexperienced, daring to grill openly in a territory teeming with beasts. The bald man angrily chimed in, exactly. And they didn't even bring us along. The cherubic-faced man voiced his concern, that one wielding the long gun seems to be a warrior. I noticed the warrior's ring on his hand. But he seems rather young, yes, judging by the design of that ring. He is likely a first-level warrior, probably freshly promoted. The captain shook his head. A newly minted warrior in the second realm, foolishly hoping to take on a 3-star aberrant creature? It's utterly laughable. Captain, should we not lend a hand? The ponytailed woman's eyes flickered with compassion. Of course, I'm not being overly sentimental. I believe we could leverage this situation to gain some benefits from the authorities. The captain declined. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Let us observe quietly and refrain from intervening. The ponytailed woman opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing, merely nodding in resignation as her gaze fell upon Su Yuan, a hint of regret stirring in her heart. What a shame. Such a handsome young warrior. Chapter 16. The confrontation. Su Yuan flexed his neck a couple of times before taking resolute steps forward, gradually approaching the ghost face bear. The bear paused momentarily, seemingly surprised that this human not only did not flee but instead advanced towards it. It immediately assumed an aggressive stance, ready to tear apart this audacious human. Meanwhile, Wu Xuanchuang and her companions quietly retreated, seizing the opportunity while the bear's attention was fixated on Su Yuan to create distance and reach a safe vantage point to observe the battle. The other members of the team grew tense, yet their captain appeared somewhat indifferent, even beginning to toy with a charm on his weapon. He seemed already aware of the battle's outcome, his expression calm and his gaze devoid of any emotion. On the battlefield in front of the forest, with a swift movement akin to a cheetah, Su Yuan's toes struck the ground, his gun unleashed like a dragon, enveloped in a fierce gale, aimed directly at the bear's menacing visage. The gun's tip sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Yet the ghost-faced bear responded with remarkable agility, its powerful forepaw, as robust as a tree trunk, swatted aside Su Yuan's forceful strike with ease. The impact resonated with a thunderous sound, as Su Yuan's full-force attack was deflected. Feeling the immense power transmitted from the gun's tip, Su Yuan's hands tingled, and his clenched jaw ached. Take this. His gaze hardened as he summoned strength from his waist, the long gun moving like a nimble dragon. the barrel twisting as he swiftly aimed for the bear's vulnerable abdomen. The bear reacted swiftly, its massive body leaning back slightly. And with a powerful push from its sturdy hind legs, it kicked up a cloud of dust while swinging its other forepaw like a colossal shovel, hurtling towards Su Yuan with a roar. Su Yuan spun with agility, evading the fierce onslaught like a leaf caught in the wind. He then pivoted, utilizing the momentum to bring his long gun crashing down towards the bear's head, the blade shimmering with a chilling gleam under the sunlight. This brief exchange of blows elicited astonished glances from the team members. The bald, muscular man exclaimed, "Captain, this fellow seems capable of trading blows with the ghost-faced bear." The captain's interest peaked as he continued to fidget with the charm in his hand, his eyes narrowing as he focused intently on the battlefield, murmuring, "This marksmanship is rather intriguing." On the other side, the trio perceived a glimmer of hope in Su Yuan's potential victory, their expressions lighting up with excitement, as if a fervent flame ignited within their eyes. However, the ghost-faced bear suddenly let out a deafening roar, crossing its sharp claws above its head to withstand the forceful blow. The jarring sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flying as Su Yuan was knocked back several steps, leaving deep imprints on the ground. What formidable strength! Su Yuan shook his hand, his expression growing increasingly grave. This creature's prowess was indeed formidable among the three-star alien beasts. Had it not been for his elevated realm, he might have been defeated in an instant. What a troublesome opponent. Su Yuan retrieved a vial of venom from his pocket, uncapped it, and let a few drops fall onto the gun's tip. The venom swiftly engulfed the tip, transforming its silvery gleam into a pitch-black hue, faintly radiating a purple light, unmistakably lethal in appearance. Oh, the venom of the poisoned frog? The doll-faced man instantly recognized the substance in Su Yuan's possession, indicating that he was preparing to get serious. As he spoke, Su Yuan suddenly lunged forward, moving like a released arrow, the long gun vibrating as he executed a flurry of thrusts and slashes, a series of attacks completed in the blink of an eye. With the enhancement of his realm at the second level of the 9th tier, both his strength and speed surged dramatically. His movements so rapid that the gun's tip left only afterimages to the naked eye. How swift! The ponytailed woman gasped involuntarily, quickly realizing her outburst and covering her mouth. The captain stroked his stubbled chin, calculating inwardly, a first-level warrior exhibiting such prowess. Clearly, he possesses considerable skill. However, in comparison to the ghost-faced bear, he remains too inexperienced. That creature's defensive capabilities are astonishingly formidable. Indeed, as the captain surmised, the ghost-faced bear did not even attempt to evade the blur of Su Yuan's gun tip, but chose to endure the assault head-on. When the gun's tip struck its body, it felt akin to colliding with a solid concrete wall, completely unable to penetrate its flesh, causing no substantial harm. Roar! The ghost-faced bear bellowed in fury, seizing the opportunity as Su Yuan's attack faltered. It lunged forward, swinging a claw. Su Yuan felt as if struck by a meteor, letting out a muffled groan before being sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. He sensed a rib fracture, internal injuries, and a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat, uncontrollably spitting out a mouthful of crimson. Witnessing Su Yuan quickly falling into a disadvantage, the trio gasped, their breaths quickening, despair flickering in their eyes. Wu Shuang bit her lip, anxiety gnawing at her, her throat tightening. She instinctively wanted to rush forward to rescue Su Yuan, but halted after taking half a step. Recalling Su Yuan's orders, she recognized her limitations as an ordinary person. Recklessly charging in would not only be futile but could also place her own life at risk. Meanwhile, the bald, muscular man couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. That paw could take such a blow? What a robust physique! Yet the captain shook his head, expressing disappointment, declaring, with his current strength and state, he will undoubtedly succumb within 3 exchanges, becoming nothing more than a meal for the ghost-faced bear. Upon hearing this, the doll-faced man and the ponytailed woman sighed. Though reluctant to admit it, the harsh reality was undeniable. No miracle would occur. However, they failed to notice that. At this moment, a subtle smile began to form at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. Through the recent skirmish, he had come to a clear realization. His marksmanship appeared swift, yet his footwork was unstable, his strikes intermittent, sometimes disrupting his rhythm, thus failing to unleash the full potential of the dragon dance marksmanship. Were it anyone else, they might have resigned themselves to fate, but Su Yuan was different. He had a solution. He promptly accessed the system and, with determination, proclaimed, 33 years of life, infused the 8 trigrams dragon step. The lifespan bar began to deplete rapidly. You have begun practicing the 8 trigrams dragon step, breaking through to the proficient realm in the 12th year. You exert yourself doubly, yet the complexity of this technique clearly exceeds your expectations. You cannot fathom how many nights you have toiled, still unable to glimpse its mysteries. However, heaven does not forsake the diligent. On a rainy night in the 33rd year, while ardently practicing in the courtyard, you observe the raindrops falling from the sky, and a moment of enlightenment struck you, allowing you to comprehend the essence of this technique, breaking through to the minor achievement realm. 8 trigrams dragon step, minor achievement. Chapter 17, Victory in an Instant. Su Yuan's entire body trembled, and he gazed at his legs with astonishment. An unprecedented lightness coursed through him like an electric current, making him almost believe he had floated into the air. Just then, the ghastly-faced bear approached him once more with heavy, menacing steps. Its massive claws swung through the air, creating a howling wind, as if intent on tearing Su Yuan into pieces. However, in the next second, Su Yuan sprang up from the ground like a leaping carp, deftly distancing himself 6 or 7 meters from the creature with a graceful leap. Like a scion, Su Yuan warmed up in place. Feeling as light as a swallow and invigorated, even the sharp pain in his chest had considerably lessened. The ghastly-faced bear, taken aback by this sudden display of energy, halted in its tracks, its grotesque face betraying surprise and confusion. How could a nearly lifeless prey suddenly become so lively? In that fleeting moment of the bear's bewilderment, Su Yuan vanished, leaving only a blurred afterimage in his wake. A gust of wind whirled past as the bear turned its head in astonishment, watching Su Yuan darting around it like a bothersome fly. With a swift motion, Su Yuan thrust the tip of his gun towards the ghastly-faced bear, seemingly exerting minimal effort, merely teasing the immense beast. "Here I am, foolish bear, try to keep up." His voice echoed provocatively in the bear's ears. Enraged by Su Yuan's evasive maneuvers, the bear furiously swung its claws, desperate to catch the agile figure flitting before it. Yet, no matter how hard it tried, it could not even graze the hem of Su Yuan's attire. His speed far exceeded its comprehension. The trio watching from a distance were dumbfounded, their heads swiveling in an attempt to fixate on Su Yuan, but to no avail. They marveled at his recovery and speed while pondering his intentions. Could he truly be toying with the ghastly-faced bear? Su Yuan was not merely aimlessly circling. After 2 seconds, he abruptly halted, lifting his knee before forcefully stomping down. His preparations were now complete. The squad members were momentarily stunned at this sight. Their leader's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon glancing at the ground, a complex and mysterious bagua array materialized before them, meticulously inscribed by Su Yuan during his rapid movements. At that moment, the ghastly-faced bear stood at the center of the array. Sensing danger, a flicker of fear crossed its eerie green eyes. It quickly attempted to turn its massive body to flee, but alas, it was too late. The ground suddenly illuminated with blinding white light, causing the bear's steps to falter, its movements abruptly ceasing. The binding effect of the bagua array had taken hold. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he wielded his spear, its tip blooming like a silver lotus. He vanished from sight, his form and weapon transforming into a fierce wave of momentum, so swift it was astonishing. With a thunderous roar and an ear-splitting sonic boom, the wave surged through the ghastly-faced bear. The scene unfolded like a slow-motion film. Su Yuan stood resolutely behind the bear, maintaining his attack stance without a hint of movement. The bear mirrored its previous posture, as if time had frozen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The bear's head slowly tilted and fell, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Its colossal body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, akin to a collapsing hill. The ghastly-faced bear was dead. 3-star beast. Ghastly-faced bear has been slain. Total lifespan, 142 years, remaining 68 years, has been absorbed. Current lifespan of beast, 68 years. Self-lifespan, 27 years. With a sharp crack, the charm in the leader's hand shattered, the jagged pieces slicing into his palm, blood flowing freely, yet he remained oblivious. He seized the collar of the nearby bald man, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Did you see that shot?" The bald man shook his head in confusion, his expression blank. Clearly stunned by Su Yuan's terrifying display, rendered speechless. The woman with the ponytail looked on in shock, her lips quivering as she muttered, "That was almost surreal." The boy with the doll-like face gaped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this guy really a first-tier martial artist?" The leader felt sweat pooling in his palm, swallowing hard as he realized the sheer terror of that shot. As an experienced martial artist, he understood that he might not have been able to withstand such power himself. Meanwhile, Wu Shuangshuang was equally entranced by disbelief, standing frozen as if struck by lightning. In her understanding, martial artists dealt with beasts in a methodical manner, gradually wearing them down through prolonged combat. She had never witnessed such a spectacular, decisive strike. Su Yuan's shot shattered her previous perceptions. Lu Baifu was greatly shaken, standing dazed as he gazed at Su Yuan's imposing silhouette, unable to suppress a shiver. In that moment, his reverence for martial artists deepened. His eyes filled with admiration and trepidation. Even Dai Li's despondent eyes flickered with astonishment. He pinched his arm, feeling the sharp pain, confirming this was no illusion, and gasped in disbelief, questioning in his heart, is this person truly of the same species as us? As Su Yuan sheathed his spear and approached them, the trio gradually regained their composure. Wu Shuangshuang rushed forward, raising her hands in exuberance, exclaiming, Su Yuan, you are absolutely incredible. You are the most formidable martial artist I have ever seen. Su Yuan chuckled at her enthusiasm, waving his hand dismissively. All right, there is no need for such flattery. I am not your superior. Lu Baifu approached, gently patting his chest, speaking with a tone of relief. Thank you so much, Su Yuan. If it weren't for you, we would all have perished here today. At his words, Wu Shuangshuang felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She silently rejoiced at having brought Su Yuan into the investigation bureau and having maintained a decent rapport with him. She contemplated, I must cling tightly to this ally. I will treat him to H. Agendas, though, on second thought, H. Agendas might be too extravagant. Perhaps I should buy a few more Choco sticks for better value. Dali also approached, his previously indifferent gaze now filled with respect for Su Yuan. Su Yuan scanned the group and said, I will handle the body, and then we shall depart. We need to send this ghastly-faced bear to the research department. Upon hearing this, the three nodded vigorously, their trust in him unwavering after witnessing his formidable prowess. They regarded him as the backbone of their team, without a hint of doubt in their eyes, filled with almost reverent faith. Moreover, Su Yuan's proposed plan was entirely reasonable. As dusk settled, they realized that continuing the investigation would prevent them from returning to the city before nightfall. Should darkness fall, they would face even graver dangers. Thus, the four retraced their steps, watching Su Yuan carry the ghastly-faced bear's body, gradually fading into the distance. The leader furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes as he turned to the ponytailed woman beside him. Xiao Shui, return and conduct a thorough investigation on this person. I want all his information. Not a problem. Captain, do you wish to recruit him? No, I intend to introduce him to someone. In the North District of Mobai City, within a scientific research institute, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats emitted sharp gasps upon gazing at the corpse of the grotesque bear at the entrance. An elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, hurried forward, elbowing aside the young individuals beside him. He pointed at the corpse, his voice trembling as he inquired, Is this what you brought? Su Yuan nodded, responding calmly, I coated my weapon with venom, hence I did not directly pierce its body. I merely severed its head. The researchers stood in stunned silence at his nonchalant account. The arrangement of his words was indeed novel. The elderly man, momentarily taken aback, soon regained his composure. He grasped Su Yuan's hand firmly, nodding fervently, his voice rising in gratitude. Thank you immensely. We have been troubled by the lack of progress in our research. Rest assured, I will personally report this matter to the headquarters. You shall receive every bit of the credit you deserve. Now it was Su Yuan's turn to be taken aback. He blinked, tentatively asking, May I inquire who you are? The elderly man chuckled softly, introducing himself. I am the Deputy Minister of the Research Department. Chapter 18, Doubts and Concerns on the Other Side. In the office of Team Leader Luo, the landline phone rang. He raised his hand to answer it. Hello. This is Luo Cheng'ang. What is the matter? Listening to the gratitude expressed by the Deputy Director of the Research Department on the other end, the expressions on Team Leader Luo's face became increasingly vivid, so much so that he did not even notice the cigarette between his fingers had broken. Shock, suspicion, confusion. It is hard to imagine such a plethora of emotions could coexist on a single face. Team Leader Luo leaned against the desk, swallowed hard, and succinctly organized his thoughts. Are you saying that one of my subordinates hunted down a 3-star beast and personally delivered it to your research institute's doorstep? Yes. It was that young man with the long gun, the deputy director remarked. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Today's youth are remarkably impressive. I have never encountered such a young martial artist before. The corners of Team Leader Luo's eyes twitched as he thought to himself. Neither have I. After hanging up the phone, he recalled the previous conversation with Su Yuan. the hesitation of Wu Shuangshuang, and the decisiveness Su Yuan displayed when signing the contract. Only then did he begin to comprehend everything. Yet, despite this clarity, he still found it hard to believe that such a formidable martial artist could be so young. At this thought, he couldn't help but admire the sharp vision of the minister. This could no longer be called discerning. It was akin to possessing a golden eye. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Wudao No. 1 High School, the principal stared grimly at the pile of documents placed on the desk by the instructional director. Principal, the results of the realm assessment for all students are in, the director stated, shaking his head. The highest is merely at the first level, 5th stage, and not a single person has reached the 2nd level. The principal clasped his hands on the desk. His expression darkened ominously as he inwardly cursed. Damn. What a false hope. That old dog Fong is becoming increasingly adept at his act, calling to toy with me. Is he? Just you wait. Principal, should I take someone to the Martial Arts Center tomorrow? The instructional director cautiously suggested. Perhaps we could inquire with the staff and find out who that person is. The principal had already considered this method, but due to the confidentiality surrounding martial artist identities and his own high position, he found it difficult to make inquiries. Thus, he had no choice but to put the matter on hold. Having conducted a thorough investigation throughout the school, he was now convinced that this was a deception. The martial artist from No. 1 High School did not exist. Furthermore, there was a possibility that someone was impersonating a student from the school. Regardless of the scenario, it was something that the diligent principal could not accept. At that moment, he set aside all formalities and nodded, instructing the director to proceed with the matter while he began plotting his revenge against Principal Fong. Simultaneously, word had leaked in the entire student body of Wudao No. 1 began speculating about the identity of this martial artist. The news of the actual combat between Su Yuan and Han Yang had spread throughout the campus. And with the revelation of the use of banned substances, no one doubted the significant increase in his strength. In Class 1, as evening self-study came to an end, Feng Yuexiao rested her chin on one hand, staring vacantly at Su Yuan's empty seat, lost in thought. A close friend approached her. Hey, Xia, what are you doing? Initially, Feng Yuexiao did not hear her, but when her friend waved in front of her, she snapped back to reality. Huh? What's up? She said, feeling inexplicably nervous. Her friend squinted her eyes. Get up. Feng Yuexiao stood up in a daze, only to see her friend plop down into her seat, mimicking her posture. Resting her chin on her hand and gazing in the direction where Feng Yuexiao had been lost in thought. Half a second later, her friend emitted a sharp gasp. Xia, you. Feng Yuexiao hurriedly covered her mouth, her face flushing crimson, nearly dripping with embarrassment. She glanced around, relieved that the post-class hubbub masked their conversation. MMM. Her friend made muffled sounds, as if she had stumbled upon a colossal secret, her face filled with excitement. Feng Yuexiao sighed helplessly. Sister, let us talk outside. Outside, on the playground, in a secluded and tranquil corner, her friend bluntly asked, Xia, honestly, when did you fall for Su Yuan? True to her role as a close friend, she got straight to the point, leaving no room for embarrassment. Oh, love and whatnot. Feng Yuexiao fidgeted with her hair, her movements awkward as she finally whispered after a long pause. I initially regarded him as a good friend, but recently, it seems he has transformed into someone entirely different. His temperament and mannerisms have become quite extraordinary. I sense that too, her friend mused. That guy used to be particularly weak, always acting like a sycophant, but he has become much more assertive lately, his actions quite domineering. As she spoke, realization struck her. Her eyes widened, mouth forming an O shape. Xia, so you're into a domineering type. Feng Yuexiao swiftly covered her friend's mouth. All right. I want to say another word. Her friend quickly relented before shifting the conversation, but honestly, I think you should keep your distance from him. Just think about it. Someone who dares to use banned substances for revenge is definitely a violent person. Being with him is dangerous. Feng Yuexiao sighed in resignation. It's true he used banned substances, but one must not judge others without understanding their struggles. If those two hadn't pushed Su Yuan to his limits, he wouldn't have resorted to such extreme measures. You do make a valid point. Those two were indeed excessive, her friend blinked in surprise. I didn't expect you to defend him. So, does this mean you admit you like him? The emotions of youth are indeed peculiar. A single action, a glance, or a mere phrase could serve as the catalyst for two hearts to collide. Feng Yuexiao pressed her lips together, slightly nodding in acknowledgement of her feelings. Even if her affection were to grow, it was futile. After all, he is already withdrawn from school. If there is blame, It should be directed at my failure to recognize his brilliance sooner. Ah, it's not a big deal. Her friend waved her hand dismissively. If you truly like him, then go after him. After all, your family is wealthy. Having Su Yuan as your family as son-in-law wouldn't be out of the question. Feng Yuexia shot her friend a glare. She recalled her materialistic parents, tightly pursing her lips, shaking her head silently, thinking to herself, even if I were willing, they would never agree. Moreover, there have been issues at the factory recently, and the financial situation isn't good. I fear I may not be able to fulfill the promise I made to Su Yuan. In the future, should I become a martial artist, Su Yuan and I would belong to entirely different social classes, with vast disparities in both identity and wealth. At this moment, she suddenly recalled two characters from a novel, Dunya and Paul. She sighed heavily, slowly lifting her head. The night sky was beautiful tonight. The moon reflected in the girl's bright, clear eyes, as if sharing her innermost thoughts. Human emotions ebb and flow like the moon's phases. Will I ever meet Su Yuan again? What will our next encounter be like? The aroma of chicken leg rice wafted through the air. In the living room, as the center of a series of commotions, Su Yuan was now indulging heartily in his meal. After enduring a fierce battle with the ghost-faced bear, the remnants in his stomach had been thoroughly digested. As his appetite grew, he noticed that the owner of the downstairs Shaw County restaurant began to look at him more favorably, frequently offering him marinated eggs and sausages. How delightful. There are still many kind-hearted people around. As he ate, Su Yuan opened the system panel. He planned to break through to the third level tonight. Chapter 19. The Triple Realm in the Depths of Darkness. A figure darted swiftly through the night. Clad in black attire, he glided with the wind at his feet, weaving between the residential buildings with such rapidity that his silhouette became a mere blur, stirring gusts of air in his wake. His gaze fixated on one particular edifice. His eyes narrowed, and he murmured, "This is the place." With a swift motion, he entered the building, ascending to the 5th floor in one breath, and knocked on the door of apartment 501. The door creaked open, revealing Su Yuan's half-visible face. "Good day. Express delivery. Here's your package. Please sign for it." The black-clad man stated nonchalantly. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "That was remarkably quick. I just placed the order not long ago. Our specialized delivery personnel are all martial artists, merely seeking part-time work in their spare time," the man explained, adding, "Please provide a favorable review." Su Yuan gave an approving thumbs up. "No problem." Once the door closed, Su Yuan returned to the living room. Gazing at the tranquil pill he had just purchased and the energy-replenishing elixir sent by his sister, he sighed softly. These pills are no larger than a ping-pong ball, and yet one costs over 10,000. The price is exorbitant. Su Yuan felt a pang of regret. Fortunately, his recent victory over the ghost-faced bear should yield some rewards. As this thought crossed his mind, he recalled his impoverished comrade, Wu Shuang, who was so destitute that she would lick her chicken leg rice. "I remember we are in the third group of the investigation department, indeed, a rather impoverished team. How could we be unable to even pay our wages? Is the official organization truly lacking funds?" He then envisioned their leader, Luo, dressed in an expensive suit and waistcoat, sipping whiskey and smoking a cigar, prompting a bold speculation. Could it be that Luo had fried sauce noodles for dinner tonight? In the office, Luo, who was burning the midnight oil, sneezed and rubbed his nose, taking a few bites of the cold leftover pancake he had from lunch before immersing himself back into his work. "Ah, Luo. Just wait until tomorrow when I check your refrigerator," Su Yuan mused as he consumed the energy-replenishing elixir. Instantly, a powerful cyclone surged within Su Yuan's dantian, regulating his breath and nourishing every corner of his body. Upon confirming the enhancement, he decisively spoke to the system, 68 years, all in. After a moment's thought, he added, "Thank you." The lifespan gauge began to diminish rapidly. Training commences. You have struggled for a long time against a bottleneck. Yet you have not given up and have resolved to break through today. 2 decades have slipped by in an instant. Despite your poor talent, you maintain stability. But your path to breakthrough remains stagnant. Perhaps due to prolonged futility, you feel a tinge of weariness and spend a year traveling to restore your energy. Su Yuan. After touring the splendid landscapes of your homeland, you are invigorated and commence a second round of breakthroughs. 2 more decades pass in the blink of an eye, and true to your nature, you fail once again. You continue to travel, this time for a full 8 years. Su Yuan. Upon your return, you seem to have gained a new perspective on life. Believing that cultivation should not be pursued with urgency, and you adopt a calm attitude towards the days ahead. Another 20 years have elapsed, and this time, you are markedly different from before. You firmly believe you have found the breakthrough point and diligently persevere. Hard work pays off, and your lifespan has reached its limit. The training concludes. Su Yuan slammed his chopsticks down on the table in frustration. Damn it, how could it end now? We're at the critical moment. He suspected the system had malfunctioned, akin to those web authors who abruptly cut off at the most thrilling parts. Such an egregious offense. Clenching his fist silently, he lamented the absence of a brown button before him. Otherwise, he would have surely smashed it to pieces. Reluctantly, he resolved to utilize his own lifespan to continue training. He couldn't possibly stop here, as he was not engaged in a challenge of stunted growth. Gritting his teeth, Su Yuan extracted 3 years from his lifespan to continue his cultivation. 3 years of lifespan deducted. Current lifespan, 24 years. The system's voice echoed. You have discovered the breakthrough point and resolutely wagered your lifespan. Perhaps this determination has moved the heavens, and at the final moment before your lifespan expires, you successfully break through to the triple realm. Current realm, first stage of the triple realm. Exhale. A formidable aura erupted forth. Thump, thump, thump. Su Yuan's heart raced, almost leaping from his chest. He quickly swallowed the tranquil pill he had just purchased, striving to control the tumultuous energy within him, which gradually settled down after a considerable time. He clenched his fists and approached a floor-to-ceiling mirror, admiring his sculpted physique, as chiseled as marble. His body was imbued with the vigor of a dragon and the might of a tiger, with bones as sturdy as iron and copper. In just a few days, Su Yuan transformed from a frail high school student into a formidable martial artist. The rapidity of this progress would astonish anyone who beheld it. After taking a cold shower to calm his exhilaration, he lay on his bed in a relaxed position, daydreaming of a promising future, and unknowingly drifted into a deep slumber. Little did he know that while he rested, trouble was already seeking him out. Chapter 20. Secondary Warrior in a small, dimly lit room. A middle-aged man with a greasy demeanor slammed a thick stack of cash onto the table. As per our usual arrangement, a deposit of 50,000, followed by a final payment of 100,000. A tall, lean man accepted the cash and coldly inquired, "So, who is the target this time?" The greasy man placed a photograph on the table, revealing a clear ID picture of Su Yuan. The tall man glanced at the photo and shook his head. "This young man is the future of our nation. I cannot bring myself to do it." "Someone like you cares about such things?" The greasy man retorted. "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am a principled assassin." He extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, adding, "But I will need more money." The middle-aged man twitched his eyes, cautiously suggesting, "How about 120,000? "Deal," the tall man replied decisively. "Are you confident?" "This needs to be executed flawlessly." The tall man smirked disdainfully. "He is merely a high school student. Do you truly think I, a warrior of the 9th tier, would struggle with this?" "Indeed." The greasy man nodded, adding, "I expect news of his demise within 5 days." The tall man took the photo, flicked open his lighter, ignited the photograph, and assured him, "No problem." The next day, Su Yuan rose early. After a modest breakfast of 12 baskets of soup dumplings, he took a taxi directly to the Warrior Center. As the taxi halted by the curb, just as he was about to open the door, he caught sight of a familiar figure through the window. Was that the director? What was he doing leaving the Warrior Center? His expression resembled someone who had just tasted something bitter. How peculiar. After the figure departed, Su Yuan exited the vehicle and entered the Warrior Center. Upon seeing him, the familiar female staff member at the front desk brightened instantly, warmly greeting him. "Hello. How may I assist you today?" Su Yuan blinked, noticing, "Did you wear makeup today? You look quite mature." The staff member blushed slightly. "Not really. I just..." Su Yuan interrupted, getting straight to the point. "I wish to upgrade." The staff member appeared momentarily taken aback. "Upgrade? To what level?" Su Yuan clarified. "To the rank of secondary warrior." The staff member's smile froze, her brows furrowing in disbelief. Her mouth opened and closed repeatedly, unable to utter a sound, as though an invisible force had seized her throat. After swallowing hard, she tentatively asked, "You are not joking, are you?" Su Yuan leaned against the front desk, gazing directly at her. "What do you think?" The staff member swallowed her words, hastily typing on the keyboard. "As usual, the testing and certification fees are to be paid online. I have opened the testing room for you. It is the 3rd room on the left on the 2nd floor." Before she finished speaking, Su Yuan had already vanished. In less than 5 minutes, he returned to the lobby with the results in hand. Upon seeing the results, the staff member's eyebrows shot up, her eyes widening in disbelief, her mouth forming a perfect ta shape, revealing her pearly teeth. Noticing Su Yuan's gaze fixed on her, she regained her composure, hurriedly registering the information before retrieving his ring and presenting a more exquisite ring to him. This is the ring for secondary warriors, embedded with an electronic chip for real-time identity verification. She briefly outlined the benefits of being a secondary warrior: a monthly subsidy of 30,000, 5 chi blood pills, 3 chi recovery pills, the option to select one foundational mid-tier martial art, free weapon maintenance, access to the warrior canteen, and a 1-year membership to the warrior community. Su Yuan inquired, "Where can I download the warrior community app? Please hand me your phone. I will assist you with the download." Su Yuan handed over his phone, and a few minutes later, the staff member returned it. Upon checking, he noticed a new app on the screen, marked with a large red character for warrior. Entering the app, he found that his account had already been registered, though the avatar was blank. The staff member explained, "The community forum allows for posting requests, accepting tasks, sharing martial arts insights. It offers a plethora of functions for you to explore." "Thank you," Su Yuan replied, nodding in satisfaction before turning to leave. "Wait a moment," the staff member called after him. Turning back, he saw her slightly turn her head, her cheeks flushed as she shyly extended her phone, the screen displaying her friend code clearly. "Actually, I've recently developed a preference for pure and adorable girls." After uttering this, Su Yuan turned and left, leaving the staff member in a state of confusion. In the martial arts library, Su Yuan had a clear objective: to find any foundational mid-tier martial arts related to the swimming dragon. The staff member conducted a search on her computer, shaking her head silently. There is a high-tier foundational martial art called Swimming Dragon Shield Technique, which is an internal technique that can condense internal energy to form a shield. That sounds promising, Su Yuan pondered, thinking he had enough money to purchase it outright. "How much for that technique?" Su Yuan asked. 500,000. That expensive? Su Yuan's eyes widened in shock, the thought of spending money evaporating instantly as he became acutely aware of his financial limitations. Tentatively, he asked, I am a secondary warrior. Could I possibly receive a discount?" The staff member smiled but shook her head, unfazed. "That is already the lowest market price." Su Yuan's eyes twitched. It seemed he would need to devise ways to earn more money, or else his martial arts journey would be at a standstill. Since ancient times, the adage "the poor cultivate literature, while the wealthy cultivate martial arts" has remained true, even in modern times. With a sigh, he inquired, "Are there any foundational mid-tier martial arts related to Diamond?" The staff member searched for a moment before nodding. Su Yuan's curiosity piqued. He pressed, "What kind of technique is it?" The staff member explained, "Diamond Meteor Stone. Mastering this technique will significantly enhance the power of throwing stones, whether skipping them across water or smashing glass." As if aided by divine intervention, Su Yuan's expression momentarily stiffened. "If you wish, I can retrieve it for you now." Su Yuan, moving like a robot, slowly nodded and reluctantly said, "All right, it is at least a means of long-range attack." A few minutes later, the staff member returned with the Diamond Meteor Stone in hand. As Su Yuan accepted the technique, the system announced, "Detected compatible technique. Would you like to consume 100 years of lifespan to establish a connection?" Diamond Body, 2469. Su Yuan was eager to understand the effects of the diamond body compared to the previous swimming dragon. But the system seemed to offer no introduction. It appeared that to gain insight, he would have to expend his lifespan to establish a connection. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan lamented the inadequacy of his lifespan. Aside from his penchant for taking risks, there were numerous areas in which he needed to upgrade. Yet his expenses outweighed his income. His eyes narrowed as the image of a mountain emerged in his mind, recalling the myriad of exotic beasts dwelling there, igniting a yearning within him. Those creatures were the finest resources for enhancing his strength. Clenching his spear tightly, he resolved to venture forth and grind through another dungeon today. At that moment, the staff member suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Su, would you like to drop blood to claim ownership?" Su Yuan? Chapter 21. Mutation. Su Yuan wore a stiff expression, observing the staff member with a peculiar gaze. After a prolonged silence, he politely declined. "I'm afraid I do not engage in the letter circle." The staff member paused in astonishment but quickly recovered, smiling as he clarified, "Mr. Su, you have misunderstood. I meant to say that you can bond with your weapon through a blood oath." He gestured towards Su Yuan's spear. "Carrying it around must be quite inconvenient, right? Once you perform the blood oath ceremony, you can summon your weapon at will without needing to carry it with you. Is that so?" Su Yuan replied, astonished. "What must I do?" "It's quite simple. Just provide a drop of blood and pay the authentication fee, and we will take care of the rest." Su Yuan swallowed nervously, his voice wavering as he inquired, "How much does it cost?" The staff member smiled, narrowing his eyes as he raised a hand to indicate 8. Su Yuan gasped in shock. 8,000? The staff member shook his head, maintaining a gentle tone. No. It is 8,000. Su Yuan sighed in relief. All right, the price is acceptable. Upon receiving Su Yuan's consent, the staff member promptly produced a silver needle in a container, successfully collecting Su Yuan's blood. Su Yuan, somewhat taken aback, asked, You have these things on you all the time? The staff member smiled slightly. Promoting various services for martial artists is part of our job. One couldn't help but admire their professionalism and the time it took to sip tea. He returned with Su Yuan's spear. Su Yuan marveled at the speed. Is that all it takes? The staff member nodded. Please, try summoning it now. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuan felt a faint connection with his spear. It vanished, he thought to himself. Simultaneously, the spear disappeared without a trace. With wide eyes, Su Yuan looked around, confirming its true disappearance before mentally summoning it back. Whoosh! The spear reappeared in his hand. Su Yuan exclaimed, Wow, is it really that impressive? The staff member replied, Summoning a weapon consumes mental energy. Most martial artists cannot bear it. Thus, this service is only available to those above the second level, and it is a relatively new offering that many are still unaware of. Su Yuan nodded, curiosity piqued. How did you bind the weapon to me? Is it merely a few drops of blood? Not quite. The staff member shook his head, explaining, in simpler terms, we just performed a spirit infusion ceremony, imbuing part of your mental energy into the weapon, thus merging it with you. The staff member continued, at any moment, should it sense danger, it will proactively issue a warning and signal its master, ready to materialize at any time. Su Yuan was taken aback. Oh, it has that function too? Of course. But it also depends on the rapport you share with your weapon. The sensation is subtle, and I cannot describe it accurately. You must discover it for yourself. Nodding in understanding, Su Yuan clasped his hands together. Thank you. I shall take my leave now. The staff member returned the gesture. Wishing you great success in your martial pursuits. Su Yuan took a taxi to the wellness center. Inside the vehicle, he opened the martial artist community app, deciding to observe the current mental state of his fellow practitioners. The homepage was inundated with posts, the majority lamenting the restrictions on leaving the city, their frustrations echoing with fervor. Damn it, when will they open the city gates? Do idle martial artists not need to eat? Do idle martial artists have no rights? This is infuriating. Whoever conceived this policy is utterly foolish, sacrificing even the horses. We should implement an evaluation system and insert their phones on vibrate mode into their trousers. I disagree. We cannot allow them to get away with this. Such a cacophony of grievances was heartwarming to read. Su Yuan merrily perused the posts, expanding his vocabulary while transforming the suffering of others into his own amusement, ultimately unable to suppress a chuckle. The driver glanced at Su Yuan through the rearview mirror. Is someone sharing explicit content? Su Yuan decisively clicked, just as the driver caught a glimpse. Damn, why does it turn into a ghost image when I click? No censorship. Such a lack of decorum. Fuming, Su Yuan scrolled down with a critical eye until his gaze landed on an advertisement. Do not linger in low-price recycling traps. Choose us. The Chu Group provides material recycling services. All martial artists are welcome. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that true? Perhaps I could check it out later. At that moment, the taxi came to a gradual stop. Su Yuan snapped back to reality, scanned to pay, exited, and walked into the wellness center. Heading straight for the second floor, he stowed his martial artist ring and entered one of the offices. Wu Shuangshuang was seated at her desk, idly scrolling through her phone. Wearing white headphones and chewing bubblegum, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings as she occasionally chuckled to herself. Su Yuan lightly tapped her shoulder, causing her to jump like a startled cat, promptly removing her headphones. Not daring to turn around, she mumbled, Team leader, I'm sorry. I want to slack off again. It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Wu Shuangshuang turned around, nearly leaping in surprise. Why did you sneak up on me? You scared me to death. Su Yuan pressed a hand on her head, rendering her attempts to retaliate futile. Wu Shuangshuang exclaimed in frustration, Damn. Why is a martial artist's strength so overwhelming? It's so unfair. Her outburst attracted the attention of nearby colleagues, who cast curious glances at Su Yuan. In just one night, news of Su Yuan's slaying of the ghost-faced bear had spread throughout the exploration department, and everyone was intrigued by this newly arrived formidable martial artist. Upon seeing Su Yuan's handsome visage, all were momentarily stunned. Despite having heard of him, witnessing such a youthful martial artist left them silently astonished, and the desire to befriend him surged within. At that moment, several female colleagues took the initiative, discreetly approaching. Hello, may I add you on WeChat? Are you still single? I happen to have 2 tickets for a romantic film. Would you like to go watch it after work? Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly, clearly feeling somewhat awkward. Oh, let's discuss these matters later. The team leader is looking to speak with me. Wu Shuang transformed into a protective barrier, elbowing away the encroaching female colleagues, carving a path for Su Yuan as she led him out of the office and into the hallway. Su Yuan inquired, "Is team leader Luo really looking for me?" Wu Shuang rolled her eyes. "What? You don't want to take credit?" At the mention of taking credit, Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Without a second thought, he dashed toward the office at the end of the hallway. Wu Shuang felt a gust of wind sweep past her, squinting her eyes, and when she opened them again, Su Yuan's figure had vanished. Damn, he runs so fast. Is being a martial artist that impressive? Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Entering the office, Su Yuan saw team leader Luo, who appeared weary with pronounced dark circles under his eyes. Su Yuan blurted out, "Team leader Luo, did you not sleep last night?" "Yes. I pulled an all-nighter." Team leader Luo yawned, nodding in resignation. "Please, sit down." As soon as Su Yuan took a seat, he noticed a bank card lying on the table. "Here is 200,000 yuan, your reward for slaying the ghost-faced bear." Su Yuan's eyes widened in shock, his posture straightening instantly. "Did I hear that correctly? 200,000. You may not even realize how significant that ghost-faced bear was to this unusual incident." Team leader Luo ignited a cigarette. "Last night, not only did I stay up late, but the research department was also restless. They dissected and conducted studies overnight, ultimately uncovering a startling result." "What result?" "The ghost-faced bear has undergone a mutation." Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the office, as if the very air had solidified. Team leader Luo and Su Yuan exchanged a silent gaze, their eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Eventually, Su Yuan broke the silence. I don't quite understand. What do you mean by mutation?" At this inquiry, the previously serious atmosphere shattered. Team leader Luo staggered slightly and quickly grasped the armrest. "I thought you would know. A mutation refers to an abnormal change in bodily functions, a rather rare phenomenon." "Oh, I thought it was something more complex." "It's rather similar to what I envisioned." However, upon hearing this, team leader Luo decisively shook his head. "No, this mutation is exceedingly intricate. It is not as simple as you presume." Su Yuan blinked, a look of confusion crossing his face, as team leader Luo elucidated. The mutation of the ghost-faced bear originated in its brain. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, team leader Luo exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and continued solemnly. "And this situation has never occurred before." Su Yuan's heart tightened as he observed team leader Luo's grim expression, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation. "Are you implying that its intelligence has significantly increased?" Su Yuan tentatively inquired. Team leader Luo nodded silently. "I wonder if you have seen a particular film." Su Yuan seemed to grasp the implication. "You mean Rise of the Planet of the Apes?" "Precisely. This ghost-faced bear resembles an ape that has been infused with an intelligence-enhancing serum. It has begun to exhibit preliminary signs of human intellect." Chapter 22. The minister Su Yuan could not help but draw a sharp breath as he recalled his confrontation with the grimaced bear. He had indeed perceived a spectrum of human emotions on its face. At the time, he had dismissed it lightly, but upon reflection, it sent a chill down his spine. Leader Luo continued, stating that the research department had reported this matter to the headquarters, which had garnered significant attention. To facilitate further investigation, they required additional samples, prompting the headquarters to mobilize the armed division to hunt the aberrant beasts. "May I accompany them?" Su Yuan inquired. Leader Luo was not taken aback by the question. "You may volunteer to go. I believe the armed division would welcome your presence." Su Yuan nodded in understanding. The operation was overseen by the deputy minister of the armed division, and a contingent should have already set out. As Leader Luo spoke, he retrieved his phone. "Please add me on WeChat. Should you encounter any issues within the city, feel free to reach out to me. I'll also share everyone else's contact information with you." "Understood." Su Yuan complied without hesitation. "By the way, there is one more thing." Leader Luo leaned back in his chair. "The minister wishes to see you." "Me?" Su Yuan pointed to himself in surprise. Leader Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "What is the matter? A first-class martial artist capable of hunting a level 3 aberrant beast is afraid of meeting a superior?" Not really, just a bit unexpected. Honestly, I was quite surprised when I first received the news too." Leader Luo rubbed his temples. "You've been here for such a short time. You may not be aware of our minister's stature. She holds considerable influence at the headquarters." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. Is she really that formidable? Leader Luo nodded slightly but then shifted his tone. That being said, she can be quite difficult to deal with, cold and aloof like an ice mountain. And her methods are rather harsh. She possesses an exceptionally strong management style. Of course, take this as a mere cautionary note and refrain from discussing it outside. Su Yuan nodded gently. Understood, this remains between us. At the door, Wu Shuang, who had been eavesdropping, also nodded in agreement. Upon reflection, you are now quite the prominent figure in our investigative bureau. It is not surprising that the minister wishes to meet you. By the way, your rank has been elevated from a level 9 agent to a level 8 agent. Here's your new identification. Leader Luo placed a small booklet on the table. Salaries will be dispersed on the 14th of this month, and your base salary has increased from 8,000 to 12,000. Su Yuan felt elated but puzzled. Leader, didn't you mention we couldn't afford salaries? Leader Luo coughed awkwardly. Actually, this is largely thanks to your outstanding performance. The higher-ups are quite pleased with our team. And not only have they released the previously withheld salaries, but they also allocated a substantial bonus for me. I intend to share this good news with everyone shortly. He cast a grateful glance at Su Yuan. Thank you. Su Yuan smiled. No need for thanks. We are all part of the same team. With the higher-ups dispersing funds, Su Yuan naturally felt delighted. After settling his debts, he found himself with approximately 270,000 in savings. While this amount would barely cover half a martial arts manual for a martial artist, it was an astronomical sum for a high school student. Leader Luo handed Su Yuan a card, which he discovered contained the address of a CAF. At 11 o'clock, the minister will be waiting for you in room 7. Understood. As Su Yuan exited the wellness center, he hailed a taxi straight to the CAF. While in the car, having just repaid his loan, a WeChat message popped up on his screen. It was from Bai Xiao Xiao, Wu Shuang's online name. Hello. Want to grab lunch together? Nan Feng Chui's Wazhu, Su Yuan's online name. I have no money to treat you. Bai Xiao. Who said you had to treat? Haven't you seen the work group? Not only are we getting our salaries this month, but there's also a hefty bonus. Su Yuan chuckled and typed back. Oh really? I wasn't aware. So does that mean you're treating me to lunch then? The other party is typing. 2 minutes later, Wu Shuang sent a short but decisive response. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the frugal one was loosening her purse strings. Nan Feng Chui's Wazhu. All right then. I look forward to a delightful meal. Bai Xiao. Well, I think that little Shaxian place downstairs looks pretty good. How about I add 2 extra chicken legs for you? Su Yuan's eyelid twitched twice. It seemed he had been overthinking it. Nan Feng Chui's Wazhu. Fine. Whatever you say, but I can't make it for lunch today. I have something to attend to. Bai Xiao. Okay, Su Yuan set his phone aside, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes to rest. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, another taxi was closely following behind. At 10:40 a.m., Su Yuan arrived at the CAF located in the Old Town. Upon entering, the sound of a bell chimed, and the rich aroma of coffee enveloped him. The CAF was quite tranquil, with barely anyone in the common area, making it an ideal place for conversation. Approaching the counter, Su Yuan inquired of the attendant who was idly scrolling through her phone. Hello, could you please direct me to room 7? The 3rd room on your right, she replied. Thank you. Standing before the door of the room, Su Yuan took a moment to adjust his attire. To be candid, despite his experience across 2 lifetimes and his current status as a formidable martial artist, he felt an inexplicable nervousness in the presence of authority. He took a deep breath and gently knocked 3 times. A surprisingly melodious female voice emerged from within. Come in. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment before pushing the door open. He was taken aback once more. Inside the room, a slender woman sat quietly in a wheelchair. Clad in a red and black long dress, the deep crimson reminiscent of blood and the pure black akin to ink. The woman bore foreign lineage, with crystal blue eyes as clear and profound as the waters of Lake Baikal. At that moment, she stirred the steaming coffee with a silver spoon. The sugar cubes at the bottom gradually dissolving, creating ripples that danced upon the surface. Noticing Su Yuan's entrance, she slightly tilted her head, her lips pressed together. Her jawline taut, and her serene expression betrayed not a flicker of emotion. Minister? Su Yuan asked, incredulous as he probed cautiously. Indeed, it is I. Her voice resonated devoid of sentiment. Please, take a seat. Su Yuan settled into the chair opposite her, momentarily at a loss for words. The minister slid a cup of coffee toward him. I was unsure of your preference, so I ordered a mocha. Mocha is fine, he replied, though he was not particularly fond of coffee. Do you enjoy working at the investigative bureau? I do, very much. This position suits me well. And I thank you for the opportunity. The minister lifted her gaze to meet Su Yuan's, prompting him to avert his eyes slightly. Her sapphire-like eyes sparkled too brightly, seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure that threatened to ensnare him if he gazed too long. The minister took a sip of her coffee. The purpose of our meeting today is to discuss the matter of the two-headed wolf. Hearing this, Su Yuan felt a pang of confusion. Was that case still unresolved? The minister continued, you are aware, I assume, that under normal circumstances, a aberrant beast should not appear within city limits. Therefore, the existence of that two-headed wolf is fundamentally illogical. The only plausible explanation is human intervention. Su Yuan straightened his posture. Are you implying that someone is smuggling aberrant beasts? No, it is far worse, she replied. Her hands crossed over her abdomen. Someone is breeding aberrant beasts. Breeding? Su Yuan echoed, stunned. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such an occurrence. After a series of investigations, we had preliminarily identified several suspects just yesterday and initiated apprehension efforts. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. Did they manage to escape? No. They perished. A phrase suddenly surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. Law enforcement should possess warmth, while the baton should wield strength. Had the enforcement officers been overly forceful? Indeed. It was regrettable that no valuable intelligence could be extracted. You are mistaken. The law enforcement officers did not resort to violence. The minister gently shook his head, his expression grave as he elucidated. They took their own lives. Chapter 23. The assassin. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Last night, we pinpointed the suspect's location within an abandoned factory by the river. However, when the armed personnel stormed in, they discovered that several individuals had already hanged themselves. Su Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Did they know their impending doom and choose to end their lives? The minister replied gravely, it is possible, yet unlikely. A subtle twitch crossed Su Yuan's lips. Minister, I find your words somewhat perplexing. The minister's expression grew serious. We typically conduct our operations discreetly, making it difficult for the perpetrators to sense an impending raid, unless someone has leaked information beforehand. If that is indeed the case, we have a significant problem. There may be an undercover agent within the investigation bureau. As she spoke, her crystalline blue eyes darkened to a profound black, only to revert shortly after. Su Yuan noted this change, but chose to focus on the matter at hand. There is a ghost in the house. That sounds rather ominous. The minister nodded slightly. It is indeed a challenging situation, but this remains a mere possibility, not a certainty. The minister continued earnestly, this is precisely why we must delve deeper into this matter, and you are the most suitable candidate for this investigation. She emphasized, without exception. A look of confusion crossed Su Yuan's face, yet observing the minister's unwavering confidence, he understood that refusal was not an option. He refrained from inquiring further and accepted the assignment on the spot, opting for a straightforward approach. Taking a deep breath, he asked, what should I do? I will have Luo Qingtang send you the relevant materials. This is a long-term investigation, and you need not commence immediately. But remain vigilant and attuned to any shifts around you. Su Yuan nodded gently. Understood. The minister produced a walkie-talkie, pressed the speaking button, and murmured a few words. Shortly thereafter, a tall woman dressed as a steward entered. The minister stated, that is all I needed to convey. If you wish to contact me, reach out to your team leader. Su Yuan replied, all right. The steward pushed the wheelchair, escorting the minister away. As Su Yuan watched their receding figures, an inexplicable sense of regret welled within him. Such a beautiful woman afflicted by a leg ailment felt akin to someone splattering ink upon a renowned masterpiece. It was a tragic waste. As the steward wheeled the minister out of the CAF, a tall, slender man clad in black brushed past them and entered the CAF. The minister's eyes narrowed instantly, as if sensing something amiss. In a nearby parking lot, as the steward was about to accelerate the luxury vehicle, the minister halted her. The steward inquired, what is it, miss? I sensed a significant amount of red emanating from that individual, likely around 80%. Upon hearing this, the steward shuddered, her eyes widening in disbelief. Could that person be an assassin? It is highly likely. Should I call for reinforcements? Bring more people. That assassin is dangerous. Given the red aura surrounding him, his power appears to be approaching the third level. The steward gasped, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, and hastily summoned additional assistance. Do not call me in the meantime. I need to monitor the situation closely. I understand, miss. The minister clasped her hands over her abdomen and gently closed her eyes, her entire perspective shifting from a first-person view to that of an omniscient observer. Meanwhile, Su Yuan had just exited the private room. The CAF's patrons were still scattered about, and the staff continued to idly chat. Everything seemed unchanged. Yet, the long spear in his mind quivered slightly. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a wry smile. The minister, observing Su Yuan from her elevated perspective, noted, "He seems to have noticed. Oddly, he appears completely unperturbed." As Su Yuan left the CAF, the slender man also rose, stretching lazily before downing the espresso in his cup and turning to follow suit. Despite the CAF's location in the old town, the streets remained lively as noon approached, bustling with people. How perplexing, after consuming so many buns this morning. I'm still hungry. Ah, there seems to be a delightful rice noodle shop nearby. I shall go there for lunch. Su Yuan mused to himself as he turned left down a side street. The slender man, one hand in his pocket and the other scrolling through short videos, trailed closely behind Su Yuan. The noodle shop appeared somewhat secluded. As Su Yuan navigated through the winding alleys of the old town, the foot traffic around him gradually dwindling. After another turn into a right-hand alley, the slender man followed closely. However, as they entered the alley, a glimmer of cold steel struck out. His pupils dilated as he quickly tilted his head, narrowly evading the attack, though the sharp edge grazed his face, leaving a crimson wound. Discovered? He thought, momentarily stunned, before he swiftly distanced himself from Su Yuan, stealthily drawing a knife. Witnessing the standoff, the minister felt a surge of anxiety, yet from her omniscient vantage, all she could do was observe and pray. She hoped for her subordinate's swift arrival. She certainly did not wish to witness a promising young subordinate being assassinated, especially under her very nose. However, Su Yuan did not exhibit the panic she anticipated. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of relaxation in his movements. Holding his spear, Su Yuan cast a cold glance at the assassin and inquired, his voice steady, "You are the one hired by Han Yang's family to take revenge on me, aren't you?" The assassin was taken aback, not expecting Su Yuan to guess so accurately. Seeing the assassin's reaction, Su Yuan realized his assumption was correct. A smile of relief spread across his face. They had sealed their own fate. Chapter 24. The astonished minister. The assassin stared at the long spear in Su Yuan's hand, recalling the fierce strike he had just delivered, and a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. Suddenly, his expression darkened. "You are a martial artist?" Su Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "What, didn't Han Yang's father tell you?" "Well, it's understandable. They wouldn't know." The assassin's eyelids twitched, cursing internally. Was there even a comparison between dealing with an ordinary person and a martial artist? The most critical aspect was, the price differed significantly. Damn it, the final payment would at least multiply tenfold. If that fat pig refused to pay, I would eliminate his entire family. The assassin scrutinized Su Yuan anew. It was the first time he had encountered such a young martial artist. Yet, this realization brought him some relief. He was confident that Su Yuan's level would not surpass his own. Having stepped into the realm of martial artists at 32, and after 15 years of arduous training, he had barely reached the second level's 9th tier, and his innate talent was already considered quite commendable. There was no way this young boy could surpass him at such a tender age, regardless of his potential. With renewed confidence, he brandished his blade and coldly declared, "If you drop your weapon now, I can grant you a swift end. Otherwise," he did not intend to leave his words unfinished. However, as he spoke, Su Yuan had already charged at him. Such a breach of martial ethics. The assassin roared, his form ghost-like as he swiftly dodged, his left toe barely grazing the ground, using the recoil to evade the attack. His right hand swung the knife with precision, perfectly blocking the thrust of the spear. In that instant, the knife and spear clashed violently, sending brilliant sparks flying, the sharp clang of metal reverberating through the alley. He twisted his body, employing his agility, and with a gust of wind beneath his feet, attempted to lift the spearhead with his blade, aiming to break through with a single knife strike. The minister observed with growing concern, her heart sinking. The spear's advantage lay in its reach. Once closed in a pawn, it would be rendered passive. The assassin was closing in on Su Yuan, who appeared to be in a precarious position. But at that moment, Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly retreated, gripping the spear with both hands. The spear moved like a dragon breaking free from the sea, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, transitioning from defense to offense, rapidly thrusting forward. The shadows of the spear flickered, blurring the line between reality and illusion, moving so swiftly that it was nearly impossible to follow. The powerful momentum causing the surrounding air to emit a sharp whistling sound. The tide of battle shifted instantaneously. Su Yuan, with his exquisite spear technique, fully unleashed the spear's advantages. The assassin, pressed by the relentless onslaught of the spear, was forced to retreat step by step, desperately raising his knife to block. Beads of cold sweat pouring from his forehead, momentarily rendered powerless to counterattack. The minister blinked in astonishment, a glint of surprise crossing her features. Although she had heard of Su Yuan's remarkable spear skills, witnessing such profound mastery left her utterly astonished. Yet, the assassin was no ordinary foe. He abruptly slid to the side, pivoting his body like a descending tiger, his long knife sweeping towards Su Yuan with an overwhelming force. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle. The minister's pupils constricted sharply, her once crystalline blue eyes transforming to a deep violet, the tension in her gaze unmistakable. No matter how skilled one was, they could not overcome the disparity in strength. Prepare to experience the might of a peak second-tier martial artist. However, his full-force strike was effortlessly deflected by Su Yuan, who casually turned his wrist, raising the spear to block. The moment the spear and blade collided, a resounding, thunderous noise echoed through the alley. This scene left even the experienced minister momentarily stunned. The assassin's mind momentarily blanked, but in that fleeting moment of distraction, the spearhead darted forward like a striking serpent, aimed directly at him. The assassin hastily sidestepped, but was a beat too late. The sharp spearhead pierced through his shoulder, blood spraying forth, the wound grotesque and shocking. His expression twisted in rage, just as he prepared to charge at Su Yuan once more. A piercing alert rang out through the silent alley. Su Yuan seemed to sense something, quickly pulling out his phone, his face paling. Damn it. Only 30 seconds left before it shuts off. Muttering curses under his breath, he hastily tucked the phone away. I can't stick around to play with you. I need to find a power bank, or I won't be able to eat without my phone, and I didn't bring any cash. The assassin was taken aback. Playing around? You just said you were merely toying with me? What a joke. He roared in indignation, feeling deeply insulted. But his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpricks. Su Yuan rapidly traced a circle on the ground with one foot, his movements fluid, effortlessly sketching a rudimentary 8-diagram formation. Immediately, a mysterious and peculiar force surged from his lower body, spreading throughout him in an instant. Su Yuan no longer concealed his power. His expression darkened, and his aura erupted, an overwhelming sense of oppression washing over him, the air around them seemingly solidifying. Above the alley, the minister's gaze shook violently, her cold eyes widening in disbelief, the glimmer of shock replacing her previously icy demeanor. How is this possible? She muttered internally, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Su Yuan. If someone familiar with her had seen the astonishment in her eyes now, they would have been utterly shocked. She had never displayed such a look of surprise before. The minister's eyes were unique, in her perspective. Color served as a crucial indicator of a person's character. Red represented strength and fury, black denoted heaviness and displeasure, violet signified worry and tension. Each individual was composed of various colors, and every action would evoke different hues. Over the years, she had encountered all sorts of people, witnessing a myriad of color compositions, convincing herself that no unfamiliar situations could arise. Yet, Su Yuan shattered her understanding entirely. At this moment, he was enveloped in an overwhelming hue of pure red. Even the most elite assassins rarely exceeded 85% red. A person cloaked in 100% red could only signify one thing. At this moment, his heart was filled solely with the purest and most absolute intent to kill. Moreover, through the crimson aura radiating from him, the minister successfully discerned Su Yuan's strength. He was a third-tier martial artist. She recalled the materials she had reviewed not long ago, when Su Yuan had just become a martial artist, having only reached the second tier. In just a few days, he had made such a significant leap in his realm, such a terrifying rate of advancement. His martial arts talent could undoubtedly rival that of the renowned Liu. How could our exploration department have concealed such a prodigy? If he were to assist me, perhaps I could indeed accomplish that matter. She momentarily cast these thoughts aside, refocusing her gaze on Su Yuan in the alley. No wonder I sensed no panic from him. The difference of a tier is an insurmountable chasm. It now seemed effortless for him to handle this assassin. And indeed, under the minister's astonished gaze, a silver-white shockwave surged forth, imbued with boundless murderous intent, slicing through the assassin's body like lightning. In the next moment, the assassin's chest was pierced by the long spear, his knees buckling as he fell to the ground, blood gushing from the wound like a fountain. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to utter something, but nothing escaped his lips, his expression locked in sheer horror. With a heavy thud, the assassin's body crumpled to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and fell into silence. Chapter 25. The Mad Principal in the Old City. A group of armed warriors swiftly traversed the streets, stirring up gusts of wind. "Where is he?" one asked. The minister said he's at alley 24. 24? Slow down. Everyone gradually decelerated, coming to a halt as they gazed at the alley marked with a sign reading alley 24. As they turned their heads, they were taken aback. Inside the alley lay two figures. One was sprawled in a pool of blood, while the other, face etched with despair, had a limp arm clutching a lifeless black-screened phone. "Hey, are you Su Yuan?" Su Yuan lifted his head, staring at the warriors, who appeared as though they were bracing for battle. For a moment, he seemed bewildered. "I am," he replied, stepping over the assassin's corpse to approach the group. "What brings you here?" The corners of their eyes twitched in unison. Hadn't they heard he was in grave danger, possibly facing death? How could he appear so unfazed? At that moment, someone noticed the body. "Oh my, isn't that the skinny guy? The criminal we've been pursuing." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward the corpse, astonishment evident on their faces. "Indeed it is," they exclaimed, eagerly inquiring, "Did you kill him?" Su Yuan nodded, casually fabricating a story. "That is correct. Although I was in an extreme state of anger. I assure you it was merely self-defense." Expressions of admiration spread among the crowd. "No wonder you could slay the ghost face bear. Truly impressive. Your actions have saved us a great deal of trouble. We're at a loss for how to thank you." "That's easily resolved," Su Yuan replied, shaking the dead phone in his hand. "Just rent me a power bank." Meanwhile, at Martial Arts High School, in the corridor, several student council members stood at the staircase. Upon seeing the director, who was carrying documents and descending the stairs, they hurriedly approached him. "Hey, director, we have something to ask you. Step aside. I'm busy." "We can talk later," the director snapped, waving his hand dismissively before hastening to the principal's office. The students exchanged frowns, one of whom was Feng Yuexia's close friend. "What's his deal? Acting all high and mighty. Does he think he's a little emperor?" "Exactly. If it weren't for his cousin being the principal's wife, he wouldn't even qualify to be a janitor. Let us secretly follow him and see what collusion he's engaging in with the principal." "All right, let us go." At the principal's office, a knock resounded. "Come in." The director took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself, and checked the fast-acting heart medication in his pocket before pushing the door open. With a heart full of trepidation, he placed a document on the desk. "Principal, this is the list of warriors I acquired at great expense. Please take a look." After speaking, he quickly retreated several meters, instinctively distancing himself from Principal Yuan. "Why so secretive?" the principal remarked as he took the list. "Just tell me the results." Suddenly, his voice faltered as he scanned the list, his gaze narrowing at an impossible name at the bottom. His pupils dilated, fixating on the name Su Yuan. His hand gripping the list turned pale with strain, his body swaying as if frozen in place. He blinked rapidly, willing the two black characters to vanish with each flutter of his eyelids. His throat tightened, and he instinctively swallowed, his hand trembling slightly. "This cannot be," the principal bellowed, slamming the list onto the desk, causing the documents to rattle. "How could Su Yuan be that warrior? What the hell have you done? Are you trying to fool me with a fake list?" He turned to the director, his eyes bloodshot and his expression furious. The director, taken aback by the sudden accusation, stammered, This is the list from the Warrior Center. It can't be fake." He couldn't bear to believe it, muttering repeatedly, "No. It can't be. It can't be." After a moment of realization, he snatched his phone and shakily dialed Principal Fong. "Hello, old Yuan, what is going on?" "Old Fong, what does that warrior you mentioned look like?" Principal Fong's brow furrowed, internally questioning whether this man was feigning ignorance or boasting. How could he not recognize the warrior he had trained? Though puzzled, he replied, "He's about 181 centimeters tall, well-built, quite spirited, and handsome. Those characteristics are too vague. I'll send you a picture. See if it's the same person." Principal Fong opened WeChat and sent a photo of Su Yuan, praying that the response wouldn't confirm it. "Yes, that's him. I met him at the Warrior Center last time." "Old Yuan, why are you silent?" The principal felt as if struck by lightning. His face, previously flushed, turned ghostly pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He clutched his chest, breath coming in rapid, labored gasps, as if an invisible hand were constricting his throat. A pained wheeze escaped him, his body trembling uncontrollably, on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, the director's expression changed dramatically, and he rushed forward. In his panic, he nearly tripped over a chair but managed to steady himself, quickly retrieving the heart medication from his pocket. Overwhelmed, he almost dropped the bottle, fumbling to open it and pouring a few pills into the principal's mouth, trembling all the while. Then, he picked up a cup of water from the desk, carefully helping the principal drink, the water spilling over and soaking his collar. After a while, the principal's breathing gradually stabilized and a hint of color returned to his face. Hey, old Yuan? What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Old Fong. Principal Yuan is well. He still has official business to attend to, so I'll have to cut this short. The director hurriedly hung up the phone. The office fell into a profound silence. After what felt like an eternity, the principal slowly opened his eyes, his gaze empty and filled with despair. The director swallowed hard. Cautiously probing, Principal, are you all right? Ha ha ha. The principal laughed, a cacophony of pain, sorrow, and self-mockery intertwining into a maniacal sound. The director instinctively took a few steps back. Principal, please stop laughing. It frightens me. Not advising is fine, but if you do, it'll worsen the situation. With a resounding slap, the principal began striking his own face with forceful blows, his cheeks rapidly swelling. As he continued, he laughed maniacally. Ha! I am such a fool. Su Yuan was merely my stepping stone to success, and I've just expelled him myself. Vivid images of expelling Su Yuan flooded his mind, and he slammed his fist heavily on the armrest, then resumed striking his face furiously. If he were still at school, with his accomplishments, I could not only be promoted, but become a prominent figure in the education sector. Major media outlets would rush to report, and countless honors would come pouring in, inviting me to various high-profile forums. But now, all of that has turned to dust. Ha ha. The principal's laughter grew increasingly boisterous, tinged with a weeping tone, as tears and snot uncontrollably streamed down his face. Not only have I missed the chance for meteoric success, but I shall also become the laughingstock of others. I am nothing but a complete fool. Ha ha. The principal's hoarse roar and frenzied laughter pierced through the thick door like a sharp awl. A group of students eavesdropping outside were struck dumb, their expressions a vivid tableau of astonishment, especially for Feng Yuexia's best friend. Her almond-shaped eyes widened to an alarming roundness. Her mouth agape in an O, unable to close for an eternity, her tongue flitting helplessly between her teeth, yet unable to produce a sound. The classmates beside her were equally stunned, frozen in disbelief, exchanging glances, the air thick with shock. It seemed as if the principal had lost his sanity. A boy stammered, his voice instinctively lowered, his gaze fixed on the closed door. Feng Yuexia's friend swallowed hard, her throat constricted as if something lodged within it, taking a long moment to regain her voice. Heavens! I never imagined that warrior was Su Yuan. Just then, another anguished roar from the principal echoed, filled with regret. I am such a fool. A colossal fool. Ha ha ha. Her body jolted involuntarily, disbelief flooding her eyes, her hands instinctively covering her mouth, fearing the slightest sound might escape. Her mind was a chaotic tangle. The principal, usually so lofty and imperious, now in such a state of disarray, created a stark contrast that was hard for her to comprehend. Even more difficult to accept was the reality of Su Yuan's ascension to warrior status. While everyone else was at the first level, 3 or 4 tiers, how had he quietly advanced to the second level? Chapter 26. The fainting of Feng Yuexia in the corridor. An unexpected voice broke the silence. If Su Yuan truly is that martial artist, then during the practical test, he might not have even touched the banned substances. This statement was like a stone cast into a still pond, instantly shattering the tranquility. Feng Yuexia's best friend's expression shifted dramatically, a crimson flush spreading across her cheeks, as a deep sense of shame filled her heart upon realizing that she had continually misunderstood Su Yuan. A powerful desire for atonement surged within her, and without hesitation, she turned and departed. Hey, where are you going? Her companion called after her. I must inform someone about this. In Class 1. As the bell rang to signal the end of the lesson, Feng Yuexia stretched her sore wrists, preparing to rest her head on the desk for a brief nap. Just then, her friend burst in like a whirlwind, her steps unsteady and her breath labored, her cheeks flushed from running. Her friend, in a state of urgency, scanned the classroom and quickly locked eyes with Feng Yuexia, rushing toward her and unceremoniously elbowing past the male classmates in the aisle. With hands on her hips, she struggled to catch her breath, speaking in fragmented sentences. Xia, come with me. I have something extremely important to tell you. Feng Yuexia, puzzled by her friend's frantic demeanor, was about to inquire further when she was abruptly pulled by the arm and dragged outside. Hey, take it easy. My arm is going to break. I will come with you. Just let me go. The two of them ran at full speed, though they were unaware of how long they had been running, eventually arriving at a secluded corner devoid of people. Sweeping her hand across her forehead to wipe away the beads of sweat, Feng Yuexia playfully asked, "What is so urgent? Have you won the lottery?" Her friend swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before tentatively asking, "Xia, if I told you that Su Yuan is that martial artist, would you believe me?" As soon as the words left her lips, an eerie silence enveloped them, as if time itself had frozen. "What did you say?" Feng Yuexia questioned, doubting her own ears. Her friend bit her lip, steeling herself, and recounted all the information she had heard in the principal's office, from the list of martial artists to the telephone confirmation, and the principal's maniacal laughter. It must be said, she had a talent for storytelling, articulating the details so clearly that it left an otherwise composed girl utterly astounded. Initially, Feng Yuexia harbored skepticism, but as her friend's narrative deepened, and witnessing the genuine emotion on her face, she gradually sensed that the situation was far from simple. A look of shock flickered in Feng Yuexia's eyes as her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to that practical test, recalling Su Yuan's words during their farewell. The overlooked details now struck her like boomerangs, hitting her squarely in the heart. Thump, thump, thump. She could distinctly hear the thunderous beat of her own heart. Buzzing. A ringing in her ears persisted, akin to mosquitoes incessantly circling her. She blinked, feeling her head grow heavy and her mind foggy. The scenery before her becoming blurred and surreal. Even her friend's figure began to shimmer. "Xia, are you all right?" A blurred voice reached her. Though she could not discern it clearly, she felt as though she were trapped in a dream, her body enveloped in cotton, soft and comforting, causing her defenses to lower, sapping her strength as she relaxed and lay down. "Xia, someone has fainted. Quick, someone call for help." This was the last sentence Feng Yuexia heard before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the carefree Su Yuan successfully borrowed a power bank and rushed into the rice noodle shop, extravagantly ordering 150 yuan worth of noodles with 10 servings of fatty beef. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. Although they were all martial artists, such an appetite was indeed rare. Su Yuan waved his hand. "Boss, serve the noodles over here, as much as you have." The crowd shook their heads. No, we've already eaten lunch. Thank you." "Oh, very well." Su Yuan was quite accommodating. "Are you here to protect me on behalf of the minister?" Everyone paused in surprise. "You figured it out? Well, that is quite considerate of you." Su Yuan mumbled while slurping noodles. "I'll be sure to thank her personally." Upon hearing this, the minister, observing from a higher vantage point, seemingly revealed a smile, then slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness returning to her body. The chauffeur glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "Miss, you're awake?" "Yes, please drive," she replied, pulling out her phone and dialing a series of numbers. In the midst of a nap in the office, team leader Luo felt his pocket vibrate, awakening with irritation, silently cursing. "Who is it? Why call during the day? Can't they pick a better time?" His words halted as his gaze landed on the word minister on the screen, the anger that had just brewed dissipating instantly. He straightened his posture, adopting an alert demeanor, and cautiously pressed answer. The call connected. Team leader Luo's voice brimmed with enthusiasm, striving to sound energetic. "Hello, Minister. What can I do for you?" The minister got straight to the point. "Give me Su Yuan's contact information." Team leader Luo was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had misheard. The minister was inquiring about Su Yuan's contact information? This was entirely out of character for her. While pondering this, he continued to respond promptly, 183XXX. The minister listened intently, pausing before asking, "What is his WeChat ID?" Team leader Luo raised an eyebrow, his mouth agape, momentarily losing his composure. "What? It's only been a short while. What on earth did Su Yuan do to the minister?" Despite the shock still reverberating within him, team leader Luo instinctively replied, 12138. "All right, I understand." The call ended. Team leader Luo found himself unable to return to sleep, even with his intellect. He couldn't fathom what had transpired in those few hours. Yet, he could keenly sense from the minister's tone that she seemed rather pleased. After finishing his noodles, Su Yuan bid farewell to the martial artists and was about to hail a taxi to the city gate when his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, he was momentarily stunned. He had not noticed earlier, but his notifications had skyrocketed to over 99. He opened the messages and quickly scanned through them, realizing that most were from his classmates at the Martial Arts Academy. "My identity as a martial artist has been exposed?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, recalling the guidance counselor he had encountered at the martial arts center that morning, and it dawned on him what had transpired. A phone call came through. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. Upon seeing the caller ID was his homeroom teacher, he decisively hung up. The guidance counselor called as well, and he hung up again. The principal called, and he hung up once more. Feng Yuexiao also called, and he waited a minute. Chapter 27. A Promise After a Moment's Hesitation. Su Yuan silently answered the phone. He remained quiet, as if waiting for the other party to speak first. Hello? The voice on the line was not Feng Yuexiao's. Su Yuan was about to hang up, but the caller seemed to realize something and hurriedly explained, "Don't hang up. It's Zhang Yu, Feng Yuexiao's best friend." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan appeared to recall something and pondered, "What do you want from me? Also, why are you calling me from Feng Yuexiao's phone?" Let me briefly explain the situation at school. Your matter has spread and caused quite a stir among the teachers and students. Our homeroom teacher has been dismissed, and that martial arts instructor has also been let go. The principal is in tears, lamenting his regrets and begging for your return. I can't go back, Su Yuan scoffed. He doesn't regret his actions, he only regrets the destruction of his own future. Probably. I've heard that the Education Bureau has begun investigating this matter. Given the unique status of martial artists, it won't be long before his secure position is jeopardized. Han Yang's family and Zhang Wanshi will also have to face consequences. Su Yuan nodded. Everything was as he anticipated. They deserved it. These individuals were merely bringing misfortune upon themselves. Su Yuan exhaled softly, feeling enlightened. He had originally planned to settle scores with those people at school after dealing with the current situation, but their retribution had arrived sooner than expected. The second thing is that Xiaxia has fainted. Su Yuan's brow furrowed, and a sharp glimmer flashed in his eyes. Who did this? Even through the screen. Zhang Yu could sense Su Yuan's fury, and her heart raced. She quickly explained, "It's not what you think. She just learned the truth and was too emotional. So she fainted from shock, but she's fine now." Hearing this, Su Yuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Well, that's good. At that moment, he suddenly heard a flurry of muffled voices in the background, followed by Zhang Yu's surprised exclamation. Xiaxia, you're awake? How do you feel?" Feng Yuexia shook her dazed head and looked around, realizing she was in the infirmary. After a moment of recollection, she remembered the events leading up to her fainting. She seemed still caught in shock, rubbing her forehead as she murmured, "A martial artist. Su Yuan is actually a martial artist." Su Yuan's voice came to the phone. "Yes, I am." Feng Yuexia paused for half a second, then let out a sharp gasp. Clutching her cup and shrinking back to the head of the bed, her cheeks flushing crimson as she pointed at the phone. "Why you?" Zhang Yu awkwardly chuckled, explaining, "I was just talking to Su Yuan when you suddenly woke up." Su Yuan interjected, passed the phone to her. Both Zhang Yu and Feng Yuexia were momentarily taken aback, but soon the phone was pressed to Feng Yuexia's ear. Feng Yuexia hesitated for a long time before softly uttering a single word, "Hello?" Su Yuan inquired with concern, "How are you feeling?" Feng Yuexia nodded, then realized Su Yuan couldn't see her and replied, "I just woke up and still feel a bit dizzy, but I'm much better now." "Good, take care to rest." Su Yuan suddenly remembered something. The college entrance examination is less than a month away, right? Stay calm and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuexia felt a mix of emotions. She recalled the moon from that night, reflecting on her own thoughts. It seemed she had misjudged things. Yet perhaps not. There was indeed a class disparity between her and Su Yuan. They were no longer from the same world, merely that this time he was above, and she below. Feng Yuexia was unsure of her own thoughts when, almost unconsciously, she blurted out, "Are you doing well now? How have you been recently?" Su Yuan paused momentarily before replying, "Well, I've been busy hunting monsters and beasts, feeling quite fulfilled." Zhang Yu's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Feng Yuexia hesitated before, as if having made a firm decision, she solemnly apologized, "I'm sorry. I misunderstood you before. You didn't use any illegal substances. That victory was truly yours." Su Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then realized she was referring to his practical test against Han Yang. If Feng Yuexia hadn't mentioned it, he would have nearly forgotten about it. Although it had only been a few days, Su Yuan felt as if ages had passed since then. This wasn't entirely his fault. After his transformation from an ordinary person to a martial artist, everything he encountered had dramatically changed. Take now for instance, he was about to leave the city to assist the armed forces in combating monsters, while Feng Yuexia and the others were still in classrooms studying, training, and learning martial arts. "I don't blame you, nor should you feel guilty," Su Yuan replied. Then asked, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss? I need to step out." "Yes." Feng Yuexia's voice rose a notch before trailing off again. She bit her lower lip tightly, almost drawing blood, her fist clenching silently. After a moment's turmoil, she asked in a low voice, tinged with anticipation and anxiety, Su Yuan, are we still friends? As her words fell, the infirmary fell into silence. Zhang Yu held her breath, tension filling the air, while Feng Yuexia felt her nerves taut with unease. She was terrified that Su Yuan would sever ties with her, terrified that he would cut off contact, terrified that he had already been tainted by the adult world. A martial artist and an ordinary person, there was an insurmountable chasm between their identities and status, akin to the unwillingness of anyone to befriend a stray dog on the street. However, to her surprise, after a brief pause, Su Yuan's laughter came through the phone. Of course, you are my best friend at school. Without you protecting me, I would have been bullied to death long ago. Su Yuan spoke the truth. Given the original owner's personality and temperament, he was the perfect target for school bullying, and Feng Yuexia had genuinely helped him a lot. Out of emotional and rational obligation, he felt compelled to repay her. He was not someone who forgot his roots. Furthermore, who said martial artists couldn't befriend ordinary people? Wasn't he getting along just fine with Wu Shuangshuang? Listening to Su Yuan's words, Feng Yuexia felt a wave of relief wash over her, her lips curving into a smile as she gently covered her mouth, letting out a melodious laugh. Nonsense, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Su Yuan chuckled. Although I won't be returning to school, we can still meet outside. Once I finish my tasks, let's set a place to meet, and I'll treat you to a meal. Feng Yuexia smiled. It's a promise. Su Yuan responded with a grin. It's a promise. Chapter 28. Vanguard. Just as Su Yuan intended to set down his phone after hanging up, another vibration startled him, followed by the chime of a new message. He opened the dialog box to find Zhang Wanshi had sent him an extensive message, her emotions so genuine and her prose so fluid that he couldn't help but wonder if she had employed a ghostwriter. As he scanned the text, a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. The content was suffused with a singular sentiment, regret. She began with a sincere apology, only to subsequently shift all the blame onto Han Yang. Hoping to evade accountability, she would not escape it, and concluded with a feeble attempt to mend fences, subtly hinting at a desire to reconcile. Su Yuan clicked on the latest voice message she had sent, her voice sweet and gentle, sending shivers down his spine. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. Please give me a chance to make amends. Indeed, this voice message was authentic, while the text felt contrived. Good grief, she isn't even pretending. Accompanying her voice message was an address. Su Yuan clicked on it and felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Rujia Hotel? Truly her style. In this situation, blocking her outright would only suggest he lacked charm. Thus, he opened the forum, took a screenshot, and posted it online. Within 5 minutes, a flurry of aggressive comments flooded in. Excluding the usual trolls, Su Yuan was deeply moved, akin to a sponge soaking up knowledge, reveling in a feast of vibrant discourse, continuously learning and evolving, ultimately crafting a post worthy of the reward list on Zaya Hongshu. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanshi anxiously awaited a reply. When her phone vibrated, she hastily opened the chat, only to be met with a barrage of words that felt like a slap to the face. Another message followed, and though she was momentarily dazed, she clung to a glimmer of hope and clicked on the voice message. Fool. Zhang Wanshi swallowed hard and sent another series of apologetic messages. Yet, it was evident that her limited writing skills could hardly convey sincerity. It was merely an arrangement of I'm sorry and my bad. However, the instant she hit send, a red exclamation mark pierced her vision like a sword. On the other end, Su Yuan let out a long breath, feeling invigorated and refreshed. So this is what it feels like to have clarity of thought? Exhilarating. He abruptly extended his hand, commanding a taxi with authority, and directed the driver toward the city gate. Ding dong. Someone else reaching out to me? Su Yuan glanced at his phone, surprised to find a friend request Lily Jane. His brow arched, and upon reading the accompanying note, he felt a jolt of apprehension. Quickly, he accepted the request, and, with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, typed a message. Minister, is that you? The minister responded almost instantly. It is I. In the future, should anything arise on your end, please do not contact Luo Chengtang. Simply message me directly. Understood. Su Yuan paused for a moment, sensing a slight awkwardness in their exchange. So he searched for small talk. Minister, I must say, your username is quite lovely. After a 3-second silence, the minister replied, that is my real name. I am called Lily Jane. Su Yuan's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. The minister continued, by the way, we have identified the employer of that assassin. He is currently enjoying tea at the bureau and will soon be incarcerated. Su Yuan, justice is served. The minister is astute. At this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Han Yang's family would face far more than mere imprisonment. They had provoked the most powerful entity in the entire Mobi City. The minister, should any similar incidents arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. My connections in Mobi City are extensive. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, not expecting the minister to care so much for someone of his humble status, which moved him greatly. He promptly sent a voice message. Yes, thank you, minister. As he pressed the send button, the taxi came to a halt. The driver turned to Su Yuan in the back seat. We have arrived at the city gate. The fare is 25 yuan. Thank you. Su Yuan nodded, about to scan the payment when suddenly his phone vibrated again, and he was astonished to see a transfer notification. Received a transfer of 10,000 yuan from Lily Jane. Su Yuan's jaw dropped, ready to respond when yet another notification appeared. Received a transfer of 10,000 yuan from Lily Jane. Received a transfer of 10,000 yuan from Lily Jane. Su Yuan was bewildered. Although he did not grasp the minister's intentions, the sensation of being showered with money was undeniably delightful. The minister continued typing. I am arranging for you to investigate, and naturally, compensation cannot be overlooked. This is your first month's salary. Su Yuan. Thank you, minister. The minister. Whenever investigations involve expenses, just let me know, and I will reimburse you. Su Yuan. I shall certainly do my utmost. Stepping out of the taxi, he retrieved his credentials, moving through the guards' awestruck gazes as he exited the city. Every action executed seamlessly. He reached out into the air before him, and a long spear materialized in his grasp. Even as he left the city, vigilance was paramount. Danger lurked beyond its walls. Su Yuan silently withdrew a sack. He thrust his spear at a nearby spiked rat. Dangerous creature. Meet your demise. Squeak. The spiked rat emitted a shrill cry before succumbing, causing the lurking beasts in the shadows to tremble. They seemed to imprint the image of this humanoid demon in their minds, quaking as they fled. Strange, why are there so few beasts on the road? Su Yuan murmured quietly, shaking the sack in his hand, lifting his gaze to the 12 years' worth of beast lifespans he had just accumulated, and sighed heavily. Alas. Nothing is easy these days. As his words lingered, a cacophony of shouts erupted nearby. Hurry. Don't let it escape. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan abruptly raised his head, spotting a massive stone bull charging furiously towards him. Its body was enveloped in layers of heavy rock, trembling the ground with each stride. Its eyes blazed like two burning embers, exuding ferocity and savagery. Trailing behind the stone bull was a cadre of armored warriors, hot on its heels. Their weapons gleamed with deadly intent, yet the stone bull sprinted with astounding speed, creating a turbulent wind that formed an invisible barrier, leaving the pursuers far behind. One warrior caught sight of Su Yuan, his face paling. Get out of the way. However, rather than retreating, Su Yuan's eyes ignited with fervent battle spirit. He stomped heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud, and launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The powerful gust swirling the surrounding grass into a verdant vortex. Seeing someone daring enough to obstruct its path, the stone bull did not veer off, but instead let out a thunderous roar, stamping its hooves to accelerate, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Charging towards Su Yuan like a cannonball. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, his spear dancing in a whirlwind, and with a swift motion. Its tip lunged forward like a striking serpent, slicing through the air and producing a series of sharp sonic booms. The stone bull showed no signs of retreat. Confident that its rocky armor would shield it, it channeled all its strength into its head, determined to collide head-on. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze. An invisible shockwave radiating from the point of impact. With a resounding crack, the stone armor shattered under the immense force, leaving the onlookers astounded. Su Yuan's spear struck like a bolt of black lightning, piercing through the creature's skull with effortless precision. Blood gushed forth from the wound like a fountain, splattering onto the grass below. The rock bull emitted a piercing howl of anguish as its immense body collapsed, creating a shallow crater in the earth and stirring up a cloud of dust. The warriors pursuing it halted abruptly, as if ensnared by a spell, their gazes fixed in stunned disbelief upon the scene before them. Two-star beast slain, rock bull, total lifespan, 60 years, remaining lifespan, 30 years. Absorbed, current beast lifespan, 42 years, current personal lifespan, 27 years, by the heavens. Su Yuan gasped, shaking his sore wrist. The beast's strength was formidable. He nearly suffered the consequences of its force. The warriors who had been chasing the rock bull approached. Among them, a burly middle-aged man with dark skin clasped his fists in salute. Thank you, young brother, for for your assistance. May I inquire which organization you hail from? Su Yuan returned the gesture, introducing himself. Beast Investigation Bureau, Exploration Department, Level 8 Agent, Su Yuan. He then unfolded his credentials to display before the middle-aged man. It is worth mentioning that his warrior rank was still listed as Level 1. He had not yet had the chance to report the change. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting surprise as he murmured, "A new warrior from the Exploration Department?" The news of Su Yuan's defeat of the Ghostface Bear had circulated only within the Exploration and Research Departments. The armed forces remained unaware, at least for the moment. Realization dawned upon him. "So you are members of the armed forces?" The middle-aged man nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we are a temporarily assembled expeditionary team, dispatched to hunt the beasts upon the mountain." A smile broke across Su Yuan's face. "In that case, I would be honored to join your ranks." The warriors regarded this willingly approaching member of the Exploration Department with a mix of astonishment, both at his youth and his formidable prowess. The middle-aged man inclined his head slightly, responding with enthusiasm, "Of course, follow me to meet the team leader." Chapter 29. The captain takes action. Su Yuan followed the footsteps of several warriors, arriving at a campsite. In the center of the camp stood a tall figure, intently maintaining a hunting bow. His long hair cascaded down to his waist, as dark as a waterfall, and his exquisitely handsome features were accentuated by a piercing gaze that exuded an innate chill. Su Yuan paused momentarily, rubbing his eyes, striving to discern the gender of this perfect and androgynous visage. Indeed, he was a man. A middle-aged man stepped forward and introduced, "Captain, this is Su Yuan, a warrior from the Exploration Department, who has volunteered to join this expedition." The captain slowly raised his head, his deep gaze sweeping over Su Yuan like cold stars. His voice was unexpectedly magnetic, reminiscent of a documentary narrator. "Send him back. Do not let him walk to his doom." At these words, an awkward silence enveloped the scene. Su Yuan stepped forward, assuring the captain, "Rest assured, I have a clear understanding of my abilities. I will not be a burden to you." The captain appeared to disregard his words, continuing to meticulously polish the hunting bow with a soft velvet cloth, each movement reflecting an utmost concentration. Su Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Observing the situation, the middle-aged man hastily explained, "Captain, he was the one who killed the rock bull just now. Although this young brother is only a first-level warrior, his strength is indeed commendable. Just a 2-star aberration, hardly noteworthy. The rock bull merely appears fierce. In reality, it is not difficult to handle." The captain continued his task with unwavering focus, dismissively stating, "On that mountain, the weakest creatures are 3-star aberrations, which he cannot contend with." The middle-aged man's lips twitched slightly, wanting to say more, but he heard the captain continue, "We, having been warriors for so many years, have had our share of enjoyment. Even if we lose our lives one day, it is an acceptable loss. But he appears to be just in his early 20s. Do you wish to drag him to his grave?" The middle-aged man nearly retorted that Su Yuan had just turned 18, but the words caught in his throat. He turned away, offering Su Yuan an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry." Su Yuan's gaze shifted, landing on the captain's left hand, which sported a ring denoting a second-level warrior. The captain secured the hunting bow on his back and said in a low voice, "Let us move. Do not waste time. We must hunt at least 3-star aberrations today." Yet, as the team ventured towards the peak, Su Yuan remained silent, trailing at the back of the group. "What a joke. You think I would simply follow your orders? You, a member of the armed department, cannot dictate my actions. I have the minister behind me." Su Yuan fully embraced the notion of leveraging authority, sticking to the captain like a persistent shadow, much to the latter's apparent dismay. The captain chose not to engage with Su Yuan further, believing that stubbornness and arrogance would inevitably exact their toll. He had witnessed too many overconfident individuals and decided to relinquish his inclination to assist, respecting the fate of others. Despite the steep terrain, the path carved for climbing made the ascent relatively manageable, though this was also due to the fact that they were all warriors. Along the way, no abnormalities arose. Save for a few aberrant squirrels and flying birds that suddenly appeared, the surroundings remained tranquil. However, the more serene it became, the more unease brewed within Su Yuan. It was as if this very calmness rendered the environment unsettlingly eerie. He could not shake the feeling that a storm was imminent. Upon reaching a flat resting area halfway up the mountain, the captain signaled for the group to halt. Su Yuan followed suit, squinting his eyes to discern a vague silhouette in the woods ahead, yet its nature remained unclear. Such uncertainties, however, did not apply to the captain. His eyes were sharp as an eagle, his gaze penetrating. In an instant, he drew his hunting bow, swiftly retrieving an arrow from his quiver and with fluid grace. He nocked it. Su Yuan initially paid it no mind, but when the arrow began to emit a pale blue glow, its tip transforming from metal to a lustrous gem, he could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The captain's arm tensed with visible veins. His seemingly lean physique now appeared to harbor boundless strength. He aimed at the shadow, drawing the bowstring back to its fullest, and with a swift, slicing sound, the arrow shot forth like lightning, racing toward its target with astonishing speed. Yet, the anticipated scream never came. The arrow had missed. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, feeling a wave of disappointment wash over him. Was all the build-up for naught? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the situation abruptly shifted. Visible ripples emanated from the point where the arrow fell, and the figure became clear to all, as if illuminated by infrared markings, its every movement now distinctly observable. The figure resembled a monkey, swinging agilely through the trees. Su Yuan was momentarily stunned, only to see the captain drawing back his bow once more. This time the arrowhead radiating a yellow light, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity. In the next moment, the arrow flew forth, and the monkey, sensing peril, attempted to flee, but the captain had already anticipated its move. Thud! Ah! A sharp cry pierced the air, abruptly silencing, followed by a heavy thump as something plunged to the ground. Instantly, some members of the team rushed forward, returning moments later with the carcass of the monkey. Su Yuan recognized the creature. It was a 3-star aberration, the frenzied ape. This creature was elusive, exhibiting remarkable agility in the forest, and once injured, it would enter a frenzied state, significantly enhancing its attack power. The optimal strategy was to deliver a decisive blow, just as the captain had done. The middle-aged man suddenly slapped his forehead, a mix of regret and embarrassment washing over him as he exclaimed, "Captain, we seem to have left the body bags back at the campsite in our haste." The captain narrowed his eyes. Displeasure etched across his brow. "We are seasoned warriors. How can we make such a rookie mistake?" Just as he was about to continue his reprimand, he caught sight of Su Yuan quietly pulling out a burlap sack, deftly placing the corpse of the frenzied ape inside. "Let us make do with this for now. This sack is of decent quality, and I've used it many times." The captain, after a moment of silence, nodded in acknowledgement. The group resumed their journey, a few members seizing the opportunity to engage in hushed conversation. The captain is truly remarkable. With a single strike, he has already completed a third of the objective. Indeed, it seems we might finish early today. Shall we grab a drink afterward? I know of a newly opened barbecue place. Amidst their chatter, a deafening roar erupted from the mountain peak, resonating like thunderclaps, carrying an intimidating presence. The sound wave sent tremors through the vegetation, causing leaves to scatter and birds to flee in panic. Most of the group trembled in fear, while only the captain and Su Yuan remained composed. Swiftly looking up towards the summit, the peak was barren, devoid of anything but the dense forest. This roar served as a warning, seemingly proclaiming to the group, should they advance any further, death awaited them. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, replaying the roar in his mind, feeling a sense of familiarity. It sounded like a tiger's roar? Chapter 30. The stone table. For the subsequent half hour, the group meticulously scoured the vicinity of the mountainside. Yet they found not a single hair from a third-tier beast. It appeared that all had retreated to higher altitudes. The middle-aged man, feeling a sense of unease, inquired, "Captain, shall we continue our ascent?" The captain, with eyes sharp as a hawk, cast him a cold glance, his tone imbued with an unquestionable authority. "If you fear death, you may return the way you came. I shall not hinder you." The man shivered, hastily shaking his head, turning to the others. The captain's piercing gaze swept across the group, and he spoke slowly. "Those wishing to leave may do so now. Those with courage should follow me up the mountain." As soon as he finished, he strode forward with purpose. The warriors behind him showed no hesitation, swiftly keeping pace. Each warrior who had entered the armed division had endured trials and tribulations, and none would easily falter. As they ascended, Su Yuan remained tense, cautiously surveying his surroundings, his grip on the rifle tightening until sweat began to bead on his palm. With the altitude rising, the environment grew increasingly eerie, the trees flanking them darkened, as if cloaked in a thick shroud of gloom. White mist began to rise from all directions, enveloping the forest in a veil of mystery. The grass beside the path rustled intermittently, as though countless eyes lurked in the shadows, watching their every move. Suddenly, a warrior pointed abruptly to the right front. "Look there." The group's gaze followed, and they beheld a pale-furred weasel standing silently upon a slope. Its eyes glowed an eerie green, swirling like ghostly flames, silently observing the climbers. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, recalling that the eyes of the ghost-faced bear had also been a haunting green. The captain, unfazed, readied his bow and released a white arrow. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before their eyes. The arrow passed directly through the weasel's form, as if it were but an ethereal specter, impervious to physical harm. Moments later, the weasel flickered and vanished before them, leaving behind an unsettling silence. The captain's brow furrowed deeply. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. As the mist thickened around them, threatening to engulf the group, a voice from the rear suddenly cried out in terror, "Captain, the path behind us has vanished." The group turned swiftly, only to find that the road they had traversed was now obscured by a dense, inky fog. The captain advanced cautiously, extending his arm into the mist. Finding no immediate danger, he gradually stepped into it. "Captain, where are you?" The middle-aged man shouted anxiously. "I am here," the captain replied, emerging from the left side of the fog, his expression grave. Indeed, their retreat had been sealed. Su Yuan gazed ahead calmly, stating, "So, we must continue our ascent?" The captain nodded slightly, tightening his grip on the hunting bow. "Everyone, arm yourselves and enter a state of heightened alert." Under the captain's command, the group quickly steadied their nerves. In an instant, the sound of weapons being drawn echoed through the air as they formed a practiced line. The robust middle-aged man held a heavy shield, leading the front, while those in the middle wielded swords, their gazes sharp and vigilant. The captain and Su Yuan took up the rear, responsible for their protection. The captain observed Su Yuan from the corner of his eye. Noting his steady grip on the long gun and the calm demeanor etched on his handsome face, devoid of any hint of panic. Noticing the captain's scrutiny, Su Yuan smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, Captain. With us here, nothing will go awry." The captain was taken aback, unable to suppress his admiration for Su Yuan's remarkable composure. He mused internally, can a first-tier warrior possess such confidence? This lad is truly optimistic. The group continued along the mountain path, the peculiar weasel not reappearing. After an indeterminate time, they arrived at a dense, shadowy forest. The middle-aged man lowered his voice, seeking confirmation from the captain. "Captain, shall we proceed?" The captain nodded slightly, quickly adjusting their formation to position a warrior with a large blade at the forefront to clear any obstructing branches. They entered the forest cautiously. The wind howled, and the rustling of leaves filled the air, creating an atmosphere that grew increasingly ominous. Su Yuan bent down to collect a few stones from the ground, stowing them away for potential use. As they continued to navigate the darkness, an unexpected beam of light suddenly illuminated the path ahead. With trepidation, they advanced cautiously. Before long, an open circular clearing emerged before them. Upon entering, the surroundings fell eerily silent, the whispers of the forest fading into nothingness. The ground was barren, consisting only of yellow earth, devoid of any wild grass. At the center of the clearing stood a stone table, adorned with 3 platters, each displaying a severed head, a pig's, a cow's, and a sheep's. They were bloodied, their vacant eyes staring blankly, while swarms of flies buzzed about. And a nauseating stench pervaded the air. Beside the grotesque offerings lay a brush and a bronze vessel filled with blood, their presence amplifying the unsettling ambience. The middle-aged man frowned deeply, perplexed. "What is this place?" The captain maintained his composure, issuing directives with poise. "Stay in formation and investigate." They encircled the stone table, their expressions grave. Aside from the suspicious, congealed bloodstains, they found nothing amiss. Su Yuan's gaze fixated on the brush, and he slowly reached out to grasp it. After examining it closely, his eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of contemplation appearing within. The captain approached Su Yuan, his voice low. "What have you discerned?" Su Yuan nodded slightly, his elongated finger pointing to the brush's tip. "Observe, it is stained with blood, but remains wet," indicating. The captain interjected, "It was used not long ago." Su Yuan affirmed with a slight nod. "Indeed." The captain's brow furrowed, his gaze sweeping over the stone table. "Yet there is not a single fragment of paper to be found." Su Yuan shook his head, his tone resolute. "A brush is not solely for writing. It can serve other purposes even in the absence of paper." With that, he dipped the brush into the dark red blood within the bronze vessel. The captain, puzzled, asked, "What are you intending to do?" Rather than answer, Su Yuan posed another question. "Captain, do you not sense that something is missing from this stone table?" Following Su Yuan's lead, the captain's gaze fixated on the 3 beast heads, the pigs, the cows, and the sheeps, arranged in an orderly manner, clearly intended for a ritual sacrifice. His pupils dilated, he spoke gravely. If it is indeed a sacrifice, how can it lack an incense burner? Precisely, that was my thought as well. Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization. He then steadied the brush, a flicker of eager determination igniting in his gaze. Since it was absent, why not draw one? With that, he set the brush to the stone table, and the group's breath hitched, their eyes fixated on Su Yuan's hand, as though drawn by an unseen force. With a deft motion of his wrist, the brush danced across the surface, sketching the outline of an incense burner. With just a few strokes, 3 wisps of smoke rose elegantly from the stone. At the moment the final stroke was laid down, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded before them. A low, resonant hum emanated from deep within the stone table, and the drawn incense burner began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, rapidly materializing before their eyes. The incense burner appeared, and 3 sticks of incense ignited, filling the clearing with a fragrant smoke. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, with wisps of white smoke swirling around. Suddenly, 3 beastly heads appeared to come to life, their nostrils twitching in unison. The onlookers held their breath, silently observing this chilling spectacle before them. After a moment, as if satiated by the scent, they emitted a series of contented sighs, and from their hollow eyes emanated an eerie green light. The 3 beams converged at a single point, where the green dot began to expand, transforming from a mere point into a circular luminescent curtain. The curtain rippled like water, resembling a strange and mysterious portal. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Even the usually composed and calm captain could not help but slightly part his lips, revealing an expression of astonishment. At that moment, a series of heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from the nearby dense forest. Chapter 31. 3 fists and 2 kicks. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a heartbeat reverberated through the desolate wasteland, buzzing in everyone's ears, their eyes drawn like iron filings to a magnet towards the source of the noise. Amidst the dense forest, a colossal figure, shrouded in a thick, pungent aura, gradually emerged. The first sight that captured their attention was a paw the size of a grinding stone, its sharp claws embedded deeply into the earth, resembling 5 gleaming daggers. Following this, a head adorned with silver stripes appeared, a prominent royal pattern on its forehead exuding an innate majesty. Finally, the mountain-like body was fully revealed to the onlookers. A middle-aged man trembled violently, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks, his throat parched as if scorched by fire, involuntarily swallowing hard. Before him stood a winged white tiger. Its massive body glistened with silver fur, its fangs sharp as blades, its tail thick and whip-like. Powerful limbs anchoring it firmly to the ground, claws deeply embedded in the soil. The team leader's gaze flickered, instantly recognizing it, the 3-star beast, the white-winged tiger. Although it shared the same rating as the mad ape, the otherworldly beasts, like warriors, were categorized into early, mid, and late stages. This creature before them was evidently of the mid-3-star stage, significantly stronger than its early counterpart. The white-winged tiger slowly raised its head, its copper-like eyes radiating a chilling green light. Despite my roar, how is it that someone dares to approach? Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Though the voice was somewhat garbled, he was certain it emanated from the mouth of the white-winged tiger. In an instant, everyone was struck with shock. Could it be that otherworldly beasts could speak human language? If the researchers found out, they would likely lose their minds on the spot. The team leader's expression darkened ominously. Though he did not comprehend why the white-winged tiger had suddenly appeared or how it could articulate human speech, he understood that it certainly did not come with good intentions. He swiftly drew his bow, the arrowhead trembling slightly as it locked onto the tiger's throat. Just as he was about to unleash his attack, the beast spoke again. "Are you the one summoned by the yellow weasel? That rascal knows today is my watch, yet still seeks to trouble me." Its voice was laced with resentment, rich in emotion, sounding remarkably human. Yet this only heightened the sense of dread among the crowd, as if they were experiencing a horror story unfolding before their eyes. Whoosh! The team leader no longer hesitated, opting for a preemptive strike. A sharp red arrow shot through the air like a meteor, aimed at the white-winged tiger. The creature glanced up, a flicker of disdain flashing in its eyes. Very well, merely cleaning up a few humans is no trouble at all. With that, it flapped its wings fiercely, conjuring a whirlwind that deflected the arrow into the adjacent thicket. Boom! A violent explosion ensued as trees were uprooted, and soil erupted like raindrops. The team leader's face became terrifyingly grim. Run. This beast counters ranged attacks. The group, jolted from their stupor, turned to flee. However, at that moment, a scene of despair unfolded. Unbeknownst to them, Thick white mist swirled around, enveloping them like an invisible hand. Yuan suddenly looked up to see an ugly weasel perched on a high branch, its whiskers white as snow, wearing an eerie smile. It then spoke, "Tiger brother, don't be so irritable. Wouldn't it be better to have more sacrifices for the master?" Its voice was shrill and grating, akin to metal scraping. The white-winged tiger shot at a glare. "Then why don't you handle them directly?" The weasel let out a repugnant cackle. "You know I'm not good at direct combat. Such matters are for you to handle." These two otherworldly beasts exchanged banter. And had it not transpired before their eyes, Yuan would never have believed such absurdity. A flicker of panic crossed the middle-aged man's face as he hurriedly asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" The team leader clenched his jaw, his brow furrowing into a deep frown. This white-winged tiger was exceptionally troublesome. Only a second-tier warrior could hope to contend with it, while first-tier warriors were merely cannon fodder. If it were any other beast, perhaps victory would be possible, but encountering a creature that countered their abilities. Could it be that he'd have to resort to that technique? The team leader silently clenched his fist, seemingly resolved, his gaze hardening as he raised his hunting bow, coldly declaring, "Everyone, step back." The middle-aged man's pupils dilated in realization, urgently exclaiming, "Captain, you mustn't use the blood arrow. It could cost you your life." The team leader showed no sign of fear, disregarding the middle-aged man's protests, and began to draw the bow. The middle-aged man, burning with anxiety, could not bear to watch his captain sacrifice himself. Gritting his teeth, he turned to charge at the white-winged tiger. Yet at that moment, Yuan stepped forward, placing a hand on both him and the captain. "Allow me to handle this little white cat," Yuan said calmly. The middle-aged man raised his shield, his brow furrowing in disapproval. "Get back. This isn't a game." The other warriors wore tense expressions, casting glances at Yuan, their eyes reflecting displeasure. Was this the time for jokes? The team leader's brows knitted together, his expression revealing irritation, silently cursing. There must be a limit to bravado. "If I had known, I would have kicked him out earlier. What a nuisance." Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan activated the system, expending all 42 years of accumulated life to elevate his realm. Training commences. In the face of crisis, your potential is unleashed. After 14 years of diligent practice, you successfully break through to the third tier, second stage. The beginning is the hardest. Your path becomes increasingly smooth, and after 24 years, you achieve a breakthrough to the third tier, third stage. With time running out, you make a final push, and in the 42nd year, you successfully break through to the third tier, fourth stage. Training concludes, current realm, third tier, fourth stage. This process transpired almost instantaneously. In the next moment, Yuan lowered his center of gravity, causing the earth beneath him to creak underfoot. He then charged forward with great force. The team leader was taken aback, never expecting Yuan would actually dare to rush out, hastily reaching out. "Come back. Don't be reckless. It's futile." However, just as his hand stretched halfway, Yuan's figure vanished in an instant. He froze, his hand suspended in midair. Wait, how is he so fast? Watching Yuan dash forward with incredible speed, the team leader felt a sense of confusion. A first-tier warrior could not possibly unleash such velocity. Could it be? The white-winged tiger, noticing Yuan charging towards it, revealed a glimmer of disdain in its emerald eyes, flapping its wings again to summon a tempest of sand and stone towards Yuan. Yet, rather than retreat, Yuan surged forward at an even swifter pace, his spear cutting through the air like a silver ribbon, tearing through the gale. Merging man and weapon, a silver shockwave surged forth, infused with an insatiable intent to kill, hurtling towards the creature. Despite lacking the support of the 8 trigrams array, his speed was still terrifying. The white-winged tiger's body quivered, completely unprepared for this turn of events. It attempted to retreat, but it was already too late, forced to roll away awkwardly. Even so, it had underestimated Yuan's speed. The silver shockwave flashed past, puncturing one of its wings, feathers scattering like snowflakes. The white-winged tiger let out a thunderous roar, echoing through the mountains, filled with fury. The scene unfolded with remarkable swiftness, almost in the blink of an eye, as Yuan delivered a devastating blow to the white-winged tiger. Everyone was rendered speechless, their astonishment and shock far surpassing the surreal moment when they had witnessed a beast speaking. The middle-aged man's shield clattered to the ground, landing on his foot without eliciting any sensation of pain. His eyes bulged in disbelief, the dark irises seemingly ready to burst forth from their sockets, while the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes were accentuated by the tension. His mouth gaped open, and his Adam's apple bobbed uncontrollably, as if an egg were lodged in his throat, refusing to go down. The dense stubble on his face stood erect, as if frozen like steel needles due to the rigidity of his features. What a swift strike! The captain, previously composed, widened his eyes in astonishment. His pupils constricting sharply like the surface of a lake disturbed by a boulder, ripples radiating outward. He fixated intently on Su Yuan's figure. His years of experience enabling him to swiftly assess Su Yuan's strength, he had undoubtedly reached the third tier of the second rank. The captain's mouth slightly parted, revealing an expression of incredulity. His realm surpasses even mine? Chapter 32. The light barrier, turning our attention back to Su Yuan. He did not pause even for a moment after his initial thrust. With a powerful leap, he advanced forward, launching another fierce stab. The white-winged tiger, wounded and driven by its primal instincts, unleashed a ferocious claw swipe at Su Yuan, its massive paw slicing through the air, intent on sending both him and his spear flying. Yet, the white-winged tiger was unaware that it had fallen into Su Yuan's trap. As it attacked, Su Yuan promptly withdrew his spear, utilizing the agile techniques of the dragon's dance spear art, mastering various spear movements with ease. Simultaneously, he sidestepped to evade the beast's assault, reaching into his pocket to unleash the Vajra meteor stone, a technique he had effortlessly taught himself. With a swift flick of his wrist, the stone shot forth, striking one of the tiger's eyes directly. With a piercing howl, the white-winged tiger cried out in pain. Observing the successful hit, Su Yuan hurled several more stones. However, the tiger, now alert, swatted away the incoming projectiles with its sturdy claws. Seizing the opportunity presented by its brief moment of defense, Su Yuan's leg muscles tensed. Resembling two top bows, he propelled himself backward, and with a dragon-like thrust of his spear, he aimed straight for the tiger's head. The white-winged tiger flapped its intact wing, summoning a gust of wind that, though diminished, remained formidable. Yet again, Su Yuan's actions took the beast by surprise. He discarded his spear and swiftly sidestepped, evading the oncoming wind, and charged towards it in a Z pattern. The spear, caught in the whirlwind, flew backward towards the onlookers. A middle-aged man hurriedly raised his shield. But before the spear could make contact, it vanished into thin air. The captain swiftly deduced. This was the latest blood recognition service from the Martial Artists Center. This fellow is indeed a second-tier martial artist. Meanwhile, Su Yuan unleashed his utmost speed, resembling a specter as he closed in on the white-winged tiger in the blink of an eye. He leaped onto its back, gripping tightly with his legs, and unleashed the Vajra fist technique, raining down punches like a torrential downpour upon the tiger's head. Each strike resounded like a war drum, echoing ominously. The white-winged tiger felt as if it were being assaulted by a 1,000-pound hammer, rolling and bucking in an attempt to dislodge Su Yuan, transforming the scene into a chaotic bull-riding spectacle. However, it clearly underestimated the strength of a third-tier martial artist. In no time, Su Yuan transformed the scenario from a mere cowboy rodeo into a fierce battle reminiscent of Wu's song, Slaying the Tiger. His powerful legs clamped down like iron pincers, his eyes gleaming with ferocity as he continued to rain blows and roar, resembling a wrathful deity. His left hand continued to strike, while his right hand reached out, summoning the spear once more, transitioning the scene into a piercing attack. As the sharp spearhead penetrated the tiger's neck and body, crimson blood gushed forth, splattering across Su Yuan's face and body, intensifying his murderous intent. Veins bulged on his forehead, his muscles rippling with power as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. At last, the white-winged tiger succumbed. Its skull shattered, its body riddled with wounds, its eerie green eyes ceased to move, and its blood soaked into the ground, staining the yellow earth and the young warrior's sleeves and eyes, a sight both horrifying and striking. Defeated the 3-star extraordinary beast, white-winged tiger, total lifespan, 210 years. Remaining lifespan, 108 years, absorbed, current lifespan of the extraordinary beast, 108 years, current lifespan, 27 years. At that moment, both the armed martial artists and the middle-aged man, even the captain, displayed expressions of shock and fear. An 18-year-old youth had slain a tiger, a transformed 3-star mid-level beast, with just a few punches and kicks. They collectively pondered a singular question. Is he truly human? Su Yuan stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and glanced at the weasel perched on a branch, its green eyes wide with fear. The creature trembled, sensing the presence of something formidable, and immediately fled, disappearing into the mist that surrounded them. He hoisted the carcass of the white-winged tiger and tossed it before the crowd, causing them to recoil a few steps in fright. Su Yuan casually inquired, "Captain, This beast should be worth 2 ordinary 3-star beasts, wouldn't you agree? The captain's lips twitched slightly as he scrutinized Su Yuan with a complex expression. Let us set that aside for now. I have a question for you. The gaze of the crowd converged upon Su Yuan, making him feel slightly uneasy. Su Yuan responded. What is it? The captain demanded. Please show me your identification and martial artist ring. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment before retrieving them from his pocket. Here you go. After examining the documents, the captain handed them to the others, who leaned in to inspect them closely. The identification was legitimate, and the martial artist ring was not counterfeit, indicating he was not among the deluded practitioners. Everything seems in order. But considering this, doesn't the issue seem rather significant? Su Yuan scratched his head, bewildered by the contradictory statements. The captain then asked pointedly, Who referred you to us? Su Yuan replied, Wu Shuang, to be precise. She came on behalf of our department head to invite me. Indeed, the crowd visibly relaxed. For that head had a reputation for having an exceptional eye for talent, though she herself had not anticipated Su Yuan would be such a prodigy. The middle-aged man, chewing his tobacco, turned to the captain. They exchanged glances, both understanding the unspoken message. Damn it, they had been outpaced. If this genius were to be claimed by their armed department, it would elevate the status of everyone from the department head down to the members, potentially leading them to greater heights. The middle-aged man clasped Su Yuan's shoulder. Young brother, you know we have always been eager to welcome you. Have you considered officially joining our expedition team? The captain approached, waving his hand in disapproval. Enough. Stop trying to poach him. Such despicable actions are beneath you. As he spoke, he pried the middle-aged man's hand from Su Yuan's shoulder, discreetly slipping a business card into Su Yuan's pocket while lowering his voice. Contact me when you have time. We can discuss martial arts insights. Su Yuan was left speechless. The captain cleared his throat, his expression turning serious once more as he gazed at the ethereal green water curtain. Next, let us examine this phenomenon. I have a strong intuition that this extraordinary event is closely linked to it. Chapter 33. The manner and the robot. Su Yuan caressed his chin as he circled the eerie green light curtain. The tiger had just claimed it was a guardian, which must refer to this portal-like structure. The captain scrutinized the light curtain, nodding slightly. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Yet, we remain unaware of what lies beyond this luminous barrier. Perhaps another world? A middle-aged man spoke up. Captain, should we not venture inside to investigate? After a moment of contemplation, weighing the risks and benefits, the captain gently shook his head. There are too many unknowns. Rashly entering could be perilous. Instead, let us document this location and relay the information back, awaiting further directives from our superiors. Upon hearing this, the warriors unanimously nodded, endorsing this prudent approach. However, Su Yuan decisively shook his head. No. The captain furrowed his brow. Why not? Instead of answering directly, Su Yuan gestured around them. Look, haven't we already reached the vicinity of the mountain's peak? The captain nodded. Indeed. What are you implying? Su Yuan elaborated. The intelligence indicates that over 100 formidable beasts are congregated in this area, yet we have only encountered 3 thus far. Our fortunate encounter is undoubtedly tied to the white mist of that weasel, but now it has fled, likely informing the other beasts. Should we attempt to return here, we will undoubtedly face fierce resistance from the multitude of beasts lurking in the depths of the mountain, leading to an inevitable bloodbath. The present moment is the most opportune for exploring the light curtain. Such chances are fleeting. The captain fell into contemplation, his eyes revealing a flicker of conflict. After a lengthy pause, he spoke slowly. You make a valid point, yet the uncertainties beyond the light curtain are too great. We cannot allow everyone to enter. If we were to face total annihilation, we would lose our chance to relay vital intelligence. He proposed. Let us split into 2 teams, one to descend and relay the information, and the other to venture into the light curtain. Su Yuan nodded. This plan is acceptable. It aligns with my intentions. The captain promptly began to organize the teams, directing the middle-aged man. Old Zheng, you will lead the others down the mountain. Upon your return, report immediately to the deputy minister. Old Zheng hesitated. But what about you, Captain? I will remain here. But the captain's expression remained calm, his tone resolute. There are no buts about it. Tell me, what is the first principle of the armed forces? Old Zheng stood at attention, responding loudly. To obey orders. The captain nodded slightly. Do not waste time. Descend immediately, and Su Yuan, accompany them. To his surprise, Su Yuan shook his head, firmly refusing. I will not. The captain furrowed his brow, about to speak, when Su Yuan reminded him, the exploration team does not adhere to so many principles. The captain's lips twitched slightly as he recalled that Su Yuan was not under his command. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Very well, since you are insistent, I shall not dissuade you. The two of you should look out for one another. That should provide some assurance. Thus, the expeditionary team split into two. Old Zheng led his group, carrying the corpse of the white-winged tiger, hastening down the mountain with the intent to relay intelligence and ensure they would return with reinforcements should Su Yuan and the captain fail to return in a timely manner. With all arrangements made, only Su Yuan and the captain remained in the desolate area. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, casually tucking the brush into his cloak. Shall we? The captain shot him a glance, his expression a cold poker face laced with confusion. How are you so relaxed? Su Yuan chuckled. I have confidence, having just acquired over a century of lifespan. The captain, unable to comprehend the underlying meaning, began to view Su Yuan in a new light, acknowledging that his optimism was indeed a rare and valuable trait for agents who had long been under tension. He gripped his hunting bow tightly. Let us proceed. The two stepped into the eerie green light curtain. Su Yuan felt a sudden darkness envelop him, followed by a brief sensation of weightlessness and dizziness, culminating in a prolonged ringing in his ears. When he reopened his eyes, the sight before him left him astonished. Bright sunlight poured down, illuminating an expansive estate. Below his feet, a well-trodden dirt path wound through the manor, resembling a silk ribbon that connected various corners. Surrounding him were several buildings, thoughtfully arranged. These structures were crafted from smooth timber and sturdy stone, their roofs adorned with oak planks of varying shades, edges gently curling upwards, exuding an ancient elegance. Bright glass windows embedded in the walls allowed sunlight to filter through, casting colorful halos. In front of the buildings, clusters of vibrant flowers bloomed, their fragrant aroma attracting butterflies and bees that flitted about. Not far away lay vast fields, with neatly organized plots where tender green wheat swayed gently in the breeze, resembling waves of emerald. On one side of the fields, a crystal-clear stream meandered, its surface shimmering in the sunlight. Encircling the estate were circles of trees, majestic white birches with bark as white as snow, and graceful spruces with lush green needles layered upon one another. Su Yuan stood transfixed, the scene before him starkly contrasting with the eerie forest they had just traversed, evoking a sense of surreal beauty that almost transported him to Stardew Valley. He gazed around, suddenly realizing something was amiss. Where had the captain gone? This place was devoid of anyone but himself. Holding his long spear, he cautiously navigated the surroundings, remaining vigilant despite the seemingly tranquil environment. As he walked, his gaze abruptly fixated on a structure ahead. Was that a cinema? The door stood ajar, dim light spilling out, with the ticket booth facing Su Yuan. Behind the glass window stood a striking figure, a girl clad in a black and white uniform. Hands neatly placed on her abdomen, head bowed, eyes closed, seemingly entranced in a state of slumber. Su Yuan approached warily, about to knock on the window, when the girl seemed to sense his presence, slowly raising her head. He instinctively recoiled, gripping his spear tightly, his gaze sharp as he demanded, "Who are you? Where's this place?" Yet, she appeared oblivious to his inquiries, merely offering a slight smile before her lips parted, emitting a chilling mechanical voice. "Welcome, Su Yuan." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Su Yuan froze momentarily, and then a realization struck him. Was this not the voice of the system? Leaning closer, he discerned that despite the girl's striking beauty, the screws and her somewhat rigid form revealed her true nature. She was a robot. Su Yuan unleashed a barrage of questions akin to a machine gun, yet she remained silent, impassively announcing, "The door to Hall 1 is now open for you. Please proceed down the corridor to the leftmost room." Chapter 34. The Horse Burial Ridge. Su Yuan waved his hand at her, even gestured with the gun's muzzle a few times before him, yet she remained unresponsive, as if the program lacked any interactive function. Confounded, he bypassed the ticket booth and stepped into the so-called corridor of the robot's mouth. A dark red wool carpet unfurled from left to right, while dim yellow light cascaded from the ceiling, creating a warm ambience. There were 7 screening rooms in total, each marked by a large numeral at the entrance, easily discernible. With a curious heart, Su Yuan tugged at the door of room 4. Despite exerting all his strength, the door remained steadfastly closed. Reluctantly, he abandoned the effort and proceeded to the furthest left room, number 1. A gentle pull opened the door effortlessly. What lay inside took Su Yuan by surprise. The room was in fact exceedingly small, its area comparable to a restroom. Although labeled as a screening room, it contained no audience seating or large screen. Instead, there was merely a pull rod and a reddish-brown flag behind a railing. The flag bore a peculiar rectangular pattern outlined in white thread, leaving him puzzled about its significance. Testing the solid floor beneath him, confirming there were no hidden compartments, he cautiously approached the pull rod, driven by a sense of curiosity, and gently tugged it. Click. A crisp sound echoed. In an instant, the scene before Su Yuan shattered like glass. The room, the pull rod, the flag, all vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, he found himself transported from the bright manor to a thicket. The night was as dark as ink, with sparse lights twinkling in the distance. The sound of fabric rustling caught his attention, and upon turning, he saw the captain beside him, his expression dazed. The captain scanned the surroundings and murmured, "Where are we?" Su Yuan paused for a moment, then hastily inquired, "Did we just get teleported here?" The captain, puzzled, replied, "Have you forgotten what happened just a second ago?" A chill ran down Su Yuan's spine. It appeared that the manor was a place he could enter alone. But what exactly was that place? Why was there a robot at the ticket booth? And what was the meaning of that diminutive screening room? Countless questions flooded Su Yuan's mind, but he had to set them aside for the moment as footsteps approached. A wolf demon, adorned with a long knife at its waist and holding an oil lamp, was leisurely patrolling nearby, its fur gleaming, with blood at the corners of its mouth. The captain's pupils constricted, and he quickly pressed down on Su Yuan's shoulder. They both crouched down, concealing themselves in the dense underbrush, holding their breath to blend into the night. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew nearer. Su Yuan lay low, peering through the gaps in the foliage, and was astonished to see that this anthropomorphic beast was wearing leather shoes. The footsteps halted, barely 2 meters away from their hiding place. The wolf demon's nose twitched as it leaned forward, sniffing the air, its brow furrowing. "What is that scent of blood? Did I overindulge earlier?" As soon as the words left its mouth, a silvery gun barrel appeared in an instant, piercing through its neck. The wolf demon's pupils dilated in shock. It attempted to scream, but no sound emerged, only a gurgling rush of blood. Su Yuan stepped forward, swiftly pulling the wolf demon closer before delivering a finishing blow. Another creature fell. 1-star beast slain, bloodthirsty wolf, variant, total lifespan, 82 years, remaining, 40 years, absorbed. Su Yuan was taken aback, his gaze fixed on the panel. Blinking in disbelief, unable to suppress an internal shout, a 1-star beast with a lifespan of 82 years, and still 40 years remaining. He recalled the arduous battle against a 2-star beast, the giant swamp frog, from which he absorbed nearly 48 years of life, while the rock bull offered only 30. This single shot had radically altered Su Yuan's perception of beast lifespans, so they could live for so long. He muttered softly, "Variant." Could it be that upon gaining intelligence, they underwent a second evolution, their behavior becoming more human-like, and their lifespan significantly extended? With this thought, Su Yuan's eyes seemed to ignite with fervor, and he felt an exhilarating rush. The captain, witnessing Su Yuan's excitement over the demon's corpse as if he had encountered a long-lost brother, couldn't he help but twitch his lips in bemusement. "I didn't realize you had an aptitude for research." At that moment, Su Yuan suddenly recognized the dilemma: how to transport the corpse back. After pondering briefly, he glanced at the dagger hanging from the captain's waist. "Captain, may I borrow that dagger?" The captain handed over the dagger, and Su Yuan made an incision on the wolf demon's body. He then retrieved a brush from his pocket, dipped it in the crimson blood, and began to sketch on the ground. "Hey, there is no stone table here, you." However, before the captain could finish his sentence, Su Yuan had swiftly outlined the shape of the teleportation portal. The blood then emitted a faint green glow, and a shimmering portal materialized on the ground. Su Yuan's heart leapt with joy. Aha, it worked. Yet, the portal only lasted for less than 3 seconds before abruptly dissipating, the blood soaking into the ground without leaving a trace. Furrowing his brow, Su Yuan contemplated for a moment before nodding slightly. "So that is how it is." The captain, bewildered, asked, "How is it?" Su Yuan articulated his hypothesis. "It seems that the sacrifice is not a necessary condition for summoning the portal. Its purpose appears to merely extend the portal's duration." Upon hearing this, the captain recalled that when the portal was initially summoned, they had encountered the white-winged tiger. And even after Su Yuan slayed it, the portal remained. Indeed, it seemed Su Yuan was correct. His eyes narrowed slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Su Yuan, his perception of him shifting. On the surface, he seems careless, yet he possesses a bold and meticulous nature. Damn. Such raw talent is being snatched up by others. How frustrating. Su Yuan tucked the brush back into his pocket. "Since we have a means of retreat, let us leave the corpse here for now and explore further ahead." We can return to retrieve it later." The captain nodded in agreement, and the two stealthily emerged from the thicket, weapons in hand, ready for any confrontation. The pale moonlight poured down, illuminating the winding pebble path, guiding them toward the source of the distant light. They did not encounter any more night watchers resembling the wolf demon, and soon arrived at a stone tablet. Engraved upon the tablet were 3 somber red characters: "Horse Burial Rich." Chapter 35. The courtyard. Su Yuan gazed intently at the stone tablet before him, his expression tranquil. In contrast, the captain's demeanor shifted drastically upon seeing the 3 characters Ma Zhongling. His countenance paled, pupils dilating, and he instinctively took a step back. Disbelief etched across his face. He murmured, his voice trembling, "How is this possible?" Su Yuan, keenly attuned to the captain's unusual reaction, promptly inquired, "Captain, do you know this place?" The captain swallowed hard, his throat bobbing as he took several deep breaths to regain his composure, then lowered his voice, articulating each word with care. "Ma Zhongling is located in the Deep Zone's red area. According to expert evaluations, this site possesses an extremely high danger factor. Hence it was designated an absolute forbidden zone by the headquarters many years ago." His expression grew increasingly grave as he continued. "The critical point is that the entrance here rarely opens. The last recorded instance was on a deep night 43 years ago, and it remained open for merely 55 seconds. Which is why few have ventured here. If all goes as expected, we are among the first to take this leap." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. A fleeting thought of inscribing "I was here" on the stone tablet crossed his mind, yet reason prevailed. After all, he considered himself a civilized individual. Filled with curiosity, he asked, "What do you mean by open entrance? I didn't notice any entrance just now." The captain, initially inclined to scold Su Yuan for lacking this common knowledge, remembered that he had just joined the organization. He pulled him aside to a more secluded spot and patiently explained, "The locations in the Deep Zone are not fixed. There is no established route to reach a specific place. Most of the time, whether one can enter a particular area relies heavily on chance. The term open entrance merely signifies that the location is currently accessible." Realization dawned on Su Yuan, so the Deep Zone's locations are whimsically fickle, allowing entry when they please and shutting it off when they do not. The captain's eyes twitched slightly as he replied, "As long as you understand." Su Yuan gazed toward the distant flickering lights, narrowing his eyes. "Captain, have you noticed? It appears to be a village over there." The captain, possessing sharper vision than Su Yuan, had already discerned this. "Indeed it is." Su Yuan mused, "Do you think it is inhabited by humans or beasts?" The captain replied, uncertain. "Either could be possible, even the kind of mutated beast we encountered earlier." "That would be quite something," Su Yuan remarked. The captain, taken aback, simply responded with a nonverbal expression of confusion. The night enveloped them like thick ink, and the 2 men crouched low, stealthily avoiding the broad main path as they crept along the overgrown side trail towards the village. As they drew nearer, the village, shrouded in darkness, gradually came into clearer focus. The wooden gate at the entrance swayed precariously, creaking ominously in the howling night wind, as if it might collapse at any moment. The surrounding fence lay mostly in ruins, splintered wooden stakes jutting into the night sky like jagged fangs. Crossing the fence, they entered the village. A stone pathway meandered through 30-odd dilapidated houses, leading towards the steps of a nearby hill. The structures leaned precariously, many roofs had collapsed, revealing dark gaping holes. The walls were riddled with numerous claw marks and deep stains, resembling blood splatters, exuding an eerie aura under the moonlight. Scattered about were tattered human garments, some torn into shreds, coated in dust and blood. This place seemed to have witnessed a fierce battle. Su Yuan scanned the depths of the village, where a more imposing courtyard stood in stark contrast. The vermilion gate glimmered a dark red under the moonlight, reminiscent of congealed blood. 2 lanterns hung at the entrance, their dim light flickering in the wind, casting elongated and distorted shadows of 2 wolf demons wielding curved blades. One wolf demon leaned against the wall, snoring thunderously, drool pooling at its feet, while the other appeared much more alert, its emerald eyes darting around, ears twitching as it sensed the slightest rustle. Suddenly, a stone fell at its feet. Intrigued, it instinctively bent down to retrieve it, but just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air. Startled, it looked up to see its companion struck by an arrow in the neck. Its eyes widened in horror, reaching out as if to speak but unable to produce a sound. Moments later, its body crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Before it could fully comprehend the presence of an enemy, a shadowy figure had already swept before it. A spear lunged forth, claiming its life in an instant. One star beast slain, bloodthirsty wolf, mutated species, Total lifespan 80 years, remaining 33 years. Absorbed, current beast lifespan 181 years, current lifespan 27 years. The captain emerged from the distant shadows, and the two swiftly disposed of the corpse before appraising the imposing courtyard before them. The captain urged, "Let us be quick, the night is closing in." Su Yuan nodded slightly, and together they sprang into action, effortlessly vaulting over the courtyard wall like cats landing silently. The courtyard was spacious, lacking artificial hills or exotic flowers. Yet it did not appear desolate. Su Yuan glanced at a dried-up well before peering through a paper window into the main room, which was enveloped in darkness. They approached the door, pressing their ears against it, but detected no sounds from within. Extending their hands, they counted down 3, 2, 1. Bang! Su Yuan kicked the door open, spear at the ready, while the captain knocked an arrow, following closely behind. The interior was shrouded in darkness, but fortunately, both of their phones still had battery life, and they swiftly activated their flashlights to illuminate their surroundings. The first thing that caught their eye was a massive gilded incense burner, filled with remnants of ash. On the wall hung a faded painting of court ladies, the colors yellowed with age. In the modeled image, the maidens, poised and graceful, held round fans. Their smiles initially charming and gentle, yet under the flickering light, their features grotesquely twisted, their eyes seemingly fixated on the intruders with an unsettling gaze. Beneath the painting sat an ornate sandalwood table, neatly arranged with a teapot and tea set, remnants of cold tea lingering in the cups, faint tea stains marking their surfaces. They moved to the side, entering the bedroom. Before them stood an intricately carved bed, draped in dark red silk, slightly dust-covered but otherwise intact. The curtains were meticulously tied back, revealing neatly folded bedding. One corner of the quilt was slightly lifted, as if the occupant had only just risen. The wooden wardrobe against the wall stood ajar, its contents neatly organized. Several exquisite qipao and long gowns were arranged in order, crafted from fine fabrics with intricate patterns. In the corner of the wardrobe, a small fragrant pouch emitted a subtle aroma, mingling with the faint sandalwood scent in the air. On the dressing table, a polished copper mirror reflected Su Yuan and the captain's figures clearly. The tabletop was organized with rouge boxes, powder compacts, and a silver hairpin nestled safely in a cosmetic case. A few strands of dark hair were neatly arranged on the comb. Beside the dressing table stood a burnt-out oil lamp, with remnants of wax indicating that light had recently flickered here. Su Yuan couldn't help but murmur, "This place carries an indescribable eeriness." The captain nodded in agreement. The room is devoid of any warmth, peculiarly cold, yet all signs suggest it was once inhabited by people. Su Yuan speculated, "It must be those mutated beings." The captain pulled out his phone, snapping pictures eagerly, intent on filling his 512 gigabytes memory to the brim. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly erupted from outside, accompanied by the sharp sounds of clashing weapons and armor, resembling a relentless drumbeat, intertwining in the night. The captain was taken aback, turning his head towards the courtyard entrance. His keen eyes pierced through the open crack of the door, revealing the scene outside. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, "Quick! Retreat at once!" Chapter 36. The escape in the headquarters. As twilight deepened like ink, it saturated the horizon, and the night wind of Ma Wang Ridge carried with it an eerie scent of blood, howling through the courtyard. Even the usually composed captain displayed a look of alarm at this moment. Without needing to ponder, Su Yuan understood that they had encountered an exceedingly troublesome predicament. Without the slightest hesitation, he dropped to the ground and retrieved a brush to commence his drawing. Reality is not akin to movies or novels. There is no time for idle chatter when faced with such a situation. The instinctive response is to flee. However, midway through his work, the blood at the tip of the brush suddenly dried up, as if the power contained within had been completely drained and urgently required replenishment. Observing this, the captain did not hesitate for a moment. He extended his right arm and said, "Cut me." Su Yuan likewise showed no hesitation, brandishing his dagger and replying, "Understood." With a swift motion, a gory wound appeared. In the instant the brush touched the injury, an intense suction emerged, akin to a greedy leech that instantly drank its fill of blood, causing the brush to radiate an uncanny red glow. The captain's face paled even further. His already strikingly handsome features, which could rival Su Yuan's, were momentarily accentuated by his pallor. As the final stroke was completed, a luminous screen exuding a ghostly green glow materialized in an instant. Su Yuan, arms crossed, leapt into the light like a child on a water slide, with the captain closely following. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished without a trace from the room. Just as the light curtain closed, the footsteps outside the courtyard abruptly ceased. Strange. Where are those guards? Hey, there are bloodstains here. Someone has intruded. Search. Meanwhile, the two returned to the mountaintop, where the sky had been engulfed by the thickening night. Countless dangers lurked in the darkness. The shallow region's exotic beasts were indeed manageable. But adjacent to this mountain lay the deep zone. If the larger creatures were lured out, they would be lucky to escape with their lives. The two fled frantically. The sensation of being watched by the beasts ever present, never dissipating. Finally reaching the city gates, the bright lights dispelled the darkness, and a wave of relief washed over them. Upon entering the city, they fortuitously encountered a visibly anxious old Zhang and his companions. A group of warriors, each bearing a serious demeanor and heavily armed, followed old Zhang. Upon seeing the captain, old Zhang momentarily froze before his face broke into a joyful expression. Captain, you've returned. The captain simply nodded slightly, then urgently stated, we must return to headquarters immediately. I have a series of important reports to make. In the first natural reserve of Mo by City, Yuan followed a throng of personnel to a valley encircled by towering firs. Before them stood what appeared to be an ordinary cliff, but with a faint electronic hum. The cliff slowly parted, revealing a descending passage. The ceiling of the passage was adorned with lights, illuminating the interior as brightly as day. Venturing forward through the passage, they entered an expansive underground hall. A massive holographic screen displayed a flurry of red markers and flowing data, overwhelming the senses. Surrounding the hall were rows of workstations, with staff bustling about, the rhythmic clatter of keyboards merging with hushed conversations to create a unique melody. Curious, Yuan looked around and asked, is this our headquarters? The captain nodded and explained, indeed, this is the headquarters of the Exotic Beast Investigation Bureau of Mo by City. The staff here are the elite from the three main departments, many of whom have been specially transferred from other cities. Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, so the Investigation Bureau is this grand. I thought the headquarters would resemble a larger wellness center. The captain's eyelid twitched slightly as he replied, that's merely the office space rented by your team. Are you entirely oblivious to the workings of the Bureau? Yuan candidly nodded, basically. Seeing this, the captain patiently elaborated, as a national institution, the main bureau is located in the capital, Yuan City, where not only the three main departments reside, but also the state-controlled martial artist army, specifically tasked with combating exotic beasts and suppressing terrorist attacks. Each city has its own branch, and Mo by City, being an economically developed first-tier city with 8 districts, naturally boasts a large-scale and well-equipped investigation bureau. The bureau has a clear hierarchical structure, with positions ranging from the director, minister, deputy minister, supervisor, team leader, to agent. Each role has specific responsibilities. And it is precisely because everyone performs their designated duties that this vast governmental machine continues to operate smoothly. Yuan listened in awe. Wow, you really know how to elaborate. Why has your tone suddenly become so official? The captain cast him a sidelong glance. Because these are the exact words from the work manual. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yuan scratched his head and quickly changed the subject. So what level does your position as captain fall under? The captain explained, the captain of the armed division is equivalent to a team leader. It's just a different term for the same position. Levels 9, 8, and 7 are agents, while only at level 6 can one become a team leader. Yuan raised an eyebrow. Ah, so you're a leader? The captain replied matter-of-factly, just so you know, remember to. Yuan interrupted, you're not my boss. The captain sighed in exasperation. Passing through an iron door at the end of the hall, the captain led Yuan into a conference room. The room was rectangular, with walls crafted from a deep gray alloy, exuding a cold metallic sheen. At the front, a massive curved display screen occupied an entire wall, showcasing complex data streams, satellite imagery, and an array of mysterious symbols marked in various colors. The conference table, central to the room, was made from a single slab of black marble, its smooth surface reflecting the cold white lights above. Surrounding the table were several expensive chairs, alongside a wheelchair. Yuan looked up to see a familiar figure. Pale, slender, and quiet. Without thinking, he blurted out, Minister? Hearing the voice, Li Lijian turned her head, her crystalline blue eyes flashing with surprise. Seated beside the conference table were 2 others, one an elderly man, the deputy minister of the research department, whom Yuan had seen before, and the other a middle-aged man with a square face, the deputy minister of the armed division responsible for the current expedition. Clearing her throat, Li Lijian spoke. Her tone still cool. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting. Chapter 37, The deputy minister of the armed forces crossed his arms and turned to the captain, speaking in a low voice, Xiaoji, please share what you observed. As soon as he spoke, the captain launched into an elaborate account, detailing everything they had experienced at the Mazong Ridge with remarkable precision. Throughout this narrative, Su Yuan played the role of a supportive listener, interjecting with phrases like indeed, that is the case, adding an unnecessary flourish to the captain's vivid recounting. After more than half an hour, the captain concluded, in summary, that's the situation. I might have omitted some details. Let me think a bit more. The deputy minister of the research department promptly interrupted, that will suffice. We understand. So, you did not bring back the crucial corpse of the mutated species because your evacuation was too hasty, correct? Su Yuan nodded. Yes, that is indeed the case. The three leaders wore grave expressions. Were it not for the fact that these two individuals were from the investigation bureau, they might have thought they were dealing with two charlatans spinning tall tales. This situation was incredibly bizarre. The portal activated by the brush, the long-sealed Mazong Ridge. The transformation of beasts into monsters. Each of these occurrences, when considered individually, was enough to send the entire investigation bureau into disarray. Now, with all three combined, it felt like a deep water bomb had detonated within the hearts of the three leaders, creating silent, yet monumental waves of concern. Su Yuan noticed the azure gaze of Lily Jian shift to a deep black, as if a shadow had descended upon her face. The atmosphere in the conference room grew palpably tense, enveloped in an oppressive silence where even breathing became a cautious endeavor. Su Yuan was unaware of where the director and the other two ministers had gone, but he knew that at this moment, the one calling the shots in the meeting was undoubtedly his own minister. After a prolonged silence, Lily Jian finally spoke. I will report this matter to the headquarters. Until specific directives are issued, this will remain a top-level secret and must not be disclosed externally. She turned to the deputy minister of the armed forces. Furthermore, increase the number of guards at the city gates, arrange for patrols of martial artists, enhance the city's defenses, and strictly enforce the policy that only investigation bureau personnel may exit the city, clearing out all connections. The deputy minister of the armed forces nodded gravely, understood. She surveyed the room. You may all leave for now. I need to make a call to the headquarters. With a decisive slam, the door closed tightly. After confirming that Su Yuan and the others had left, the deputy minister took out her phone, scrolling through contacts until she found the director of the headquarters. The phone rang, echoing in the now silent conference room. Moments later, the call connected. Lily Jian held her phone to her ear and spoke softly, Grandfather, I have something to report. After leaving the office, the deputy minister of the research department also made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, two researchers clad in thick protective gear and wearing white masks, resembling interstellar warriors, approached. One of them cradled a finely crafted grayish-white alloy container, etched with symbols that Su Yuan could not decipher. The deputy minister of the research department addressed him. Young man, hand that brush over to them. Su Yuan scratched his face with his index finger, then reached into his pocket and produced the brush, passing it to one of the researchers. The researcher received it solemnly and carefully placed it into the container. Unable to contain himself, Su Yuan remarked, Does it really have to be so formal? The deputy minister of the research department, hands clasped behind his back, smiled at him. This is a significant matter. We must adhere to the proper procedures. The deputy minister of the armed forces turned to the captain. Xiaoji, gather the key martial artists from headquarters. I need to hold a private meeting. The captain nodded immediately. Yes, I will take care of it now. Su Yuan pointed to himself. Do I need to attend? The deputy minister of the armed forces looked at Su Yuan for a moment, shaking her head seriously. There is no need. We are only convening late-stage martial artists of the second realm. Upon hearing this, the captain, who had just taken a few steps, halted awkwardly and turned around, intending to say something, but saw Su Yuan smiling, understood. I shall take my leave now. Su Yuan bypassed the deputy minister and walked forward, whispering to the captain as he passed by, Goodbye, I'm off to have dinner. The captain's eyes twitched, hesitating to speak, thinking to himself, Damn, I was so focused on the details that I forgot to mention his strength and realm. I want to leave for dinner too. At the barbecue stall, amidst the smoky atmosphere, a small boss treating his employees approached the grill, asking, Master, are these meat skewers ours? The barbecue chef shook his head. They belong to that young man. The small boss was taken aback, furrowing his brow. What nonsense are you talking? Who can eat over 200 skewers alone? The barbecue chef shot him a glance, replying curtly, You will see soon enough. For the next hour, The small boss watched in disbelief as Su Yuan devoured 50 lamb skewers, 50 beef skewers, 50 pork skewers, 20 kidney skewers, 30 squid skewers, and 10 grilled buns. It was a scene of gluttony. Everyone stood in astonishment. Wiping his mouth, Su Yuan turned to the barbecue chef and said, "Excuse me, could I trouble you for 2 bowls of shrimp wontons, please?" Su Yuan, patting his full belly, was accustomed to the astonished gazes of those around him as he swaggered off into the night. In the darkness, a pair of deep, obsidian eyes watched his receding figure. Murmuring softly, 27 days remain. Upon returning home, Su Yuan immediately activated the system. He gazed at the 181 years of accumulated lifespan, rubbing his hands together as he meticulously calculated how to make the most of it. With a firm resolve, he spent 150,000 to acquire 3 low-grade gathering Yuan pills to assist in his cultivation. Once the pills arrived, he consumed them all and subsequently decided to test the waters by sacrificing 50 years of lifespan. However, the outcome was somewhat unexpected. Commencing cultivation, in the blink of an eye, 50 years passed, and you swiftly broke through to the 3rd realm, 6th stage. Yet, you soon realized that the human body has its limits. As a congenital waste, this realm has far exceeded your upper limit. You feel deeply the limitations of this body. If you continue to cultivate, the only outcome will be exploding your body from within. End of cultivation, reached upper limit, 3rd realm, 6th stage. Su Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that there would be a concept of an upper limit to his realm. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that his pace of advancement had indeed been too rapid, and the majority of his lifespan had been invested in raising his realm, leaving insufficient attention to various cultivation techniques, resulting in himself leaning more towards brute strength rather than being a well-rounded martial artist. Weapons techniques, breathing techniques, body protection techniques, movement techniques, body techniques. He lacked far too many skills. If he were to encounter martial artists of the same realm from prestigious families, he certainly would not stand a chance against them. It seemed he needed to shift his focus. The most pressing issue was still his poor innate talent. If he could find a way to change it, perhaps his upper limit would also increase. With this thought, he suddenly recalled the 2 bonds, the Dragon Wanderer and the Diamond Body. Furrowing his brow, he opened the martial artist community and posted a message. "May I ask the esteemed experts, are the Dragon Wanderer and the Diamond Body innate talents? If so, what level of talent do they belong to?" Chapter 38. The Diamond Body. As the night deepened, the city was engulfed by a thick blanket of darkness, yet the martial artist community's servers buzzed with activity. Su Yuan's post was like a stone cast into the depths of public opinion, stirring up a storm of responses. First comment: "Child, you don't even know this? How amusing. Dragon Slayer and Diamond Body are, of course, innate qualities, and exceptionally rare at that." Second comment: "The previous comment is even more amusing. Rare? It's more like 1 in 100,000. I've lived nearly 40 years and have yet to encounter anyone with such caliber." Third comment: "Look behind you." Second commenter. Fourth comment: "Now look behind you." Third commenter. Fifth comment. 3. Su Yuan clutched his phone, excitement coursing through him as if he were a live wire. He had just perused the martial artist community's database and had come to a resounding conclusion. These 2 qualities were undeniably formidable. Historical records indicated that the last Dragon Slayer had appeared 87 years ago, inheriting the long spear of the Guan family, single-handedly vanquishing 5 formidable beasts from the deeper zones. The last Diamond Body was a colonel in the National Martial Forces, who had fought through a day and night during a beast tide that besieged the capital, Yongyuan City, earning significant accolades. Yet, even these venerable predecessors had not fully harnessed their innate qualities. Now that such a rare opportunity had presented itself to him, how could he not feel exhilarated? He opened the panel to examine the effects of these 2 innate qualities. Dragon Slayer, 2469. Upon establishing a basic connection, the limit increases to the 4th level, and the quality of mastered Dragon Slayer techniques elevates by 1 tier. Diamond Body, 2469. Upon establishing a basic connection, the limit increases to the 3rd level, gaining the active martial technique, Indestructible Diamond, which immunizes against all negative effects during its activation and elevates bodily strength by a major tier, lasting 2 minutes. Su Yuan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. This rarity indeed lived up to its reputation. The Dragon Slayer held boundless potential, and the Diamond Body was equally impressive. Faced with this challenging choice, the answer was unequivocal. He wanted them both. Wasn't it just 20 years of lifespan? A few more slain beasts would easily compensate for that. In a fleeting moment, He recalled the two wolf demons he had slain at the horse burial ridge. The bloodthirsty wolves were mid-tier beasts, although he had dispatched them in a single strike. He had sensed their formidable strength. Those wolves had certainly reached the late stage of their tier, while they had become more challenging to confront. The lifespan they offered was equally enticing. Slaying just one minor demon beast could yield decades of life. Those formidable demon beasts were practically living life banks. Su Yuan sighed inwardly, wishing he could return to the horse burial ridge at that very moment. The instant that thought crossed his mind, darkness enveloped him. A familiar weightlessness washed over him, accompanied by a buzzing in his ears. Moments later, he slowly opened his eyes to find brilliant sunlight streaming down. A gentle warm breeze caressing his cheeks, and the intoxicating fragrance of blooming flowers filling the air. To his astonishment, he had returned to the estate. He stood still for a full minute, absorbing his surroundings. The sky remained a vivid blue, the streams crystal clear, while the main world had succumbed to night. Here it was still day. Approaching the ticket booth, he found the robot standing dutifully, hands clasped at its abdomen, a standard smile upon its face. "Hello, Su Yuan." Su Yuan nodded. Hello. May I ask if the gate to Hall 1 is still open?" The robot replied, "It is always open for you." A wave of joy surged in Su Yuan's heart as he prepared to step inside, but suddenly paused and took a few steps back. "I forgot to ask, what is your name?" To his surprise, a flicker of hesitation crossed the robot's face, a rare sight, as it was the first time he had seen an expression beyond its customary smile. After a moment of silence, it seemed to recollect something and replied, "Tu Shou." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Ah, you have a name. Very well, I shall call you by it from now on." Tu Shou responded, "All right." Su Yuan continued, "By the way, I have another question. I didn't bring a brush. How do I return from Horse Burial Ridge?" Hearing this, Tu Shou handed him a movie ticket. "Tear it up to leave." Su Yuan clasped his hands in gratitude and turned to leave but was halted by Tu Shou. She produced a scanner, 20 years of lifespan for one. Su Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. "You can't be serious? It costs money?" Tu Shou shook her head slightly. "No cost, just your lifespan." Su Yuan, 20 years of lifespan deducted. His heart ached as he silently clenched his fists, vowing to make this worth his while. He strode confidently into the corridor, reaching the far left Hall 1. Pulling open the grand door, and then simply seated himself in a corner. Preparation was paramount before embarking on his journey. "System, activate the diamond body for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed. 100 years of lifespan deducted, established martial technique connection, acquired quality, diamond body, beginner. A tremor coursed through Su Yuan as he felt the transformation within his body. He felt so solid. Every inch of him was as tough as iron, impervious to harm. Yet, remarkably, his joints retained their flexibility, and his agility was unimpeded. As his muscles tightened, his coordination significantly improved, enhancing his control over his body. Truly, this was an extraordinary quality. Su Yuan excitedly felt his bulging biceps, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through him, his entire being radiating vitality. As for the remaining 61 years of lifespan, he wasted no time investing it all into enhancing his realm. The Horse Burial Ridge was home to many powerful mutated beasts. Clearly, the diamond body was the optimal path to confront them. Current circumstances did not permit him to distribute his resources evenly. He could always compensate for any gaps in techniques once he accumulated more lifespan, although he had strayed further down the path of brute strength. Su Yuan did not perceive this as a drawback. What was wrong with being a brute? As long as he possessed strength and could slay beasts, anything was permissible. All in, training commences, having shattered limitations, your fervor for training surges, and in the blink of an eye. 61 years pass as you successfully break through to the 3rd level, 7th tier. Training concluded, current realm, 3rd level, 7th tier. Su Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air, resting his right hand on his left shoulder as he stretched his neck, producing a series of satisfying cracks. Feeling the vibrant power ready to burst forth within him, a smirk slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. It was time to unleash that energy. Chapter 39. The Fox and the Wolf at Mot Songling, within the courtyard. The door creaked open, allowing a gust of chilling wind, laced with the scent of blood, to stealthily sweep into the room. A wolf demon, its fur disheveled, scraped its claws against the floor with an ear-piercing sound as it trembled its way to the vanity. With a thud, it knelt heavily before the alluring woman, who was in the midst of retouching her makeup, her head bowed nearly to the ground. "Miss Hu, we searched the vicinity thoroughly, but we found no trace of the intruders," the wolf demon stammered, its voice quivering, barely daring to breathe. Miss Hu, with a powder puff dipped in fragrant powder, delicately pressed it against her face, her tone indifferent. Found nothing? Can they simply vanish into thin air? The wolf demon trembled nervously. Miss Hu picked up an eyebrow pencil, meticulously shaping her brows, and continued to inquire. Did the general uncover any leads? The general conducted a detailed investigation and deduced from the scent that the intruders were two martial artists, one at the early stage of the third realm, and the other at the mid-stage. Upon hearing this, Miss Hu's carefully crafted willow-like brows furrowed instantly, her hands slightly trembling as she asked, laced with an unusual hint of anxiety. Did he clarify the exact realm of the latter? The wolf demon recalled for a moment, its claws scratching the ground involuntarily. I estimate it to be between the third realm's third tier and fourth tier. At this revelation, Miss Hu's tense body abruptly relaxed, exhaling a sigh of relief, and coldly remarked, I thought they were some unparalleled experts. It turns out they are merely two foolish brutes. Martial artists below the sixth tier of the third realm are no different from ants. The wolf demon dared not speak further. Well aware that Miss Hu was not boasting but possessed genuine power, for few martial artists could rival her. Otherwise, how could so many captives be confined in the basement of the dry well? Miss Hu inquired again, where did those two brutes flee to? The wolf demon stuttered, uneasily scratching the ground. Well, Miss Hu shot at a glare. Speak plainly. If you dawdle, I will have your tongue severed. The wolf demon shivered, hastily replied. The last scent lingered in your chamber, miss, but this room has its windows tightly shut and no back door, so we truly cannot ascertain where they went. Umph, you couldn't even uncover a clue. You new wolf pups are truly a bunch of worthless fools. Miss Hu's voice was not loud, but each word cut like a blade. This matter ends here today. If such a blunder occurs again, I shall not hesitate to have you minced. The wolf demon trembled in fear, its tail tucked, nodding vigorously in agreement. Rest assured, it will not happen again. Miss Hu extended her delicate fingers, about to apply lip color, only to discover the box nearly empty, and thus inquired, Is today's blood prepared? The wolf demon shouted towards the door. Quick, bring in the blood. The door creaked open again, and the wolf demon received a bowl of fresh blood, respectfully presenting it to Miss Hu. She took the bowl, gently sniffed it, her eyes curving with delight as a look of ecstasy graced her face. All right, you may leave now. Do not disturb my peace. This stench is nauseating. The wolf demon smiled apologetically. Understood. Feel free to command me as you wish. It exited the main room and hastily entered the western chamber. Inside, the candlelight flickered, illuminating a fearsome warhammer resting by the table. The burly wolf general cast a glance at it, and upon speaking, a strong scent of blood assailed the senses. What did she say? The wolf demon's subordinate hurriedly relayed the situation in detail. The wolf general bared his teeth, his emerald eyes glinting with fury. That sultry fox. If it weren't for the protection of the northern mountain ancestor, I would have already taken her head. The wolf demon subordinate also held disdain for Miss Hu, nodding in agreement. Indeed, she dares to criticize our scent. Clearly, her fox fragrance is the most unbearable. After a moment, the wolf demon subordinate suddenly proposed, General, why don't we simply flee and seek refuge with the serpent lord in the south? It's unbearable here. The wolf general lifted a wine bowl from the table and drank it all in one gulp, wiping his mouth. Let us not be hasty. That venomous snake is cruel-hearted and ruthless. We have only recently awakened our intelligence. Under its command, we might not even get a drop to drink. The wolf demon subordinate's eyes darted around, and then he extended a finger. General, I have a plan. The wolf general glanced at him sideways. Speak, I am listening. The wolf demon subordinate continued. Consider this. We all originate from the peaks outside Mo City, and with so many brethren behind us, we could establish our own kingdom. While many exotic beasts have yet to awaken their intelligence, those like the white-winged tiger and the yellow weasel will likely transform soon, as long as we recruit them. Wouldn't claiming a mountain as our own be effortless? The wolf general's eyes lit up, slapping his forehead, sitting up straighter. Y&T I thought of such a splendid idea. It seems our time of awakening has been too brief. Sometimes, our intellect falls short. A joyful expression spread across his grotesque wolf face, his mood shifting from gloomy to bright. Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. I shall return tomorrow. Wolf General, long live. Enough. The hour is late. Bring the maid from the western chamber to me. I wish to rest early. The wolf demon's subordinate hesitated, scratching his head, and spoke softly. General, all the Ma family's maidens have been exhausted and consumed by you. Now only Miss Ma remains. She is the blood slave of that sultry fox, and I dare not lay a finger on her. The wolf general's brows knitted tightly, his displeasure evident. Then what do you propose? If I do not entertain her, should I entertain you? The wolf demon subordinate shivered, retracting his neck instinctively and taking a few steps back. General, aside from Miss Ma, there is another option. Albeit a bit risky. I wonder if you would be willing. The wolf general, growing impatient, retorted. What option? Do not dawdle. The wolf demon subordinate lowered his voice. In the basement of the dry well, there are imprisoned martial artists, one of whom is a woman. The wolf general expressed confusion. I have no recollection. The wolf demon subordinate animatedly gestured. She is the one with a high ponytail, exceptionally well endowed. Accompanied by a baby-faced man. The wolf general slapped his forehead. Oh, now I remember. Those two are merely at the mid-stage of the second realm, not particularly strong, posing little danger. Very well, bring them both to me. The wolf demon subordinate was momentarily taken aback. General, I didn't expect you to have such a craving. The wolf general shot him a glare. I am merely hungry. The wolf demon subordinate chuckled awkwardly, quickly nodding to mask his embarrassment. Understood, understood. I shall go at once. Chapter 40. The Rescue. The wolf demon, having departed from the west chamber, approached the desolate well and descended to its depths via the installed ladder. The bottom had long been hollowed out, surrounded by cold, unyielding stone walls. Upon entering the underground chamber, a powerful stench of blood and decay assaulted him, prompting the wolf demon to inhale deeply, a look of indulgence crossing his face. He stepped over the haphazardly strewn corpses and came to stand before a woman with a ponytail. She appeared frail, her complexion pale as parchment, and her cheeks sunken, clearly having gone without sustenance for an extended period. Yet, despite her emaciated state, her striking figure remained captivating. As the wolf demon approached, a glint of ferocity flashed in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she yearned to retaliate, but was helplessly bound by the fox's enchantment. Unable to move as she watched the grotesque wolf demon crouch down and lift her chin with its claws, the wolf demon narrowed its eyes, shamelessly appraising her. My, what a rare beauty. Handing you over to the general would indeed be a loss. I must indulge myself first. Beside them, a man with a doll-like face shouted furiously, You cur! Remove your filthy hands. With a swift motion, the wolf demon delivered a vicious slap, its sharp claws leaving 3 crimson gashes across the man's face. The wolf demon scoffed. What are you barking about? If you have the guts, make a move. You're all bark and no bite, unable to even stir. With that, it turned its gaze back to the ponytailed woman, its claws slowly reaching toward her. She bit her lip so hard it bled, imagining 1,000 ways to kill the wolf demon. Yet, what good was that? Reality was harsh and unyielding. She could already envision her grim fate, defiled by the wolf demon and then devoured alive. Tears mingled with resentment and fury streamed down her face. She wished for salvation, even if it meant death. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a tall figure emerged silently behind the wolf demon. Thud! The sound of flesh being penetrated echoed, causing the ponytailed woman's pupils to constrict. A silver gun barrel protruded from the wolf demon's neck, glistening ominously, stained with fresh blood. One-star beast slain, bloodthirsty wolf, variant, total lifespan, 75 years, remaining 32 years, absorbed, current beast lifespan, 32 years, current lifespan, 27 years, crimson wolf blood splattered onto her face, reeking and foul. As the gun barrel withdrew and the corpse fell, the figure became visible. Both the ponytailed woman and the doll-faced man were momentarily stunned, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld Yuan, who stood resolute, gun in hand, his expression stern. I do not know you, Yuan inquired, his voice low. But are you unharmed? Are there any others here? After a brief pause, the doll-faced man replied, Everyone else is dead. It's just the 2 of us left. Yuan squinted, his gaze piercing as it settled on their warrior rings. How did you get in? Have you approached the mountain? The doll-faced man explained. We were executing a mission outside the city, but misfortune struck, and we got separated from our group, only to be captured by those beasts and brought here. Yuan raised an eyebrow, then his attention shifted to the 2 talismans on their shoulders. What are these? Binding charms? Indeed, the doll-faced man confirmed. Yuan glanced at the ponytailed woman, intending to remove her talisman, but she quickly interjected, Those charms cannot be forcibly removed. The fox will detect it. Nonetheless, Yuan remained undeterred and tore off the 2 talismans without hesitation. The ponytailed woman was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of panic crossing her features. Soon after, the talisman on the doll-faced man's shoulder met the same fate, discarded carelessly aside. He, too, appeared incredulous, swallowing hard in disbelief. Do you think I fear that beast? Yuan scoffed, exuding confidence. Now, let us leave this place. He extended his strong arms, helping the two to their feet. Thanks to their warrior physiques, they could still move freely despite days without food. As they followed Yuan toward the exit of the underground chamber, the ponytailed woman hesitated before cautiously asking, Why are you saving me? Without turning, Yuan replied, What? Do you think I'm some kind of saint? Are you displeased by my assistance? The ponytailed woman shook her head vigorously, her apology tumbling out in a flurry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. In a tone reminiscent of their captain, Yuan recited, Page 7, third rule of the warrior's manual. When out in the world, if you encounter fellow travelers, assist them when possible. Unity is strength against foes. Both the ponytailed woman and the doll-faced man were momentarily stunned before they chorused, Thank you. You truly are a person of great virtue. Yuan replied, No need for thanks. Just remember to reward me once we escape. The two exchanged glances, speechless. Upon emerging from the well, a chilling wind swept through the courtyard, carrying a bite of cold that felt as if it could penetrate their very bones. Upon taking in the scene before him, Yuan paused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the two behind him felt their hearts race, gasping in horror, almost fainting at the sight. In the vast courtyard stood two formidable demons. The towering wolf general, over 2 meters tall, wielded a war hammer, glaring menacingly at Yuan. Nostrils flaring as he huffed with rage, exuding a ferocious aura. Beside him, Miss Hu extended her sharp claws, each glimmering with a metallic sheen, fingers clutching several yellow talismans. Her cold, piercing gaze fixated on Yuan. In an instant, a standoff ensued. Sensing the tremors of fear from the two behind him, Yuan turned, a smile on his face. What are you afraid of? Can't you see we have the numbers? 3 against 2, the advantage lies with us. The doll-faced man thought to himself, bewildered. Is he seriously joking at a time like this? The ponytailed woman was engulfed in despair, internally lamenting. I warned them not to remove the talismans, now it's all over. I thought we had a chance. Yuan refocused, his right hand resting on his left shoulder as he stretched, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Let us make this quick. We wouldn't want those little minions coming to stir trouble later. Before Yuan could finish, the wolf general charged forward, swinging his warhammer with terrifying force, unleashing a fierce shockwave as it hurtled towards Yuan. Yuan's expression darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade. I detest being interrupted. You shall perish. Chapter 41. Is it delicious? As he spoke, Yuan's aura suddenly surged, and a formidable presence erupted from his being, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had solidified. The wolf general was momentarily taken aback, sensing the shift but unable to retract the heavy warhammer in his hand due to the overwhelming inertia. It surged forward like a wild stallion. Yuan deftly maneuvered, meeting the warhammer head-on with his spear, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. The two forces collided, and it was evident that Yuan had the upper hand. With a swift flick of the spear, he sent the warhammer flying, causing the wolf general to stagger back, leaving deep prints in the ground beneath his feet. In the next moment, he saw the silver, sharp spearhead slicing through the air towards him with the force of a gale. His pupils constricted to pinpricks, and in the blink of an eye, searing pain enveloped him like a tidal wave. Darkness descended, and he lost consciousness. 2-star beast, great wolf, variant, slain, lifespan, 105 years. Remaining, 66 years, absorbed. Current beast lifespan, 98 years. The entire confrontation concluded in mere breaths, leaving the two accompanying figures behind Yuan bewildered, witnessing the robust form of the wolf general collapsing with a thunderous crash. Astonishment silently spread. The woman with a ponytail gaped, her mouth agape as if frozen in place, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. She had always known Yuan was powerful, but witnessing this scene firsthand sent shockwaves through her, akin to a surging tsunami that could not be quelled. Though the wolf general was merely at the late stage of 2 stars, his combat prowess rivaled that of the ghost face bear from their previous encounter. Back then, Yuan had struggled against the bear for an extended period before achieving victory. Yet now he had effortlessly dispatched an equally matched foe in just a few moves. Had he truly progressed? Or had he evolved? Was he still of the same species as them? On the other side, Miss Hu felt a twinge of surprise, her brows knitting together, a flicker of wariness crossing her eyes. She had not anticipated this individual to act so decisively, nor did she expect his strength to be formidable. Yet, despite this, she remained confident in her own abilities, for she was significantly stronger than the wolf general. Her gaze darkened, and the talismans in her hand fluttered like spirited butterflies caught in the breeze, swiftly transforming into a torrential assault aimed at Su Yuan. Su Yuan moved with agility, quickly sidestepping to evade the onslaught. However, the talismans seemed imbued with life, homing in on him with uncanny precision, tracing strange arcs in the air as they lunged at him once more. Su Yuan wielded his spear like a silver serpent, the tip dancing rapidly as it punctured several talismans. Yet one talisman, akin to a cunning viper, latched onto him with unerring accuracy. In an instant, crimson symbols ignited on his body like burning flames, emanating an eerie and sinister glow. The ponytailed woman and the doll-faced man behind her felt their breath hitch, their faces turning ashen as they recognized the talisman, an absorption talisman. Once activated, this talisman would not only confine Su Yuan with an invisible and immense force, but would also drain his life energy at an alarming rate. In mere minutes, it could leave him as withered as a dried husk, completely drained of vitality. What was more terrifying, once affixed, it was virtually impossible to remove by any external force unless the wielder perished, rendering it extraordinarily malicious. Su Yuan felt as though an enormous mountain pressed down upon him, suffocating him. Every bone in his body creaked, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the power within him ebbed away like fine sand slipping through fingers, an unstoppable tide. Seeing Su Yuan fall into a disadvantageous position, the two contemplated fleeing, yet they were at a loss as to where to go. They wished to attack, but were certain they could not prevail. A profound despair enveloped them like a dense fog, constricting their throats and weighing heavily on their chests. Their fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles widening under the strain. Miss Hu, sensing victory within her grasp, smirked with disdain, likening herself to a thorny rose. Is that all? With elegant strides, she approached the motionless Su Yuan, scrutinizing him with a glint of greed in her eyes. What a handsome young man. Such a waste to let you go. Just what I need, a fine specimen. Extending her razor-sharp claws, she lightly grazed his chest, instantly drawing forth a crimson stream. Upon seeing the vivid blood, her eyes crescented into crescents, and she licked her lips. Let me savor the quality of your essence. As she spoke, she leaned in close, extending her tongue to taste the blood droplets. Upon sampling his blood, her pupils dilated, revealing an expression of disbelief and euphoric discovery. She disregarded all decorum, pressing her cherry lips against the wound and sucking greedily. Her cheeks flushed, lost in rapture. Su Yuan, is it delicious? Miss Hu, delicious. I've never tasted such sweet blood, as if born from the body of a celestial being, brimming with unimaginable vitality. Oh, I adore it. Su Yuan reached out, patting her head. If it's delicious, have more. Miss Hu mumbled incoherently. MHM. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss, but it was too late. The martial technique, Indestructible Diamond, was silently activated. Su Yuan seized her neck from behind and lifted her effortlessly, as though hoisting a mere pup. Then, with a powerful thrust of his right arm, he sent her face crashing into the solid ground. A piercing scream shattered the air, and Su Yuan distinctly heard the sound of her nasal bones fracturing. He lifted Miss Hu once more, and her human disguise peeled away like a broken mask, revealing her true fox form. Her elongated eyes bulged in agony, veins of crimson streaking across her sclera, reflecting profound terror. My disguise shattered by brute force? How is this possible? To achieve this, one must at least surpass me by a significant margin. Her elongated mouth gaped, jagged teeth stained with blood. Saliva and blood pooling at the corners of her mouth, staining the ground beneath. The doll-faced man stood dumbfounded, shock contorting his features, while the pony-tailed woman's eyes widened in disbelief, her chest heaving with intense emotion, instinctively clutching her trembling bosom, her fingertips quivering. The talisman remained affixed to him. Why did it not impede his movements? Even such a powerful talisman could not restrain him? What manner of monster was he? The two stared, spellbound. At Su Yuan's back, this man had once more redefined their understanding. Miss Hu gazed intently at him, and upon noticing the faint golden glow emanating from his form, she immediately grasped the reality as though struck by lightning, her face a mask of horror. It truly is the indestructible diamond body. She flailed in the air, attempting to break free, but it was a futile effort. Su Yuan's physical strength had reached the 4th level, 7th stage. With the slightest pressure of 2 fingers, he could easily crush her neck. It is no exaggeration to say, at that moment, Su Yuan was akin to a walking hydraulic press, capable of obliterating any beast that dared to confront him with absolute power. Let me go, you scoundrel. Miss Hu screamed in desperation, kill me. The ancestor will not spare you. Once the ancestor has set his sights on you, you are doomed. Su Yuan let out a cold snort, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. I would welcome the opportunity for it to trouble me. With that, his muscles erupted like an explosion, lifting Miss Hu high into the air, only to bring her crashing down once more. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the ground was forcefully dented, dust swirling into the air. 3-star beast slain, blood-feeding fox, total lifespan, 155 years, remaining, 120 years. Absorbed, current beast lifespan, 218 years. Chapter 42. Rescue of the maiden. The silence within the courtyard was so thick it felt almost tangible, saturated with the scent of blood from the slain fox, creating an atmosphere of chilling dread and eerie foreboding. Covered in fox blood, Su Yuan slowly rose to his feet, emanating a terrifying aura of malice. He turned to the two stunned individuals behind him, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. See, I told you the advantage lies with me, didn't I? The two nodded vigorously, not daring to contradict the embodiment of death standing before them. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the courtyard, accompanied by the cacophony of hurried footsteps and shouts. Su Yuan's instincts kicked in, and he turned to see the courtyard door burst open with brute force, a swarm of wolf demons charging in. They clutched long knives that glinted coldly in the torchlight, while their faces, illuminated by the flames, appeared increasingly grotesque. However, upon witnessing the fallen wolf general lying in a pool of blood and the shattered remains of Miss Hu, their advance ground to a halt, their fierce expressions abruptly replaced by sheer terror. The weapons they had clutched fell to the ground with a clatter. A few of the wolf demons even pinched their own thighs, as if attempting to confirm that this horrifying scene was not merely a figment of their imagination. The woman with a ponytail and the man with a doll-like face had just taken a few steps back when they were startled by a fit of maniacal laughter from Su Yuan. His laughter grew increasingly deranged as he observed the panicking wolf demons, his eyes sparkling with unrestrained desire and delight as if he had uncovered a priceless treasure. He rubbed his hands together, counting the number of foes before him. 1, 3, 6 wolf demons. Ha! Splendid. His ecstatic demeanor, coupled with the vivid crimson of the fox blood, made him appear exceptionally menacing. The atmosphere was chilling, causing the wolf demons to freeze in place, their legs feeling as though they were encased in lead, unable to take a single step forward. Su Yuan advanced, weapon in hand, initiating a one-sided massacre. 15 heart-stopping minutes later, the courtyard door, walls, and ground were drenched in the foul stench of wolf blood, a grotesque shade of deep red that was utterly nauseating. 1-star exotic beast slain, bloodthirsty wolf, variant, X6. Current lifespan of exotic beast, 390 years. Su Yuan attempted to wipe the blood from his face, only to find every inch of him stained, prompting an amused chuckle. The two individuals behind him shivered at the sound, fearing that he might have succumbed to a bloodlust that could lead him to slaughter them as well. At that moment, Su Yuan's ears perked up. He suddenly heard a cough emanating from the east wing. Another exotic beast? He turned and walked towards the source of the sound. The two hesitated briefly but quickly followed him. Kicking open the door to the room, Su Yuan extended his spear, ready to continue his fiery onslaught. However, upon seeing the scene before him, he froze in place. In the dim, cold corner, a young girl leaned against the wall. Her hair was disheveled, strands sticking to her pallid cheeks due to sweat and blood. Iron chains coiled around her frail body like venomous serpents, digging deep into her emaciated flesh. Her complexion was as white as paper, tinged with a ghastly hue, her lips cracked and darkened, resembling frostbitten petals. Her body bore numerous intersecting scars, fresh wounds layered over old ones, some oozing dark red droplets of blood, resembling grotesque centipedes crawling upon her gaunt form. The remnants of her clothing hung in tatters, exposing large areas of skin, her prominent collarbones visible, making her appear like a withered leaf, ready to be swept away by the slightest gust of wind. The two behind Su Yuan witnessed this heart-wrenching sight, their brows furrowing in unison, a glimmer of compassion flashing in their eyes. Su Yuan cautiously approached, crouching down, his voice instinctively softening. Hey, wake up. Can you hear me? The girl struggled to open her eyes, her vision blurry, taking a long moment before she could focus on the figure before her. She slightly parted her lips, her voice faint and intermittent, hungry, thirsty, dizzy. After uttering these words, she closed her eyes again, sinking into a semi-conscious state. Su Yuan observed her intently, his brow furrowed, then turned to his companions, asking, Do you know who she is? The two shook their heads in unison. We've been locked in the basement since we were captured. We have no idea about her identity. Su Yuan nodded. Watch over her. I'll be back shortly. He hastily left the east wing, rummaging through the main room until he discovered 2 pieces of 8 treasure cake. He grabbed a bowl, placed the cakes inside, then added warm tea, patiently mashing and stirring it into a paste. He hurried back to the east wing, crouching before the girl and offering her the bowl. Eat a little, will you? As she caught the scent of the fragrant paste, her eyes gradually opened, a flicker of light gleaming in her pupils. Instinctively, she attempted to swallow, but her throat was parched, producing only indistinct sounds. Struggling, she straightened her body, bringing her lips to the edge of the bowl, devouring the paste hungrily. Su Yuan cared for her as one would a child, carefully tilting the bowl to control the flow of the paste. She quickly consumed half the bowl. Despite Su Yuan's attempts to urge her to slow down, her hunger seemed insatiable, supporting the back of her head. He continued to feed her until the remainder of the paste was gone. Just as he prepared to take the bowl away, the girl anxiously exclaimed, "Wait, there is still some at the bottom. I haven't cleaned it out." Su Yuan extended the bowl once more, watching as she extended her tongue, diligently licking the remnants clean until the bowl gleamed as if new. Only then did she nod, reluctant to part with it. The color in her face gradually returned, and her spirits lifted significantly. At this moment, she scrutinized the blood-soaked figure before her. His features were handsome, with a physique that exuded strength, radiating an aura of menace, yet somehow instilling an unexplainable sense of security. "Thank you, benefactor," she said softly. Su Yuan was taken aback. "No need for thanks." "Wait, what did you call me?" "Benefactor," she repeated, then explained earnestly. "Without that bowl of rice paste you just gave me, I doubt I would have survived today." As she spoke, a flicker of panic crossed her face. "You must leave quickly. This place is under the dominion of a fox spirit. If she discovers you here, she will undoubtedly kill you." The two behind them exchanged concerned glances, silently acknowledging their fortune in not yet witnessing the man's terrifying potential, grateful that they need not cleanse their eyes of the horror. Su Yuan smiled gently. "Don't panic, it's fine. I will rescue you first." The girl shook her head, a glimmer of despair in her eyes. "It's futile. The key to the iron lock is with that fox. Without the key, this lock cannot be opened." However, before her words had fully escaped her lips, she watched in astonishment as Su Yuan approached her side, his hands gripping the iron chain tightly. With a slight exertion, he wrenched the chain apart as if it were nothing more than a string of thread. The girl was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Su Yuan, as if witnessing a miracle. He turned to meet her gaze, a confident smile playing on his lips. "Why would you need a key to unlock it?" Chapter 43. Aftermath. The young girl initially stood in a daze, blinking her eyes as the scene from moments ago replayed in her mind. She murmured to herself, "Have I been trapped for so long that my vision is blurred?" With renewed determination, she blinked her weary eyes again and focused closely. Broken iron chains lay scattered on the ground, and Su Yuan stood beside her. It was unmistakable. The reflection of Su Yuan's figure glimmered in her eyes, revealing her uncontainable astonishment. Her gaze then fell upon the bloodstains on Su Yuan's clothing, and seeing him so relaxed, she instinctively covered her mouth in shock. "My benefactor, could it be that you have?" Su Yuan understood her unspoken question and nodded slightly, his voice imbued with a chilling finality. "Yes, they are all dead. Not a single one was spared." The girl's expression shifted from surprise to sheer disbelief, her pupils dilating as if she had just experienced a cataclysmic earthquake. In her understanding, only a legendary immortal could single-handedly vanquish such heinous beasts. She blurted out, her voice rich with awe and reverence. "Could it be that you are an immortal?" Su Yuan merely smiled wryly. "It's not as grand as that. Can you try to stand?" The girl leaned on Su Yuan's sturdy arm, struggling to rise. Perhaps due to prolonged inactivity and her weakened condition, her steps were unsteady, and after just a couple of strides, she stumbled forward. Fortunately, Su Yuan was quick to catch her, or else the fall could have resulted in serious injury. He suspected she might have shattered. As he supported the girl, his gaze fell upon the myriad wounds adorning her body, prompting him to inquire what exactly transpired here. To his surprise, the moment he spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears, and her voice quivered as she began to recount her tale. "This place is called Kangma Village, situated at the foot of the north mountain of the Horse Burial Ridge. There are over 30 households, and I am the only daughter of the village chief, named Ma Yuan. I was born and raised here, leading a tranquil life for over a decade. However, not long ago, a band of wolf demons emerged from the shadows, seizing our village, committing arson and murder, slaughtering the villagers, and occupying our home as their base, aligning themselves with the fox demon forces of the North Mountain. becoming one of the many scourges of Horse Burial Ridge. The elder fox demon sent one of its offspring to oversee the wolf demons, the very one Su Yuan had just slain. This demon fed on blood, particularly relishing the fresh blood of young women, and thus, Ma Qingwan became its blood slave. Once her life force was drained, the fox demon would skin her alive and wear her flesh, its cruelty beyond imagination. Moreover, besides Ma Qingwan, her entire family of over 10 members fell victim to the wolves' vile acts, without exception. The maidservants were ruthlessly abused, treated as mere tools for their gratification. The household guards were brutally slain, their tender flesh devoured. The family patriarch and matriarch, deemed too old to be of use, had their throats slit and their bodies discarded in the wilderness. As Ma Qingwan spoke, her sorrow deepened, tears falling like pearls scattered upon the ground. The injustice she faced seemed to materialize, her tear-filled eyes crying out, "I have always been taught to be virtuous and kind, never having done any wrong. Why has heaven treated me so cruelly?" Her grief was palpable, stirring emotion in those who stood behind her. The woman with the ponytail felt her eyes redden, turning slightly away in sympathy. The boyish-faced man remained silent, occasionally sighing in sorrow. Su Yuan's reaction, however, was different. His expression remained somber as he regretted having dealt with the beasts too swiftly. He should have taken the time to torment them properly, otherwise it would have been too unsatisfying. Ma Qingwan wiped her tears and, through her sobs, implored, "My benefactor, I have one request." Su Yuan looked at her, his gaze softening slightly. "Speak. I wish to retrieve my parents' remains and give them a proper burial. That is not a difficult task. However, you are far too weak at the moment. You cannot even walk out of this house, let alone venture into the wilderness to search for their bodies. Allow me to handle this for you." Upon hearing this, Ma Qingwan knelt before him, her forehead touching the ground. "Thank you, my benefactor. If you can bring back my parents' remains, I shall devote my life to repay your great kindness. Quickly rise." Su Yuan was taken aback by her sudden reverence. Hastily helping her up, his tone gentler, "There is no need for such formalities. It is rather alarming. In a society that values equality, I cannot accept such a gesture." Ma Qingwan did not comprehend his words, merely nodding in gratitude. The boyish-faced man observed the scene, silently concluding, "This fellow seems to respond better to kindness than coercion." The woman with the ponytail brought over a few chairs, assisting Su Yuan in seating Ma Qingwan. Presently, several pressing issues needed addressing. First, with the fox and wolf demons slain, news would likely reach the elder demon soon, and he must prepare for an impending confrontation. Second, Kangma village was no longer a safe haven. Aside from the potential arrival of more demon beasts, Ma Qingwan's basic needs must be met surely. She could not subsist on the corpses of the wolf demons. Third, he had no brush and only one movie ticket. How could he lead these people to safety? As the last dilemma surfaced in his mind, the voice of the butcher suddenly echoed, startling Su Yuan. "Butcher, one movie ticket equals 20 years of life. Unlimited stock available. Do you wish to purchase?" Su Yuan cautiously inquired. "Is there a discount for bulk purchases?" "Butcher, no." Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he turned to the two beside him. They, feeling the intensity of his gaze, uneasily asked in unison, "What is the matter?" Su Yuan straightforwardly asked, "If I rescue you, how much will you offer me?" They exchanged glances, contemplating. Before the woman with the ponytail spoke, "I don't have much cash on hand, but I can ask my father for. Will 500,000 be sufficient?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuan suppressed his inner excitement, feigning indifference as he nodded. "Agreed. The deal is struck." He suddenly recalled something and asked, "Butcher, can this young lady accompany us with a movie ticket?" "Butcher, I cannot see the situation on your side." Su Yuan explained, "Her name is Ma Qingwan, a native of Horse Burial Ridge. Butcher, you may take her back to the estate, but she cannot enter the real world." At this revelation, Su Yuan conjured a myriad of narrative possibilities in his mind, including but not limited to the notion that the natives of the Deep Zone harbored significant secrets. Ma Qingwan's entrance into reality could result in temporal chaos or even species mutation. Unable to quell his curiosity, Su Yuan finally asked, "Why?" "Butcher, your lifespan is insufficient." Su Yuan. Chapter 44, Illness 2 Show explained. Allowing the native to enter the real world requires a lifespan of 500 years. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan could not help but gasp in astonishment. The price was indeed exorbitant. 500 years of life was ample enough for the Monkey King to leap from beneath the Five-Finger Mountain. Reluctantly, he had to abandon the idea of bringing Ma Qingwan into reality for the time being. Su Yuan turned to Ma Qingwan and asked, "Do you know where your parents' remains have been cast?" With her eyes reddened and her voice choked, Ma Qingwan replied, "They are in the back mountain, but I am not sure of the exact location." Su Yuan nodded slightly, casting a glance at the two individuals beside him. "Stay here. I will return shortly." The two nodded eagerly, a hint of tension evident in their expressions. With a flash, Su Yuan swiftly departed. After more than half an hour, he returned to the east wing, covered in dust and with hurried steps. He brushed off the dirt from his clothes and spoke with a hint of relief. "Fortunately, the bodies have not been gnawed upon by wild beasts. The graves are already dug. I will carry you there." Ma Qingwan, her expression somewhat agitated, bit her lower lip and nodded earnestly. At the back mountain, before two freshly dug graves, the cold wind cut like a knife, howling mercilessly. Despite Su Yuan's repeated discouragement, Ma Qingwan resolutely knelt, her frail body trembling slightly as she bowed 3 times. At that moment, her gaze became somewhat dazed. Memories of her time spent with her parents flickered through her mind like a revolving lantern. The night wind, laden with bone-chilling coldness, surged in like a tide, causing her slender form to shiver uncontrollably, leaving her unable to discern whether it was the cold or her profound sorrow that affected her. Ma Qingwan slowly bent down, cautiously scooping up a handful of fresh earth and gently scattered it into the grave, whispering, "Father, Mother, we shall meet again in the next life." Having completed the somber task, Su Yuan carried Ma Qingwan back to the east wing of the residence, holding 2 movie tickets in his hand. He addressed the 2 waiting individuals, "Tear them up, and then you can return to reality. But before that, please tell me your names and contact information." The woman with the ponytail replied, "Chu Chuyan, a member of the Cat's Eye Squad, residing at number 11, Peacekeeping Road, District C, Mobi City." The youthful-faced man added, "Yuan Nan, also a member of the Cat's Eye Squad." Su Yuan nodded in understanding, then cautiously added, "Besides that, I require at least 1 token from you, something of considerable value." The two exchanged glances, and Yuan Nan fixed his gaze on Chu Chuyan's chest, his meaning unspoken yet clear. With a resigned sigh, she retrieved a jade token embedded in her attire and reluctantly handed it over. As Su Yuan received it, he felt the residual warmth of her body on the jade. Holding it, he examined it carefully. Its texture was smooth and exquisite, bearing a prominent character Chu engraved upon it, indicating its considerable worth. Chu Chuyan instructed, "Please take good care of it for me. It is a protective charm given to me by my mother." Su Yuan nodded. "You need not worry. I will ensure its safety until the money is acquired." Chu Chuyan chuckled softly. "That is reassuring." Su Yuan then handed them the movie tickets. Yuan Nan scrutinized the tickets repeatedly. Skepticism etched on his face. "This does not seem like a magical artifact. Can it truly be effective?" As he spoke, he tore the tickets in half. In an instant, his figure dissipated like smoke, leaving no trace behind. Not only the 2 women beside him, but even Su Yuan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It was indeed his first encounter with the tickets effect. As Chu Chuyan regained her composure, the thought of her impending liberation brought a smile to her weary face as she looked at Su Yuan. "Thank you. We will be waiting for you at number 11, Peacekeeping Road." Su Yuan nodded in response, and in the next moment, Chu Chuyan tore the ticket, her figure also vanishing from sight. Ma Qingwan exclaimed, "Benefactor, is this your divine magic at work? Truly impressive." Su Yuan smiled without elaborating further, merely handing her a movie ticket. "I will count down from 3, and we shall tear it together." "Agreed?" 3, 2. Just as Su Yuan was about to utter the final number, the ground suddenly trembled, cracks appearing in the walls, and the ceiling swayed perilously, dust cascading like snowflakes. The surroundings shook violently, causing Ma Qingwan to lose her footing and fall heavily to the ground. The movie ticket fluttering down like a kite severed from its string. Su Yuan's heart raced, and he exclaimed, "An earthquake?" At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the distant mountains, as if some terrifying entity was on the verge of awakening. He felt a surge of urgency and swiftly lunged towards the fallen ticket, thrusting it into Ma Qingwan's hands. Together, the two synchronized their movements, exerting their strength almost simultaneously, tearing the ticket into 2 halves. In that instant, their figures dissipated like bubbles. Almost simultaneously, the roof collapsed with a resounding crash, the tremendous force leveling the east wing in an instant, reducing the entire residence to rubble in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan slowly opened his eyes, sunlight cascading upon his face like a golden veil. He exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Just then, a sudden thud sounded beside him. Su Yuan turned to see Ma Chi-wan lying on the ground, his pupils constricting in alarm as he hurried to help her up. Ma Chi-wan, weak and breathless, uttered, "Benefactor? I do not feel well." Su Yuan replied, "You merely consumed a bowl of gruel, not a potion. Your body is already weak, and after kneeling and bowing, you just took a heavy fall. It is remarkable that you feel anything at all." As he spoke, Ma Chi-wan suddenly sneezed, her body trembling involuntarily. Su Yuan sensed something amiss and reached out to touch her forehead, his brow furrowing immediately. "This is bad. You must have caught a cold from the chilling wind outside. We need to get you some medicine quickly, or you will surely develop a fever." Su Yuan swiftly crouched down, gently lifting Ma Chi-wan. Given his immense strength, coupled with her slight frame, an estimation of merely over 80 pounds, she felt featherlight in his arms. Surveying the surroundings, he fixed his gaze upon a modest oak cabin. He strode forward, raising his leg to kick the door, expecting it to swing open, yet the wooden door remained steadfast. Simultaneously, Tu Shou's voice echoed in his ear. "Basic oak cabin. Unlocking requires 50 years of lifespan. What the hell? Is it truly necessary to sacrifice my life for mere shelter?" Su Yuan inwardly scoffed, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. Gritting his teeth, he relinquished the required lifespan. With a clear unlocking sound, the wooden door swung open automatically. Su Yuan rushed inside. The room was modest, furnished simply, yet adequately equipped. He hurried to the bedside, gently placing Ma Chi-wan down, meticulously covering her with blankets, tucking the corners securely. Even so, Ma Chi-wan still felt an icy chill, curling up tightly within the covers, her teeth chattering. "Benefactor. I am cold." Su Yuan reached out to feel her forehead, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. She was indeed running a fever. The continuous bloodletting had rendered her body exceedingly frail, with both physical and magical resistances alarmingly low. To be candid, her survival until this moment was a testament to her remarkable vitality. "Wait for me. I will fetch you some medicine." Chapter 45. I am not joking. After uttering this phrase, Su Yuan focused his thoughts and swiftly exited the manor. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself back in his bedroom. He had returned to reality. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuan leapt to his feet, his flip-flops creating a resounding clatter against the floor. He flung open the door and dashed downstairs, racing towards the nearest pharmacy with an urgency akin to lightning. Although the straps of his flip-flops chafed painfully between his toes, it did nothing to diminish his speed. With a forceful push, he flung the pharmacy door open, causing the glass to shudder violently. The staff inside were startled, momentarily fearing a robbery. Su Yuan strode up to the counter, disregarding all notions of civility as he elbowed his way through the line. Breathless, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Cold medicine, fever medicine, give me one of each. If you have any miraculous elixirs, that would be ideal. Hurry, I need them urgently." Seeing his frantic demeanor, the staff understood he must be in a dire situation, and one of them called out to the waiting customers, "Please hold on for a moment. I'll assist this young man first." The crowd behind him stirred restlessly, murmurs of discontent rising as many voiced their objections. "Just because you're in a hurry, does that mean you can take up our time? Don't impose your morals on us. We're not buying it." Irritated by the commotion, Su Yuan turned and revealed his martial artist ring. Gasps rippled through the crowd, and immediate silence ensued. It was perfectly natural for someone to be in a hurry. There was no need to dwell on a few lost minutes. "Indeed, I share your sentiments, as I consider myself a person of high moral standing," he thought. The staff quickly brought out 2 packages of rare herbs, wrapped in brown paper. "These just arrived today. They're highly effective, albeit quite expensive. What do you think?" Without hesitation, Su Yuan slapped his bank card on the counter and declared, "Charge it." The staff member, taking the card, added, "That'll be 80,000 for the 2 packages." Su Yuan didn't even flinch. "Swipe it. By the way, do you have any blood-replenishing medicine? Bring me some of that too." Another staff member handed him a blister pack of small tablets. "Consider this a complimentary gift." "Thank you," Su Yuan exclaimed, accepting the tablets as he gathered his bank card and the 2 packages of herbs, then dashed out of the pharmacy like a whirlwind. On his way home, he passed a convenience store, bolting inside and seizing a case of 8 treasure porridge before racing back out. The owner, initially thinking he had encountered a porridge thief, was startled when a crisp 100 yuan bill was thrust into his face. Upon returning home at a breakneck speed and confirming the coast was clear, Su Yuan clutched his haul and once again plunged into the vortex of his consciousness, re-entering the manor. He kicked open the door of the oak cabin, quickly igniting a fire and boiling water, pouring the rare herbs into the pot to brew. After 7 or 8 minutes, a rich medicinal aroma pervaded the cabin, making Su Yuan cough twice. He grabbed a wooden bowl, ladled the dark concoction from the pot, and approached the bed where Ma Chi-wan lay, gently lifting her. He blew on the steaming liquid before cautiously administering it to her lips. Her brow furrowed involuntarily, and she murmured, "Benefactor, it's so bitter." Su Yuan softly reassured her, "Good medicine is bitter to the mouth. Open wide, don't stop, keep drinking." After administering the concoction, Ma Chi-wan reclined back onto the bed. Perhaps the effects of the rare herbs had a calming and sleep-inducing quality, as exhaustion soon enveloped her like a tidal wave, and she fell into a deep slumber, not daring to return to reality. Su Yuan rummaged through the cabin until he finally discovered another set of bedding deep within a cupboard. He laid it out on the floor, positioning himself beside Ma Chi-wan. The curtains were drawn tightly, casting the room into a darkness akin to night. In a state of half-sleep, Su Yuan dozed for several hours. During this time, Ma Chi-wan occasionally stirred from her dreams, either suffering from headaches or plagued by nightmares. Su Yuan was constantly on hand to offer her water, brew more medicine, and even brought a towel to soothe her forehead. Despite being of similar ages, with Su Yuan being a year younger than Ma Chi-wan, he couldn't shake the feeling of being an old father figure. As the tumultuous night passed, dawn broke, though it was difficult to define as dawn, and Su Yuan pulled back the curtains. The light outside remained brilliantly bright, as if this place existed without the concept of night, or perhaps one had to sacrifice their lifespan to unlock the night. Su Yuan couldn't help but speculate the worst about this peculiar place. Everything seemed to demand a price on one's life, and reality was indeed harsh. Turning his gaze to the bed, he noted the remarkable efficacy of the rare herbs. Throughout the night, Ma Chi-wan had significantly reduced her fever, her complexion markedly improved. Aside from feeling weak and fatigued, she appeared to have no major ailments. It was understandable. A normal person would feel unwell for several days after donating blood, let alone one who had become a blood slave to a fox demon. She would require ample time to recover, and lingering after effects were likely inevitable unless Su Yuan could procure some high-grade elixirs, making it difficult to eradicate the root of her afflictions. Lost in thought, Ma Chi-wan slowly opened her eyes, groggy and blinking at Su Yuan. He asked gently, "Awake? Would you like some water?" Ma Chi-wan shook her head. "No, not really." Noticing her hesitance and discomfort, Su Yuan inquired, "What's the matter? Is something bothering you?" Ma Chi-wan bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. "Benefactor, I need to use the restroom." Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly. "Oh, all right. I'll help you up. The restroom is over there. Do you know how to use the toilet?" The interior of the oak cabin resembled a guest house, with a modern restroom. He wondered if Ma Chi-wan would be able to adapt. He assisted her to the restroom, pointed out the flush button, and briefly explained how to use it before discreetly exiting as she gazed at him with astonishment and curiosity. Before long, the sound of flushing echoed through the cabin. Ma Chi-wan leaned against the doorframe, although her knees were still somewhat swollen and her legs lacked strength. She was able to walk with the rest she had gotten overnight. As she settled back onto the bed, Ma Chi-wan's stomach suddenly rumbled loudly. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she pressed her hand against her abdomen, turning her face away in embarrassment, avoiding Su Yuan's gaze. With a smile, Su Yuan reached for a can of 8 treasure porridge from beside the bed, deftly opening the lid and unfolding a small plastic spoon. "Are you hungry? Here, have some food." Ma Chi-wan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at the can of porridge. Such a novelty had never existed in her village. She slightly parted her lips, taking the spoon Su Yuan offered, and upon swallowing the porridge, her eyes lit up. "It's sweet and delicious." Evidently, the previous bowl of mush hadn't satisfied her hunger, and after a prolonged period of deprivation, she finally had the chance to feast. Ma Chi-wan devoured 2 cans of porridge in rapid succession, her small mouth working swiftly, leaving Su Yuan struggling to keep pace with her eating speed. Once satiated, she exhaled deeply, feeling not only warmer physically but also a sense of comfort within her heart. At this moment, she took the opportunity to survey her surroundings, finding the room's decor utterly fascinating, especially the dark square object at the head of the bed, the television, which even reflected her image. Was it some kind of mirror? Curiously, Ma Chi-wan asked, "Benefactor, is this your home?" Su Yuan smirked. "Something like that. I've sacrificed 50 years of my life for this little shack." Ma Chi-wan chuckled, her lips curving into a smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. "You truly have a knack for humor, Benefactor." Su Yuan. Chapter 46. Tattoo as Su Yuan gazed at the disheveled Ma Yuan. Her tattered clothing and unkempt hair sparked a sudden thought in him. He inquired, "Wait here while I fetch you some new clothes. What style do you prefer?" Ma Yuan, taken aback, shook her head repeatedly. "You have already saved my life. How could I burden you further?" A smile played at the corners of Su Yuan's mouth as he waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble at all. It's merely a few garments. I can afford it. You're not asking for something extravagant." Ma Yuan's expression turned puzzled. "Extravagant? What is that?" Su Yuan's lips twitched slightly, and he waved his hand again. "Forget I mentioned it. Your current attire is in tatters. Wait here. I will retrieve a set of my sister's pajamas for you." No sooner had he spoken than Su Yuan disappeared from the spot with a mere thought. Moments later, he re-entered from outside. Ma Yuan's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hands, unable to contain a gasp of astonishment. "You truly are remarkable." Su Yuan shook the clothing in his hands, comparing it to Ma Yuan's size. It seems a bit large, but it will have to do for now." Ma Yuan was covered in dirt, her clothing reduced to mere rags, and her hair was a tangled mess, resembling someone who had just finished a long day's work. "You need to take a bath and change into these. It will feel much better. I mean, it will look better." Holding the pajamas, Su Yuan entered the bathroom, filling the tub with warm water and neatly arranging shampoo and body wash nearby. He called out, "Yuan, come here." Ma Yuan walked in hesitantly, her gaze fixed on the pristine bathtub and the steaming water, momentarily lost in confusion. Su Yuan patiently explained, "The towels are over here. This is the body wash for cleansing, and this is the shampoo. Use more than a little on your hair. It's quite tangled." After giving her instructions, Su Yuan exited the bathroom. Soon, sounds of clothes hitting the floor, splashes of water, and the contented sighs of a young girl echoed from within. After several minutes, Ma Yuan emerged from the bathroom, enveloped in a hazy mist, her raven hair cascading down her shoulders. After her bath, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, and her eyes sparkled like clear springs, reflecting a mix of shyness and innocence. She wore the pajamas Su Yuan had brought, slightly oversized yet not diminishing her beauty. The loose sleeves slipped down, revealing a delicate arm, her skin as fair as snow, exuding an ethereal charm that momentarily captivated Su Yuan, prompting him to blurt out, "Lin Mei Mei?" Ma Yuan paused, tilting her head in confusion. "Huh? What did you say?" Snapping back to reality, Su Yuan awkwardly waved his hand. "Nothing, nothing." At that moment, his gaze fell upon a peculiar glow emanating from Ma Yuan's thigh, seemingly radiating a faint crimson light through her pajama pants. Furrowing his brow, his expression turned serious. "Yuan, come here. Let me see your leg." Ma Yuan's mind went blank, rooted to the spot. After a few seconds, a deep flush crept across her face, reaching her ears. Though the village of Ma Village lacked the rigid views on modesty, its customs remained conservative. Young men and women seldom interacted before adulthood, and Ma Yuan had been raised with strict values of propriety. This was her first experience sharing a room with a boy her age. Biting her lower lip, uncertainty flickered across her face as she wrestled with her thoughts. He had saved my life, and I owe him a debt of gratitude. Perhaps I should yield to him now. Resolute, she stepped forward, her trembling hands reaching for her waistband. Seeing this, Su Yuan jumped up from his seat in alarm, hastily interjecting, "Wait, just roll up your pants." "No need to remove them." Ma Yuan froze, her face burning with embarrassment. Seconds passed, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Su Yuan asked, "What sound is that?" Looking down, she noticed her toes scrabbling against the floor, making squeaking noises, as if she wished to dig a hole through it. Covering her face, she felt tears welling up. How could she have misjudged his intentions? Now she could hardly face anyone, though it was just Su Yuan. Unperturbed, Su Yuan lifted her pant leg, pulling it up. Upon seeing the glowing object, his brow furrowed deeply. It was a vividly detailed tattoo of a fox's head, radiating an eerie scarlet glow. Ma Yuan noticed it too and explained, "This was imprinted on me by the fox spirit. I'm unsure of its significance." Su Yuan took out his phone, snapping several pictures of the tattoo, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. "I need to consult someone about this. Perhaps they will have answers." Ma Yuan, curious, asked, "Who do you mean?" Su Yuan replied, "Those two fellows who owe me money." As Ma Yuan opened her mouth to respond, Su Yuan's phone vibrated in his pocket, surprise etched across his face. Is there really a signal here? He quickly grabbed his phone, his eyes darting to the message that had appeared on the screen, and his brow furrowed in concern. Moments later, he set the phone down and turned to Ma Yuan. "What do you think of this place? If all goes well, you will be staying here for quite some time." To his astonishment, Ma Qingwan expressed no complaints or dissatisfaction, nodding decisively. Wherever you wish me to stay, I shall remain. I will follow your arrangements. Initially, her respect and gratitude stemmed from his act of saving her life. But now, her gaze reflected an unwavering loyalty, akin to ancient warriors devoted to their lord. Su Yuan was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Ma Qingwan's clear and steadfast eyes. A ripple of emotion stirring within him. He nodded gently, as long as you are content. By the way, I've placed the medicine in the drawer, and food is on the bedside table. Rest well, I will step out for a bit. I'll return later to check on you. Ma Qingwan nodded earnestly. Do not worry, I can manage on my own. Just as Su Yuan was about to leave, a thought struck him. He found the remote control and attempted to turn on the television. To his surprise, it powered on. He selected a popular urban drama, intending to entertain Ma Qingwan and gain insight into modern life. As soon as the show began, Ma Qingwan's attention was wholly captured. For someone from the remote Ma Zangling, television was a truly novel invention. She marveled, your magical device is truly impressive. It can project so many people. Wow, why are they entangled? Su Yuan whipped around, confirming he hadn't mistakenly chosen the wrong show. No wonder it was so popular. The plot was undeniably provocative. Perhaps it was best to switch to another program. He changed the channel to SpongeBob SquarePants, briefly explaining a few things before he left the manor. Chapter 47. Teleportation Locations and Preliminary Exploration at the headquarters of the Beast Investigation Bureau in Moby White City. Su Yuan entered with haste. Inside the conference room, Lily Jian and the Deputy Minister of the Armed Forces had been waiting for some time. The light cast a heavy shadow on the Deputy Minister's grim face as he sat with his arms crossed, silent and brooding. Lily Jian's gaze remained frosty, her brow furrowed with a hint of seriousness. Su Yuan cut straight to the chase, inquiring, Minister, what is the situation? Lily Jian's eyes seemed to darken. We lost 2 mid-level warriors, and the others sustained varying degrees of injuries. Fortunately, they managed to retreat, which is a small mercy amid this misfortune. Not long ago, Su Yuan had received disheartening news. The armed forces had replicated the stone table and the sacrificial beast head 101 based on the intelligence provided by Captain Ji and Su Yuan, and had drawn the incense burner, successfully summoning a ghostly green light screen. However, when the vanguard team entered the horse burial ridge, an unforeseen incident occurred. Their point of origin was not some thicket, but the very lair of a snake demon. Almost instantly, they were discovered and encircled by a horde of snake demons. And before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. Ultimately, it was through the self-sacrificial attacks of those 2 warriors that the others were afforded precious time to retreat. Damn those beasts! The deputy minister clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his teeth grinding audibly. Su Yuan could see that the regret and fury on his face were almost palpable. He understood that the deputy minister was undoubtedly consumed with self-reproach, eager to avenge those 2 warriors. Each warrior was a valuable asset to the Bureau, and this operation had suffered grievously, a catastrophic defeat, with the failure rooted in that cursed teleportation light screen. Lily Jian turned to Su Yuan, asking, The reason for summoning you here is to discuss this matter. What do you think went wrong? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he slowly raised his head and ventured a hypothesis. Could it be a matter of the spatial coordinates? Lily Jian's delicate brows knitted slightly, momentarily perplexed by Su Yuan's meaning. He elaborated, Is it possible that the teleportation point is not fixed, but rather contingent upon the position of the stone table in reality? At this, a flicker of change crossed Lily Jian's icy visage. She pondered Su Yuan's explanation, and after a moment, nodded slightly. That is indeed a possibility. However, if that is the case, entering the horse burial ridge becomes quite a challenge. Lily Jian interlaced her fingers, her azure eyes shifting to a deep black as she murmured. Exiting the city to climb the mountain will encounter countless obstacles, yet summoning the light screen in another location carries too much uncertainty. The darkness in her eyes deepened, and her typically impassive face betrayed a rare hint of worry. Ultimately, it still boils down to the lack of information. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in such a passive predicament. Su Yuan recalled something and asked, Does the headquarters not have any relevant files on Horse Burial Ridge? Lily Jian explained, We do, but the files contain no useful information. Our understanding of Horse Burial Ridge is woefully insufficient. Su Yuan swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before deciding to keep the matter of the estate to himself. If this aloof minister were to discover that he was currently harboring a native of Horse Burial Ridge, it was difficult to predict her reaction. He imagined she might lose her composure, much like those researchers who emitted sharp, piercing cries, although she would not react with the same exuberance. Shaking his head, Su Yuan endeavored to cast aside this dark jest. The Deputy Minister of the Armed Forces stepped forward. Minister Jian, I request to personally lead a team back into Horse Burial Ridge. This time, I will ensure everyone's safety and take down that pack of beasts. His fervor was palpable, determination gleaming in his eyes. Lily Jin shook her head. This matter requires careful deliberation. We cannot act recklessly. I need more time to devise a plan. She then turned her gaze to Su Yuan. Upon your return, reflect on the circumstances of that day. If you recall any details or significant information, report to me at once. Understood. As Su Yuan departed from the headquarters, he hailed a taxi to number 11, Weha Road. Truth be told, he had even considered buying a car, as his current financial standing could easily accommodate such a purchase. However, after some thought, he decided to shelve that idea for now. Pursuing martial arts was an expensive endeavor, and it was prudent to conserve resources. If he truly found himself with excess funds, he would first buy something for his family. With this in mind, Su Yuan picked up his phone and sent a message to his sister. Su Yuan, what are you up to, sis? His sister replied swiftly, working, the factory work is tough. What? Are you going to bombard me with gold coins again? Su Yuan couldn't help but smirk. Did he really have such a dismal reputation in her eyes? If that were the case, today would be the day to change her perception. Without further ado, he transferred 5,000 yuan to her. Sister? The other party is typing. The other party is typing. After several back-and-forth exchanges, his sister fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing this, Su Yuan typed an explanation. I've recently made significant progress in my cultivation, earning recognition from my instructor and receiving a scholarship. Here's some for you to enjoy a nice meal tonight. He refrained from revealing his status as a martial artist, unsure of how to explain it. If he casually mentioned it, she might very well have a heart attack on the spot. Sister, I don't want your money. You should keep it to buy some supplements. Su Yuan transferred another 5,000 yuan. Sister? Su Yuan, if you don't want it, I'll keep throwing money at you until you do. His sister scoffed. Look at you being all high and mighty. Just wait. I'll return the transfer within 24 hours. You're just too naive. Su Yuan, then I'll just deposit it directly into your account. Sister, the other party has accepted your transfer. Su Yuan chuckled. Accept your fate, sis. You're going to spend this money whether you like it or not. His sister retorted, what if I use this money to buy you medicinal pills? How would you respond? Su Yuan, then I'll return the pills and put the money in your hands. After a lively exchange, it concluded with his sister conceding. Sister, fine. I'll take it as your filial piety. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's more like it. By the way, don't save it up for me to marry someone. I'm not in need of that kind of dowry. His sister ceased to bicker further and asked earnestly, with just over 20 days until the college entrance examination, remember to maintain a calm mindset. Don't be nervous. You have me and our parents here. So there's nothing for you to worry about. Just focus on the exam. Su Yuan remained silent for a moment before replying, Sis, do you really think attending a martial arts university is that important? Without hesitation, his sister responded, Of course. Our family isn't a prestigious lineage. How can ordinary people become martial artists without attending university? I'm counting on you to become a martial artist and look after me in the future. Whether she was comforting Su Yuan or herself, she continued, I know ascending to the second realm is no easy feat. 90% of people never break through in their lifetime, but you must believe in the power of belief. Su Yuan gazed at the messages on his phone, hesitating for a moment before cautiously probing. Sis, hypothetically, if I were to become a martial artist, how would you react? Chapter 48. The Curse. After a moment of serious contemplation, the elder sister sent a voice message. I estimate I would be as ecstatic as Fan Jin upon passing the imperial examination, deliriously celebrating for a while, and then weeping uncontrollably in your embrace. Alas, let us not dwell on such matters. Dreams are best cherished as fleeting fantasies. Overthinking them might hinder my work performance. At the end of the voice message, a burst of static interrupted, prompting Su Yuan to press the receiver closer to his ear. After discerning the sounds, he realized someone was calling out his sister's name. I must take a trip to the director's office. The workload at the factory has been quite heavy lately. All right, take care, she replied. Setting his phone down, Su Yuan exhaled deeply. He resolved that after addressing his current affairs, he would lay bare his intentions to his family, having become a martial artist. It was unreasonable to allow his parents and sister to toil away. I aspire to earn more, enough to ensure my family's comfort for the rest of their lives. From the very beginning, Su Yuan's goals had remained crystal clear, and to accomplish them, he must continually enhance his abilities. Thus, he activated the system, and the familiar interface materialized before him. Without hesitation, he expended a century of his lifespan to activate the Dragon Wanderer bond. Deducting 100 years of lifespan, current lifespan of the beast, 180 years, in an instant, an unusual divine energy surged through Su Yuan's body. As if his meridians were suddenly unblocked, his pores opened, breathing became effortless, and his spirit revitalized. If the diamond body emphasized explosiveness and strength, then the Dragon Wanderer underscored endurance and flexibility. The two, one rigid, one supple, complemented each other, achieving perfect harmony within Su Yuan. His physique began to transform subtly, with muscle definition emerging gradually, requiring no deliberate exercise, his form becoming as aesthetically pleasing as ancient Greek sculptures. His facial features grew sharper, and his expression exuded a newfound intensity, radiating a powerful aura from within. At that moment, resting his elbow against the car window while gazing outside, he projected an air of profound depth. Were he to enter a gathering of affluent women now, it would likely incite a frenzy among them. However, Su Yuan had no desire to become a gigolo. Firstly, he bore no surname of Huai, and secondly, even as a martial artist, he might not withstand the allure of a wealthy woman's four-piece set. The driver halted the vehicle and turned to Su Yuan, stating, "We've arrived at the destination." His voice trailed off, mouth agape, as if words were caught in his throat. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively inquired, "Young man, did you just put on makeup in the car?" "No, I am naturally beautiful," Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, tossing a 50 yuan note before elegantly exiting the vehicle. No need for change. The driver accepted the bill, observing Su Yuan's retreating figure, then glanced down at the meter, reading 49, and helplessly smirked, murmuring, "Since when did gigolos become so arrogant?" Su Yuan arrived at the entrance of number 11 Weiho Road, a standalone villa with a distinctly Gothic architectural style. He rang the doorbell, and light footsteps approached, followed by a familiar feminine voice. "Who is it?" "It's Su Yuan," he responded, adding, "I am here to return the jade token." The door creaked open, revealing a striking figure. Upon seeing Su Yuan, Chu Chuyin paused briefly. Sensing he appeared even more handsome than before, had he put on makeup prior to his arrival? Boys have the right to care about their appearance too. I shall refrain from questioning it, she thought, discarding her random musings. She smiled warmly, revealing her pearly whites. "Please come in. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." "I didn't mean it that way. I was just a bit surprised." As Su Yuan stepped into the villa, he took in his surroundings, feeling a pang of envy at the living conditions of others. A low male voice resonated from upstairs. "Xiao Qiu? Who has come?" Chu Qiuyan looked up and replied, "You'll know as soon as you come down." "Who is it, making such a mystery of it?" The voice drew nearer, and a lean man with stubble descended the stairs. Upon seeing Su Yuan, his expression shifted in surprise, and he stumbled slightly before eagerly extending his hand. Hello. You must be Su Yuan, right?" Su Yuan nodded and shook his hand. "Thank you for saving Xiao Qiu and Anan. I am profoundly grateful. Please, have a seat." "Xiao Qiu, brew some tea." Su Yuan observed the beaming man before him and surmised, "You must be the leader of the Cat SI team?" The man chuckled, nodding slightly. "Indeed, on the streets they call me Old Cat. By the way, my English name is Bruce." Su Yuan was taken aback, curiously asking, "If you're called Old Cat, why choose a dog's name in English?" The man's smile faltered momentarily. Then he explained, "I am a devoted fan of Bruce Lee." Su Yuan took a sip from the teacup to mask the awkwardness. Old Cat produced a bank card. "This contains the agreed sum of 500,000. The password is 114514. "Thank you," Su Yuan replied, maintaining his composure while swiftly pocketing the card. The thin card brought him a sense of reassuring weight. Old Cat smiled. "No need for thanks. We shall be friends from now on. Feel free to reach out whenever you need assistance. Mutual support will help us thrive on the streets." Chu Chuyin softly reminded, "Captain, he is not one of us. He is an official agent from the Investigation Bureau." Old Cat sipped his tea to cover the ensuing awkwardness. Su Yuan cleared his throat. "Actually, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." At this, both Old Cat and Chu Chuyin's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, what is it? Do share." Su Yuan retrieved his phone and opened the photo of the fox tattoo. "Do you recognize what this is?" At a glance, Chu Chuyin's pupils constricted, and just as she was about to speak, Old Cat discreetly kicked her under the table, abruptly silencing her. Old Cat furrowed his brow. adopting a serious demeanor as he pondered. After a while, he gravely remarked, "From my assessment, this object should be a form of curse." Su Yuan's heart tightened, and he unleashed a barrage of questions. What are the effects of the curse? Is it fatal? How can it be lifted? Stop, 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 Old Cat interrupted, raising his hand. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush. I only have a basic understanding and cannot provide you with a comprehensive explanation. Su Yuan's brow furrowed, disappointment evident on his face. However, Old Cat then shifted the conversation. But I do know an expert in this field. He may be able to assist you. Su Yuan's eyes brightened. Really? Can you take me to meet him now? Old Cat's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded affirmatively. Of course. Chapter 49. The Chu Corporation. Half an hour later, Su Yuan alighted from the vehicle, surveying his surroundings. Towering skyscrapers stood in a majestic array, delineating the city's skyline. A look of confusion crossed his face. Is this not the Chantre Center? What purpose do we serve here? Old Cat pointed to the most opulent building before them. The expert I mentioned works within that edifice. As he spoke, Chu Qiuyan's expression was complex. Her thoughts veiled in mystery. Su Yuan did not dwell on it further, following the two through the revolving doors and into the spacious, bright lobby. They navigated the elevator with ease, ascending steadily to the 27th floor. Upon reaching the corridor, Old Cat knocked on the heavy door. Once permitted, he ushered Su Yuan inside and turned to leave with Chu Qiuyan. They entered an unoccupied lounge. As soon as Chu Qiuyan settled into a chair, her curiosity bubbled over. Captain, isn't that obviously a curse of fate? Why pretend otherwise? Old Cat retrieved a black cigarette, lighting it and inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of dense smoke. To do him a personal favor and to let your father meet him. Chu Qiuyan was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, Damn, I was wondering why you brought me here. If you want to meet him, you do it. I refuse to go. Old Cat grinned. Xiao Qiu, stop acting like a spoiled princess. Your father has been so concerned about you that he has practically worried sick, calling me every day to inquire after your well-being, to the point my ears are almost calloused. Chu Qiuyan showed no sign of yielding, crossing her arms defiantly and turning her head away with a dismissive huff. Not a chance. I cannot stand that guy. Old Cat flicked off some ash. Is that so? If he knew about your near brush with death at Mazong Ridge, he might. Chu Qiuyan hurriedly interrupted. Enough, enough. Just how much did you take from him? Old Cat chuckled, deliberately withholding specifics. Let us just say it's enough to cover my cigarette expenses for several years. Chu Qiuyan. Old Cat took a deep drag of his cigarette. Xiao Qiu, do you remember when we first met Su Yuan, and I mentioned introducing him to someone? Chu Qiuyan nodded. Yes. Wait, what do you mean by that? Seeing her realization, Old Cat simply nodded, clarifying. Precisely. I introduced him to your father. To be accurate, it was your father's request. Long ago. He began asking me to scout for powerful warriors and recommend them to him. Chu Qiuyan furrowed her brow, puzzled. But why would he do that? Old Cat shook his head. I'm not sure, but I suspect your father and you might share the same objective. Upon hearing this, Chu Qiuyan's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling rapidly. No, that can't be. He doesn't care about that matter at all. She shook her head, muttering softly, uncertain whether her words were directed at Old Cat or meant for herself. The smoke obscured Old Cat's features, rendering his expression unreadable. I'm merely speculating. I have no solid evidence, hence I cannot refute your stance. Regardless, if you do not wish to see him, I will not press you. After a prolonged silence, Chu Qiuyan nodded quietly. Thank you, Captain. I believe I am not yet ready. The lounge descended into a profound stillness, the only sound being the crackling of the burning cigarette. Meanwhile, Su Yuan emerged from the expert's office with a somber expression. He reminded himself that Ma Qingyuan was afflicted by a curse of fate, a malicious enchantment typically employed to control servants and harm adversaries. Its effects were exceedingly vile. If not lifted within 10 days, she would suffer a ghastly decay, ultimately perishing in a pitiful pool of blood. There were only two methods to dispel the curse. First, one must locate a snow blossom, a premier spirit herb that grows atop snow-capped mountains. Its potency is legendary, claimed to cure all curses and plagues. The last recorded sighting was 48 years ago in the Himalayas, harvested by local Sherpas. Second, one could eliminate the source of the curse, namely, slaying the individual who cast it. Su Yuan did not hesitate in making his choice, the more straightforward and brutal of the two. Yet, he was acutely aware that the power of the ancient fox spirit was unfathomable otherwise. How could it dominate the North Mountain and establish a formidable presence at Mazong Ridge? Moreover, The expert had specifically cautioned him that while fate-related curses were not uncommon, the one depicted in the photograph was exceedingly rare, as only those of formidable mastery could wield such advanced curses. In light of this, Yuan did not believe he was ready to confront the ancient fox spirit, despite the diamond body compelling him towards a reckless path. He could not embark on a solitary venture to the North Mountain, confronting the entire fox tribe with nothing but his indignation and fervor. After all, Yang Zirong's triumph over the bandits of Weihu Mountain was achieved through cunning strategy. Yuan understood that he must augment his strength as much as possible within the next 10 days. However, upon careful consideration, he identified two pressing issues. Firstly, the lifespan of his exotic beasts was insufficient. Setting aside the increasing difficulty of elevating his realm, the expenditure of cultivating those techniques was considerable. If he did not enhance his techniques to align with his realm, he would merely become a top-heavy, malformed warrior, severely diminishing his power. Secondly, his resources were alarmingly scant. Much like his previous transition from the second to the third realm, he could distinctly feel a void within his body, requiring higher-grade exotic beast flesh and spirit herbs for replenishment. Additionally, he needed to procure superior weaponry and select a suitable mental cultivation method. Otherwise, excessive training could easily lead to madness. As he enumerated his needs, Yuan realized he required far too much. Yet the meager tens of thousands at his disposal were woefully inadequate to satisfy his aspirations, prompting him to lament the common plight of contemporary urban youth. Alas, I am utterly impoverished. Just as he wallowed in his thoughts, a familiar sound of footsteps approached. Old Cat sauntered over, hands in his pockets. Old Cat feigned ignorance. So, did you obtain the answers you sought? Yuan nodded, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. I must take my leave now. I need to procure some items from the Warrior Center. To his surprise, Old Cat burst into laughter. No need to head to the Warrior Center. Everything you desire is right here. Follow me, and I'll introduce you to someone. You might even receive a discount afterward. Though somewhat bewildered, Yuan followed his lead. Soon, they arrived at the pinnacle of the towering structure. Before them stood a grand, solid wooden door, its deep brown finish gleaming with an opulent sheen. Old Cat knocked and called out, "Brother Chu, are you there?" A rich, magnetic voice responded from within, "I am here. Come in." Old Cat stepped aside, and Yuan raised his hand to gently push the door open, revealing a spacious and airy office. The entire room featured a vaulted design, reaching the height of 2 stories, with a magnificent crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling. Beneath it lay a vast circular carpet, clearly of considerable worth. A middle-aged man in a suit rose from behind the desk, approaching the two. Old Cat beamed, introducing, "This is Mr. Chu of the Chu Corporation, a renowned business magnate in our city, and also the largest investor in the Angel Foundation." Yuan paused momentarily, having been preoccupied with thoughts of the curse, failing to realize that he was in the very office of the Chu Corporation. Previously, while perusing the warrior community, Yuan had encountered advertisements from the Chu Group, which offered a service for recycling materials, seemingly at prices considerably higher than those at the Warrior Center. As he looked up, he found that the executive before him did not conform to the stereotype of a balding, middle-aged man with a Mediterranean physique. Rather, he was well-built, exuding the aura of someone who regularly engages in physical exercise. A gentle smile adorned his face, and although clad in a bespoke, high-end suit, he possessed an approachable demeanor. Remarkably, his hair was thick and showed no signs of baldness. "Greetings, I am Chu Tianjian," he said with a smile as he extended his right hand. "Over the years, I have been recruiting warriors, but it is indeed rare to encounter someone as young as you who has already entered the second realm." It seems the Old Cat was right. Even on a national scale, your potential for development as a first-tier warrior is immense. In response to the executive's warm greeting, Yuan shook his hand with a composed demeanor, subtly revealing his second-tier warrior ring in the process. Chapter 50, a comparison of goods. Old Cat was the first to notice, his eyes widening in astonishment. Although Chu Qiuyan had informed him that Yuan had been wreaking havoc at the Horse Burial Ridge, he had not mentioned that the opponent's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of the 1st tier. Sometimes, ignorance is indeed bliss. If he were to learn that Yuan's realm was now on the verge of the 4th level, one could only imagine his reaction. Chu Tianjian's expression momentarily froze, and his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the ring adorning Yuan's hand, initially filled with instinctive doubt. He soon recognized the martial artist insignia on the ring's exterior in the engraved characters spelling out Yuan. It dawned on him that this ring was indeed genuine. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Despite having traversed the business world for decades and encountered a myriad of individuals and experiences, he had never before witnessed an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist. For reasons unknown, a phrase suddenly sprang to his mind. The world is vast, filled with wonders. With the emergence of an 18-year-old second-tier martial artist, it seemed humanity was not far from evolution. Chu Tianjian's thoughts shifted from the evolution of mankind back to reality as he regarded the handsome youth before him, unable to suppress a sense of admiration. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. The future indeed belongs to you youngsters. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chu, but if you wish to recruit me, I must regretfully decline. Su Yuan retrieved his identification and explained, I am an investigator for the Beast Investigation Bureau, a civil servant with official status. As he spoke, a hint of pride tinged his tone, as if he were quite pleased with his civil servant identity. After all, he had not passed the civil service examination in his previous life, and this was a chance to rectify that regret. Chu Tianjin chuckled lightly and waved his hand. I believe you've misunderstood. I never suggested that you resign from the investigation bureau to work for me. Su Yuan paused, seemingly perplexed by the man's words. Then what do you mean by recruitment? Chu Tianjin solemnly clarified, what I wish to invest in is your future. Su Yuan's eyes widened slightly. Faced with such lofty words, he found himself momentarily speechless. After a moment of effort to digest this revelation, he confirmed in terms he could comprehend. You mean you wish to invest in me? Chu Tianjin nodded and returned to his desk, producing a contract. Please, take a look and see if the terms are suitable. Upon perusing the document, Su Yuan felt as if he had been transported to Antarctica. He stood frozen in place. The contract stipulated a monthly cash allowance of 800,000, 15 dining vouchers for the Crown Restaurant each month, a new intermediate-level martial arts technique each month, and diamond membership at the Lingyao Company in Mo City. Su Yuan, resembling a robot, stiffly lifted his head, nearly overwhelmed with tears, his former composure evaporating. At that moment, it seemed as if a pure, radiant light descended upon him, enveloping Chu Tianjin and casting a dazzling silver glow upon him, an angel. Truly, he was an angel investor. He rushed forward, grasping Chu Tianjin's hands with fervor, shaking them vigorously. Mr. Chu, I entrust my future to you. Chu Tianjin chuckled softly, though the sentiment sounded somewhat peculiar. He could feel Su Yuan's burning sincerity, and not just sincerity, the grip was quite firm. Second-tier martial artist truly possessed strength. Maintaining his composure, Chu Tianjin gently withdrew his reddened hands. No need for the formalities, just call me old bro like old cat does. Su Yuan affectionately responded, sure thing. Old bro Chu. Chu Tianjin nodded slightly and pointed towards the desk. Since you've agreed, let us sign the contract. By the way, did you see the final clause? Su Yuan paused, still intoxicated by joy and momentarily oblivious to the specifics. He quickly picked up the contract again to scrutinize the bottom line. You want me to help find something? Indeed. Chu Tianjin replied, his expression serious and tone earnest. However, now is not the right time. That place is far more perilous than you can imagine. Once your strength is sufficiently formidable, assisting me with this task can wait. Su Yuan appeared unfazed. He was, after all, someone accustomed to dancing on the edge of a knife. He confidently assured, all right, no problem. Chu Tianjin smiled. Good. Then shall we sign the contract? Su Yuan nodded emphatically. Let us do it. After the contract was finalized, Chu Tianjin engaged in light conversation with Old Cat for a few moments before preparing to personally see them off. However, as soon as they stepped outside, a bespectacled man in a white shirt approached. Mr. Chu, everyone is gathered and waiting for you to begin the meeting. Chu Tianjin frowned slightly. Can't you see I'm accompanying esteemed guests? Let them wait a little longer. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, appearing somewhat embarrassed. But, Old Cat, ever the astute negotiator, quickly interjected, oh, old bro Chu, you go ahead with your work. We are quite familiar with this place and don't require you to see us off personally. Su Yuan chimed in. Yes, old bro. You don't need to be so courteous. The bespectacled man looked at Su Yuan in astonishment, an expression of confusion on his face. Who was this young man who could address Mr. Chu so familiarly? Was he a young master from some prestigious family? Very well then, Chu Tianjin said, patting Su Yuan on the shoulder. He turned to the bespectacled man. Manager Zhang, please see them off. If they need a ride, provide them with the best company vehicle. Here are the keys. Manager Zhang accepted the keys, bowing slightly. Understood. Traversing the lengthy corridor, Manager Zhang led Su Yuan to the elevator, Old Cat had departed, claiming he needed to find Chu Chuyan. Just then, Manager Zhang's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his brow furrowed, but upon remembering Su Yuan stood beside him, he plastered a smile on his face. "Excuse me, can you wait a moment? I need to take this call." Su Yuan nodded. "No problem, go ahead." As the call connected, Manager Zhang's voice dropped an octave. "Hello, what else do you want? I've told you more than once that batch of goods will not be handed over to your moon factory. Begging 1T help. That is final." Without hesitation, he hung up the phone, turning to find Su Yuan staring at him intently. Immediately, he resumed his polite demeanor, opening the elevator door with a smile. "Please, go ahead." Su Yuan averted his gaze and stepped into the elevator alongside him. Manager Zhang inquired, "Where would you like to go? I can drive you." Su Yuan shook his head, not in a hurry to leave. "Take me to your martial arts library. I want to personally select a suitable technique." Chapter 51. The Spirit of the Mountain Lord in the Martial Arts Library. "Ah, Su Yuan, you are a person of integrity and noble character. How could you succumb to the allure of wealth? A mere 800,000 is but the price of a Porsche 718, a Mercedes GLE, or a Land Rover Defender. Can such trifling sums truly unsettle your resolve? Stand firm. Rise up." Su Yuan slumped weakly in his chair, the screen of his phone still glowing with the notification of the 800,000 credit transfer. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Su Yuan, an 18-year-old high school dropout from Mo City who has suddenly become a millionaire with a fortune of 1,352 for 100 yuan. As the saying goes, comparisons can lead to despair. Contracts from team leader Luo pale in comparison to those from President Chu." Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh, realizing the importance of mingling with the affluent. A staff member approached, inquiring, "Sir, you seem a bit unwell. Shall we continue our selection?" In a sudden burst of energy, Su Yuan leapt from his chair, declaring, "Yes. Bring forth all the intermediate low-tier techniques. I wish to examine them all." The Chu Group's business was quite diverse, including services tailored for martial artists akin to a martial arts center. However, being a private organization, the variety and quantity of techniques in their library were somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, they were sufficient for Su Yuan's needs. Several staff members sprang into action, and soon, a neat array of martial techniques was displayed on a polished marble table, nearly covering its surface. Su Yuan reached out, perusing through them, completing a round with haste. The staff members exchanged bewildered glances, as if witnessing a ceremonial rite. "Have you found a technique to your liking, sir?" one inquired. Su Yuan frowned, shaking his head. "This batch will not suffice. Bring forth the next. Next batch. Next batch." He felt as though he were in a KTV, selecting items, though he referred to fruit platters, and after numerous exchanges, his restless hands finally paused on one particular tome. Upon inspection, he found emblazoned on the cover 4 grand characters: the Tiger's Heart Method. Activation qualifications detected. Mountain Lord Spirit. 35710. Description: upon establishing a preliminary connection, the upper limit of realm is elevated to the 4th tier, unlocking the passive martial technique, Hunter's Instinct, enhancing danger perception, maintaining clarity in combat, and increasing the likelihood of entering a state of extreme calm. Su Yuan's mouth formed an shape, excitement bubbling within him. For a martial artist, a commendable heart method is of paramount importance. Mastering a suitable technique not only addresses personal deficiencies, but also significantly enhances training efficiency, allowing the martial artist to progress steadily without deviation. The Tiger's Heart Method was perfectly suited for Su Yuan, given his inherently fierce disposition. Attempting to learn something like the Soft Cloud Heart Method or the Gentle Finger Heart Method would be a futile endeavor, likely resulting in decades of fruitless practice. Only through vigorous and unyielding means could he truly embody his ambitions. Su Yuan struck the table decisively. "This is the one." After securing the Tiger's Heart Method, he made no further delay, exiting the Chu Group building swiftly, avoiding any entanglement with Manager Zhang, and hailing a taxi home at the fastest pace possible. Bang! With the door firmly locked, Su Yuan gazed at the familiar sights of his bedroom, feeling a wave of comfort. He pulled out a chair, seated himself, and activated the system panel. Name: Su Yuan. Realm: 3rd tier. 8th stage. Current lifespan of exotic beast: 180 years. Current personal lifespan: 39 years. Martial techniques: Diamond Fist Method, perfected. Diamond Meteor Stone, beginner. Wandering Dragon Spear Technique, minor accomplishment. Bagua Wandering Dragon Step, minor accomplishment. Tiger's Heart Method, not yet initiated. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. My personal lifespan has increased. However, upon reflection, he quickly understood. His current physique was far superior to before, so an increase in lifespan was not unexpected. He opened his phone, logged into the medicinal purchase app, and indeed, his account had been upgraded to Diamond member status, allowing him an 85% discount on any spiritual medicine purchased within Mobi City. Yuan felt as though he were indulging in a shopping spree, placing a flurry of orders to acquire all necessary medicinal items at once. He even extravagantly spent 10 yuan on a timely delivery service. 22 minutes and 31 seconds later, a professional courier knocked promptly at Yuan's door. He poked his head out, saying, "Thank you. I'll make sure to leave you a good review." After placing the bag on the table, Yuan began to inventory the medicines he had purchased: Qi restoration pills, spirit concentration pills, injectable bone strengtheners, and a complimentary pack of calcium tablets. A hodgepodge of various pills amounted to a total of 300,000 yuan, originally priced at 350,000. Though he felt a twinge of regret, these items were essential for his impending breakthrough. Yuan grabbed a syringe and injected himself in the arm, subsequently consuming the medicinal pills with the eagerness of a child enjoying candy. Thankfully, the enhancement of his physique had also increased his tolerance to the medicines. Otherwise, such a dosage would have left him reeling. As the potent effects of the medicine coursed through him, Yuan broke into a sweat, his heartbeat accelerating. He had long since devised a plan for utilizing the lifespan of the exotic beast at his disposal. At that moment, he dedicated 30 years of lifespan to the tiger's heart method. You diligently comprehend the tiger's heart method, achieving initiation in the 5th year, then rapidly advancing to mastery by the 20th year. In the subsequent decade, you maintained your commitment to studying the heart method, yet progress stagnated. Oh, intermediate techniques are indeed challenging to master. System, grant me another 20 years. The passage of 20 years was but a fleeting moment. Your daily toil ultimately yielded the fruits of minor accomplishment. The tiger's heart method, minor accomplishment. As the system's announcement concluded, Yuan's eyes snapped open, a newfound brilliance illuminating his deep gaze. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a majestic tiger residing in his heart, poised atop a mountain, calmly surveying the frenzied beast below, exuding the proud confidence of the king of all creatures. After expending a full 50 years of lifespan, he had finally grasped the essence required to align with the tiger's heart method, not merely mindless slaughter as he had imagined, but a harmonious balance of strength and gentleness, embodying a state of calm bravery. Crucially, the method's ultimate state requires the practitioner to engage in combat, ideally against a formidable adversary who can relentlessly suppress them. The greater the oppression and the more suffering endured, the more potent the enhancements bestowed by the tiger's heart method. With a deep breath, Yuan felt a noticeable acceleration in his training speed. The heart method was now operational. Seizing the momentum, he immediately commenced training in his other martial techniques. Chapter 52. The Royal Restaurant with 60 years dedicated to the dragon soaring spear technique, 60 years to the 8 trigram steps, and 10 years to the diamond meteorite skill. Yuan deemed this a remarkably reasonable allocation of his training. The lifespan bar rapidly diminished as his cultivation commenced. He slowly settled onto the ground, legs crossed, hands resting naturally upon his knees. Engaging in deep breaths, his brow furrowed intensely, muscles taut throughout his body. Lacking the aid of a breathing technique, he found it somewhat arduous to circulate his internal energy, which meandered through his meridians like a boulder rolling through a narrow stream, stumbling along the way. The energy reservoir in his dantian swelled ominously, as if ready to spiral out of control. Fortunately, having preemptively consumed medicine, the situation gradually improved under its influence. His energy no longer faced obstruction. It flowed smoothly, akin to a babbling brook, nourishing every corner of his being from fingertips to hair ends. Each inch of skin and every bone was caressed by this gentle force. Time slipped away quietly, the world outside seeming to stand still. Immersed in his cultivation, Yuan forgot all else around him. He lost track of time until his breathing began to steady. Dragon soaring spear technique, major accomplishment. 8 trigram steps, major accomplishment. Diamond meteorite skill, proficient. He exhaled deeply, rising slowly to his feet, drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from water, his clothes clinging to his back. The hair on his forehead was damp, glued to his skin by perspiration. He proceeded to the bathroom to refresh himself with a comfortable shower, afterward donning a fresh set of clothes and standing before the mirror to assess his appearance. His chest muscles, abdominal muscles, and serratus anterior were well defined. Despite a low body fat percentage, his resilience remained unscathed, enhanced by the diamond body. He was as tough as tempered steel. Should he assume a defensive stance? Even ordinary blades would likely only inflict superficial wounds. Strong and powerful, although he did not elevate his realm this time. The refinement of his skills undoubtedly augmented his combat capabilities significantly. At this moment, he was no longer a mere brute with distorted martial prowess. Regarding his specific level, he resolved to test his mettle at the Horse Burial Ridge that very night. Contemplating this, he stretched his arms, bent his waist, and suddenly arched back, forming an exaggerated C-shape with his spine, joints popping audibly, muscles and bones resonating in harmony, flesh quaking violently. Masculine energy surged from his base, ascending along his spine until it reached the crown of his head. A tingling sensation rapidly spread throughout his body. After opening his spine, his pores expanded, warmth enveloping him. An indescribable comfort and exhilaration washing over him. Wonderful, Su Yuan exclaimed, his stomach echoing a growl in agreement. He placed a hand on his empty belly. An unprecedented hunger surged forth like a tide, overwhelming him. His appetite had grown insatiable, akin to a bottomless pit. Uncontrollably, he recalled the picnic outside the city. The lamb leg smeared with fresh honey, sizzling over a fire made from pine branches, exuding a primitive, wild aroma. Gurgle. Su Yuan swallowed hard. He was famished. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. On the other side, at Martial Arts High School. The final afternoon class had just concluded. Inside the classroom, Feng Yuexiao was packing her backpack. With the college entrance examination approaching, evening self-study sessions were optional. Many classmates had ventured out for martial arts tutoring or simply lingered in the school's training facilities. A close friend approached her. Yuexiao, shall we go out for dinner? Feng Yuexiao brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, her gaze evasive. No, I'm going home to eat. Her friend narrowed her eyes. Recently, Feng Yuexiao had been acting strangely. Despite the impending exams, her instances of food supplementation had significantly decreased, and she hadn't taken much in the way of medicinal pills. This was a crucial moment for intensifying their efforts. She sensed something amiss and was about to inquire further when Feng Yuexiao's phone lit up. The caller ID displayed Su Yuan. Both girls gasped simultaneously, though her friend's voice was slightly higher in pitch. Quick, answer it, her friend urged excitedly, not quite understanding the source of her enthusiasm. Feng Yuexiao hesitated briefly before answering the call, carefully uttering a single word. Hello? A moment later, she blinked. Are we going now? Okay, just wait for me. I'll change out of my school uniform. Her friend's eyes nearly bulged out. Just after Feng Yuexiao hung up, she heard her friend emit a high-pitched squeal. Grabbing her shoulders and shaking her fervently. Yuexiao, you two have reached this point. That's too forward. I can't accept that. Feng Yuexiao paused for a moment, then realized what was happening. She swatted her friend's hands away, her face flushing crimson. Stop talking nonsense. He just wants to treat me to dinner. We agreed on this long ago. Her friend exhaled deeply, relief washing over her. Few that was a false alarm. Feng Yuexiao continued. By the way, he also asked if you wanted to join us. Her friend wore an expression of understanding, the corners of her mouth curling in disdain. Humph. Do you take me for a fool? I want to be a third wheel. All right, hurry and change into something nice. Here, take my makeup bag. Oh, come on. Why be so polite? Just take it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky was painted in a mesmerizing orange red, reminiscent of a ripe orange. The rich hues seemingly ready to drip down. Feng Yuexiao arrived at the appointed place on Hongxiang Middle Road, scanning her surroundings until she spotted Su Yuan waiting by the roadside. He seemed to have sensed her gaze, turning to meet her eyes. In that moment, time appeared to freeze. Feng Yuexiao's face flushed bright red, as if ignited by the fiery clouds, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue that spread across her entire visage. Having shared a classroom for 3 years, she immediately noticed the change in Su Yuan. He had become remarkably handsome. Seeing Su Yuan wave and approach her with a smile, Feng Yuexiao felt as though she were in a dream. This scene seemed to belong to a romantic youth drama or a game designed for a specific audience. She never imagined it would unfold in reality. Su Yuan spoke naturally. Let's go. That restaurant is just ahead. Feng Yuexiao snapped back to reality, nodding gently. As they walked, many passers-by cast glances their way, perhaps marveling at the pairing of talent and beauty, or simply captivated by Su Yuan's striking appearance. Who could tell if they mistook him for a 16-line celebrity out for a stroll with his girlfriend? Feng Yuexiao lowered her head, silent, following Su Yuan like a little shadow. Suddenly, Su Yuan halted, and she, unable to stop in time, bumped into his back. In stark contrast to the anticipated romantic encounter, Feng Yuexia clutched her forehead, nearly in tears from the pain. Convinced she had collided with a concrete wall, this guy's body was far too solid. Noticing the jolt through his back, Su Yuan turned. Scratching his head apologetically, "Are you okay?" Feng Yuexia bit back the pain. "Have you been practicing hard recently?" Su Yuan offered a vague explanation. Sort of. By the way, we've arrived. This is the place." Feng Yuexia sniffled, slowly lifting her head. Upon seeing the opulent sign of the Crown Restaurant, she froze in place. Her beautiful eyes widened as memories resurfaced regarding the restaurant's esteemed reputation. One of the top 10 restaurants in the nation, the most expensive dining establishment in Mo City. A members-only venue. Chapter 53. Principal Feng. The evening breeze carried a hint of coolness, brushing against Feng Yuexia's face and stirring the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. She turned her head stiffly to look at Su Yuan, who was nervously rubbing his hands and swallowing hard, her lips twitching slightly as she confirmed, You want to treat me to dinner here?" Su Yuan nodded eagerly, "Of course. Come on, let's go. I'm starving." Without allowing Feng Yuexia a chance to decline, he firmly took her arm and led her through the opulent revolving door. Upon entering the grand hall, a delicate and sophisticated aroma of high-end fragrance enveloped them. And as she inhaled, it felt as though her body and spirit were gently caressed by the scent. The magnificent, soaring lobby took her breath away, with the imposing columns on either side exuding an air of luxury. A dazzling crystal chandelier above cast a soft glow, while the floor was adorned with reflective marble. In the center, an exquisite fountain bubbled melodiously, its splashes harmonizing with the classical music that filled the hall, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance. Feng Yuexia's eyes widened in astonishment at the lavish decor, and just as a twinge of inferiority began to creep into her heart, she heard Su Yuan exclaim beside her, "Wow, this place is incredible, truly worthy of being a grand restaurant." Feng Yuexia paused, tilting her head slightly. "Is this your first time here too?" Su Yuan mirrored her action, tilting his head to maintain eye contact. "Yeah, what's wrong with that? Feeling a bit shy?" Feng Yuexia replied, "Oh, stop copying me." Su Yuan chuckled. "I just think this gesture is amusing. Imagine if hawking." In the lobby, a server noticed the flirtatious exchange between the two and frowned as she approached, interrupting their conversation with a blunt inquiry. "Do you have a membership? If not, please leave promptly. We do not serve ordinary patrons here." Feng Yuexia's words faltered, and faced with the server's aggressive demeanor, she instinctively swallowed hard, glancing nervously at Su Yuan. Displeased, Su Yuan coldly responded, "Did you not see that my friend and I were talking?" She was about to say something, but as her gaze met Su Yuan's eyes, an involuntary chill coursed through her, and the words caught in her throat. Just then, two distinguished guests descended from the second floor, with the assistant manager closely following, his face full of eagerness. "Principal Feng, I trust you are satisfied with tonight's dinner?" Principal Feng glanced appreciatively at the aloof young man beside him. "Satisfaction is not for me to say, but for him. This meal is a reward for the top student." The assistant manager nervously looked at the young man, who slowly responded with a simple "It's fine." Slightly relieved, the assistant manager suddenly noticed the server and Su Yuan. He keenly sensed something was amiss. "Hey, what's going on over there?" Hearing the assistant manager's voice, the server turned abruptly, as if she had found a lifeline. "Manager Du, this guest does not have a membership. I was about to ask him to leave, but he refuses and is quite unfriendly," she complained. Seeing the assistant manager approaching, Feng Yuexia discreetly tugged at Su Yuan's sleeve, whispering, "Maybe we should just leave. It's not worth getting into trouble with them. We can eat anywhere." Su Yuan understood her concern about him feeling embarrassed, but he was unwilling to simply walk away from the confrontation. It would be too humiliating. He would not let them get away with this insult. The assistant manager scrutinized Su Yuan and Feng Yuexia, maintaining a facade of calm while internally scoffing. "Seriously? Two high school students here to dine? Do they even know how to conduct themselves?" Clearing his throat, he said, "I apologize, but our policy is strict. We do not serve guests without memberships. You two should leave. I prefer to keep matters from escalating." "Exactly." With newfound confidence, the server seemed emboldened, shaking her walkie-talkie threateningly. "To be honest, our security staff are martial artists." Su Yuan scoffed, ready to retort, when suddenly hurried footsteps approached. Principal Feng released the young man beside him, disregarding the latter's bewildered expression, and swiftly descended the stairs, pushing past the assistant manager to stand before Su Yuan with a beaming smile. What a coincidence. I never expected to see you here. Both the assistant manager and the server were taken aback. Principal Fong knew him? Was he a student from their school? Su Yuan regarded the affable middle-aged man with a furrowed brow. Puzzled, he did not recognize Principal Fong. However, Feng Yuexia recognized him and interjected. He is the principal from Wudao No. 3. He visited our school before. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, Is there something you need? Principal Fong maintained his cheerful demeanor. Oh, it's nothing much. I simply wanted to ask, do you still have intentions of continuing your education? I am someone who values talent. If you wish to come to 7 Middle School, you are always welcome. As he spoke, he produced his membership card. Please consider this. Tonight's meal is on me. The sight of a distinguished member treating a high school student with such courtesy, even offering to pay for dinner, left the assistant manager and the server utterly dumbfounded. However, Su Yuan's subsequent action left them even more shocked. Thank you for your kindness. But I do not require others to treat me, Su Yuan said, producing 2 all-you-can-eat vouchers imprinted with the logo of the Chu Group. My friend, I will treat you. Principal Fong paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he silently marveled. He is already connected with the Chu Group? The assistant manager and server recognized the vouchers immediately. These were exclusive all-you-can-eat passes from the major shareholder, Chu Group, each worth a significant sum and typically not available for public sale. Possessing such a voucher indicated a close relationship with the upper echelons of the Chu Group, something beyond the reach of mere ordinary staff. The assistant manager's mouth fell open in disbelief, his posture unconsciously bending slightly, hands nervously intertwining before him. The server's face turned pale, nearly dropping the walkie-talkie she had meant to use to dismiss Su Yuan, her grip faltering momentarily before she hastily tightened it again. Her eyes darted between Su Yuan, the vouchers, and the assistant manager, her lips quivering, yet no words came forth. Quick to react, the assistant manager bowed apologetically. I am very sorry, sir. We were presumptuous. Please forgive us. With that, he shot a fierce glare at the server, conveying a clear message. You've really caused a mess for me. The server, trembling, quickly followed suit, bowing deeply and apologizing sincerely. I am truly sorry, sir. It was my mistake. I hope you can overlook my error. Feng Yuexia watched the scene unfold in disbelief, her expression a mix of astonishment as she turned to Su Yuan, her eyes wide with surprise. In less than 10 seconds, the demeanor of the previously aggressive duo had shifted 180 degrees, rendering the situation both absurd and comical. As she gazed at Su Yuan's composed profile, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over her. Chapter 54. Dining and choosing attire. The assistant supervisor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he personally escorted Su Yuan and Feng Yuexia to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, the aloof youth approached Principal Fong. Principal, what is happening? Principal Fong cast a complex glance at the young man, the top student of his school. At just 18 years of age, had already attained the first level of the 7th stage, a prodigious talent among his peers in the entire Mobi city. However, when compared to that other individual, he felt utterly eclipsed. Principal Fong was perplexed, truly perplexed. How could a high school student reach the 2nd level? Was this even plausible? It seemed utterly unreasonable. A mere martial arts high school had produced such an extraordinary genius. It was absurd. And even more absurd was the fact that the old man had seized such a golden opportunity. The more Principal Fong pondered, the angrier he became. Unable to resist daydreaming. How wonderful it would be if Su Yuan were my student, nurtured under my guidance since childhood, seeing me as a father figure. Noticing the corners of Principal Fong's mouth gradually lifting, the aloof youth furrowed his brows in confusion and couldn't help but inquire, Principal, are you all right? The daydream shattered, and Principal Fong felt quite displeased. Turning to face his own student, he felt a sense of distaste, akin to that of a middle-aged woman encountering a scholar, only to return home and find her bald husband sprawled on the bed. Principal Fong couldn't help but click his tongue in irritation and waved his hand dismissively. I am fine, let us hurry along. In another part of the private room, Su Yuan briefly skimmed the menu before asking, Class monitor, do you have any dietary restrictions? Feng Yuexia replied, Oh, I don't like spicy food. All right then, Su Yuan nodded, gesturing on the menu. The dedicated server, busy taking notes, inquired, Sir, is this all you wish to order? Su Yuan clarified, You misunderstand. I meant, besides these dishes, bring everything else. The server was taken aback. Of course not, sir. Please wait a moment while we notify the kitchen to prepare your dishes. It must be said, The speed of service in a grand restaurant was impressive. Soon, a myriad of exquisite and aromatic dishes graced their table, not pre-prepared. Feng Yuexia's eyes sparkled as if they housed twinkling stars. These delicacies were made from high-end exotic ingredients she could rarely afford. Su Yuan picked up a lingji crab, cracked its shell open, and exclaimed, "Wow! It's filled with roe. Class monitor, you must try this." He placed the crab on Feng Yuexia's plate, causing her to feel slightly embarrassed. Let us share it, shall we?" Su Yuan, unabashed, replied, "Come on, why be polite with me? Besides, have you forgotten we're at a buffet?" With a wave of his hand, he called out, "Server, 1 lingji crab is hardly sufficient. Bring 10 more, no 10 each." In an instant, the table was laden with culinary treasures, ghost shells, giant winged bird eggs, gemstone steaks, all rare ingredients, each dish composed of materials of considerable value, obtainable only in high-end markets. Su Yuan devoured his meal with gusto, his appetite insatiable, as if he were a bottomless pit. While Feng Yuexia initially maintained a reserved demeanor but soon let go of her inhibitions, relishing the feast. After all, such an opportunity to indulge in delicacies that could enhance her strength was not to be missed. They ate with fervor, as if they were 2 merciless machines. The pace of the service, unable to keep up with their consumption. After an indeterminate time, Feng Yuexia set down the clean bone with a satisfied sigh, glancing at her slightly rounded abdomen, aware that she had reached her limit. Meanwhile, the glutton beside her continued to feast. To her astonishment, she noticed subtle changes in his physique. His skin appeared smooth and elastic, and even his hair shone as dark as ink. It was as if a person who had long suffered from malnutrition had suddenly consumed a wealth of nourishing supplements, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his bodily functions in a short span. Su Yuan's complexion was rosy, his eyes gleaming with vitality. With each bite, the slightly loose fabric of his clothing grew taut, revealing the burgeoning lines of muscle beneath. Feng Yuexia was left speechless, marveling at Su Yuan's extraordinary capacity for nourishment. The fundamental functions of the body were significantly influenced by innate talent, and with the dual enhancements of Diamond Body and Wandering Dragon, Su Yuan's ability to digest and absorb was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Now his physical deficiencies were completely replenished, and he felt a sense of unparalleled vitality. As if every function had reached its zenith, akin to a fully fueled race car poised to unleash its explosive power. After swallowing the last morsel of beef, Su Yuan picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth and turned to Feng Yuexia. "Have you finished?" Feng Yuexia smiled gently and nodded, "Of course." This meal was incredibly satisfying. Su Yuan smiled back. "Let us plan to come again when we have the chance. You're about to take your college entrance exams. A few more nourishing meals will be beneficial." Feng Yuexia, taken aback by the treat, quickly shook her head. No, that's far too extravagant." Su Yuan countered, "Extravagant? I've got plenty of buffet vouchers." Feng Yuexia pressed her lips together, knowing that Su Yuan was merely comforting her. How could he possibly have so many vouchers? After a moment of silence, she suddenly expressed her gratitude earnestly. "Thank you, Su Yuan. You are truly kind to me." Su Yuan grinned and teased, "What's this? Class monitor, are you going to give me a good person card?" Feng Yuexia hurriedly shook her head, mumbling, "I just feel a bit guilty." Su Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "That's easily resolved. I happen to have something I'd like your assistance with." Upon hearing that she could be of help, Feng Yuexia's eyes brightened, and she eagerly asked, "What is it?" Su Yuan smiled mysteriously. Meanwhile, Feng Yuexia's close friend, seeing the two leave the Crown restaurant and head towards a nearby shopping mall, discreetly followed. Concerned that Feng Yuexia might make a foolish decision, she was deeply anxious. She trailed the pair into the mall and was taken aback as they entered a women's lingerie store, her pupils experiencing a seismic shock. Feng Yuexia's face turned beet red, bewildered as to why Su Yuan would ask for her help in choosing lingerie, especially in sizes that were not her own. Never mind that last detail. The sales assistant inquired, "Madam, do you have any preferences for styles?" This. Feng Yuexia glanced awkwardly at Su Yuan, who candidly responded, "Something with a vintage flair. Do you have any ancient styles?" "Oh, no belly bands? Then just choose something that isn't too trendy." The sales assistant cast the two a peculiar glance, internally questioning, "Do young people nowadays play so flamboyantly? Are they into role-playing now?" Thank goodness the mall's flooring was sturdy. Otherwise, at that moment, Feng Yuexia might have gouged a massive hole with her toes. Chapter 55. Having packed several pieces of undergarments, Su Yuan then took Feng Yuexia to a clothing store, requesting her assistance in selecting a few contemporary outfits. Regrettably, there was no establishment selling hanfu. Otherwise, Su Yuan would have certainly purchased a couple of sets for Ma Chi-wan. With an array of bags in hand, he ambled toward the mall's exit, a contented expression gracing his face. "Thank you for today. I would have been utterly lost had I come here alone." Feng Yuexia replied casually, "No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling matter. May I inquire about the purpose of these garments?" It seemed she had realized something. Lowering her gaze and biting her lip, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Are they for your girlfriend?" Noticing her misunderstanding, Su Yuan chuckled and clarified, "You're overthinking it. I don't have a girlfriend." As she lifted her head, a flicker of light ignited in her eyes, only to be replaced by a look of confusion. Compelled by an impulse, she asked, "Could it possibly be that you intend to wear them yourself?" Upon uttering this remark, she found it absurd, her lips twitching slightly. I was just saying that. Please don't take it to heart." This was hardly her fault, as Su Yuan himself found the situation a bit ridiculous. He needed to concoct a plausible explanation, so after a moment of contemplation, he responded, "I've recently developed an interest in BJD dolls." Feng Yuexiao raised her eyebrows in surprise, clearly taken aback. "You're interested in those as well?" Su Yuan nodded vaguely. "Yes, indeed." After departing the mall, they bid each other farewell. Su Yuan first stopped by a stir-fry restaurant to pick up some home-cooked dishes before hailing a cab to return home. Meanwhile, Feng Yuexiao rode the subway back to her residence. As she opened the door, a pungent odor of smoke assaulted her senses. On the sofa, her father was smoking one cigarette after another, the ashtray overflowing. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was one of despair, clearly indicating his poor mental state. From the kitchen came the clattering of pots and pans, accompanied by her mother's faint sobs. The light-hearted atmosphere she had just shared with Su Yuan evaporated. Leaving her heart heavy, she approached her father and took a seat on the sofa. After a moment of hesitation, she ventured, "Dad, how are things at the factory?" Her father continued to smoke, seemingly oblivious to her words. Increasing her volume, she repeated her question. Only then did he look up, momentarily startled, before blinking his bloodshot eyes and forcing a smile. "My precious daughter has returned? Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready shortly." Feng Yuexia sensed the grim reality. Observing her father's haggard appearance made her heart ache, tears welling in her eyes. If her father were to engage in domestic violence or incessant quarrels, she might have felt indifferent. However, he treated both her and her mother with great kindness, never unleashing his frustrations on them. Instead, he resorted to smoking to numb his pain. Her mother emerged from the kitchen, still wearing her apron, her cheeks marked by evident tear stains. Unable to contain herself, she lamented, "That manager Zhang is utterly despicable. We had everything settled, all the equipment procured, and were on the brink of signing the contract when he abruptly changed his mind and allocated our goods to a factory run by his relative. What a disgrace. Is there no sense of business integrity?" "Enough. Don't discuss such matters in front of the child," her father interjected, his brow furrowed. He then turned to Feng Yuexia, attempting to muster a smile as he patted her shoulder. "It's all right, dear. Although we've encountered some difficulties, your mother and I will bear the brunt. Focus on your studies. Eat well, take your supplements, and prioritize your upcoming exams." Feng Yuexia bit her lower lip fiercely, nearly drawing blood, tears brimming in her eyes as she struggled to maintain her composure. All right. I'll go to my room for a bit." She fled the living room, retreating to her bedroom, the door closing behind her, shielding her from her parents' silent gazes. Leaning against the door, she gradually slid down to the floor, her knees bent, hands pressed tightly over her mouth, striving to suppress the sounds of her sobs. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She could only watch her parents suffer, utterly powerless to assist, even feeling that her own expenses would only exacerbate their burdens. It was unbearable, truly unbearable. Her delicate frame trembled as tears blurred her vision. In the stillness of the room, only the muffled sounds of her anguish remained. At this moment, how she longed for someone to lend a hand to her and her parents. But did such a person even exist? Yes, there are brothers, indeed. The voice of a gaming streamer emanated from his phone as Su Yuan chuckled, watching for a while before exiting the short video app. He made his payment, gathered his bags, and returned home. In his bedroom, just as he was about to pull out a chair to sit, his peripheral vision caught sight of a card on the table. "Oh, what is this?" He reached for it, and upon recognizing its contents, he recalled that it was the card Feng Yuexia had given him earlier. Moon Factory, what a creative name. Suddenly, the name struck a chord. Recalling the events of the day, Su Yuan furrowed his brow. He connected the dots regarding manager Zhang's previous demeanor and sensed something amiss. Immediately, he booted up his computer and searched online for information about the collaboration between Moon Factory and Chu S Group. His pupils reflected the multitude of web pages as he scrutinized them, piecing together the underlying intricacies. He took out his phone, pondering for a moment before sending a series of messages to Feng Yuexia's close friend, simply asking her to probe his suspicions. 10 minutes later. Friend, I can't reach her, she isn't responding. Su Yuan, then just call her directly. Friend, all right, I'll give it a try. 20 minutes later. As he read through a flurry of messages from her, Su Yuan snorted in satisfaction. His suspicions had indeed been confirmed. He pulled out a pristine dining coupon, which bore not only the logo of Chu S Group, but also the contact information of Chu Tianjin. Without delay, he dialed the number displayed. The call connected swiftly, and Su Yuan engaged in a brief conversation with Chu Tianjin. It was evident that he was equally taken aback by the situation. Having his subordinates act in such a manner was somewhat embarrassing for him, prompting him to promise in a grave tone, "Rest assured, my young brother, I will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Thank you for your assistance." Not at all. I have always prided myself on my integrity in business dealings, which is why I have such a stellar reputation in Mobi City. I will provide you with a satisfactory response within 3 days. Thank you. After hanging up, Su Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling considerably lighter. It was time to check on Qing Wan. Hopefully, she hadn't become too engrossed in SpongeBob SquarePants. As he pondered, he rose from his chair, bags in hand, and with a thought, transported himself to the manor. Chapter 56. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and the familiar sensation of weightlessness washed over Su Yuan. A few seconds later, he gradually opened his eyes. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers, painting a vibrant scene of life. Su Yuan took a deep breath of the fresh outdoor air, nodding in satisfaction. Truth be told, he had even contemplated transforming this place into a tourist attraction. However, the surrounding overgrown grass and unattended farmland made it a pity that no vegetables or fruits were being cultivated here. Lost in thought, he pushed open the door of the oak cabin. Fortunately, Ma Chi-wan was unharmed, showing no signs of the curse's onset. She sat on the bed, pouting, with a rather displeased expression. Upon seeing Su Yuan approach, Ma Chi-wan lifted her head, as if she had seen a savior, and complained with a hint of grievance. Benefactor, your magical artifact has stopped working. I was just getting into the groove, and then it went away. Su Yuan turned to see the familiar VIP recharge interface, his brow furrowing instantly. Upon closer inspection, he realized that only the first 3 episodes were free, and the 4th had been abruptly interrupted after just 6 minutes. Seriously? Watching SpongeBob requires payment? Su Yuan lamented helplessly, then set the dishes on the dining table, unwrapped the chopsticks, and thought, well, it is what it is. Let's eat first, and I will wait to recharge your VIP. As the enticing aroma of the meal wafted through the air, Ma Ching-wan's eyes lit up. She hurriedly got out of bed and rushed to the table, her legs appearing more agile. The meal consisted of stir-fried lettuce, beef stew with potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a bowl of rice, nutritionally balanced and deliciously healthy. Ma Ching-wan picked up a piece of beef, mixed it with rice, and brought it to her mouth. The beef was tender and succulent, with a gentle bite. The fibers of the meat separated, flooding her mouth with a rich, savory flavor. Having finally tasted warm food, she felt almost moved to tears. Su Yuan, resting his chin on one hand, said, Ching-wan, tell me about the situation in your area. I seek some valuable information. Ma Ching-wan swallowed her food and asked, what does the benefactor wish to know? Su Yuan pondered for a moment about the beasts in Mazong Ridge, particularly the northern mountain ancestor. Ma Ching-wan explained, I heard my parents say that there are 4 major factions in Mazong Ridge: the northern mountain fox spirits, the southern mountain snake king, the eastern mountain bird yaksha, and the western mountain yellow old evil. These beasts are quite powerful, but in the past, they dared not harm the villagers because we had the masters for protection. However, recently, all the masters suddenly fell gravely ill and passed away, leaving the village vulnerable to the beast's invasion. Su Yuan furrowed his brow in confusion. The masters you mentioned refer to. Ma Chi-wan clarified, they are the demon-slaying masters trained by the disciple of Zhang San, each possessing remarkable skills. None of those beasts dared to underestimate them. Zhang San? Who is he? Su Yuan inquired. He is a legendary figure, immensely powerful with boundless magical abilities. There is a temple in the village dedicated to him. But unfortunately, it has already been demolished by the wolf demons. Are there other villages besides Kangma Village and Mazong Ridge? Su Yuan asked. Indeed. Ma Qingwan nodded, continuing, each mountain peak has its own village. Compared to the other three, Kangma Village is relatively small. My parents told me that the location of the village was also determined by Zhang San. He claimed that this was the only way to suppress the central mountain of Mazong Ridge through feng shui, or else terrifying entities would emerge. Su Yuan quickly seized upon the key phrase, what terrifying entities? Ma Qingwan shook her head. I'm not sure. Only the masters would know about such matters. Seeing her lack of knowledge, Su Yuan sighed in resignation, temporarily quelling his curiosity, and asked, are there many northern mountain fox spirits? Ma Qingwan replied, not many. The fox ancestor has only 4 daughters. Now only 3 remain, and they all reside on the mountain. Su Yuan pressed further. Can you specify their locations? Ma Qingwan strained to recall. I once heard a song that seemed to describe it. Clearing her throat, her voice rang out like a silver bell. Singing, third mist dwells amidst the emerald bamboos, the shadows dance, reflecting her lovely visage. Second mist resides in the sea of blossoms, petals cluster, exuding a tranquil essence. Eldest mist accompanies the ancestor, atop the mountain, embracing the sky. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, committing the lyrics to memory, and couldn't help but praise Ma Qingwan's beautiful voice. Reddening her cheeks with his compliments, Ma Qingwan added, as for the fox ancestor's strength, I am not very certain. I only know that its name holds significant power in our village. Whenever a child cries in the middle of the night, the adults use it to frighten them. If you don't sleep well, the fox ancestor will come and take you away. As she spoke, a flicker of fear crossed her expression, which Su Yuan noticed, prompting him to ask directly, are you that child? Ma Qingwan's face flushed with shyness as she chuckled awkwardly, hee hee. I was a bit mischievous in my youth. Su Yuan stood up, grasping his spear in the air. All right, I must step out for a while. Stay here. And by the way, I have bought you some new clothes. Remember to try them on to see if they fit. Upon hearing this, Ma Qingwan's heart soared with joy as she clutched the clothes tightly, clearly delighted. However, just as Su Yuan was about to leave, she called out to him. Is there anything else? Su Yuan asked. Ma Qingwan beamed innocently, pointing at her magical artifact without saying a word. With a resigned sigh, Su Yuan reluctantly spent 9 yuan to activate the VIP, then left the oak cabin. Damn it, I almost forgot to cancel the subscription. While fiddling with his phone, he approached the cinema. And before he could look up, he heard the voice of Tu Shou. Hello, Su Yuan. Hello, have you eaten dinner? Su Yuan responded. Tu Shou stared directly at him, offering no reply. Great, he truly is a difficult one to engage. I had thought he could converse like an AI. Su Yuan bypassed the ticket booth and was about to enter the corridor when his phone suddenly rang. Didn't I cancel the charge reminder before he could finish? He realized it was a call from his superior, the Minister of Exploration, Lily Jane. He quickly answered. And a familiar cold voice echoed in his ear. Agents in the neighboring Qibao city have discovered a second stone altar. What? Su Yuan exclaimed, his voice rising in surprise. Where exactly was it found? In a cave outside the city. The agents were pursuing a group of suspects and eventually tracked them there. Lily Jane replied gravely. This group of criminals is closely linked to the previous batch that cultivated the aberrant beasts. They may even be part of the same organization. What was the outcome? Were the suspects apprehended? Not yet. Lily Jane's tone grew serious. Those individuals escaped into a teleportation portal, and the agents pursuing them have yet to return. Chapter 57. The bamboo forest of Beishan. The expression on Su Yuan's face grew solemn. Has anyone gone to provide assistance? Lily Jin replied. A vanguard team has already been dispatched. The general strength of the members is at the early 3rd stage, while the captain is at the mid-3rd stage. According to the intelligence they have relayed, their current location is within a bamboo grove to the northwest of the Matzi Ridge. However, further information is currently unavailable. Additionally, your coordinate correspondence theory is not entirely accurate. I have conducted numerous experiments, assigning personnel to replicate the stone table altar in various locations inside and outside the city. But we have been unable to successfully summon the teleportation light curtain. At present, the only positions we can access are the lair of the serpent demon and the thicket you mentioned in front of the village. Su Yuan inquired, so, Minister, do you still intend to organize the warriors to ascend the mountain? Lily Jin responded, we cannot afford any more delays. Our situation is exceedingly passive. Whether it concerns the reasons behind the aberrations of the alien beasts or the sinister organization breeding them, all are inextricably linked to Matzi Ridge. Ensuring the armed forces within the city, all combat-capable warriors will gather tomorrow, and you will receive notification shortly. Exterminating the demon beasts and acquiring intelligence is our utmost priority. Su Yuan felt a palpable pressure emanating from her words. Should this operation fail, the casualties among the warriors would be unprecedentedly severe, and as the commander, she would bear unimaginable responsibility. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Minister, let us wait a little longer. Lily Jian was taken aback, perplexed. Wait for what? For the team from Qibao City to complete their rescue mission and bring back more intelligence and news? We cannot wait that long, Su Yuan asserted. My intuition is quite reliable. If we wait just a little longer, good news will surely arrive. Upon hearing this, Lily Jian furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend how, in such a grave situation, he could make such a jest. Yet, recalling Su Yuan's character and approach, she did not perceive him to be the type to act recklessly or lack situational awareness. Was she truly going to delay only for the sake of a subordinate's so-called intuition? She found herself engulfed in hesitation. Su Yuan chose not to elaborate further and quietly hung up the phone. Just wait, Minister. Good news will come after I have eliminated them all. With a thought, Su Yuan exited the manor and returned home, rummaging through his belongings until he found an item that could temporarily conceal his identity. He then re-entered the manor and stepped into screening room number 1, pulling the lever to enter Matzi Ridge. Under the dark night sky, amidst the swaying shadows of bamboo, a crow demon beast, towering over 2 meters with glossy black feathers and powerful wings, led the way, followed by 2 smaller bird demons. The sound of wheels rolling echoed as a cart, laden with several agents bound with hemp ropes and bearing numerous injuries, was pushed along. They lay unconscious, their condition dire. The lead crow held an oil lamp, illuminating the path ahead, while the 2 bird demons pulled the cart closely behind. After what felt like an eternity of walking, a clearing emerged within the bamboo forest, revealing a sizable estate before them. The leading crow spoke, "This is the place. Hurry and deliver it to the 3rd miss so we can return to Shishan." One of the bird demons asked, "Brother Crow, why do those humans wish to meet the king?" The crow retorted irritably, "How should I know? Mind your own business regarding the king." The bird demon merely acknowledged, lowering its head obediently to continue pulling the cart. The courtyard gate swung open in advance, and the 3 demon beasts entered in single file. Within the pavilion of the courtyard sat a graceful young woman, draped in a sheer azure garment that fluttered with the breeze, her alluring figure subtly outlined, igniting endless imagination. Her voice carried a hint of seduction as she swayed her foxtail. "Oh, Brother Crow has arrived? Come sit with me for a while. After all, Sister 2 will be here shortly. Why not spend a delightful evening with us sisters?" The crow trembled involuntarily, fully aware of the fox's true nature, seemingly harmless on the surface, yet each one more venomous than the last. Who could say if they had grown tired of human blood and now craved the taste of bird blood? He dared not linger any longer. He bowed his head and replied, "3rd miss, you jest. I do not possess such fortune. Since the delivery is complete, we shall not impose further. Farewell." As he turned to leave, 2 ghostly figures flashed at the entrance, 1 male and 1 female, their movements exceedingly swift. With a swish, a silvery blade gleamed under the moonlight, slicing through the air, and in an instant, decapitated the 2 bird demons pulling the cart. The entire scene unfolded too quickly for the crow to react. Before he knew it, the blade was aimed at him. In that fleeting moment, 2 crimson spouts of blood erupted, driving the attackers back and shielding the crow from the lethal strike. The 3rd miss stepped out from the pavilion, her waist subtly twisting. Graceful steps approaching. She observed the 2 figures clad in black uniforms, each bearing a warrior with a 7-character insignia on their shoulders, her lips curling into a smirk. Oh, have we received 2 more live sacrifices? Quite temperamental, aren't we, coming in ready for a fight? Seeing the dire situation, the crow wasted no time and flapped his powerful wings to hastily escape. The 3rd miss cast a glance at the retreating crow, unable to suppress a scoff. What a useless creature. However, unbeknownst to her, the crow had not fled directly, but instead sought a safe vantage point to observe the situation within the courtyard. 2 bird demons lay dead. If he returned empty-handed, the king would undoubtedly be furious. He needed to gather more intelligence on the humans to offset his blunder. Dongfei glanced at the agents bound to the cart and asked nonchalantly, "White team, these are the targets we need to rescue, correct?" Bai Peijing replied, "The numbers are off. There are likely others unaccounted for. Regardless, we must rescue them first." As the words fell, the 2 surged forward, flanking the 3rd miss in a pincer attack. Yet, she showed no signs of retreat, chanting incantations as blood light illuminated the courtyard, and in an instant, the two figures were sent hurtling backward as though severed from their strings. They crashed heavily against the courtyard wall, which instantly cracked with a spiderweb of fractures. Debris cascading down. Cough, cough. Dongfei coughed violently, spitting out blood, her eyes reflecting panic. Such immense power. Bai Peijing stared incredulously at the fox demon before him, suddenly realizing the gravity of their predicament. He had thought that, with his mid-third stage strength, he could easily overpower her, but it seemed she was on an entirely different level. The third miss coldly snorted, two fools who overestimate themselves. She cast a disdainful glance at the two, striding toward them. Yet before she could close the distance, a terrifying sound of slicing air pierced her ears. Whipping around, she saw a fierce figure lunging toward her, a long spear aimed directly at her head. The third miss swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the strike. The spear tip grazing her cheek and slicing a deep gash. Had she hesitated even a moment longer, her head would have surely been pierced. Dongfei and Bai Peijing looked up in astonishment, their expressions revealing shock as they beheld the newcomer clad in black, wielding a silver spear, exuding an aura of formidable strength. The only incongruity was the motorcycle helmet atop their head. Chapter 58. The second young lady. The third young lady took several steps back, sensing that the individual before her possessed strength far surpassing that of the two warriors from earlier. However, her long-standing position of authority and the confidence derived from her formidable power only allowed her to narrow her eyes with caution, refraining from any overtly aggressive reactions. An ambush? How utterly shameless, she scoffed, her voice dripping with disdain, as if it were forced through clenched teeth, laced with a hint of chill. She extended her delicate fingers, lightly dipping them into the blood flowing from her arm, then raised them to her mouth, savoring the taste. Young one, you must repay me in double the blood you owe. As soon as the words left her lips, she swiftly altered her hand positions and formed an intricate seal, chanting incantations with increasing urgency. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to swirl with an invisible force, coalescing into a blinding crimson light that surged forth as a shockwave aimed at Su Yuan. Dongfei and Bai Peijing's pupils constricted. They had just been violently thrown back by that very shockwave, fully aware of its terrifying power. The shockwave approached Su Yuan at blinding speed, yet he remained utterly unperturbed. With a deft flick of his wrist, his arm muscles tensed instantaneously, unleashing a force akin to a collapsing mountain. The tip of his spear lunged forward like a serpent striking its prey, piercing through the blood-red shockwave, creating a breach through which blood splattered and the spear's shadow flickered. Startled, the third young lady watched as Su Yuan suddenly propelled himself backward, the stones beneath him cracking under the immense force. With his spear extended to its utmost reach, his waist twisted like a coiled spring, rapidly spinning as he became one with his weapon, transforming into a silver shockwave that surged toward her. With the innate talent of a dragon tamer combined with the mastery of the dragon spear technique, the shockwave possessed an unparalleled ferocity, its strength magnified several times over. The third young lady sensed the imminent danger and acted decisively, pressing her hands to the ground as her incantation grew increasingly fervent. Suddenly, she raised her hands, her vital energy surging as she expended a significant amount of her own blood to conjure a heavy, blood-red barrier in front of her. The barrier emanated a strange crimson glow, attempting to shield her from Su Yuan's lethal strike. The silver shockwave collided directly with the blood-red barrier. Crack! A crisp yet heart-stopping sound reverberated through the air. The seemingly indestructible barrier shattered under Su Yuan's assault, crumbling like glass and offering no real protection, merely slightly stalling his momentum. How could this be possible? The third young lady gasped in horror, realizing it was too late to evade, and instinctively chose to dodge to the side. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Su Yuan's spear accurately pierced through one of her arms. In an instant, flesh and bone separated, her arm dropping to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, blood gushing forth like a fountain, pooling rapidly at her feet. The third young lady let out a piercing scream, blood pouring from her wound as the excruciating pain surged over her like a tidal wave, leaving her pale and trembling. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had turned, the roles of attacker and defender reversed. Observing from above, the crow could not suppress its astonishment. Cawing in disbelief at the scene before it, shaken to its core, its feathers quivering with fear, it thought to itself, "What a formidable human! I must report this to the king." On the other side, Dongfei was rendered speechless, her gaze darting between Su Yuan's imposing figure and the one-armed third young lady, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Bai Peijing, equally astonished by the dramatic turn of events, stood frozen in place. Yet his mind was consumed with curiosity about Su Yuan's identity. Who is this person? Where did he come from? Why is he aiding me? Yet the situation left him no room for contemplation. He had to set aside his questions for the moment. Leaning against the wall, he endured the pain radiating through his body and slowly stood up, helping Dong Fei to her feet. Bai Peijing's expression grew serious. His voice resolute. We must take the unconscious agents and retreat swiftly. Dong Fei hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing her face. But what about De Zhong and the others? Bai Peijing gritted his teeth, determination gleaming in his eyes. We will wait for them later. Saving these people is our top priority. Dong Fei nodded slightly and turned toward the cart where the agents lay. Just then, Su Yuan twisted his body, executing a swift maneuver as he launched another fierce attack at the injured third young lady. With a thunderous shout, his voice echoed throughout the estate. Prepare to die. How dare you? A furious cry rang out, filled with indignation. In an instant, a figure clad in yellow flashed like lightning before Su Yuan. Her speed so extraordinary that it was nearly imperceptible. Almost immediately, Su Yuan felt his spear jerked aside by an overwhelming force, diverting its path. Before he could react, a chilling wind swept toward him, glints of cold light flashing before his eyes as 5 razor-sharp claws lunged at his throat with terrifying speed. Instinctively raising his hands to block, he heard a ripping sound as the claws effortlessly tore through flesh, leaving 5 deep, gory gashes from which blood gushed forth. The assault did not cease. The claws traced a sinister arc in the air, aimed directly at Su Yuan's chest. Understanding that he could not withstand another attack, he decisively leaned back, propelling himself backward with a powerful kick, swiftly distancing himself from his assailant. Once he regained his footing and focused, he found himself facing a stunning figure clad in a yellow dress. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, yet her enchanting eyes burned with a furious fire, as if she wished to consume Su Yuan whole. Upon seeing the newcomer, the third young lady felt a glimmer of hope, her voice trembling as she clutched her bleeding arm. Sister, you're here. The second young lady glanced at her. You're badly injured. If the ancestor sees this, he will be heartbroken. Hurry, drink some fresh blood. If you delay, your arm may never heal. The third young lady nodded earnestly, yes. With that, she stepped forward, prompting Dong Fei to instinctively position herself in front of the unconscious agents, brandishing her weapon toward her. You dare to obstruct me? The third young lady thought furiously, realizing she could not gain the upper hand against Su Yuan, yet she believed she could deal with them. Her rage erupted, and with a flick of her sleeve, a gust of wind surged forth, sending the attacking blade flying and knocking Bai Peijing several meters back. 2 overconfident minions with such limited skills dared to try and protect themselves? The third young lady silently cursed her misfortune, lamenting the unexpected turn of events that had thwarted her plans for a sumptuous feast tonight. Ugh, this is unbearable. She opened her mouth, revealing 2 sharp fangs, poised to sink them into an agent's neck when suddenly, a piercing whistle sliced through the air, as if something was hurtling toward her at high speed. Startled, she turned her head sharply, only to see a sharp stone, propelled by tremendous kinetic energy, rapidly growing larger in her line of sight, resembling a cannonball hurtling toward her. Whoosh! The stone, accompanied by a whistling wind, shot toward her at an astonishing speed. The third young lady could scarcely believe that Su Yuan possessed remote attack capabilities, and the suddenness of his strike left her no time to prepare. The pointed tip of the stone struck her shoulder with tremendous force, creating a bloody hole as blood erupted from the wound. The third young lady let out a muffled groan, her body swaying unsteadily, nearly losing her balance. Damn it! The second young lady was equally taken aback by this sudden strike, primarily due to Su Yuan's astonishing speed, which exhibited almost no preparatory movements. An ordinary stone was hurled with the precision of a concealed weapon. It seemed that unless one was dispatched, not a moment of tranquility could be attained. As her words fell, the second young lady's eyes darkened, a glint of ferocity flashing within them, and her aura abruptly surged, unleashing her most formidable attack. Chapter 59. Action speaks louder than words. In the next moment, an eerie blood mist suddenly surged around her, delicate as gossamer, yet radiating a chilling aura, swiftly enveloping her form and wildly spreading throughout the courtyard. Wherever the blood mist spread, the air seemed to be steeped in a viscous crimson hue, visibility plummeting drastically until all that could be seen was a sea of scarlet. The pungent scent of blood pervaded the atmosphere, causing both Bai Peijing and Dong Fei to furrow their brows simultaneously. an intense feeling of foreboding settling heavily upon their hearts. High above, a raven clicked its tongue in silent acknowledgement. It was well aware of this technique, a signature skill of the blood-feeding fox clan. By accumulating the blood they consume, they can unleash this blood mist in times of need. Within this mist, they not only conceal their forms but also significantly enhance their agility, allowing them to launch attacks from all directions with spectral swiftness. These three humans were doomed. The raven felt a sense of relief wash over it, yet simultaneously regretted its decision to flee. Had it known better, it would have returned to retrieve the cart it had abandoned. Su Yuan surveyed his surroundings, feeling as if he were ensnared in a cocoon of red silk. Both movement and vision severely restricted. The second miss moved swiftly, diving into the blood mist. The overwhelming scent heightened her senses, propelling her movements to unprecedented speeds. With a whoosh, the air filled with the sound of rushing wind as a ghostly figure approached Su Yuan, intent on delivering a lethal blow. In the unknown depths of crimson, Bai Peijing and Dong Fei felt their hearts leap into their throats, the specter of death looming ominously over them. With Su Yuan's demise imminent, it would soon be their turn. Die. The second miss lunged from the side, her sharp claws aimed directly at Su Yuan's temple. In that critical moment, a flash of golden light suddenly erupted. Centered around Su Yuan, the surrounding blood mist seemed to come alive, scattering in a frantic rush as if it had encountered a divine entity, revealing the surroundings once more. The shock in the second miss's eyes was now unmistakable. Her claws had indeed grazed Su Yuan's temple, making contact with his skin, yet they could penetrate no further. She felt an unsettling illusion, as though she were not touching flesh, but rather a slab of iron. How could he be so incredibly hard? Su Yuan seized her slender arm, pulling her closer. The second miss struggled, but his grip was as strong as iron, rendering her efforts futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. You have 10 seconds to divulge the capabilities and strengths of your ancestor and elder sister. You are delusional, she began, but before she could finish, Su Yuan's fingers, like iron rods, exerted a sudden force. His knuckles turned pale from the intensity, the veins on the back of his hand bulging like serpents coiling in anticipation. The second miss felt as though her arm were caught in a colossal hydraulic press, the bones creaking under the horrifying strain. Then came a chillingly crisp snap, the sound of bone fracturing. The second miss's arm crumpled, her bones shattered in his vice-like grip. Agonizing pain surged through her, overwhelming her senses. Her pupils constricted sharply, her expression contorting into a mask of agony, a piercing scream escaping her lips. Su Yuan was enveloped in golden light, exuding an aura reminiscent of a divine being descending upon the earth. However, a closer inspection of his eyes would reveal no trace of compassion or mercy. Those cold orbs resembled a frigid pool, devoid of warmth, with only a sharp, cutting intent remaining. Without hesitation, he grasped the second miss's other arm, his voice as frigid as the winds of winter. You have 5 seconds remaining. Her eyes, bloodshot and frantic, mirrored a cornered beast. She wished to resist, yet with Su Yuan's extraordinary martial prowess and innate abilities, her every attempt was as ineffective as raindrops against a stone, failing to inflict any substantial damage. The situation was an unrelenting massacre, with Su Yuan holding the upper hand. Unbeknownst to her, this state of affairs could only persist for 2 minutes. I will not reveal anything to you, she shouted defiantly. Before she could finish, Su Yuan replicated his previous action, and with a sickening crack, her other arm too was shattered, snapping like a frail twig under his terrifying strength. Feeling the rush of air beside him, Su Yuan's senses sharpened. He instinctively blocked the third miss's attack with his bare hands, twisting his wrist and swiftly capturing her as well, seizing both sisters by their necks and lifting them into the air. They struggled desperately, but the more they fought, the stronger his grip became, intensifying their suffocating plight. Since he refused to speak, there is no need for further conversation. Su Yuan's gaze hardened as his muscles tensed, his fingers coiling with raw power. With a resounding crack, hot blood splattered across Su Yuan's face, adding a fierce glint to his already stern visage. 2-star beasts vanquished. Blood-feeding fox X2. Total lifespan: 498 years. Remaining: 288 years. Absorbed. Current beast's lifespan: 288 years. The battle concluded. The raven sensed its own life nearing its end. Its heart raced wildly, as if it might leap from its chest at any moment. At this juncture, it dared not linger any longer. Mustering the last vestiges of its reason and courage, it flapped its wings and fled the scene, not daring to look back, terrified that the vengeful spirit would pursue it. In the courtyard, Su Yuan discarded the two visible fox corpses at the feet of Bai Peijing and Dong Fei, then leaped over the courtyard wall, vanishing into the bamboo grove. Bai Peijing and Dong Fei exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Who was this formidable being? He had effortlessly slain two three-star beasts and tossed their corpses at their feet before departing without uttering a single word. After a brief silence, they resolved to attend to the matter at hand before speculating on the identity of this extraordinary figure. They set about rescuing their colleague from the cart, and, with a brush dipped in the fresh fox blood, inscribed a teleportation glyph to return to the real world. Meanwhile, Su Yuan returned to the manor. After deducting the 20 years of lifespan required for a movie ticket, he had amassed an impressive 268 years of beast lifespan, which uplifted his spirits considerably as he hummed a cheerful tune, striding lightly toward the oak cabin. However, upon opening the door, he was met with a sight he had fervently wished to avoid. Chapter 60. Good news. Cough, cough. Ma Chi-wan coughed violently, her chest rising and falling, her forehead glistening with a profusion of sweat. Strands of hair, drenched in perspiration, clung disarrayedly to her pallid cheeks. Dark red spots emerged on her arms, expanding at a visible pace, their edges blurring as if eroded by some malevolent force. Soon after, the skin at the site of these spots began to ulcerate, with similar patches appearing on her calves. Su Yuan's gaze sharpened, realizing that the curse had commenced its dreadful effect. Anxiousness surged within him. Curses were not mere fevers that could be alleviated with ordinary medicine. Once they took hold, the only recourse was to endure the agony. Fortunately, this curse was only in its initial manifestation, and the symptoms of skin ulceration subsided in less than 3 minutes. Nevertheless, it had already taken a significant toll on the frail Ma Chi-wan. Su Yuan hurriedly approached the bedside, grasped a towel, and gently yet swiftly wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. He then propped her up carefully, cautiously offering her some water before allowing her to recline back onto the bed. Without a moment's delay, he retrieved his phone and swiftly ordered a medicinal ointment to treat her skin ulcers. Returning to the real world, he awaited the arrival of the remedy and then promptly returned to the oak cabin. Sitting beside the bed, Su Yuan's expression was grave and focused. He gently took the ointment, unscrewed the cap, and dispensed a small amount onto his fingertips. With utmost care, he applied the ointment to the ulcerated areas on Ma Chi-wan's arm, using a delicate touch while ensuring that every inch of the affected skin was evenly covered. After treating her arm, he shifted his attention to her calves, diligently applying the ointment with the same meticulousness. The ointment brought a soothing coolness to the inflamed skin. Su Yuan softly inquired, "Do you feel any better?" Ma Chi-wan weakly nodded. "Thank you, benefactor. I feel much improved." Her voice was faint, each word seemingly expended with great effort. Seeing her in such a frail state, Su Yuan's countenance darkened, his fists clenched tightly, the knuckles cracking audibly. As long as the ancient fox demon remained, the curse would not be lifted. He knew he had to act swiftly. Tenderly, he tucked the blanket around Ma Chi-wan before quietly exiting the oak cabin. With a mere thought, he returned to reality. The sights of his bedroom greeted him. Su Yuan pulled out a chair and sighed deeply. He had initially intended to seize the night, scale the summit of North Mountain, and eradicate the ancient fox demon along with its minions. However, his fatigued body would not permit such an endeavor. Each use of his martial skills placed considerable strain on him, manifesting as exhaustion and physical depletion. The battle with the two fox demons had already left him considerably worn. If he ventured deeper into the fox den, it was likely that he would pay the price before the ancient fox demon was vanquished. Thus, he resolved to rest adequately, aiming to recuperate swiftly. It would be best to indulge in a hearty meal at the Royal Tavern the following day, restoring his body to its optimal condition before confronting the ancient fox demon. With more than 2 centuries of life experience as his foundation, Su Yuan felt considerably emboldened. He planned to attempt a breakthrough to the 4th realm the next day. If successful, the ancient fox demon would pose no challenge. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yuan clenched his fists and burrowed into his blankets, soon drifting into a deep slumber. However, for many, this night would undoubtedly be one of insomnia. In Qibao City, at the headquarters of the Beast Investigation Bureau, Director Chen Han hurriedly pushed open the conference room door. Inside the spacious room, the 3 ministers awaited his arrival. Without taking a moment to sit, the director inquired, "What is the situation? Have the missing agents been located?" Dong Fei responded, "Of the 12 missing agents, we have recovered only 6. The whereabouts of the remaining 6 remain unknown. 2 members of the team are still searching for the others." and Captain Bai has returned to Mazong Ridge, leaving me here to report. The director pressed on. Did you bring reinforcements? The Minister of Armed Forces replied. I summoned several Third Realm warriors to accompany by Beijing. There should be no issues. The director then asked, what is the condition of the recovered agents? The Minister of Exploration stated, they have all been sent to the hospital, and after examination, it appears they suffered only superficial injuries and are not in any life-threatening condition. The director let out a sigh of relief, then turned to Dong Fei, his expression grave. Now, recount every detail of your experiences at Mazong Ridge. Remember, the more detailed, the better. Do not overlook any aspect. The three ministers focused intently on Dong Fei, seriousness etched on their faces as they opened their notebooks. Ready to record, Dong Fei nodded, took a deep breath, and began her detailed account. Half an hour later, she concluded her thorough report with the final word. The conference room fell into an unprecedented silence, the air seemingly frozen in that moment. The formidable beast of aberration, the fox demon forces in North Mountain, and the powerful warrior clad in a helmet? The preceding events had maintained a semblance of normalcy. But this last detail was perplexing. The director fixed his gaze on Dong Fei, questioning her soulfully. Are you certain you were not under any illusion? That all you witnessed was indeed real? Dong Fei nodded earnestly. There is no error. We even brought back the fox demon's corpse. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Research's eyes lit up, excitement coursing through him. Where is it? Dong Fei replied. It has been sent to the Research Institute. The Minister of Research, unable to contain his eagerness, abruptly rose, ready to leave, but suddenly recalled something, awkwardly glancing back at Director Chen Han. One could not help but marvel at the unprecedented zeal scholars had for studying demonic beasts. Go ahead, we shall manage here. The director waved his hand, urging him to focus on the research for further discoveries. Yes, the Minister of Research departed, but the meeting continued. After much deliberation and exploration, the director and his colleagues gained deeper insights into Mazong Ridge, which was undoubtedly a significant blessing. Simultaneously, the helmeted warrior emerged as a pivotal point of inquiry. Why would he choose to assist Dong Fei and her companion? What was his true identity? Was he a native of Mazong Ridge? Or perhaps a reclusive sage from the real world? A barrage of questions surged forth as the director organized all currently known information, knowing it would become a crucial subject for future exploration and study. After further discussions on numerous important matters, the meeting finally drew to a close. The director returned to his office, clutching various documents, seated in his chair, and downing a couple of sips of black coffee, deciding to continue working late into the night. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How could he not share the vital intelligence from the meeting with his colleague? He swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed the mysterious number. Meanwhile, Lily Jian was also burning the midnight oil. Due to the decision to summon warriors and Su Yuan's joking remarks, she felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, her already pale face now appearing even more haggard. It was not until the phone rang for the third time that she snapped back to reality, answering her colleague's call, only to hear an excited voice on the other end. Hello, Minister Jian. I have wonderful news to share with you. Chapter 61. Preparation. Lily Jane felt immensely relieved to be ensconced in her private office. Otherwise, her current display of disarray would surely have been observed by the housekeeper, who would then have embarked upon a verbal reprimand of her, as had been the case throughout her upbringing. After listening to the exuberant recounting of her colleague, she ended the call and gazed vacantly at the darkened computer screen on her desk. The black monitor reflected her delicate visage, now marked by fatigue and a deepening sense of astonishment and confusion. Su Yuan's words had come to fruition. Indeed, good news had arrived. But could this truly be attributed to his intuition? Although Chen Han had merely conveyed the outcome without divulging the particulars of the battle, Lily Jane could not suppress her doubts regarding Su Yuan, hypothesizing that he might be the helmeted warrior in question. If this were to be true, it would not only signify his remarkable strength had undergone a second evolution in a short span of time, but also that he had acquired the means to freely traverse the mournful ridge. He might very well be concealing another brush. With her elbows perched on the table and hands clasped beneath her chin, her crystalline blue eyes began to shimmer with contemplation. Should her suspicions prove accurate, she would be compelled to reassess Su Yuan's role as her subordinate. If he were indeed an undercover agent planted by some nefarious organization within the Investigation Bureau, it would undoubtedly present an unprecedented dilemma. Yet, at present, he seemed to exhibit no malevolent intentions. Moreover, her conjectures were merely speculative, devoid of any substantial evidence. Unfortunately, Occupying her position necessitated consideration of numerous scenarios, always preparing for the worst. With a resigned sigh, she mused on the irony of her situation. Why must she shoulder the burdens of the director when she was merely a minister? Yet, the harsh reality was that the prospect of finding respite was utterly unattainable, as the former director and 2 ministers had been reassigned. And it would not be long before the higher-ups issued a notification heralding a significant reshuffle within the Morning White City Investigation Bureau. It seemed inevitable that she would be thrust into the role of director, while the 2 deputy ministers would ascend to ministerial ranks, leaving their vacancies to be filled by other exemplary agents. Ultimately, the decision regarding appointments would rest upon her shoulders. Her index finger tapped rhythmically upon the table, producing a crisp sound as she pondered whether to promote Su Yuan. She recognized his potential and was reluctant to relinquish such a promising asset. Perhaps only he could assist her in achieving her objectives. However, to promote him without fully grasping the depth of his capabilities would be akin to placing a ticking time bomb at her side, thus necessitating a meticulous approach to this matter. With this thought in mind, she resolved to further investigate Su Yuan and the helmeted warrior. Let me see what secrets you harbor. Nothing at all. Su Yuan found himself exchanging blank stares with the proprietor of a breakfast stall. The latter's face awash with disbelief as he pointed to the time displayed on his phone. It was already past 10 in the morning, and everything had been sold out. Who would venture out for breakfast at such an hour? Embarrassed, Su Yuan scratched his head. Perhaps his exhaustion had caused him to sleep in, preventing him from procuring a warm breakfast for Ma Chi-wan. Reluctantly, he made his way to a nearby convenience store, purchasing a few rice balls and buns to make do. Finding a secluded corner, Su Yuan teleported back to the estate, delivering breakfast before stepping back out. His schedule for the day was tightly packed, leaving no room for delays. He hailed a taxi at the roadside, heading straight for the Warrior Center. In preparation for tonight's confrontation with the Fox ancestor, he resolved to indulge in some extravagant spending. Despite the ample offerings of the Chu Corporation, both in quality and quantity, they paled in comparison to those available at the Warrior Center. This could not be construed as a betrayal of Brother Chu. After all, business thrived on competition. And as a typical customer, one naturally gravitated towards the best options available. Lost in thought, the taxi came to a halt in front of the Warrior Center. Su Yuan exited the vehicle and entered the lobby, immediately spotting the familiar face of the receptionist. She was adorned in a fitted light blue professional skirt paired with a simple white chiffon blouse, the collar casually loosened, adorned with a delicate pale pink scarf. Her chestnut hair was loosely tied back in a low ponytail, presenting a pure and charming appearance. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow just as she noticed him. She paused momentarily, then seemed to recollect something, her eyes twitching involuntarily as she lowered her voice to inquire, Are you about to be promoted? Not quite, Su Yuan replied, explaining, I'm here to purchase some equipment and supplements. Oh, you should have said so earlier. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought. Promotion would take a few days at least, Su Yuan interjected. At that moment, she experienced a wave of the same question that many others had voiced. Is this guy even human? I need to head upstairs now, but I'll come back to see you in a few days. By the way, you look lovely today, he added. The receptionist's spirits lifted, her efforts finally acknowledged, and a ripple of joy coursed through her. However, just as she prepared to seize the moment, Su Yuan had already turned to leave, casually remarking, I've heard that the youthful style is quite in vogue these days. The corners of the receptionist's mouth twitched imperceptibly, watching Su Yuan's departing figure. She initially felt a surge of defeat, but then transformed that despair into determination, her eyes igniting with fervor. Do you think this minor setback can daunt me? I shall never concede. She promptly opened her phone, searching for videos on youthful fashion and makeup. It seemed that events were veering into an unexpected direction, evolving from a mere exchange of contact information into a style evaluation competition. Judge Su Yuan had now arrived at the store. The staff member attending to him was not the same as before, yet upon noticing the level 2 warrior ring he wore, their demeanor remained equally cordial. The staff member flashed a standard professional smile and inquired, What can I assist you with today? Su Yuan pondered momentarily, then stated, I wish to purchase a set of lightweight armor, several high-quality injectable enhancement potions, and also, I'd like to upgrade my weapon. The staff member nodded, indicating that it was feasible, and then asked, May I inquire about your budget? Su Yuan slowly extended a single finger. 100,000? The staff member's brow furrowed, appearing somewhat troubled. Sir, that might not suffice. No, you've misunderstood, Su Yuan clarified earnestly. My budget is 1 million. Chapter 62. All in training. The staff was initially taken aback, but soon a smile involuntarily graced their lips. Could it be that their diligent work ethic had moved the heavens, thus bestowing upon them such a lucrative deal? The commission would surely leave them with a sense of abundant delight. Although the young man appeared youthful, his purchases were far more extravagant than those of the seasoned warriors. The staff stifled the urge to chuckle, bustling about to gather the goods, patiently explaining the merits and demerits of each piece of armor and potion, perfectly embodying the essence of a model employee. To be candid, Yuan also felt a twinge of pain. $1 million was no trivial sum for him. Yet, as the old adage states, one must take risks to reap the rewards. As long as he could vanquish the ancient fox demon, spending any amount of money would be justified. Not to mention the potential gains from the life essence of the exotic beasts. Surely, that old-timer harbored some valuable treasures, and even a few items could recoup the expenses. If he managed to acquire everything, he might even make a handsome profit. In essence, this was a venture fraught with risk, yet the potential returns were exceedingly high. The armor boasted formidable defensive capabilities, impervious to ordinary blades, and when donned, could withstand the barrage of gunfire. Yuan cast a glance at the heavy, war machine-like silver armor, smirking slightly before shaking his head. Is there anything else? You might consider this set. The staff gestured towards a red Mark 42 nearby. Enough, enough. These armors are not suitable for me. If only you had an Iron Man-like combat suit, then we'd be talking. A mere fade is of no use. Yuan expressed his requirements. I seek something more lightweight, preferably concealable beneath clothing. Understood. You must try this one. The staff presented a black bodysuit-like armor, capable of stimulating the nerves to enhance the wearer's agility, and it felt virtually weightless when worn, aside from slightly poor breathability. Yuan raised an eyebrow. It appears Iron Man has taken a turn towards the urban battlefield. I must admit, this suit is quite appealing. How much does it cost? The staff replied with a beaming smile. 580,000. Yuan, could you not make it a tad cheaper? The staff. You may inquire around town, but this armor is exclusive to us, a core product, and thus, the price is not low. I believe you understand the principle of you get what you pay for. With a firm resolve, Yuan gritted his teeth. I'll take it. The staff smile widened. Excellent. Now, take a look at these potions. I have prepared them for you. One injection in the morning, another in the evening. I do not seek muscle gain. I require combat potions that can enhance my strength temporarily, and ideally, with minimal side effects. The staff nodded. Understood. Then let us go for a complete set. As he spoke, he retrieved a medical kit, revealing 3 syringes containing red, blue, and yellow potions. The red potion enhances physical skills, the blue potion boosts mental acuity, and the yellow potion. Oh, I seem to have grabbed the wrong one. This cannot be used carelessly. He replaced it with a green potion. This is a healing potion. It works wonders and can save a life in critical moments, making it a staple for any household or journey. Yuan swallowed hard. What is the total for this set? The staff, still smiling, replied, not expensive, merely 120,000. Yuan couldn't help but gasp in disbelief, inwardly hoping that the ancient fox demon would possess a wealth of valuable items. Is 300,000 sufficient for weapon upgrades? The staff shook his head. Not quite. Weapon upgrades require rare and costly materials from exotic beasts. Not to mention the costs, time is also a significant factor. If you haven't made a prior appointment, expect at least a 15-day wait. Yuan. Then I shall put that on hold for now. I'll make do with this gun. By the way, do you have any disguises? The staff made a shushing gesture, looking around to ensure no one was watching before leading him into a small, enclosed room. In a hushed tone, the staff inquired, how did you know we just received a new shipment? Yuan. Why does this feel like a transaction involving contraband? The staff explained, such items are technically regulated, but as you know, the current economic climate is not thriving, so we discreetly sell some of these products, of course. It's not illegal. Yuan nodded in understanding. So, how much for the disguise? The staff. That depends on the effect you desire. Yuan replied, one that can alter both appearance and voice. The staff produced a spray. This will suffice. The original price is 80,000. But given your substantial purchases today, I can offer you a 10% discount. Thank you. After inquiring about the spray's usage, Yuan left with an armful of items, stopping by an elixir shop along the way to purchase additional potions beneficial for training. Following such a lavish expenditure, his savings dwindled to less than 600,000. Upon returning home, Yuan stretched his limbs, consumed the potions, and silently commenced his training. Meanwhile, deep within the eerie and sinister Mazhuang Ridge, another individual was engaged in their own training. At the summit of Beishan, there lay a seemingly serene yet perilous hidden realm. The atmosphere was oppressively tranquil, imbued with a faint metallic scent of blood. A woman, her hair as white as frost and her face etched with the marks of age, sat in the center of a blood-red formation. Her brow was furrowed tightly, as if knotted in a deadlock, her hands moving swiftly in intricate gestures, her mind wholly absorbed in her cultivation. Surrounding the formation were blood slaves, each bound tightly, their faces pale, lips tinged with a bluish hue, eyes filled with terror and despair. As the final incantation, shrouded in obscurity, was uttered, the crimson formation suddenly emitted an eerie glow. In unison, the blood slaves let out a harrowing scream, their blood surging forth from their myriad wounds, flowing along the formation's intricate and mysterious lines, ceaselessly feeding the woman at the center. She trembled, feeling the invigorating essence of the blood, and as the wrinkles on her face began to fade like melting snow, her once aged and sagging skin transformed into a smooth and elastic visage. In mere minutes, she underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, from a frail elder into a strikingly beautiful young woman. Exhaling a deep breath, she slowly opened her eyes, which now sparkled with a beguiling allure, seemingly capable of ensnaring hearts with a mere glance. At that moment, a voice, reverent and respectful, echoed in her ears, "Congratulations, ancestor, on breaking through to a new realm. Thus, no warrior below the fourth realm can stand against you." The ancient fox demon nodded slightly, her gaze scanning the lifeless blood slaves, now mere husks, and inquired, "Are our recent reserves sufficient?" The eldest daughter promptly responded, "I have heard that the bird Yiksha has captured another batch of individuals, already dispatched to the residence of the third sister. The second and fourth sisters have likely gone to divide the captives." The ancient fox demon asked, "How many were sent?" The eldest daughter pondered for a moment before respectfully answering, "It seems to be 6. Still too few." The ancient fox demon gently shook her head, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing her features. She then raised her head slowly, her gaze traversing the mountains, peering into the distance. The distant cliffs unfolded a picturesque view before her eyes, yet her thoughts were evidently far removed from the beauty surrounding her. She murmured softly, "Let us wait a little longer. When they awaken, it shall herald the rise of our demon clan. At that time, I shall transform all of humanity into my blood slaves." Chapter 63. Blackwing Pung. It must be said that Su Yuan's bedroom increasingly resembled a sauna. Sweat evaporated and mist enveloped the air, as Su Yuan felt a feverish heat coursing through his body. His face flushed to the point of resembling a statue of Guan Gong. With the aid of medicinal potency, his cultivation process had become significantly smoother. Yet, despite this, he was still unable to break through to the fourth realm, even after dedicating his entire lifespan of 288 years to it. You diligently cultivated and, at last, on a night in the 137th year, attained enlightenment, breaking into the third realm, 9th tier. In the remaining time, when you sought to advance to the fourth realm, you were met with profound helplessness, akin to a husband in a classic narrative. Faced with a bottleneck, you were unable to progress. Cultivation concluded. Current realm, third realm, 9th tier. Su Yuan collapsed onto a puddle, gasping for breath, his lungs resembling an old bellows, and his chest ached with each inhalation. Exhaustion enveloped him, his stomach empty. Struggling to rise, he dragged his weary body to take a hot shower, feeling somewhat rejuvenated afterward. He finally understood why a certain notorious villain transformed into a vampire. Indeed, the human body possesses its limits. To advance further, he must acquire more lifespans from extraordinary beasts. After changing into fresh clothing, Su Yuan departed from his home. At noon, the sun blazed overhead, cicadas chirped incessantly, and even the breeze carried a sweltering heat. He sought refuge under the shade of a tree, waiting for a taxi by the roadside. His phone buzzed, and upon checking, he discovered a message from Wu Shuangshuang. "Wu Shuangshuang, Didi, have you heard? Team leader Luo seems poised for a promotion." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? I wasn't aware." Wu Shuangshuang, "There have been recent personnel changes. Team leader Luo is likely to be promoted to supervisor." Su Yuan, "Congratulations. I shall bask in the glory of his ascension." Wu Shuangshuang, lacking in online banter experience, failed to grasp Su Yuan's jest and continued, "By the way, I also heard there has been new progress regarding that recent anomaly. Apparently, a sacrificial altar has been discovered. Hee, you probably don't know about it, right?" Su Yuan paused, then chuckled, replying, Your information network is quite impressive. Wu Shuang sent a hands-on-hips emoji. Of course. I'm a veteran employee. Feel free to inquire about any insider information. I can offer you a discount of 20% for being in the same team. Su Yuan smirked. Are you charging for intelligence? Wu Shuang rolled her eyes. Of course. How else would I curry favor with the higher-ups? Just don't let this slip outside. Su Yuan laughed. Rest assured, I want tea. Wu Shuang recalled something. Oh, there's one more thing. The Northern District has been quite unstable lately, so try to avoid it, especially near the Rose nightclub. Su Yuan frowned slightly. What has happened? Wu Shuang. Well, there have been several recent cases of disappearances, and suspicious individuals have been spotted near the nightclub. Plainclothes investigators have already gone to look into it. Su Yuan. Understood, thank you. He set down his phone, temporarily casting aside this minor incident, exited the taxi, and entered the Crown restaurant, ready to indulge in a hearty meal. Meanwhile, at Ma Zong Ridge, at the summit of the Western Mountains, 2 avian guards stood vigil at the entrance of the mountain stronghold, brandishing steel forks. Suddenly, in the distance, a small black dot appeared on the horizon. They raised their heads with alertness, but upon recognizing the approaching figure, they relaxed. Crow Brother flapped his wings vigorously, flying at breakneck speed and landing while still panting heavily. The avian guards scrutinized him before one inquired, Old Crow, what's the rush? The other added with a jest, I heard you went to deliver someone to those vixen foxes. Did they take a fancy to you? And you fled in fear of being drained dry? Tisk, truly a burden of indulgence. Crow Brother waved dismissively. Quit the nonsense. Step aside. I must see the king. The guards exchanged glances, noting his serious demeanor and apparent urgency, and promptly opened the gates to allow him entry into the stronghold. Crow Brother staggered into the compound. Inside, guards were stationed every 5 paces, fully armed, standing like sentinels along the path. Despite it being broad daylight, the surroundings exuded an eerie atmosphere, and a chill could be felt in the air. Navigating through the winding paths, Crow Brother ascended the steps. The guards glanced at him before slowly pushing open the heavy doors. In the main hall of the stronghold, the windows were tightly shut, with no light penetrating the darkness. The day relied on candlelight for illumination, creating a stifling atmosphere. Crow Brother inhaled deeply, assaulted by a potent mix of blood and decay, the stench overwhelming, causing him to pause momentarily before continuing onward. Flanking the main hall were humans shackled with iron chains, resembling wretched creatures, both young and old, each bearing the marks of cruelty and suffering. In the corner, bones lay piled high, human heads reduced to scraps, and flesh turned to putrid dust. The scene was harrowing. My king, I have urgent news to report. Crow Brother quavered as he knelt. Facing the figure seated upon a throne fashioned from human skin, none other than the formidable leader of the Nightshade Mountain stronghold, the master of the West Mountain forces. The avian Yasha, Blackwing Pong, towering like a black monolith, he exuded an aura of menace, his feathers as dark as ink, each plume sharp as a steel needle, standing erect. His broad wings were powerful, and his beak was sharp and curved, with piercing emerald eyes that glowed ominously. Speak, what is it? He inquired slowly. His voice hoarse and low, the skull necklace around his neck clinking eerily as it swayed. Crow Brother recounted his observations from the bamboo forest in the north, leaving no detail unmentioned. As he spoke, he discreetly gauged the king's reaction. Initially, upon hearing of Su Yuan's intrusion into the bamboo estate, Blackwing Pung had appeared dismissive. His gaze filled with scorn as he toyed with the skull. However, as the tale unfolded, his grip tightened, shattering the skull trinket in his hand. His predatory gaze sweeping over the trembling Crow Brother. You mean to say he single-handedly breached the bamboo estate and killed those 2 foxes? He squinted slightly, suspicion lacing his tone. Crow Brother nodded vigorously. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There is no mistake. Blackwing Ping fell silent for a moment, the emerald glow in his eyes flickering with intrigue. Interesting, he murmured, seemingly captivated. If such a being truly exists, perhaps he could be a worthy opponent. Go. Find the Eagle Guard, and instruct him to meet with this individual on my behalf, to ascertain his true strength. Crow Brother eagerly nodded. At once. Chapter 64. Preparing for the expedition on the other side, in the real world, Su Yuan was strolling out of the Crown restaurant, gently caressing his round belly. He had taken the liberty of packing some dishes conducive to restoring health, intending to bring them back to nourish Ma Yuan. Upon returning home, he began to sort through the items he needed to take with him: a black battle suit, 3 combat potions, the remaining venom from a poisonous frog. That should suffice. In the disguise spray. He shed his clothes and donned the black battle suit. An effortless process as it seemed to possess a life of its own, tightening perfectly to his skin, providing no discomfort whatsoever. As for breathability, that was of little concern. Su Yuan flexed his limbs and immediately felt an enhancement in his physical abilities. Both his explosive power and agility were significantly improved. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, a fine item often bears but one flaw, its cost." After reclothing himself, Su Yuan approached the mirror and picked up the disguise spray. Applying it to his face several times, his features began to transform, morphing from a handsome youth into a rugged man. While not particularly striking, he now exuded an aura of vitality that made him resemble more of a martial artist than his former self. To his surprise, Su Yuan discovered that his voice had deepened considerably, taking on a more magnetic quality, reminiscent of a broadcaster's tone. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. This should suffice to deceive others. He understood well that a helmet could not wholly obscure his identity, but it was the best recourse at the moment. A temporary measure until he could devise a better plan. With the aid of the disguise spray, he merely needed to find an opportunity to remove the helmet in front of those agents, thereby easily misleading them and successfully concealing his true identity. What a perfect plan. Lost in his thoughts, Su Yuan then directed his consciousness into the estate. Entering the oak cabin, he found Ma Qingwan still lying in bed. Her complexion pale, appearing frail and unwell. Noticing Su Yuan's arrival, she struggled to sit up. "Benefactor, are you feeling better?" With a faint smile. She weakly nodded. "Much better." Su Yuan observed the beads of sweat on her forehead, narrowing his eyes. He said little, patiently feeding her spoonfuls of the food he had brought. However, after just a few bites, she could eat no more. In truth, Su Yuan believed those few morsels were merely to save face for her benefactor. Ma Qingwan reclined back onto the bed, and Su Yuan slightly lifted the covers. Revealing her leg adorned with a fox tattoo, still emitting a faint glow, the curse continued to erode her body. Seeing Su Yuan's solemn expression, she suddenly spoke. "Benefactor, I cannot hold on much longer. Do not worry about me." Su Yuan rubbed his temples. "Do not speak foolishly. You have merely been cursed. Once I deal with that old fox, you will recover." Before he could finish, Ma Qingwan grasped his wrist, trembling. "No, you mustn't. That fox spirit is too dangerous. Do not risk yourself for me. You could lose your life in vain." Her tone was earnest. "My parents are gone. I am frail and plagued by illness. Living holds little value for me. But you, benefactor, it is not worth it." Su Yuan listened in silence, understanding the complexity of Ma Qingwan's emotions at that moment. Yet, his intentions were not solely for her sake, to quell the chaos at Mazong Ridge. Confronting the ancient fox spirit was an unavoidable obstacle he must face eventually. Besides, who could say who would emerge alive in the end? The ancient fox. Would I shy away from her prowess? However, while he thought this, he refrained from voicing it, instead opting for a different approach. "Rest assured, I may not excel in many things, but fleeing is my forte. Perhaps second best, as I still fall slightly short of a certain immortal. Regardless, I certainly will not perish. If I cannot win, I shall retreat." Upon hearing this, Ma Qingwan felt considerably reassured. Su Yuan helped her adjust the covers, her weary visage reflecting in his eyes. "Rest well, I shall return shortly." With that, he turned to leave. At the estate cinema, at the ticket booth, the attendant, Tu Shou, greeted him as usual, a constant smile adorning his face. "Hello, Su Yuan." Su Yuan replied, "Hello, I have a question for you." Tu Shou, "Please, speak." Su Yuan, "What is the situation with the 6 screening rooms behind? When will they be opened?" Tu Shou, "I'm sorry, I cannot answer that." Su Yuan gazed at the robotic attendant, who returned his stare with unyielding intensity. After a moment of silence, he relinquished his inquiry. Could anything be more rigid than a robot? Continuing to press would likely yield no fruitful results. Perhaps when the time is right, the answers will reveal themselves. Su Yuan reassured himself, then circumvented the ticket booth, heading towards Hall 1. He failed to notice that behind him, Tu Shou's eyes flickered momentarily, and his expression shifted slightly, only to revert to normal swiftly thereafter. At Mazong Ridge, in the northern mountain flower sea, Bai Peijing's steel blade glimmered coldly in the sunlight. Its edge pressed firmly against the birdman's gray throat. He barked sharply. "What else do you know? Speak everything." The creature trembled. "Fine feathers cascading down. I have told you all that I know." Bai Peijing cast a sidelong glance at his teammates. "Did you all take notes?" Seeing the nods of affirmation, Bai Peijing swiftly executed the birdman. its wide eyes freezing in its final moment of terror. He flicked the blood from his blade, murmuring, "What a pity, we cannot bring it back alive." They had already tested the limits. This creature could not pass through the teleportation portal, rendering it impossible to return to the real world. However, it had already served its purpose. From it, the group had gleaned essential information about Mazong Ridge, including the existence and distribution of the 4 major forces, along with the most crucial intelligence. The remaining 6 missing agents were located in the Western Mountain Stronghold. These first-hand accounts were invaluable, prompting discussions among the group about whether to return to the real world immediately to relay this information to others. Just as they were engrossed in heated debate, Bai Peijing's keen ears perked up, and he instantly gestured for silence. Sure, the rest movement. The group fell silent, swiftly moving to conceal themselves. Bai Peijing held his breath, focusing his gaze towards the source of the sound. When he finally discerned the approaching figure, his eyes widened in shock, a look of astonishment crossing his face. It was him. Chapter 65, The Encounter at Noon. The sunlight slanted across the horse burial ridge, casting a variegated golden-brown hue over the layered forests, while mottled shadows danced among the fallen leaves, as if cloaking the woodland in a flowing tapestry. Yuan traversed the winding mountain path, journeying from Kangma village to the hillside of North Mountain. His shoes crunched over gravel and twigs, startling several birds resting in the underbrush. Their flapping wings resonated distinctly in the open forest. This was his first glimpse of the daytime scenery at Horse Burial Ridge. If not for the lurking, beastly threats, the beauty here would indeed be captivating, yet such threats could not be ignored. As he turned a bend, a broad clearing suddenly unveiled itself. Flowers bloomed exuberantly across the landscape, and the rich fragrance of blossoms mingled with the earthy scent of soil, enveloping him. At the center of this floral expanse stood a resplendent mansion adorned with intricate beams and painted eaves. This must be the residence of the second young lady. Just as Yuan contemplated entering to rummage through its contents, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting gray shadow behind a withered tree. A hint of scalp momentarily revealed the presence of a hidden observer. There were indeed others present. Yuan quickly deduced that these individuals were likely agents from Qibao City. He maintained an air of nonchalance, feigning ignorance towards the concealed agents as he continued towards the second young lady's residence. Stepping through the grand entrance, his figure vanishing from their sight. "Captain, should we follow him?" Bai Peijing inquired, her brow furrowed, gazing intently in the direction of the mansion. After a prolonged contemplation, she slowly shook her head. "We know too little about him. It would be unwise to act recklessly. Let us wait patiently here." The others understood her intent and nodded in agreement. With no one trailing him into the mansion, a subtle smile crept across Yuan's lips beneath his helmet. "It seems they are aware of their limitations. That is quite fortunate. It spares me much unnecessary trouble." He stepped into the main hall, surveying the surroundings until his gaze fell upon a bound volume. The deep blue cover boldly displayed 5 characters, bloodthirsty breathing technique. Yuan's breath caught, his fingertips hovering above the tome, trembling slightly as he tentatively made contact. In the next moment, the system's notification resonated in his mind. "Detected auxiliary technique. Would you like to consume 150 years to establish a connection? Blood pool body, 135. Yuan stared at the annotations on the system panel, his mind frozen for a full 30 seconds. This aptitude can be activated with merely a technique? As he pondered, he accessed the description of blood pool body. Upon establishing a basic connection, the realm limit is raised to the first stage of the 4th tier, unlocking the active martial skill, Devour technique, which allows one to absorb blood as sustenance, healing injuries, enhancing strength, and revitalizing one's essence. Note: blood pool body is an innate quality of beastly creatures. Ordinary individuals cannot attain it. Perfect. I am far from an ordinary individual. A soft chuckle escaped Yuan as he tucked the bloodthirsty breathing technique into his bosom. Planning to activate blood pool body, once he had accrued the 150 years of beastly lifespan. He did not concern himself with whether studying such a technique could be deemed as malevolent, with the foundational principles of the fierce tiger heart technique firmly in place. He felt secure against any sinister repercussions. After a thorough search, disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. Beyond that precious technique, there was nothing of value within the mansion. These foxes were so engrossed in bloodletting that they had forgotten the art of amassing wealth. How pretentious they were, acting as if they were noble. Meanwhile, atop North Mountain, the young lady in red suddenly covered her mouth and nose, letting out a loud sneeze. Rubbing her nose, Her delicate brows furrowed as her gaze swept over the cart piled high with the bodies of blood slaves behind her. Suddenly, she sensed something, lifting the straw mat to reveal a pallid, middle-aged woman. She was still alive, though her complexion was ashen, her breath barely perceptible, as if she could expire at any moment. The young lady raised her brows, surprised by the woman's tenacity. Even men of greater strength could not withstand the elder's nourishment, becoming mere husks in the process. "Were you just cursing me?" the young lady inquired. The middle-aged woman ignored her question, the spark in her eyes dimming, her vitality flickering like a candle in the wind, her voice barely a whisper. "Where is my son?" Upon hearing this, the young lady glanced at the corpses on the cart, her eyes landing on a male body that bore a slight resemblance to the woman. Holding her nose, she remarked with disdain, "He died long ago. He reeks. Very well, you can accompany him on his journey." With that, her finger glinted with cold light, and the woman's head rolled off, tumbling down the mountainside. The young lady's gaze held no pity as she murmured, "After disposing of this cart, there's another to discard." The blood slaves sent to the elder are quite numerous. It is no wonder that there are so many people in the West Mountain. The villages at our mountain's foot are far too sparse, hardly sufficient for our needs. At the hillside of North Mountain, there existed a vast, deep pit, a natural dumping ground for bodies. Each time the elder finished his nourishment, he would instruct her to dispose of the corpses, for such filth had no place in the realm of paradise. The young lady muttered to herself, "I might as well pass by my second sister's residence and see what she is up to." With that thought, she quickened her pace. At that moment, Yuan was exiting the second young lady's mansion, ascending the rugged mountain path. The agents who had been observing from the shadows turned to Bai Peijing. "Captain, should we follow?" Bai Peijing nodded slightly. "Move stealthily. Do not let him notice us. I am curious to see what he intends to do on the mountain." After an indeterminate time, Yuan suddenly halted. A breeze stirred through the forest, the wind howling as withered leaves spiraled through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. A faint chill rose from the depths of his being. Noticing Yuan's stillness, Bai Peijing and her companions, who had been stealthily tracking him from the opposite slope, also paused, crouching among the foliage, peeking out to observe his every move. A peculiar sound echoed. Yuan looked up, and to his astonishment, a severed head rolled down the mountain path. It came to rest at his feet, its hollow eye sockets staring blankly at him. At this sight, an agent instinctively gasped, quickly covering his mouth to stifle any sound, fearing Yuan would notice him. Yet Yuan was wholly absorbed, his expression as impassive as water, his sharp gaze fixated on a mesmerizing woman not far away. The sound of wheels grinding to a halt echoed. The young lady stopped, her gaze locking onto the sturdy, helmet-clad figure before her, her eyes growing increasingly frigid. "Who are you?" she demanded. In response, a flash of silver sliced through the air. Yuan moved like lightning, his spear thrusting forward with a sharp whistle that cleaved the air. Why waste words? Let us engage directly. Chapter 66. Enlightenment at the Dragon's venue. The young lady was taken aback by Yuan's decisive action. The sound of air being ripped apart sliced through the stillness, and a silver streak, akin to a shooting star, expanded rapidly in her pupils, swiftly approaching her throat. Her complexion changed dramatically. In a moment of panic, she sidestepped to evade, simultaneously drawing a dagger from her sleeve and plunging it fiercely towards Yuan's abdomen. With a clang reminiscent of metal clashing, the sound echoed. The young lady's hands went numb, nearly losing grip on her dagger as she stumbled back several steps. She resolutely abandoned her assault and quickly retreated, creating distance between herself and Yuan. Struggling to steady her breath, she stared incredulously at the man before her. Had she just struck a piece of iron? Yuan stood firm, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth beneath his helmet. With his combat suit molded tightly to his skin, his defensive capabilities were significantly augmented. Such an attack could not even leave a mark, let alone inflict serious injury. The spectators on the hillside widened their eyes in disbelief, having witnessed the dagger make contact with Yuan's abdomen, yet the blade failed to penetrate, nearly being deflected away. Without granting the young lady a moment's respite, Yuan surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, his figure transforming into a blur as his spear sliced through the air, creating a whirl of light and shadow. The young lady's expression darkened. Being of noble birth, her prowess far surpassed that of her younger sisters. She swiftly performed intricate hand gestures, chanting incantations, and summoned a torrent of crimson energy that surged forth, carrying with it a stench of blood. With a resounding crash, The spear collided with the bloodstream. Though Su Yuan's strength was superior, his weapon faltered. The spear shaft bent to its limits, emitting a pained groan. On the verge of breaking. Seeing this, Su Yuan had no choice but to pivot and retreat, evading the brunt of the attack. Yet the young lady was unwilling to grant him this opportunity. She moved her hands in a ritualistic manner, conjuring a mist of blood that solidified into blades in the air. In the next moment, the blood-red blades, akin to a swarm of bees, tore through the atmosphere towards Su Yuan. He dodged and weaved, but was still caught by one of the blood blades. With a ripping sound, his combat suit was shredded, revealing 3 deep gashes that exposed bone on his shoulder. Beneath the helmet, his expression darkened. Observing Su Yuan faltering, the agents felt a surge of anxiety. Turning to Bai Peijing and asking, "Captain, should we intervene?" Bai Peijing furrowed his brow. The fox-like adversary before him was evidently more formidable than those he had encountered previously, proving to be a challenging opponent. Despite his limited knowledge of helmeted warriors, he felt compelled to assist Su Yuan, who had once saved his life. However, just as he reached for his blade, he halted, witnessing Su Yuan remove his helmet to reveal a resolute visage. His expression darkened to an extreme. The young lady sensed an overwhelming aura of killing intent emanating from him, heightening her vigilance. Su Yuan gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with fury. "You owe me 80,000. Veins bulged on Su Yuan's forehead as his furious roar echoed through the mountains. He immediately activated Indestructible Diamond, golden light radiating from him as he vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a blurred afterimage. He spun his spear into a golden vortex, transforming into a golden drill that surged towards the young lady with astonishing speed. Fueled by the pain and anger over the 80,000, Su Yuan felt an unprecedented surge of emotion. In a moment of rage, he unleashed his full power, executing 2 significant moves simultaneously to unleash his wrath upon the perpetrator. The young lady was caught off guard by this sudden ferocity, her body instinctively responding with a defensive motion. She summoned all available blood within her, forming a blood-red barrier around herself. With a thunderous crash, the barrier was struck. The young lady's heart raced, but upon realizing her defense remained intact, she sighed in relief. Yet, her relief was premature. With a crack, fine fissures appeared on the barrier's surface. By the time she sought to mend it, it was too late. The barrier shattered instantly, and Su Yuan's decisive blow followed. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The only sound was the wind rustling through the trees. The agents strained their necks, eyes wide in shock as they beheld the horrific blood hole in the young lady's abdomen. One could see through to the other side. Her body, bereft of support, fell backward with a muffled thud, stirring a cloud of dust. Bai Peijing gripped his thigh tightly, battling the urge to cry out. Nearby agents either covered their mouths or pinched their arms, suppressing the gasps that escaped them. Bai Peijing fixed his gaze on Su Yuan's back, realizing he was far more powerful than he had imagined, and a sense of respect blossomed within him. He continued to watch Su Yuan until he began to move, slowly crouching down, cradling his head in his hands, his face etched with regret, as if his very soul had been drained. The pain, it hurt too much. He cried within, lamenting, "My 80,000. The system's voice echoed, providing Su Yuan with a semblance of solace. "You have slain a 3-star beast, the blood fox. Total age, 298 years. Remaining, 168 years, absorbed. Current beast lifespan, 168 years. As he rose, heavy steps carried him onward up the mountain. Despite having unleashed 2 powerful moves, he had no intention of retreating. Rather, he aimed to confront the ancient fox spirit directly. However, he first needed to recuperate. He found a tree, settled down, and injected a green healing potion. The potion took effect swiftly, replenishing his expended energy. Su Yuan closed his eyes, accessing the system to commence his training. The agents observed as his aura shifted into an enigmatic state, prompting one to ask, "Captain, what is he doing?" Bai Peijing, brow furrowed, fixated on Su Yuan, eventually exclaiming, "Remarkable, truly remarkable." The other agents, bewildered, inquired, "Captain, do you perceive something we do not?" Bai Peijing stroked his chin, gazing intently at the meditating figure. "I sense a profound enlightenment within him, akin to the enlightenment of the dragon's venue. It is likely that the recent slaughter has led him to grasp the essence of being a warrior, and a transformation may be imminent." Upon hearing this, the agents turned their attention to Su Yuan, excitement flickering in their eyes. Witnessing a master's enlightenment would surely be a tale to recount over drinks in the future. Then, They beheld Su Yuan. The forest fell into an eerie silence as the agents exchanged glances, while Bai Peijing silently facepalmed. This must be a precursor to enlightenment. Chapter 67. Transformation. The fatigue of battle is indeed exhausting. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. Without the aid of medicinal remedies, I would not have been able to endure. Su Yuan examined the system panel and relinquished a vibrant 150 years of lifespan, successfully activating the blood pool body attribute. A shiver coursed through him, and a sudden craving for spicy hot pot surged within his mind. He swallowed hard, astonished by the profound impact that blood pool body had on him. The remaining 18 years of lifespan from the exotic beasts were insufficient for elevation in rank. So he resolutely devoted himself to the cultivation of the bloodthirsty breathing technique. Training commences. You have dedicated all your energy to cultivation. The 18 years pass in the blink of an eye, successfully elevating this technique to the mastery level. Bloodthirsty breathing technique. Mastery. With his eyes closed in concentration, Su Yuan released a long, melodious exhalation. His chest swelled like a sail filled with wind, only to collapse as if air had been abruptly drawn out. In this rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, he felt molten lava coursing through his veins, the stagnation that had accumulated deep within his meridians being incinerated by this searing energy. As he expelled the last remnants of impure air, a wave of rejuvenation washed over him, banishing all fatigue from his body, as if he had returned to life anew. Indeed, despite having cultivated a myriad of techniques, the enhancement of his attributes allowed these methods to resonate harmoniously within him, rather than clash. From this perspective, he was truly extraordinary. He slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his attire and stretching his limbs, sensing that the cool-down period of indestructible body was nearing its conclusion. He grasped his spear and continued his ascent toward the mountain peak. Meanwhile, at Mazong Ridge, at the heart of the ancient mountains, the venerable forest lay in slumber, a colossal beast lying in wait, with countless dried leaves carpeting the winding paths. As beastly claws traversed, the leaves crunched with an unsettling crackle. A humanoid serpent demon, cloaked in slate-gray scales, turned, its vertical pupils glinting with a chilling luminescence, and its fangs sharp and elongated. Stay close to the group. If you lose your way, do not count on me, it hissed, its voice as sharp as its fangs. Following it were various exotic beasts. Though still in their primal forms, they had awakened their intelligence and could comprehend human speech. Upon the serpent leader's command, the beasts hastened their pace, excitement evident on their faces. Today held great significance for them. After a considerable journey, they arrived at a concealed cave nestled in the forest. Dark green vines hung at the entrance. Parting the vines, a damp, decayed odor assaulted their senses, mingled with a metallic scent of blood. The interior of the cave was shrouded in darkness, seemingly unfathomably deep. The serpent leader ignited a torch, its flickering flame casting shadows upon its face. And with a deep breath, it led the way forward. The sound of their footsteps echoed within the cavern, the torch's light illuminating only a fraction of their surroundings, leaving most enshrouded in obscurity. Drip, drip. Occasionally, water droplets fell from above, landing on the serpent leader's head, yet it paid no mind, for it recognized that these were not mere drops of water. Its expression turned grave, even its scales bristling slightly. Since their entrance into the cave, it had heard a low, rumbling roar emanating from the depths of darkness, a sound that seemed to resonate from the depths of the abyss, filled with fury and warning toward intruders. Fear washed over the exotic beasts like a rising tide. They widened their eyes, alertly scanning their surroundings. Ears perked to catch every subtle sound, yet the roar seemed to emanate from all directions, evading their attempts to pinpoint its source. As they ventured deeper, the roar intensified, causing stones to rain down from the cave walls, the oppressive air almost tangible. Each beast felt as though invisible hands were tightening around their throats with each step forward. They risked being torn apart by the lurking terror in the shadows. At that moment, the torch's flame inexplicably contracted, extinguishing in an instant. The cave was plunged into impenetrable darkness. It was then that the serpent leader halted. It lifted its robes and, with a thud, knelt heavily upon the ground. Straightening its back, it pressed its forehead to the earth and solemnly bowed 3 times. Everyone, kneel and pay your respects to Lord Ma. The exotic beasts behind it were taken aback for a moment, then promptly followed suit. The larger beasts awkwardly lowered their massive bodies, their heads touching the ground. The more agile curled into a ball, gently tapping their foreheads against the floor. All the creatures, regardless of size, aligned in unison, rhythmically bowing toward the depths of darkness. This scene was far stranger than any ritual of homage. Whether it was a psychological effect or a genuine response, the low, rumbling roar indeed diminished slightly. The beast's taut nerves began to relax, their underlying fears ebbing away like receding tides. The serpent leader rose slowly, brushing off the dust that clung to it. Its gaze now imbued with a newfound composure. It turned to signal the other beasts to continue onward. Not long after, a brilliant light suddenly broke forth ahead. All the exotic beasts widened their eyes in astonishment. The darkness seemed to dissipate as if swept away by invisible hands, illuminating the entire space, transforming the previously confined cave into a grand expanse. Before them lay a crystal cavern. Countless translucent stalactites hung from the ceiling, and the walls sparkled with faint blue luminescence from crystals, creating a scene that could only be described as wondrous. Most striking was the coffin made of golden silk wood, placed upon a high platform, seemingly gazing down upon the intruders with an air of mystery and enigma. The serpent leader drew a small knife and called to the beasts behind. Those at the back, remain still, one at a time. With that, it beckoned a three-eyed tree snake from the front of the line, which slithered forward, flicking its tongue. Slish! The serpent leader made a cut upon its body, allowing a trickle of pale red serpent blood to flow forth, dripping onto a massive crystal directly opposite the coffin. Instantly, the blood seemed to merge with the crystal, absorbed as if by magic, accompanied by a hissing sound. In the next moment, the three-eyed tree snake felt an unusual power surging within, and its body began to radiate a dazzling light. The serpent leader squinted, and the three-eyed tree snake vanished, replaced by a seductive and alluring serpent maiden. She caressed her smooth face, evidently astonished, and after a moment of realization, addressed the serpent leader respectfully. "Thank you, my lord." The serpent leader waved its hand, offering no further words, and summoned the next beast to step forward. This process continued for a considerable time, and eventually, the once savage beasts had all transformed into human forms. While retaining some of their original traits, they now officially became transformed monster beasts. The serpent leader led the newly transformed beasts out of the crystal cavern, pausing to bow to the coffin once more. However, when it raised its head, it suddenly noticed the coffin seemed to tremble ever so slightly. End of Act 1.